Chapter 1. Crossing into the world of Dragon Ball. The realm of Dragon Ball. In the 7th universe. On Earth, not far from West City, there exists an expansive ocean. Hello everyone. I have returned. Outside the residence of Master Roshi, a gathering of familiar faces can be seen: Bulma, Shishi, Tan, Kaiatsu, and Krillin. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced the air, and a golden cloud approached from the distance. That it was Goku's Nimbus, said to be mountable only by those of pure heart. Upon it were two figures, Gohan and Goten. Upon arriving, they leapt from the Nimbus and landed directly before the assembled crowd. "Where is Goku?" Krillin inquired, gazing at Gohan. His surprise stemmed from not seeing Goku accompany them, prompting his question. "Dad and Uncle Vegeta mentioned they had matters to attend to, so they asked us not to wait for them," Gohan replied with a smile. "Well, let's not wait for them. After all, whenever Goku and Vegeta meet, some sort of male rivalry is bound to ensue." The speaker was Master Roshi, his iconic turtle shell resting upon his back. His choice of words was subtle, evoking a cascade of thoughts. I could see this moment. Unbeknownst to those gathered, deep beneath the ocean where Master Roshi and the others stood, darkness enveloped the surroundings, visibility limited to mere meters. In the depths of the sea lay a young boy clad in black attire. From a distance, he appeared lifeless, devoid of any discernible aura. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the boy. Slowly, he opened his eyes, but as he uttered a single word, his expression shifted dramatically. An unimaginable pressure enveloped him, causing his bones to creak ominously. "Where am I?" The boy wondered, confusion etched on his face. Amidst the pain, he became acutely aware, scanning his surroundings with a grave expression. Beep. System loading successful. Would the host like to initiate immediately? Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within the boy's mind. Yet, in his agonizing state, he could scarcely focus on the mechanical voice, failing to comprehend its message. The sensation of his bones being crushed under tremendous pressure intensified, casting a shadow of death over him. Beep. System loading successful. Would the host like to initiate immediately? The electronic voice echoed again in his mind. This time, however, the boy grasped the words clearly. System? Gu Xuan paused momentarily. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he clearly discerned those two words. His memories felt somewhat hazy. Just a moment ago, he had been ensnared in a hotel, and now he found himself in this bizarre place. A ghostly voice from a system echoed incessantly in his mind, yet he felt a flicker of excitement. Could it be that I am not dreaming, but truly have traversed into another realm? I recall the novels I used to read, where the protagonist, aided by a system, would rise to fame and become a tyrant. The Gu Xuan murmured to himself. For a fervent reader, the concept of a system was anything but unfamiliar. However, he was acutely aware that such systems existed solely within the realm of fiction. They could not manifest in reality. While he enjoyed reading novels, he did not conflate them with real life. Could it be that I am merely dreaming? Gu Xuan instinctively voiced. Yet, he soon recognized the absurdity of his thoughts. If this were a dream, he would not be experiencing such pain, a sensation he knew all too well. Third reminder. System loading successful. Please confirm whether to activate the system within 10 seconds. Failure to respond will result in system self-destruction and the demise of the host. The synthesized electronic voice reverberated in Gu Xuan's mind for the third time, accompanied by a countdown timer appearing in his thoughts. Activate the system. This time, Gu Xuan hesitated not at all. Regardless of whether he was dreaming or not, activating the system seemed to hold no detrimental consequences for him. The alternative was far more daunting. Ding. System activation successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Scion Infinite Growth System. The electronic voice resonated once more. The Scion Infinite Growth System? Gu Xuan murmured. Upon hearing the name of his new system, he grasped a crucial understanding. The so-called Scion Infinite Growth System grants the host the bloodline of a Scion, allowing for perpetual enhancement without limits. The synthesized voice provided only a brief overview of the system, lacking any further elaboration. Is this all? Couldn't there be a more detailed introduction? Gu Xuan wondered, perplexed by the apparent laziness of the system. However, he quickly fell into contemplation, realizing he had entered the Dragon Ball universe, a realm where planets could be annihilated at a whim. Gu Xuan understood that to live happily and securely in this world, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, he might not even see the sun rise tomorrow. Gu Xuan was acutely aware of the nature of the Dragon Ball world he was about to encounter. Although he did not consider himself an exceptionally dedicated fan of the series, he possessed a grasp of its fundamental aspects. Upon the host's initial activation of the system, a novice gift package is awarded. Would you like to claim it now? This announcement invigorated Gu Xuan. A novice gift package. It appears to be rather promising. However, I wonder what treasures it may contain. Given its designation, it is likely that the contents are not exceedingly remarkable, perhaps just some basic items. Such were Gu Xuan's thoughts, informed by his extensive gaming experience. Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing at all. Thus, despite harboring modest expectations, Gu Xuan resolved to accept the gift. Claim, novice gift package. He murmured internally, to which the system duly responded that a box resembling a gift appeared in Gu Xuan's mind, aptly named the novice gift package. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the package. Instantly, a brilliant beam of golden light erupted from within, dazzling enough to momentarily blind Gu Xuan, even within the confines of his mind. What is this? Super Scion. Chapter 2. An initial battle power of 100 billion. Ding. You have received the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the Flash Cannon. The Magic Energy Wave, Instant Transmission, Basic Combat Skills, Ultra-Fast Movement, and the Art of Flight. Your baseline battle power is now 100 billion. And you possess transformations from Super Scion to Super Scion 4. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into Gu Xuan's mind, causing him to feel dizzy and overwhelmed, accompanied by waves of sharp pain in his head. Simultaneously, an incomprehensibly potent force surged into Gu Xuan's body, gradually merging with him. Under the influence of this formidable power, Gu Xuan felt as though he could obliterate the very fabric of reality with a single punch. It engendered an illusion within him, as if there existed no one in this world capable of withstanding the might of his fist. This was an indescribable strength that filled Gu Xuan with exhilaration. Moreover, his very bloodline underwent a profound transformation, allowing Gu Xuan to shed his identity as an ordinary human being, emerging reborn as a true Scion. He had mastered the transformation into Super Scion and could ascend all the way to Super Scion 4. All of this was attained in the blink of an eye. Although facilitated by the system, such a monumental enhancement left Gu Xuan elated for an extended period. Was this truly just a beginner's gift pack? Gu Xuan found it hard to believe. He could not help but voice his thoughts, for to him, this enhancement transcended the mere notion of a novice package. It was nothing short of a luxurious supreme gift. As a transmigrator, acquiring such immense power in such a short span of time was an unfathomable feat. Despite the considerable pressure of the ocean depths, it posed no challenge to Gu Xuan now. It was well within his limits. More accurately, the underwater pressure had become a trivial concern for him. With a baseline battle power of 100 billion, upon transforming into a Super Scion, would it not soar to 50 trillion? And what about my strength as a Super Scion 2 or Super Scion 3? Even after achieving the pinnacle of Super Scion 4, Gu Xuan felt a slight dryness in his throat and refrained from contemplating further, as his combat prowess could no longer be merely quantified by numbers. Uncertain of the current timeline within the Dragon Ball universe, if it were prior to the encounter with Majin Buu, then his power could be deemed formidable. However, against a god of destruction-level adversary, his strength might still fall short, considering they are the epitome of the strongest warriors. Furthermore, should Goku activate his Ultra Instinct, Gu Xuan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Thus, understanding the current period remained crucial. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts for the moment and venture outside to observe the surroundings. As Gu Xuan's voice faded, his fists clenched fiercely, and in an instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him. With a combat power of 100 billion, whether in his base form or transformed into a Super Scion, this overwhelming strength was enough to instill fear in anyone. Boom. The powerful energy radiated outward, creating a barrier that repelled the surrounding seawater from approaching Gu Xuan's form. In this deep underwater realm, as Gu Xuan's fist tightened, an area devoid of water appeared, carved out by his sheer force of will. It was time to depart. He glanced upward. The distance seemed insurmountable. After all, the depths of the ocean have remained a mystery since time immemorial. Whoosh! Gu Xuan surged upward, propelling himself towards the surface. His speed was astonishing, akin to a swordfish darting through the water, yet he was 1,000, even 10,000 times swifter. Meanwhile, on the shore, Master Rashi and the others were preparing to leave. Just as they boarded the cruise ship, a sudden whirlpool emerged without warning. The appearance of this vortex was abrupt, devoid of any forewarning, and its proximity to the ship was alarming. It rapidly expanded, growing to dozens of feet in diameter in the blink of an eye. Such a colossal whirlpool left the cruise ship no choice but to remain stationary, unwilling to venture forth. Truly, how could such a whirlpool appear out of nowhere? Bulma furrowed her brow, gazing at the swirling waters. Clearly, this unexpected phenomenon had disrupted her good mood, leaving her quite displeased. Bulma, don't be upset. It's really not a big deal. We'll just wait a moment. Chi-Chi chimed in with a smile. Gohan, do you sense that? Krillin inquired, observing the whirlpool before turning to Gohan. The current Gohan was no longer the youth of yesteryear. Now mature adult, he remained acutely attuned to the fluctuations of energy. He nodded in acknowledgement to Krillin. What an immense aura! Goten and Trunks remarked as they stood together, their gazes fixed on the whirlpool. Something feels off. Gohan frowned. Although the vortex emanated a terrifying energy, it did not possess an evil essence. In a vast mountain range, thunderous roars reverberated through the air. Amidst the continuous cacophony, the very heavens seemed to change color, and the winds swirled ominously. Two figures could be discerned high above, engaged in a fierce battle, their powers so immense that mere words could scarcely capture their magnitude. The resounding clashes echoed with clarity, revealing their extraordinary might. Haha, Kakarot, you are truly an astonishing fellow. Despite being merely a low-class warrior, you can stand toe-to-toe with me. A defiant voice resounded. Hee. With enough effort, even a lower-ranked warrior can defeat a higher-ranked one. Don't you agree, Vegeta? Whoosh, 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 boom. In the midst of their exchange, the two resumed their fierce battle. After just a few rounds, both Vegeta and Goku nearly halted simultaneously. Vegeta, do you feel that? Goku inquired, his gaze fixed solemnly on the distance, where an overwhelming power suddenly manifested, astonishing even him. It's incredibly strong. Vegeta, equally grave, turned his attention to the source. This aura felt eerily familiar, akin to their own. I can't quite place it, Goku admitted, his mind racing. Vegeta contemplated for a moment, meticulously attuning himself to the energy. Soon, his expression darkened. It's a scion. A scion. Goku echoed, a thrill coursing through him. If this truly is a scion, then their strength is beyond our imagination. Goku, sensitive to the nuances of energy, felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of encountering another scion. Since the annihilation of their race by Frieza, the number of pure-blooded scions had dwindled to a mere handful. Even including hybrids like Gohan, their numbers remained scarce. This can't be possible, Vegeta murmured, dismissing Goku's words as he abandoned their fight, reverting to his usual self. He immediately soared towards the island where Master Roshi resided, the epicenter of the scion energy. Vegeta is always so impulsive. I wonder when he'll learn to temper that. Goku chuckled, opting not to utilize instant transmission but instead dashing after Vegeta. Vegeta, wait for me. Goku called, catching up to him, raising his hand with 2 fingers pressed to his forehead. Kakarot, you, Vegeta grimaced. Though his words were cut short as Goku's instant transmission whisked them away in an instant. What just happened? Goku pondered, materializing before their companions. Upon arrival, Vegeta immediately shook off Goku's grip, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a grave intensity. Meanwhile, Goku focused on Gohan, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling waters. Sensing a figure rapidly approaching from within. Father! Gohan exclaimed, casting a glance at Goku before shaking his head in confusion. He truly had no idea what was transpiring. I am uncertain as well, yet I can sense an overwhelming presence, significantly more potent than that of Majin Buu. Gohan gazed at Goku, whose expression bore a grave intensity, a sight he rarely witnessed in his father. It indeed seemed to be the case. Goku nodded in agreement, acknowledging that even when confronting Majin Buu, he was not invincible. However, in the face of this formidable energy, even Goku himself lacked the assurance of a guaranteed victory, not to mention engaging in combat. Merely the aura emanating from the opponent had already rendered Goku's countenance serious, leaving no room for complacency. Suddenly, Goku spoke, "Here they come." At the very instant his words fell, a figure surged forth from the vortex, accompanied by a magnificent splash. Goku quickly unleashed his energy, shielding everyone from the impending impact. Whoosh! With a sound piercing through the air, a figure clad in black, Gu Xuan, emerged from the whirlpool, standing resolutely amidst the cosmos. His gaze calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Naturally, he noticed Goku, Vegeta, Master Roshi, and the others on the island. However, despite their presence, Gu Xuan paid them no mind, choosing instead to disregard them entirely. Who are you? How did you appear in the sea? Goku inquired, his tone laced with seriousness. The mere presence of this individual, even in stillness, radiated an aura potent enough to astound them all. In all his years, he had never encountered such a terrifying being. Son Goku? Gu Xuan glanced at Goku before shifting his attention elsewhere. How handsome. Bulma, upon catching sight of Gu Xuan, was utterly captivated. Though she was married to Vegeta, she could not help but succumb to her infatuation upon witnessing such striking features. After all, What fault lay in admiring handsome men? Who are you? The scions have been eradicated. Apart from me and Kakarot, no other pure-blooded scions could possibly exist. And you appear in the sea. Vegeta exclaimed regarding Gu Xuan. Like Goku, he too sensed the terror emanating from this individual. How infuriating. First Bu, and now another scion has emerged. Each one surpasses me in strength. Hello. My name is Gu Xuan, he stated, fully aware of Vegeta's temperament, opting to disregard his remarks and instead smiled gently at the individuals on the island. Upon seeing Gohan and Goten, Gu Xuan surmised that the current timeline must not be too far along, likely around the time of Majin Buu. Moreover, with Goku revived, it stood to reason that Majin Buu had already been vanquished in this timeline. Gu Xuan? Goku murmured, perplexed, as this name did not resonate within his memory. Gu Xuan, you appear formidable. Among all the adversaries I have encountered previously, I doubt any could rival your prowess. Sun Wukong, with a piercing gaze, regarded Gu Xuan. Rather than being intimidated by his might, it ignited within him a fervent desire for battle. This is hardly anything remarkable. Your strength is commendable as well. To have vanquished Majin Buu is quite an unexpected feat, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile, displaying his amiability. He had no intention of acting recklessly due to his own power. As a newcomer, it was prudent to adhere to the customs of this realm. Gu Xuan, we are preparing to host a party at sea. Since you are here, why not join us? After all, we are all scions. There is no need for formality. Sun Wukong enthusiastically proposed. I shall decline, perhaps another time, Gu Xuan responded, aware that after Majin Buu, Beerus the Destroyer would soon make his appearance. At this juncture, it was likely that the god of destruction was on the verge of arriving, leaving him little time to attend the gathering. Although his current strength was considerable, surpassing that of Sun Wukong and his companions, Gu Xuan understood that he would still be vastly outmatched when confronting Beerus. The divine aura was something he could not yet perceive. Thus, his primary focus remained on diligently enhancing his abilities, striving to become more powerful through rigorous training. At the very least, he aspired to attain the strength necessary to sense divine energy before Beerus's arrival, as well as the fundamental capability to survive in the cosmos. These two aspects were essential. Otherwise, he would find himself at a significant disadvantage when facing the god of destruction. It seemed that neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong intended to let Gu Xuan depart easily. Before he could turn to leave, Sun Wukong's voice echoed behind him. Chapter 4. Wukong's Invitation. An eager Vegeta. Gu Xuan, since it's a rare occasion to meet, why not engage in a sparring session? The number of scions is exceedingly limited, and our encounter is fortuitous. If you are unwilling to partake in our party, let us at least spar together. What do you say? Sun Wukong suggested, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. For him, encountering a formidable warrior like Gu Xuan was an exhilarating prospect. Such an opportunity was not one to be missed. Given Wukong's spirited nature, spar? Gu Xuan glanced down at Sun Wukong, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Truth be told, he found little interest in battling with Sun Wukong at the moment, primarily due to his awareness of his own strength. The primary reason is that the current strength of Sun Wukong remains rather inadequate. It is evident that in this era, his baseline combat power hovers around a mere 150 million. Even after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he barely reaches 600 billion. Even when considering a power surge, it would never surpass 1,000 billion. In contrast, my own baseline strength has terrifyingly attained 1,000 billion. For the current Gu Xuan, engaging in battle with Sun Wukong would be akin to bullying him. Gu Xuan harbored no desire to overpower a character he had grown up watching on television. Just as Gu Xuan was about to decline, he hesitated after uttering a single word. This was due to a realization that struck him. Although my power has far surpassed that of Sun Wukong and his companions, my combat experience is virtually non-existent, as I have only recently arrived in this world and lack such experience. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, may not possess strength comparable to mine, yet his battle experience is exceedingly rich. Thus, this confrontation could serve as a valuable opportunity for me to learn. At the very least, engaging in battle with Sun Wukong would allow me to enhance my skills. Muttering to himself, Gu Xuan resolved to engage in a skirmish. It seemed a favorable idea. A smile graced his lips. A friendly match? I believe that should be acceptable, he remarked, turning to Sun Wukong and his companions. However, this place is ill-suited for our battleground, as it may inadvertently harm others. Let us venture to the middle of the ocean, where we can unleash our full potential. Gu Xuan spoke earnestly. At their level of power, even the slightest movement could unleash unparalleled devastation. Were it not for the numerous times Wukong and his friends had utilized the Dragon Balls to fortify the Earth, it would have long since disintegrated into nothingness from their previous battles. After finishing his words, Gu Xuan transformed into a beam of light and sped away into the distance. Excellent. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, surprised that Gu Xuan had agreed to his proposal. Friends, I shall return shortly. Sun Wukong beamed at the others as he prepared for the contest with Gu Xuan. No sooner had he spoken than he manifested his speed to pursue him. Whoosh. Vegeta remained silent, merely expressing disdain with a click of his tongue as Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong departed. In the blink of an eye, he too vanished, racing away at an astonishing speed, leaving only the group aboard the cruise ship behind. They were all accustomed to such occurrences, particularly Chi-Chi, who had long since grown used to Sun Wukong's penchant for seeking out battles. She urged Bulma, who had been left behind, to join the festivities. In the heart of the ocean, far away from any land, Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta stood there, each emanating an extraordinary and formidable aura. Undoubtedly, Gu Xuan possessed the most overwhelming presence among them, while Vegeta, feeling a surge of frustration, recognized himself as the weakest. The three stood suspended in midair, their gazes locked in silence, each attuned to the other's energy. Given that Vegeta was indeed the weakest, he found himself struggling to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, his pride compelled him to persevere, veins bulging on his forehead. Surrender was not an option for him. Kakarot, since you refuse to take action, allow me to take the lead in this battle. Vegeta declared first, determined not to let Sun Wukong seize any glory. He contemplated in silence, then turned to Gu Xuan. His expression grave. Gu Xuan, his power is formidable. I fear you may not be his match. Sun Wukong, too, was concerned for the prince, knowing well that Gu Xuan's strength far surpassed anyone he had encountered previously. Even Sun Wukong himself felt the weight of gravity in Gu Xuan's presence, wary of any misstep, for the oppressive aura was simply overwhelming. Sun Wukong was acutely aware that if Gu Xuan desired to defeat him, it would be a trivial task, so effortless that a mere casual strike would suffice. Kakarot, do not forget that I am the prince of the Saiyans. It is rather inappropriate for you to address me in the tone of a lower-class warrior. Vegeta retorted coldly, dismissing Sun Wukong's concern with disdain. Sun Wukong, accustomed to Vegeta's temperament, allowed him to proceed unimpeded. As Vegeta's words fell, he surged forward, charging straight at Gu Xuan with astonishing speed, leaving only after-images in his wake. Since you are so eager, let us begin with you. Gu Xuan had anticipated the prince's fiery temperament. As he watched Vegeta charge at him, he remained unfazed. To him, even Sun Wukong was not worth significant attention, let alone the perennial second place, Vegeta. Though he recognized that Vegeta's strength was commendable, it fell short of what would satisfy Gu Xuan. In a flash, Vegeta reached Gu Xuan, his speed impressive but still too slow for Gu Xuan. As Vegeta's iron fist descended, Gu Xuan effortlessly evaded, slipping past the attack with ease. What? Vegeta gasped, astonished that his sudden strike had been so easily dodged by Gu Xuan. Moreover, how effortlessly you evade. It appears I have underestimated you. A proud smile graced Vegeta's lips, despite the fact that the once malevolent and cruel heart within him had long since vanished. Nevertheless, the innate pride of a Saiyan remained steadfast. So, have I indeed been underestimated? If that is the case, I hope you can summon forth a power that truly astonishes me. To Vegeta's words, Gu Xuan remained unfazed, merely responding with a calm demeanor. As you wish. Vegeta's rage surged, his aura soaring dramatically as he charged once more towards Gu Xuan. Chapter 5, Vegeta. The Super Saiyan Transformation. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosive sonic booms echoed through the air. Vegeta moved with the swiftness of lightning, despite his breakneck speed. He refrained from launching an attack, instead searching for the opportune moment to strike. As for Gu Xuan, he paid little heed to Vegeta's actions. Vegeta, if this is your approach, I regret to inform you that this style of combat holds no efficacy against me. Gu Xuan chuckled, finding Vegeta to be quite amusing. While he might lack combat experience, it did not imply he was a fool. Clearly, Vegeta, relying on his extensive combat experience, regarded Gu Xuan as Navi. Little did he realize that the very speed Vegeta prided himself on appeared sluggish in Gu Xuan's eyes, akin to a child's innocent play. Is that so? Vegeta scoffed. Bang! In a sudden halt amidst his rapid movement, Vegeta raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch towards Gu Xuan. Although Vegeta ranked as the weakest among the trio, he summoned forth his utmost strength when confronting Gu Xuan. After all, he was the former prince of the Saiyans. How could he refrain from striking simply due to the might of his opponent? Vegeta's strike was not only swift but remarkably so. Whoosh! In an instant, he closed the distance to Gu Xuan, unleashing a punch without a moment's hesitation. The speed of his fist was so rapid that it seemed to disturb the very fabric of space. A sonic explosion resonated through the air. However, to Gu Xuan, even though Vegeta's speed was impressive, it paled in comparison to what he was capable of. It was merely child's play. As Vegeta's punch approached, Gu Xuan merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. The punch missed its mark, yet Vegeta remained undeterred, swiftly retracting his elbow and launching an elbow strike straight at Gu Xuan. Bang! Gu Xuan smiled faintly, raising his hand to point decisively. With merely the strength of a single finger, he effortlessly blocked Vegeta's elbow strike. The sound of a resounding impact echoed, as Vegeta's attack was completely thwarted, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. Remarkably, even under such pressure, Gu Xuan maintained his composure, appearing utterly unfazed. In contrast, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a formidable force emanating from Gu Xuan's fingertip. Under this overwhelming power, Vegeta's entire right arm began to tingle, a testament to the sheer might of Gu Xuan's single finger. Is this all the strength you possess? Gu Xuan inquired, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. If this is truly your limit, I must admit I am somewhat disappointed. Of course, my strength is not merely confined to this. However, if you wish to witness my true power, first reveal your full capabilities. Otherwise, once I unleash my complete strength, you will find yourself no match for me. Vegeta recognized that he had been underestimated, yet he also understood the vast chasm that lay between their powers. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Very well. Let us see how that plays out. Gu Xuan shook his head. Allow me to demonstrate my full power. The Scion race is renowned for its fighting prowess. You should watch closely. Although you are also a Scion with considerable strength, I suspect you may not be familiar with this technique. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination as he immediately crouched down, fists clenched. A low growl escaped his lips, and with that roar, a tempest erupted from his being. In that instant, an immense energy surged forth from Vegeta, its overwhelming force causing the surrounding waters to churn violently and raise colossal waves. The aura enveloping Vegeta became increasingly ferocious as an even greater power erupted from within him. Vegeta, Goku observed, shaking his head in disbelief. Is he already transforming into a Super Saiyan? That seems rather hasty. Yet, he mused, even if Vegeta achieved this transformation, it was unlikely he would match Gu Xuan's strength. Goku glanced at Gu Xuan, noting his indifference towards Vegeta's transformation, which left him momentarily speechless. Scions like Vegeta and I can both transform into Super Saions. Even if this individual is extraordinarily powerful, surely he cannot transform as well. Goku pondered aloud, fully aware of the implications. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Gu Xuan chuckled softly. If you believe this is your ultimate technique, let me assure you, in the face of absolute power, all methods are rendered futile. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, or even into a Super Saiyan 2, it would be of no consequence. Vegeta's aspirations are commendable. Yet to place all hopes solely in transformation is, I must say, rather naive. The sound of low growls reverberates. In but a fleeting moment, immense power has already begun to brew within Vegeta's being. Gu Xuan, you must see clearly. This is the legend of the Scions, the Super Saiyan. With a calm demeanor, Vegeta declared, and as his words resonated, a golden wave of energy erupted from him. Boom. As this golden-hued energy surged forth, Vegeta's power escalated in a frenzied manner, reaching a terrifying magnitude in an instant. Golden energy, golden eyebrows, golden hair, all is resplendent in gold. According to the legend of the Scions, this is the Super Saiyan, a transformation once thought to belong solely to myth. Do you see? This is the Super Saiyan, with a battle power 50 times the norm, which means my current strength is 50-fold that of our earlier skirmish. Vegeta spoke with pride, certain that Gu Xuan could not achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he still felt immense pressure emanating from Gu Xuan, Vegeta was convinced that he could now engage in a battle with him. Is this your final trump card? It appears quite impressive. Compared to before, your current form has indeed ignited a flicker of motivation within me, Gu Xuan remarked. For his usual battle power of 100 billion would hardly be deterred by Vegeta's transformed strength of 10 billion. Chapter 6. Vegeta's all-out effort. Such audacious words. I hope you can still speak this way later. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Gu Xuan intently, feeling belittled by Gu Xuan's dismissive tone. He harbored a measure of displeasure. Therefore, while Gu Xuan's tone struck Vegeta as unfriendly, he understood that even after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would not stand a chance against him. Nevertheless, Vegeta would not concede easily, for he is a proud Scion. No one values the honor of the Scions more than Vegeta himself. In this regard, even Goku cannot rival him. As the prince of the Scions, Vegeta yearns to restore their honor, to ensure that the name of the Scions reverberates throughout the cosmos once more. Naturally, Vegeta believes that this task must fall to him. Otherwise, would it not be a profound failure for the prince of the Scions? If all of this were to be accomplished by Goku rather than himself, Vegeta would likely endure lingering resentment. Whether or not this is arrogance, I believe you are more aware than I. I understand that you may be skeptical. So let us put it to the test. I believe you will soon grasp the outcome. Gu Xuan smiled subtly, revealing his reluctance to elaborate. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's temperament, proud to the point of arrogance, rendering any excessive explanation utterly futile. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flickered and then inexplicably vanished. It was not instant transmission. Rather, his speed was so remarkable that it left no time for reaction. It seemed that transforming into a Super Saiyan had significantly enhanced his power, notably his speed. Gu Xuan smiled faintly as he considered that Vegeta's acceleration was indeed a favorable development. At least it provided him an opportunity to stretch his limbs and alleviate his boredom. Gu Xuan surveyed his surroundings, which had become a blur due to Vegeta's rapid movements. Just moments ago, Vegeta stood 7 or 8 meters away, yet in the blink of an eye, his energy had manifested almost instantaneously behind Gu Xuan. This epitomized extraordinary speed. Nevertheless, Gu Xuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Even in the face of such swiftness, he felt no sense of threat. To him, it was simply too slow. Vegeta and Son Goku observed Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, Goku knew that merely achieving this form would not suffice to defeat Gu Xuan. Even he, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, lacked the power necessary to vanquish Gu Xuan. To date, he had yet to witness even the slightest fluctuation in Gu Xuan's demeanor, let alone any significant rise in energy. It seemed that, at this juncture, Vegeta had yet to attain a level that warranted Gu Xuan's earnest attention. Yet, Prince Vegeta remained undeterred. With rapidity, Vegeta closed the distance, and without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of punches, pouring forth his full strength as he rained down blows upon Gu Xuan. Like a torrential downpour, his fists hammered relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike echoed with resounding thunder. And in the midst of this relentless assault, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Gu Xuan's form. From an external vantage point, his silhouette was entirely obscured, shrouded in an endless haze. The sheer magnitude of the onslaught sent waves crashing upon the ocean's surface. Humph! Observing the dense smoke, Vegeta refrained from launching further attacks. Instead, he retreated a short distance, maintaining a cautious distance from the smoke as he cast a cold gaze forward. As the mist began to dissipate, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. As the mist dissipated, the figure of Gu Xuan emerged, appearing utterly unscathed. His attire remained pristine, devoid of any damage or even a speck of dust. It was as if Vegeta's previous tempestuous onslaught had merely tickled him, having no effect whatsoever. However, what rendered Vegeta's expression grave was Gu Xuan's demeanor. With a calm countenance, Gu Xuan regarded Vegeta with a hint of mockery. Though he spoke not a word, the meaning conveyed through his gaze was unmistakable. How is this even possible? Vegeta's face was a canvas of disbelief. Even if his assault had failed to inflict harm upon Gu Xuan, such an outcome was beyond comprehension. What? I withstood your attack. And this is your unexpected response? Gu Xuan offered a slight smile and remarked, the classic law of smoke and no injury. To me, your attacks are akin to mere tickles. Vegeta, your strength is commendable, yet it is insufficient to defeat me. I know this is not your full power. Unveil your strongest form and allow me to witness it. Otherwise, after what just transpired, you must have already gleaned the inevitable conclusion. Gu Xuan spoke with a smile. Yet to Vegeta, it felt no different than mockery. His tone was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay an unimaginable aura of dominance. Vegeta's expression darkened as he locked eyes with Gu Xuan, and after a moment, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha! His laughter echoed, as if he had recalled something hilariously absurd. Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, words danced on the tip of his tongue but were swallowed back, unspoken. Do you wish to witness my full power, Gu Xuan? Very well, since you are so eager to satiate your curiosity, I shall oblige. You are correct. In my current form, I am indeed not your opponent. However, I believe that once I unleash my full might, you will certainly feel a sense of threat, Vegeta declared. As his words hung in the air, he clenched his fists, only to release them moments later, a fierce glint shining in his eyes. Gu Xuan, prepare yourself. What follows is my complete strength. This time, I shall hold nothing back. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists once more, his energy surging wildly within him. Chapter 7. The Skyward Cannon. Vegeta's all-out strike. A low roar erupted from Vegeta's lips, resonating with fervor. Beneath the thunderous roars, Vegeta's energy surged wildly at that moment. If his transformation into a Super Saiyan had already resulted in a significant enhancement of his power, now, he was ascending to even loftier heights. His strength was simultaneously escalating beyond the foundation of the Super Saiyan form. Was he on the verge of yet another breakthrough in his Super Saiyan transformation? Gu Xuan, observing Vegeta, was acutely aware of this. However, he also understood that despite Vegeta's formidable power, the gap between them was not something that could be bridged through mere transformations. The immense disparity remained, and even with Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, achieving a staggering power level of 20 billion, he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, in the face of Gu Xuan, Vegeta's might was merely one-third of Gu Xuan's normal state. The roaring continued unabated, and amidst the relentless thunder, the golden aura surrounding Vegeta became ever more vivid. His energy even manifested in a misty spray around him, while his hair stood on end, crackling with arcs of electricity intermittently appearing around his form. All these were merely external changes. Vegeta's power had indeed soared to 20 billion after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and yet it was far from its zenith. Super Saiyan 2 was not Vegeta's ultimate limit. Although he was currently unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3 like Goku, he could still unleash his full power at the peak of Super Saiyan 2. With a combat power of 30 billion, Vegeta, you have truly surprised me. Gu Xuan remarked with a slight smile, his expression remaining largely unchanged, merely astonished. Does it merely surprise you? Vegeta chuckled, regaining his confidence after unleashing his full power as Super Saiyan 2. Or rather, he had always been the proud and haughty Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. He would never concede that anyone could surpass him. Even if someone currently did, he would strive with all his might to surpass his past. Just as he had secretly trained behind Goku's back, he believed that one day he would successfully eclipse Goku and reach a higher realm first. With a swift motion, Vegeta launched himself towards Gu Xuan, his speed significantly heightened compared to before. Almost instantaneously, he was standing before Gu Xuan. The fierce wind rushed towards him. Yet Gu Xuan remained unfazed. Your speed has indeed improved. But for me, such velocity is still somewhat lacking. Gu Xuan maintained a subtle smile on his face. Vegeta's ascension was evident, yet the gap between his newfound strength and the challenge he posed to himself remained vast, insurmountable, and far from easily bridged. Keep talking tough. Vegeta scoffed. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch, its force and speed so formidable that it once again broke the sound barrier. With a resounding boom, his fist, imbued with unimaginable strength, descended mercilessly upon Gu Xuan. However, faced with such an assault and at that level of velocity, Gu Xuan remained utterly unfazed. To him, Vegeta was still far from a worthy adversary, as the disparity between them was too significant. Just as Vegeta's punch was about to make contact, Gu Xuan effortlessly shifted his position ever so slightly, evading the onslaught with ease. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that even after unleashing his utmost power, he would still be unable to touch Gu Xuan's form. In a fit of rage, Vegeta's roar intensified. In that moment, a surge of unrestrained power erupted from him, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Aha! Truly befitting the Prince of Saiyans. Though his strength may not be overwhelming, his fighting resolve is undeniably potent. Gu Xuan chuckled heartily, his admiration for Vegeta growing. Perhaps due to the transformation of his own bloodline, he held a deep respect for Vegeta's tenacity, especially in light of the vast chasm separating their strengths. Boom! Bang! Bang! Vegeta continued to strike, his speed increasing with each blow, and consequently, the power behind his attacks escalated. In an instant, he had unleashed a flurry of strikes, the explosive sounds resonating around them, causing the very air to swirl chaotically. Final flash. Vegeta brought his hands together, and in the next moment, a pristine sphere of light materialized. Though merely a sphere, it contained an unfathomable and terrifying force. As Vegeta infused more energy into the orb, its potency grew exponentially. Interesting. Gu Xuan remained unfazed, and for the first time in their battle, he raised his right hand, though merely a single finger sufficed. Clearly, to Gu Xuan, dealing with such a level of attack required no more than a mere digit. You dare to underestimate me? Vegeta snorted, thrusting his hands forward. He was determined to make this ignorant foe regret his arrogance. A colossal sphere of light surged forth in an instant, hurtling towards Gu Xuan with reckless abandon. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to tremble in its wake. This was the ultimate strike belonging to Vegeta. A unique expression adorned his face. He was determined to make Gu Xuan regret his arrogance. Thus, this attack nearly exhausted all of his strength, leaving him gasping for breath. As the radiant sphere approached, an overwhelming power emanated from it, unleashing an unimaginable force. Such a level of assault warranted my attention, Gu Xuan mused, as the tremendous cannonball barreled toward him. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger forward with confidence. For an attack of this magnitude, he believed that merely a fingertip would suffice. Could it be that he intends to block Vegeta's attack with just a single finger? This is utterly absurd, Sun Wukong remarked, his expression one of astonishment as he observed the scene unfold. Chapter 8. Defeating Vegeta with a single finger. Sun Wukong's astonishment did not escape Gu Xuan's notice. Yet he paid it no mind. Such was his nature. He would not expend his full strength against the weak. However, he showed no mercy towards the strong. Although his actions might be perceived as an affront to Vegeta, if Vegeta wished to alter this reality, he would need to train with unwavering dedication. For only the strong could command the respect of others, a truth that remains unchanged across all eras and worlds. Vegeta, this is your ultimate strike. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my power, Gu Xuan declared, raising his right hand and pointing decisively at the incoming cannonball. With a resounding impact, a sphere of light materialized at the tip of Gu Xuan's finger. Though merely a small orb, it radiated an aura of unparalleled terror and unfathomable might. In an instant, as the energy at his fingertip manifested and surged forth, it collided with Vegeta's cannonball. A fearsome storm erupted from the point of contact, while Vegeta's assault crumbled into nothingness. Residual energy scattered across the sea, causing it to roar incessantly. To withstand such an attack? That was an impossibility. Why? Vegeta's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his features. He could scarcely accept that his all-out strike had proven so utterly feeble before Gu Xuan. Such an occurrence left Vegeta somewhat incredulous, rendering him momentarily dazed. At that instant, following the collapse of the cannon, the energy from Gu Xuan's fingertips directly descended upon Vegeta. A cry of anguish escaped Vegeta's lips. The might of that fingertip energy was overwhelming. Even though Gu Xuan had already tempered it, the immense power contained within was still beyond Vegeta's capacity to endure. Vegeta's and Son Goku's expressions shifted dramatically, and Son Goku immediately rushed forward to assist Vegeta, fearing that his comrade might not withstand Gu Xuan's energy. After all, the fluctuation of that energy, while minuscule in form, concealed an extraordinary potency. To endure it alone was feasible for a brief moment, but perpetual assistance was unattainable. Gu Xuan's voice resonated in Son Goku's ears, a well-intentioned caution. This could very well be a boon for Vegeta. Otherwise, should Son Goku recklessly intervene, he might inadvertently jeopardize Vegeta's safety. Son Goku paused, swiftly grasping the essence of Gu Xuan's words. Plus, given that Gu Xuan showed no intent to kill Vegeta, he refrained from intervening. He recognized the validity of Gu Xuan's perspective, which, in truth, was indeed accurate. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 10 seconds elapsed. The fingertip energy finally dissipated, leaving Vegeta in a state of disarray. His battlesuit bore extensive damage, a rarity indeed. His body was riddled with numerous wounds, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, his physical state had reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to his normal form. How could this be possible? Vegeta weakly uttered, astonished that Gu Xuan's casual strike had inflicted such severe injuries upon him. This scene far exceeded his expectations. There is nothing impossible. I believe you are more aware of this than I am. While the transformation of a Saiyan elevates combat prowess, it demands a substantial amount of energy. If one cannot obliterate their opponent swiftly, then the transformation may prove counterproductive. Gu Xuan spoke with a slight smile, articulating his insights. Moreover, this principle applies universally, whether one is a Saiyan or not. The key lies in the strength of one's base form, if it is sufficiently robust. Even in the absence of transformation, one can unleash power that would astonish even a Super Saiyan. Gu Xuan elucidated, understanding that both Son Goku and Vegeta relied too heavily on their Saiyan transformations. While this reliance has its advantages, should it become habitual, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. I understand. There is no need for your reminder. Vegeta responded coldly, his disdain for everything as evident as ever, seemingly unaffected by his recent defeat to Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan had triumphed over Vegeta. Could it be my turn next? In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before Gu Xuan, his eagerness palpable as he spoke, his expression brimming with excitement. Like Vegeta, he did not falter in the face of a formidable opponent. Instead, his determination to give it a try grew ever stronger. Of course, Gu Xuan replied, not denying Sun Wukong's request. However, I believe that even if it were you, the outcome would remain unchanged. Gu Xuan stated. Gu Xuan, I've always been curious. Before our battle commences, could you enlighten me? Sun Wukong inquired, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Speak, and if I possess the knowledge, I shall share it. Gu Xuan nodded. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked. Initially, he had presumed that Gu Xuan could not achieve such a transformation. But upon hearing Gu Xuan's words, his perspective shifted. It seemed as though the man before him had an understanding of Super Saiyan transformation that surpassed both him and Vegeta. Vegeta, too, was intrigued by Sun Wukong's question as doubts began to creep into his mind. Gu Xuan did not provide a verbal answer, but opted to nod instead. Against your current selves, your base power is already more than sufficient. To witness my Super Saiyan form, you are simply not yet worthy. Gu Xuan's words were not a boast, but rather a straightforward truth. After all, If Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not even conquer their normal states, how could he possibly transform into a Super Saiyan to face them? To put it kindly, it was unnecessary. To be blunt, they were not qualified at this moment. Nevertheless, his statement indirectly addressed Sun Wukong's earlier inquiry. He was indeed capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, just like them. Simultaneously, Vegeta's expression soured once more, resembling one who had just consumed a spoiled fly. It appeared he had only recently mocked this individual for his inability to transform. Chapter 9. Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 3. He, you make a valid point. Sun Wukong chuckled, unfazed by the exchange, for he too found wisdom in Gu Xuan's words. You are indeed a most intriguing individual, Gu Xuan remarked, observing Sun Wukong. He began to understand why the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe were so irresistibly drawn to him. Previously, he had attributed it to the protagonist's aura. But it was now evident that Sun Wukong possessed an inherently likable quality. At least, that was his perspective. Since you claim that I am unworthy of witnessing your transformation into a Super Saiyan, does this imply that should I push you to your limits, you would indeed transform? Sun Wukong expressed his genuine desire to witness Gu Xuan's metamorphosis. Your thoughts are not unfounded. However, I must inform you that achieving this is no trivial feat. I acknowledge that you surpass Vegeta in strength, yet to elicit my full power will require considerable effort. Gu Xuan remarked with a smile, revealing a greater concern for Sun Wukong than for Vegeta. After all, Sun Wukong's prowess significantly eclipsed that of Vegeta, especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, where he far outstripped Vegeta. Gu Xuan, your strength is formidable. In light of this, I shall not squander our time further and will transform directly into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong spoke slowly, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Upon finishing his words, he clenched his fists and unleashed a fierce roar. In response, a torrent of wild energy erupted from within him, a testament to Sun Wukong's might. Truly, he exhibited a remarkable presence right from the outset, far surpassing Vegeta's. Gu Xuan nodded, observing Sun Wukong's transformation. He was not taken aback, for he had already demonstrated his own strength, thus comprehending Sun Wukong's actions. With a thunderous boom, golden light suddenly radiated from Sun Wukong. As this golden aura emerged, his energy surged exponentially, increasing 50-fold. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan, where battle power multiplies by 50 times. As he transformed, enveloped by a golden aura, Sun Wukong regarded Gu Xuan and spoke. Indeed, this is superior to Vegeta, which is quite commendable. Gu Xuan, observing the transformed Sun Wukong, remained composed, seemingly indifferent. However, his words reached Vegeta, who could do little but watch in frustration. His fists clenched tightly in anger. I understand that such power holds no sway over you. Thus, I shall continue to ascend, Sun Wukong declared, looking at Gu Xuan. Proceed. Gu Xuan replied, nodding calmly as if he were merely an audience to Sun Wukong's performance. Sun Wukong let out another roar, causing the sea to churn violently, forming a colossal vortex, immense enough to seem capable of swallowing everything in its path. At this moment, the energy surrounding Sun Wukong surged uncontrollably. With a further amplification of his power in the Super Saiyan state, the aura surrounding Sun Wukong transformed into a misty haze. His hair stood more erect, and a fringe appeared at his forehead, while his gaze took on a sharper intensity. This was the Super Saiyan 2 form, a state where his power doubled, meaning that his current strength was 100-fold of his usual capacity. Sun Wukong regarded Gu Xuan, realizing that his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 vastly exceeded his previous power, far surpassing that of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2, though the gap between them was gradually narrowing. Super Saiyan 2, is it? Gu Xuan observed with satisfaction at Sun Wukong's transformation. Very impressive. However, I am aware that you possess an even more formidable form. Unleash it. Your current power falls significantly short of compelling me to reveal my full strength. Gu Xuan spoke with an air of indifference, his expression revealing no discernible change. Oh, so you are aware of this as well? Sun Wukong replied, recognizing the truth in Gu Xuan's words. Despite being in the Super Saiyan 2 state, he understood that he posed no threat to Gu Xuan. This was evident from the earlier incident where Vegeta, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, was easily incapacitated by a mere gesture from Gu Xuan. Let me show you the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans, the most potent form I can achieve. Although taken aback by Gu Xuan's knowledge, Sun Wukong complied and began his transformation. He clenched his fists, emitting a low growl. Ah! A series of primal roars erupted from him as an overwhelming energy surged forth, radiating an unimaginable force. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, the winds howled, and 9 colossal pillars of water rose from the ocean, each measuring over 10 meters in diameter and soaring hundreds of meters high, as if summoned by Sun Wukong himself. Standing majestically behind him, The atmosphere was charged with grandeur. This was the pinnacle, Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar, and the energy within him exploded once more. In that instant, the golden aura surrounding him intensified, crackling with electricity. His hair lengthened down to his calves, and his gaze sharpened to a lethal intensity. In the moment his brow smoothed, Sun Wukong completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? Gu Xuan regarded the transformed Sun Wukong with newfound intrigue. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is, in my estimation, the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans. Likewise, upon becoming a Super Saiyan 3, my strength is quadrupled compared to that of Super Saiyan 2, equating to 400 times my normal power. With my current strength, I believe I am capable of engaging you in battle. I must be worthy of witnessing your transformation into a Super Saiyan, remarked Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming with intense battle spirit. Despite knowing that the formidable figure before him, Gu Xuan, was already extraordinarily powerful in his normal state. Wukong understood that only in his most formidable form could he hope to rival him. However, should his opponent transform, their power would surge, tipping the scales once more. Yet, what significance does that hold? Chapter 10. Gu Yuan/Gu Xuan gazed upon Sun Wukong, who radiated a fervent desire for combat. The situation seemed to grow ever more intriguing. If that is the case, allow me to witness the full extent of your so-called ultimate Saiyan transformation. How truly formidable is the power of Super Saiyan 3? Gu Xuan spoke calmly, raising his right hand to adopt a combat stance. I shall ensure your satisfaction. At the very least, I can allow you to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's gaze was sharp, filled with fervor. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power had surged to nearly 90 billion, a figure perilously close to Gu Xuan's normal state of 100 billion. Thus, it was no longer a simple task for Gu Xuan to swiftly overcome Wukong in his base form. Both their strengths had significantly increased following the battles with Majin Buu. Perhaps in the face of a transformed Super Saiyan 3, Gu Xuan would indeed need to unleash his own transformation. He murmured to himself, fully aware of his circumstances. Gu Xuan, I am coming. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed, and in the next instant, he surged forward. Whoosh! After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Wukong's speed far surpassed that of the previous Vegeta. In an instant, he appeared before Gu Xuan, his right fist clenched, delivering a powerful blow aimed at him. The speed was remarkable. Gu Xuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he raised his own hand to meet Wukong's strike. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding crash, the force echoing through the surroundings. Powerful shockwaves radiated outward like ripples on a pond. You are indeed strong. In that moment of impact, both Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan were forced to retreat. Gu Xuan staggered back a single step, while Wukong was pushed back 3. The disparity in their strengths was clearly illustrated by this exchange. Though there was a difference in power, it was not overwhelmingly pronounced. In such circumstances, determining a victor between Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan would not be an easy feat. At the very least, it would not be as swift as before, where a victor could be discerned in a matter of moments. It is indeed because the disparity in their strengths is not significant at this moment. With a flicker of his gaze, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement at the formidable prowess of Gu Xuan. Since the days of Majin Buu, he had never encountered an adversary as powerful as this. The emergence of Gu Xuan undoubtedly exhilarated Sun Wukong, as he was a worthy opponent, one that ignited such fervor within him. For the Saiyans, nothing could elicit greater excitement than such a challenge. Haha, you are indeed formidable. In all my experiences, I have never met someone as powerful as you. Gu Xuan responded with a hearty laugh, echoing Sun Wukong's sentiments. In his brief span of less than 20 years, the strongest opponent he had faced was merely his mother. However, the Saiyan blood coursing through him transformed Gu Xuan's demeanor, prompting him to join in the laughter. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong unleashed their full speed, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned several dozen rounds in the blink of an eye. The clash with Sun Wukong was entirely different from that with Vegeta. Against Vegeta, Gu Xuan felt no motivation, as the gap in their strengths was insurmountably vast. However, with Sun Wukong, the scenario was markedly different. Although there remained a disparity, Gu Xuan found himself capable of holding his own in a fair fight. Boom! Bang! Each encounter reverberated with thunderous echoes. As the battle raged on, the sea churned violently, colossal waves crashing, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yet, amidst it all, Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan remained oblivious, their focus solely on one another. Although Sun Wukong was slightly weaker than Gu Xuan, his combat experience was extensive. Conversely, while Gu Xuan possessed slightly superior strength, he lacked the necessary experience. Thus, they found themselves in a temporary stalemate. As time gradually passed, Both Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan experienced substantial growth through this relentless combat. Particularly for Gu Xuan, battling Sun Wukong proved to be immensely beneficial. Sun Wukong, too, honed his skills in this encounter. Remarkably, within a short span, his power had noticeably increased. Though he remained in his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, his strength had undeniably grown. With a resounding crash, the two collided once more, sending Sun Wukong staggering backward. In that instant, he raised his right hand, summoning a Ki wave. This was Krillin's signature move, and as a close friend, Sun Wukong understood its essence well. Gu Xuan, what do you think of this technique? As the Qi Yuan slash emerged, propelled by Sun Wukong with a swift motion towards Gu Xuan, a tranquil voice escaped Wukong's lips. The Qi Yuan slash spun rapidly in midair, seemingly capable of slicing through anything in its path. A single Qi Yuan slash was not particularly alarming. Gu Xuan remained unfazed. At the moment the Qi Yuan slash approached, he raised his right hand with a flick. In an instant, the tremendous force of 100 billion surged forth, colliding directly with the Qi Yuan slash. The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, leading to the immediate collapse of Wukong's Qi Yuan slash. Simultaneously, Gu Xuan's force struck accurately upon Sun Wukong himself. Was a solitary Qi Yuan slash ineffective? If so, then this should yield some effect. Raising his right hand, Sun Wukong concentrated his Qi in the palm, and 10 Qi Yuan slashes materialized in an instant, propelled forth by a swift flick. Each of the 10 slashes surged towards Gu Xuan from various angles, aiming to ensnare him within their confines, rendering any escape impossible. Sun Wukong stood resolutely in the air, observing Gu Xuan encircled by his Qi Yuan slashes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 10 Qi Yuan slashes rushed towards Gu Xuan, seemingly sealing off every corner around him, closing in rapidly. Yet, Gu Xuan remained calm and composed, standing his ground. Despite understanding that such a concentrated attack would amplify its power, he showed no inclination to evade, allowing the 10 Qi Yuan slashes to approach him unimpeded. Chapter 11. Sun Wukong. Beyond limits. Gu Xuan remained steadfast in the air, welcoming the 10 Qi Yuan slashes from every direction. Futile. Observing the 10 incoming Qi Yuan slashes, Gu Xuan shook his head, not out of arrogance, but because he regarded such a level of assault with indifference. With a sigh, he made no unnecessary movements, allowing the 10 Qi Yuan slashes to reach him. The speed of the 10 Qi Yuan slashes was nearly uniform, arriving around Gu Xuan almost simultaneously. The impact of their combined force landed upon him. Break for me, Sun Wukong bellowed from his position, unleashing an explosive surge of power that merged with the Qi Yuan slashes, resulting in an unimaginable amplification of force. A smile appeared on Gu Xuan's face as he remained motionless. At that moment, his eyes slowly closed, and as they did, an invisible ripple emanated from his being. It seemed he intended to rely on this ripple to counter Sun Wukong's Qi Yuan slashes. What? Sun Wukong, sensing the existence of the ripple, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, time is of the essence, and the 10 Qi Yuan slash techniques have nearly reached Gu Xuan. At this moment, any attempt to act seems implausible. Bang! A resounding roar echoed through the air. The 10 Qi Yuan slashes, mere inches from Gu Xuan, collided with the ripples emanating from him. In that fleeting moment of collision, a faint sound emerged. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted as he instinctively rubbed his eyes. For he beheld, under the clash of the Qi Yuan slashes and the ripples, that all 10 of his techniques were crumbling. This scene caused Sun Wukong to gasp in disbelief, his face betraying utter incredulity. How could this be possible? He murmured. It was not only him. Even Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils narrow, his expression one of horror. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Is he truly still a Saiyan? Vegeta pondered inwardly, realizing that as the Prince of the Saiyans, the most elite warrior of his kind, he was confronted with an overwhelming revelation. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, he had encountered numerous Saiyans, many of whom held secrets unknown to him. Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 exemplified this. Likewise, Gohan, the half-Saiyan, possessed a terrifying potential. Even Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, could transform into Super Saiyan 3 as well. All of this led Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, to question the very essence of his race. It felt as if, in comparison to them, he alone seemed the least Saiyan-like. The powers Gu Xuan now displayed surpassed Vegeta's imagination. In Vegeta's recollection, aside from the Saiyans annihilated by Frieza on their home planet, he had only encountered 2 ordinary Saiyans, Raditz and Nappa. Yet, both of these had met their demise, one at the hands of Piccolo, the other by his own hand. What kind of power is this? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan, struggling to comprehend. Would he be able to face Qi Yuan slashes with such ease? When you become as powerful as I am one day, you will understand. As for now, even if I told you, you would not be able to accomplish it. Gu Xuan smiled, his words resonating with truth. Sun Wukong, wary, cast a glance at Gu Xuan, and after a moment, let out a fierce roar. Boom. With this cry, a more ferocious power erupted from Sun Wukong. I have already told you, it is futile. A glint of brilliance flashed in Gu Xuan's eyes as he took a step forward. Though it was merely a single step, Gu Xuan's figure suddenly appeared directly before Sun Wukong. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck directly at Sun Wukong without the slightest hesitation. A sudden gasp escaped Sun Wukong as he was forced to endure Gu Xuan's punch, resulting in a mouthful of fresh blood and a retreat of several dozen steps. Sun Wukong stared at Gu Xuan, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, he could not fathom why the disparity between them remained so vast. How could your speed be so incredible? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. My speed has always been this way. I was merely warming up earlier, Gu Xuan replied in a calm tone, glancing at Sun Wukong. Although this was the truth, his words carried an odd resonance. Your Super Saiyan 3 form is indeed formidable, yet it pales in comparison to my abilities. As for compelling me to unleash my Super Saiyan form, I regret to inform you that you are not yet capable of that. Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong, recalling that he had not held back with that previous punch, channeling an astounding 100 billion units of battle power. Even Sun Wukong, under such force, was gravely wounded. At this moment, he could be said to possess no surplus strength. I have vowed to draw out your Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong declared, undeterred by his injuries. Fueled by an astonishing will, perhaps a conviction. Oh, do you still possess any excess strength to draw upon? Gu Xuan observed Sun Wukong with keen interest. I will not surrender. The determination shone brightly in Sun Wukong's eyes, a testament to his rare virtue. With both hands clenched into fists, he remained in his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. As he let out a fierce roar, he recklessly summoned every ounce of power within him. This relentless surge resulted in an even more formidable force erupting from Sun Wukong's being. A continuous series of roars emanated from Sun Wukong as he seemed intent on exhausting every bit of strength to confront Gu Xuan. Vegeta, witnessing this, could not help but grow concerned. He understood well what Sun Wukong was attempting. However, while such a strategy could temporarily amplify his power, it would undoubtedly exacerbate Sun Wukong's injuries. Though he rarely voiced his worries, he was deeply troubled by Sun Wukong's predicament. Given the current circumstances, it was evidently impossible to rely on himself to compel Gu Xuan to transform. Thus, all hope rested on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's roar continued unabated. Waves of immense power resonating as golden light enveloped his form. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet he showed no signs of relenting. Chapter 12, Sun Wukong. Beyond Super Saiyan 3. Is this intriguing? Observing the actions of Sun Wukong, Gu Xuan could not help but express his admiration. Yet, despite all your efforts, the outcome remains unchanged. This is a truth I am aware of, though I believe you comprehend it even better than I do. While Gu Xuan held great respect for Sun Wukong's approach, he did not fully endorse it. The Saiyans possessed no limits. Sun Wukong gazed steadfastly at Gu Xuan, unwavering in his resolve despite his words. Since you have made this decision, I sincerely hope for your success, for at the end of the day, you are indeed a formidable opponent and a person deserving of respect. Gu Xuan nodded, refraining from further argument. Sun Wukong continued to roar with intensity. In his battle against Majin Buu, he had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even after defeating Majin Buu, his strength hovered at the mid-level of Super Saiyan 3. As for the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, he had yet to achieve it. Although Sun Wukong trained diligently following the encounter with Majin Buu, the absence of worthy adversaries rendered his progress agonizingly slow. While Vegeta was commendable, the gap in power between him and Sun Wukong remained significant. Thus, this training benefited Vegeta, yet it proved less advantageous for Sun Wukong. Time gradually passed. It was uncertain how long had elapsed. Nonetheless, the expanse of ocean surrounding Sun Wukong, Gu Xuan, and Vegeta had devolved into chaos. Only those of immense power could approach this tumultuous region. Gu Xuan chose to close his eyes and meditate, refraining from disturbing Sun Wukong. Truth be told, he harbored a flicker of anticipation to witness the extent of Sun Wukong's power after transcending his limits. In the distance, an aircraft approached. However, as it entered the tumultuous area, it erupted in a catastrophic explosion, obliterated by the residual energy of the locale. What on earth is happening? Bulma exclaimed with frustration. The continuous roars echoed, and the golden aura surrounding Sun Wukong intensified. Eventually, his form vanished, leaving only a radiant orb of golden light, a manifestation of his unleashed power. Indeed, this was a feat Sun Wukong could not have accomplished before now. Kakarot. Vegeta observed Sun Wukong in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong had already unleashed such terrifying strength. This surpassed his wildest imaginings. Kakarot, I always believed I was closely following in your footsteps. Yet only now do I realize, unbeknownst to me, you have left me far behind. Vegeta's eyes were filled with crimson veins as he gazed at Goku, enveloped in a golden radiance, and slowly began to speak. He felt a deep sense of reluctance. If he had harbored a flicker of hope when crushed by Gu Xuan, the reality of Goku's current state was something he found hard to accept. How intriguing this has become. Gu Xuan also observed the golden orb, feeling an overwhelming force within that sent a shiver through him. Of course, this was merely his usual state. Yet, even in this form, it was truly remarkable, given that his battle power had already reached 100 billion. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a golden figure eventually emerged before Gu Xuan. Goku. Witnessing Goku in such a state, Gu Xuan sensed a distinct difference from before. To his astonishment, I have actually succeeded. Goku spoke slowly. As his words fell, all the golden radiance surrounding him suddenly coiled back into his body. Everything remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. However, the formidable and terrifying power radiating from Goku at this moment far surpassed that of before. I never anticipated that you could transcend your limits at this moment. It appears your potential is vast indeed, Gu Xuan remarked, observing Goku. Compared to before, the aura erupting from Goku now was formidable enough to impress even Gu Xuan. Goku looked at Gu Xuan, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Surely, I have now attained the qualification to compel you to transform into a Super Saiyan? Indeed, you have. Gu Xuan nodded, not denying the truth of the matter. There was no necessity to feign otherwise, for Goku was undeniably stronger than he had been moments ago. In the air lingered a palpable sense of dread, emanating from Goku himself. Since you have acknowledged it, then please transform and allow me to witness the true extent of your power as a Super Saiyan. Goku's eyes sparkled with fervor, his excitement palpable. All the efforts he had exerted were solely to enable Gu Xuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, despite the encouragement, Gu Xuan clearly had no immediate intention to transform. You may possess such qualifications, but I never stated that I would transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment. Gu Xuan shrugged, speaking with a hint of reluctance. In that case, I shall continue to fight until you do. Whoosh. Sun Wukong now moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, he appeared before Gu Xuan, his words barely escaping his lips. The swiftness of his approach was so remarkable that even Gu Xuan's pupils constricted, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. Incredible, so fast. Gu Xuan murmured, clearly taken aback by the extraordinary velocity Wukong had achieved after surpassing his limits. Yet, despite his surprise, Gu Xuan raised his right fist with unwavering resolve and launched a powerful punch at his opponent. Bang! Their fists collided in a heartbeat, sending shockwaves through both warriors. In that moment of impact, both Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong staggered back, the force reverberating through their bodies. Wukong felt a slight numbness in his fist, but he paid it no mind. His expression only grew more fervent. In contrast, Gu Xuan, equally affected, exhibited a hint of surprise. They both retreated, but this time, Wukong took 3 steps back, while Gu Xuan was forced to step back a full 7. Chapter 13. Sun Wukong's Mightiest Strike. Wukong noted this disparity with a smirk. Well, it seems you are not as formidable as I thought. With a single punch, he had clearly gained the upper hand, and he couldn't help but revel in his success. Without a moment's pause, Wukong charged again, his speed unmatched, intent on applying relentless pressure to Gu Xuan. If he could create enough strain, Gu Xuan would surely be compelled to transform into a Super Saiyan. In the midst of battle, Wukong's intellect shone brightly, his focus unwavering. As he approached, a glimmer of determination sparked in Gu Xuan's eyes. Though your power has increased significantly, in your normal state, you are still not my match. Yet, while you are indeed strong, you have not reached a level where defeating me would be effortless. Gu Xuan acknowledged, fully aware of his own capabilities. He was eager to experience what it felt like to face someone with a combat power greater than his own. With a low growl, Gu Xuan surged forward, racing towards Wukong with remarkable speed. In an instant, they were upon each other, their fists raised in perfect synchrony, ready to unleash their might. Bang! The explosive sound of their clash reverberated, as shockwaves rippled outward from their point of contact. The intensity of their confrontation escalated. What had previously been one-sided had now transformed into a fierce contest of equals. In fact, there was a subtle indication that Gu Xuan was beginning to feel the pressure from Wukong's relentless onslaught. Bang! 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 Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of punches, both Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, colliding once more with renewed vigor. They held nothing back, unleashing their full speed and strength to the utmost of their capabilities. As time flowed slowly, within mere moments, Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong had already clashed numerous times. Each encounter resonated with a deafening roar, further stirring the chaos of the universe. With another thunderous collision, Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong withdrew a certain distance from each other. At this moment, both of their expressions mirrored one another's, brimming with exhilaration. Huh, I never expected you could match me like this in your normal state. It truly surpasses my imagination. If I don't push myself harder, I might not be able to witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong said earnestly, gazing intently at Gu Xuan. To be honest, I can hardly contain my anticipation. With that, Sun Wukong brought his hands together, resting them at his right side. The energy began to fervently gather between his palms. Kamehameha, he exclaimed. As his words resonated, the energy within him erupted. Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened as he observed Sun Wukong. He was well aware of what was to come next, the signature technique of the Kame school, renowned for its tremendous power. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xuan mirrored Sun Wukong's movements perfectly. Kamehameha, he declared, his hands conjuring a luminous sphere radiating a terrifying force. A faint smile graced his lips. I can execute the same technique. Sun Wukong, too, formed a luminous sphere between his hands, his eyes fixed fiercely on Gu Xuan. I can't believe you also know the Kamehameha. That truly surprises me, he remarked. As soon as the last word left his lips, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward with great force. A colossal wave of energy surged forth from his palms, racing towards Gu Xuan with astonishing speed and immense power. Gu Xuan echoed Sun Wukong's declaration. Matching him in both movement and timing, he unleashed his own Kamehameha, sending it hurtling towards Sun Wukong's wave. The two energy waves swiftly approached one another, each possessing terrifying might capable of annihilating everything in their path. Vegeta watched intently, fully aware that this battle was beyond his participation, relegated to the role of a spectator. In an instant, the two Kamehameha waves collided. In that fleeting moment of collision, a thunderous roar reverberated, echoing amidst the storm. The two Kamehameha waves erupted with immense power, a force so terrifying that it was beyond imagination. As the two energies clashed for approximately 5 breaths, ultimately, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha unleashed an even more formidable strength. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong infused more power into the Kamehameha wave emanating from within him. With this infusion of strength, coupled with Sun Wukong's own power surpassing that of Gu Xuan. At that moment, Gu Xuan's Kamehameha wave was utterly overwhelmed. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, and as Gu Xuan's Kamehameha wave collapsed, he was immediately engulfed by Sun Wukong's own. A tremendous force radiated outward, causing Gu Xuan's complexion to pale slightly. The might of Sun Wukong's strike indeed exceeded his expectations. I never imagined you could push me to this extent. It has taken me by surprise, Gu Xuan remarked, his voice calm. Did you not wish to witness my Super Saiyan form? Since you have such aspirations and have labored tirelessly, I shall grant you this wish. With a slow rise of his right hand, a tempest manifested, obliterating the remnants of the Kamehameha wave's power as he stood resolutely, gazing at Sun Wukong with an air of tranquility. The moment he merely unleashed a fraction of his energy, it effortlessly dispersed Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. While Sun Wukong was taken aback, a greater sense of exhilaration surged within him. So you have finally decided to transform? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he understood that once Gu Xuan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his chances of victory would diminish. His insatiable curiosity compelled him to witness the true extent of Gu Xuan's power in that form. Only this experience could ignite his own fighting spirit to even greater heights. You are the first to witness my transformation. I hope you do not regret it. Chapter 14. Observe closely what true power is. You are the first to witness my transformation. I hope you do not regret it. Gu Xuan spoke with an unruffled demeanor, showing no significant emotional upheaval. In that moment, a tempest erupted from Gu Xuan, creating an unparalleled pressure. The winds howled, swiftly radiating outward from him. Instantly, the sea roared, and beneath the tempest surrounding Gu Xuan, 9 columns of water shot skyward, soaring majestically into the heavens, a sight far more spectacular than Sun Wukong's earlier display. Has it finally begun? Sun Wukong's gaze ignited with fervor. This is merely the beginning, yet he already possesses such formidable power. It is truly beyond imagination what level he will reach upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku's heart swells with excitement. He has awaited this moment for a long time. He dares not contemplate further, for he understands better than anyone the magnitude of the enhancement his strength will undergo upon transformation. What an overwhelming force this is. Vegeta, too, observes the spectacle, his pupils constricting as his body trembles imperceptibly. This is beyond his control. It is the might of Gu Xuan. For the first time, Vegeta feels a profound sense of dread and fear emanating from deep within. Goku, behold this, your desired Super Saiyan, Gu Xuan declares, pausing momentarily before a smile graces his lips. Clenching his fists, he continues, here it comes. At the moment these words leave his lips, an unimaginable power erupts from Gu Xuan. A blinding radiance suddenly manifests, enveloping his entire being in golden light, rendering him akin to a golden war deity. Notably, his strength surges exponentially upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. To be precise, it has increased 50-fold. This means Gu Xuan's power has escalated from a staggering 100 billion to an astonishing 5 trillion. Initially, Goku held a slight advantage, but now, merely in terms of aura, it is an overwhelming one-sided domination. Is this the power of your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Goku's pupils constrict as he instinctively takes several steps back, his expression betraying unimaginable shock and horror. How can this be possible? Vegeta, too, is left speechless, staring blankly at Gu Xuan. In this moment, he feels insignificantly small, as though Gu Xuan could obliterate him with the slightest flick of a finger. This sensation is deeply unsettling for Vegeta, yet he cannot suppress the emergence of such thoughts. As Gu Xuan transforms into a Super Saiyan, a terrifying aura radiates from him, bursting forth into the cosmos. The seventh universe is primarily composed of 4 great galaxies: the East Galaxy, West Galaxy, South Galaxy, and North Galaxy. Earth resides within the jurisdiction of the North Galaxy. However, at this moment, every region of the North Galaxy is enveloped by Gu Xuan's aura. Under this pervasive energy, all beings of considerable strength within the North Galaxy can sense it, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Strangely enough, Gu Xuan's aura remains confined within the North Galaxy and does not extend beyond it. This is a deliberate choice on Gu Xuan's part. Otherwise, should he unleash his full power, not only the North Galaxy but potentially the entire 7th universe would be engulfed by his energy. Whose aura is this, so overwhelmingly powerful? I am unsure who is engaged in battle, yet the intensity of this presence is astonishing. Such strength, an aura that reverberates throughout the Northern Galaxy. Occurrences like this have only transpired a few times before. Could it be that another immensely formidable being has emerged within the Northern Galaxy? However, despite its might, this aura does not emanate malevolence. Perhaps this entity is not a villain after all, as the essence of Gu Xuan is sensed. Numerous planets within the Northern Galaxy are abuzz with discussions. The unfamiliar aura fills everyone with trepidation, for it possesses the capacity to obliterate not just individuals, but entire planets. Wukong, we are in trouble. The North King hops anxiously on his diminutive planet, visibly distressed. Son Wukong, behold my Super Saiyan. Are you satisfied now? Gu Xuan gazes at Son Wukong and speaks slowly. The golden waves of energy envelop Gu Xuan, only to be dispersed by him moments later. The immense aura instantly radiates outward but is swiftly controlled by Gu Xuan, causing not a single iota of destruction to the surroundings. Such precise control. Son Wukong narrows his eyes, awed by Gu Xian's mastery. Achieving such precise command over energy is a formidable challenge, even for him. Indeed, you are exceptionally powerful. Yet I still wish to test my mettle. Son Wukong shakes off his astonishment, looking at Gu Xuan with unwavering resolve, his eyes alight with the spirit of battle. Then let us engage. Gu Xuan nods, acknowledging Son Wukong's courage. His strength far surpasses that of Son Wukong by dozens of times. Yet in the face of such a vast disparity, Son Wukong does not cower but instead dares to confront it. This audacity is truly commendable. Facing the formidable Gu Xuan, Son Wukong chooses not to hold back any longer. He must unleash his most powerful attack, though the outcome may be inevitable. At least he can assert that he gave it his all. Kamehameha. Son Wukong roars, thrusting his hands forward. A colossal Kamehameha wave erupts, surging forth at breathtaking speed, imbued with unimaginable power, racing toward Gu Xuan. As the wave approaches, Gu Xuan merely shakes his head, seemingly unperturbed. With a casual lift of his right hand, he effortlessly grasps the Kamehameha wave as it arrives. Despite its formidable force, it bears no significance for Gu Xuan. Presently, he could intercept it with ease, even without direct confrontation. Observe closely and witness what true power embodies. As Gu Xian's words hang in the air, he clenches his right hand tightly. Bang! The immensely powerful Kamehameha wave shattered effortlessly under Gu Xian's grasp, though he anticipated no effect upon witnessing this scene. Son Wukong could not help but draw a sharp breath, staring blankly at Gu Xuan. Could it be? Even Vegeta stood frozen in place, appearing utterly bewildered, at a loss for words due to the overwhelming display of strength exhibited by Gu Xuan. It was simply too formidable. Chapter 15. A single strike wounds Sun Wukong. Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong with an unchanging expression. Sun Wukong, it appears it is now my turn. After effortlessly crushing the Kamehameha wave, Gu Xuan spoke casually, his demeanor remarkably calm, as if he held Sun Wukong's prowess in utter contempt. Come on. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan, taking a deep breath. As his words fell, he vanished in an instant. However, he did not advance, but rather retreated, opting to create a distance between himself and Gu Xuan. It was a shrewd maneuver. Yet Gu Xuan chuckled, discerning Sun Wukong's intentions. In a flash, Gu Xuan appeared before Sun Wukong, his speed unfathomable. So fast. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Gu Xuan's speed to reach such heights. Even with Sun Wukong's current strength surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3, he had failed to catch a glimpse of Gu Xuan's figure moments ago. This demonstrated that Gu Xuan's velocity had surpassed Sun Wukong's imagination, placing them in entirely different realms of capability. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan pointed, his speed relentless as he aimed directly at Sun Wukong. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, any action Sun Wukong took seemed futile. His body appeared incredibly fragile. In this scenario, combat power became negligible. What truly mattered was battle experience, of which Sun Wukong undoubtedly possessed in abundance. At the very moment Gu Xuan's finger was about to strike, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically retreated. Yet, the gap between their speeds was insurmountable, with the distance between them so minimal. Evading Gu Xuan's attack became nothing short of a fantasy. Gu Xuan shared this belief. Although he had not utilized his full strength, his strike still represented a tenth of his power, approximately 500 billion. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, Gu Xuan held little faith that Sun Wukong could evade it. And as fate would have it, just as Gu Xuan's fingertip was about to make contact with Sun Wukong, the latter hastily continued to retreat. Realizing he could not outpace Gu Xuan's strike, Sun Wukong decisively raised his right hand, positioning 2 fingers at his brow. In an instant, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's movements, Gu Xuan's speed abruptly intensified, drawing near to Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Yet, even at this moment, just a mere inch from Sun Wukong, his figure vanished without a trace. Suddenly reappearing beside Vegeta, Sun Wukong had successfully evaded the direct impact of Gu Xuan's finger. However, the sheer force of that strike was so formidable that, despite avoiding a head-on assault, the residual energy caused a tumult within Sun Wukong's body, leaving him with injuries. Such immense power! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, to have eluded my strike is something I did not foresee. It appears I have underestimated you, however. I am curious if you can evade my next attack as deftly. After all, you now bear injuries within you. Perhaps they are not severe, but they will undoubtedly affect your agility. Gu Xuan remarked, offering praise, yet also stating a harsh truth. His words rang true, with injuries sustained. Sun Wukong's speed would certainly be compromised. Even the slightest reduction in swiftness could exponentially heighten the peril he faced. Who knows? Perhaps a miracle may yet occur. Sun Wukong refused to concede defeat, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan, who clearly seemed prepared to deliver a second strike. How intriguing! Gu Xuan laughed heartily. This is the Sun Wukong I remember. With a sweep of his right hand, a tremendous aura erupted from him, radiating formidable power. This is merely 30% of my strength. Should you manage to evade it, barring a miracle, you are well aware of the consequences. As Gu Xuan's words faded, he pointed with his right hand, and immediately the surrounding energy coalesced into a colossal arrow, a manifestation of his potent aura, exuding an overwhelming force. The arrow surged towards Sun Wukong with astonishing speed, reaching him before he could react. Faced with this impending threat, Sun Wukong had no time to retreat. He raised his right hand, positioning 2 fingers on his brow, preparing to utilize instant transmission once more. However, just as his fingers descended, the arrow approached with unimaginable velocity, piercing through his form. With a thunderous impact, Sun Wukong staggered, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as his aura plummeted dramatically, leaving him in a state of disarray. In but a fleeting moment, he could no longer sustain the form of Super Saiyan 3 and reverted to his normal state. At this juncture, he discovered a gaping wound on his right shoulder, inflicted by an arrow transformed from energy by Gu Xuan. Fortunately, Gu Xuan harbored no intent to kill, sparing him from a fatal injury. Sun Wukong, you now comprehend the extent of my power. Gu Xuan materialized before Sun Wukong, gazing at him as he spoke softly. Concurrently, he raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, a surge of pure energy erupted forth, seamlessly merging with the wound on Sun Wukong's right shoulder. With the infusion of this energy, The injury began to heal at an astonishing pace, returning to its original state in an instant. Gu Xuan had no desire to harm. Thus, mending Sun Wukong's wound was merely a trivial act for him. Gu Xuan, your strength is indeed formidable. I concede that I am no match for you. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, his injuries healing as his own energy surged. Following this battle, Sun Wukong was thoroughly convinced of Gu Xuan's prowess. The revelation that a scion could possess such immense power left him both astonished and exhilarated. The astonishment stemmed from the sheer strength of the scion race, while the excitement arose from the realization that as a scion himself, he too held the potential to become equally powerful. This thought illuminated a path for Sun Wukong's cultivation. If Gu Xuan could achieve such feats, then with dedicated training, he too could aspire to reach that level of strength or even surpass it. Chapter 16. Guidance. Gu Xuan, your might is truly overwhelming, particularly after your transformation into a super scion. Your power far exceeds our own. Sun Wukong remarked helplessly, acknowledging the vast disparity in strength. Regardless of whether one is a scion or not, the essence of combat lies in experience and innate power. If an individual's base strength is sufficiently formidable, they can unleash unimaginable power without ever transforming. Gu Xuan smiled, appreciating the praise, yet he recognized the truth in his words. Your observations are quite astute. But enhancing one's base combat power is no simple feat, nor can it be achieved in a short span of time. I find it perplexing how you have cultivated such strength at a seemingly young age, even younger than myself and Vegeta. How have you attained such formidable power? Sun Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued, seizing the opportunity to voice his long-standing confusion. Gu Xuan shook his head, opting not to respond. He cast a glance into the distance, preparing to depart. Indeed, the number of individuals on Earth whom he holds in regard is exceedingly scant, and those capable of posing a threat to him are virtually non-existent. Furthermore, he arrived rather late. By this time, both number 18 and Bulma have already entered matrimony. Gu Xuan, are you familiar with the Dragon Balls? At this moment, Sun Wukong discerned Gu Xuan's intentions, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, he spoke with the aim of capturing Gu Xuan's attention. Dragon Balls. Gu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he nodded affirmatively. I am certainly aware of them, he asserted with conviction. How could he not know of the Dragon Balls? Although he was somewhat perplexed by Sun Wukong's motives, he continued, we are currently in search of the Dragon Balls. As Bulma's birthday is approaching, since you have no pressing matters at hand, why not stay on Earth? It would provide you with the perfect opportunity to witness the Dragon Balls firsthand. Should you have any wishes to fulfill, they can be realized through the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong observed Gu Xuan, having cast out the bait. Vegeta, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligning on this particular matter, a rarity indeed. Very well. I shall observe the capabilities of the Dragon Balls and see if they can fulfill some of my desires, Gu Xuan conceded, not rejecting Sun Wukong's proposition and agreeing to remain on Earth temporarily. In truth, Gu Xuan did not place significant importance on the Dragon Balls of Earth. His decision to stay was not for that reason. Rather, it was due to the anticipation of another's arrival. The appearance of that individual was the primary reason for Gu Xuan's choice to linger on Earth. With my current strength, even if I transform into a Super Saiyan 4, I would likely still not stand a chance against Beerus. I wonder when Beerus will make his appearance. Before that, it would be prudent for me to visit the hyperbolic time chamber. The time flow there is exceptionally conducive for training, Gu Xuan murmured, then turned to Sun Wukong and spoke. Sun Wukong, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Gu Xuan cast a glance at Sun Wukong, aware that requesting access to the time chamber at the sacred world of the Kais would likely bring about unnecessary complications. While he was indifferent to such matters, having Sun Wukong accompany him would alleviate some of those potential troubles. The hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong was initially taken aback. He looked at Gu Xuan, and upon hearing this request, he did not decline. No problem, I can take you there right now, he replied with a nod. Feeling that facilitating Gu Xuan's entry into the time chamber was hardly a burdensome task. By the way, Gu Xuan, your power has grown so formidable. You must possess more than just the Super Saiyan transformation, right? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something and inquired, gazing at Gu Xuan. Having witnessed Gu Xuan's transformation, Sun Wukong was eager to behold the entirety of Gu Xuan's metamorphosis, curious about its potential terror. What does that mean? Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, evidently discerning Sun Wukong's thoughts. I wish to witness all of your transformations. I wonder if you could fulfill this request? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan with anticipation. Meanwhile, Vegeta, arms crossed, fixed his intense stare on Gu Xuan, his intent unmistakable. All transformations? Gu Xuan hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. Is that true? How splendid! Sun Wukong exclaimed, exhilarated by Gu Xuan's unexpected acquiescence. Not only was Sun Wukong astonished, but even Vegeta shared his surprise. Moreover, without needing their request, Gu Xuan himself began to harbor curiosity about the extent of his own power upon completing all transformations. After all, he had only recently traversed into this realm and had yet to fully explore his capabilities. He too yearned to understand just how formidable he had become. Wukong, Dad. At that moment, Sun Wufan, Sun Wutian, Trunks, Krillin, and Bulma arrived from the distance, joining Sun Wukong and the others. You've come as well. Sun Wukong smiled at them. Wukong, let them return. Sun Wufan may stay, but the others cannot withstand my aura. Remaining here would be of no benefit to them. Gu Xuan remarked, speaking the truth. This was his first time transforming in such a manner, and he might inadvertently let his power radiate uncontrollably. If he were to accidentally harm an onlooker, it would not end well. Wutian, Trunks, take the others back, Sun Wukong commanded without a moment's hesitation. Although they were eager to remain, they complied, recognizing Sun Wukong's good intentions, and thus had to depart. Moments later, only Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Vegeta remained in the vast sea, the others having retreated to safety. Gu Xuan, are you ready to begin? Sun Wukong inquired, his eagerness palpable. Sun Wufan also regarded Gu Xuan with curiosity, wishing to see just how powerful the super warrior his father spoke of truly was. Vegeta likewise expressed a look of anticipation. Among the trio, Sun Wufan undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength, for the title of Godly Goku was not merely a boast. Following him was Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form, and lastly, Vegeta. Chapter 10. Gu Xuan's Transformation. The aura resounding throughout the 7th universe. All eyes were firmly fixed on Gu Xuan, as if fearing that a mere blink might cause them to miss a remarkable moment. Ancient Xian felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. He smiled faintly, and then spoke. Transforming into a Super Saiyan begins with the base form. Ancient Xian gazed at Sun Wukong and his companions and continued, the strength of the base form directly influences the power attained in transformation. This is something I believe requires no further elaboration, as you are all well aware. Sun Wukong and his companions nodded in agreement. Like Sun Wufan, whose potential is fully unleashed, entering the divine state under immense pressure represents an alternative path for the Saiyans. However, this is a rarely trodden path among Saiyans, and whether one can succeed or what ultimate heights can be achieved remains uncertain. Ancient Xian glanced at Sun Wufan, addressing him directly. This is the Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped the surroundings, while Ancient Xian's power surged dramatically. At that moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ancient Xian was meticulously controlling his energy, yet even so, the force caused Vegeta and the others to tremble involuntarily. However, they quickly regained their composure. A Super Saiyan possesses power 50 times that of the base form. Ancient Xian spoke slowly. Next, we shall move on to Super Saiyan 2. His calm voice resonated as his arms trembled violently. Yet, the instant his words were uttered, an even greater force erupted explosively from Ancient Xian, far surpassing the previous power. A roaring tempest emerged, immediately dispersing wildly in all directions. At that moment, Ancient Xian's aura doubled, transforming into a mist-like form, crackling with electricity. His hair stood even more upright, with a few strands falling forward, his gaze sharpening. The intensity of his aura left Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan gasping in awe. Under this immense pressure, they unleashed their own power without hesitation, forming a barrier of energy to shield themselves from Ancient Xian's overwhelming force. Ancient Xian's earlier words proved true. Indeed, if a weaker individual were present, they would likely be torn to shreds by the energy radiating from him. Fortunately, Ancient Xian meant them no harm, merely releasing his aura. Thus, even the energy of Super Saiyan 2 could be countered by the power unleashed by Sun Wukong and his companions. Super Saiyan 2 possesses power equivalent to that of Super Saiyan, which is 100 times that of the base form. Ancient Xian stated, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong and the others. Next comes Super Saiyan 3. As Gu Xuan uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed upon Sun Wukong, as if he were determined to demonstrate a transformation before him. After all, this Super Saiyan 3 form, aside from Sun Wukong himself, could only be attained by the fusion of Gotenks. Gu Xuan clenched his fists, a low growl emanating from his lips. Concurrently, the power within him surged dramatically, enveloped by an overwhelming, fiery aura. This intense heat was so extraordinary that even Sun Wukong and his companions were compelled to unleash their utmost strength in a bid to withstand it. Nevertheless, They found themselves retreating under the sheer force of this overwhelming energy. Within a 10-foot radius around Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong and his allies were utterly incapable of approaching him. His hair extended rapidly, and the aura surrounding his body intensified magnificently. Sparks of electricity crackled around him, creating a symphony of sound. His eyebrows vanished, and even his visage underwent a transformation, becoming strikingly handsome. Yet the aura he radiated struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan in his Super Saiyan 3 form, his pupils constricting involuntarily, his expression one of disbelief. Vegeta was equally astounded, clenching his fists tightly. Vegeta's nails pierced his skin, yet the overwhelming shock rendered him oblivious to the pain, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Gu Xuan, his heart a tumult of emotions. The torment of not being able to attain the Super Saiyan 3 transformation lingered painfully within him. Gohan, too, was moved by Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Having witnessed Sun Wukong's own transformation into this form, he noted the striking resemblance between the two, yet the disparity in their strength was staggering. Under Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Sun Wukong and his companions sensed an unprecedented pressure, one that was insurmountable. They collectively surged with energy, elevating their power to its zenith, forming a barrier of energy before them, barely managing to withstand the immense pressure. Simultaneously, as Gu Xuan unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan 3 power, the entire Earth, and indeed the entirety of the 7th universe, felt the suffocating terror of his might. Whether in the South Galaxy, North Galaxy, East Galaxy, or West Galaxy, all sensed the overwhelming force emanating from Gu Xuan. What kind of power is this? How can it be so formidable? In the depths of hell, King Yama was attending to matters when he suddenly changed countenance. As if he had sensed something extraordinary, the colossal figure stood upright, gazing into the distance, utterly astonished. Is this a jest? How can it be so terrifying? The North Kai looked at the luminous orb before him, his expression one of disbelief. The East Kai also directed his gaze northward, sensing the suffocating power emanating from a planet in the northern galaxy. The West Kai and South Kai similarly looked north, although they governed different realms at this moment. They all felt the incredible force arising from the northern galaxy. In the 7th universe, there exist 2 sacred grounds. These locations do not belong to the starry skies nor to the underworld. They are distinct realms that have been carved out separately. One of these sacred places is the Kaioshin realm, the dwelling of the Kaioshins of the 7th universe. The Kaioshin, also known as the god of creation, lends this realm its name as the realm of creation. At this moment, within the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin and the Elder Kaioshin were engaged in a rather mundane conversation. However, just then, the moment the aura of Goku transformed into that of a Super Saiyan 3 surged forth, the entire Kaioshin realm trembled with a resounding shock. The Elder Kaioshin's gaze sharpened. Ancestor, whose energy is this? How can it be so powerful? The Kaioshin Shin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 18. The distinct domains of the Scions within the Kaioshin realm. This energy was potent, yet not malevolent. Moreover, the source of this energy was none other than Earth. The Elder Kaioshin, having lived for a considerable time, was well-traveled and experienced. Although he too was taken aback, he maintained his composure unlike Kaioshin Shin. He realized that Goku and his companions were on Earth. Yet, no matter how he sensed it, he could not associate this energy with any of them. Earth? Kaioshin Shin paused, then immediately shut his eyes to sense further. After a moment, he nodded. Perhaps we should observe a bit longer. Things may not be as dire as we imagine. The Elder Kaioshin produced a crystal ball, placing it before him, murmuring unintelligible incantations. His hands rested upon the crystal ball, and as ripples danced across its surface, an image materialized. The scene revealed was none other than contemporary Earth, and the figures reflected within were Goku, Gohan, Vegeta. And who was the last figure? Kaioshin Shin scrutinized the 4 individuals within the crystal ball, recognizing only 3 of them. The 4th, however, appeared quite unfamiliar, prompting him to voice his confusion. If I knew, would I still be asking you? The Elder Kaioshin retorted with irritation. Kaioshin Shin hesitated, finding no rationale to counter the remark. The expression of the old Kai gradually grew solemn. If this was indeed an individual who had never appeared before, the situation would be rather dire. This is my Super Saiyan 3, whose power is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, equating to a staggering 400 times my base form. My battle power in my normal state is 100 billion, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it escalates to an astounding 400 trillion. The so-called Super Saiyan 3 is merely a stage for Scions. Any Scion willing to make the necessary sacrifices can easily attain this 3rd transformation. Yet, beyond this 3rd stage, other transformations await to be explored, although at that point, a watershed moment will arise. Gu Xuan began to speak slowly, he did not immediately contemplate transforming into Super Saiyan 4, but instead took the time to explain to Goku and the others. A watershed moment. Goku paused momentarily, then looked at Gu Xuan with curiosity, given his intellect. It was evident that he found this explanation somewhat perplexing. Describing it as a watershed could also be perceived as a choice. However, each individual's choice is distinct. According to my research, in ancient times, the Saiyans were divided into two factions. One faction upheld the honor of Saiyans as their foundation, unwavering and resolute in their path. Such individuals find it challenging to break through, yet once they do, their power experiences immense enhancement. It can be said that this group follows the unique transformations inherent to Saiyans. The other faction, however, chose an alternative path. Faced with an inability to transform and break through, they resorted to other means of enhancement. Among these individuals, some have fortuitously reached new realms, transcending all others. Every species, upon reaching a certain threshold, can cultivate in this manner. This is an unchanging law of nature. Both paths have been traversed by Saiyan ancestors, achieving success in their endeavors. As for which of these two paths is the correct one, that remains an enigma. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, aware that he could have refrained from sharing these insights. Thus, he avoided the term divine and opted for a different expression. He believed that even if he did not articulate it, when Beerus arrives, Goku and Vegeta would inevitably follow the original script, meaning they would become Super Saiyan gods. Gu Xuan's presence was akin to providing them with a choice, which was his primary intent. Gohan, the path you tread is one that no Saiyan has ventured upon for many years, yet it aligns more closely with the second path. However, there are specific distinctions that I cannot elaborate upon. Ultimately, it is up to you to determine your course. Gu Xuan stated, casting a glance toward Gohan. Gu Xuan, having shared so much, I now wish to know which path you yourself have chosen. Vegeta gazed at Gu Xuan, pondering a question that only he could dare to ask. If it were up to Son Goku, his nature would surely prevent him from broaching such a topic. It wasn't that Goku lacked the courage to inquire, rather, he might not even conceive of the question at all. Gu Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta before shifting his focus to his own clenched fists. He had chosen the path of the Saiyan, foregoing the cultivation of realms, which meant that he primarily pursued the transformations of the Saiyan lineage rather than a secondary route. A subtle smile graced Gu Xuan's lips as he spoke. If that is the case, then it stands to reason that you must possess further transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3, correct? Vegeta, without reservation, posed the question, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, Gu Xuan affirmed with a nod, not denying the inquiry. Might we witness them as well? Son Goku implored with eager eyes fixed upon Gu Xuan. Certainly, Gu Xuan replied, and with that, a terrifying aura erupted from him, one far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. It surged forth, escalating in intensity. Upon sensing this overwhelming energy, Goku and his companions were taken aback, their expressions transforming with shock as they beheld Gu Xuan. What you are about to witness is a transformation that has remained unseen since the ancient times of the Saiyans. It is a transformation never attained by anyone before. It transcends Super Saiyan 3, and I have named it Super Saiyan 4. With his fists clenched, Gu Xuan declared, 4. The moment those words escaped his lips, an unimaginable force erupted from within him, a presence so potent it defied comprehension. For Goku and his friends, it was a level of strength they could scarcely fathom, particularly given that this individual was also a Super Saiyan. As for Gohan, he was preoccupied with his studies, intent on following the path his mother, Chi-Chi, had envisioned for him. However, for Goku and Vegeta, Gu Xuan now stood before them as an insurmountable mountain, immensely powerful, exceeding all their expectations. Yet they knew they must scale this formidable peak. Chapter 19, Super Saiyan 4. The Ancient Path of the Saiyans. This is Super Saiyan 4. Goku and his companions fixed their gazes intently on Gu Xuan, aware that he was on the verge of a transformation they had never witnessed, one they could scarcely imagine. Particularly since this transformation had vanished in ancient times, only to be revealed once more in the present. Such an occurrence was not to be missed by Goku and his friends. A terrifying storm enveloped the surroundings, and at that moment, the sea itself receded by more than 3 inches due to the overwhelming aura emanating from Gu Xuan. The ocean, vast and boundless, was nonetheless affected by Gu Xuan's formidable transformation. The sheer intensity of his heat rendered the waters diminished. Such an event is almost beyond comprehension. Yet it unfolded before their very eyes. However, none paid heed to this phenomenon. Son Wukong and his companions remained fixated on Gu Xuan, holding their breath, too apprehensive to let their concentration waver. With a thunderous roar, Gu Xuan's power surged dramatically, escalating from the already staggering battle strength of 400 trillion, soaring to nearly 800 trillion in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His might escalated uncontrollably, reaching 1 trillion, then 2 trillion. Simultaneously, hair began to sprout from his form, his golden locks transformed back to black, and a crimson aura encircled his eyes. With a fierce growl, Gu Xuan unleashed an unimaginable force, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. In that moment, his power reached a staggering 4 trillion. A leap so immense it bordered on the absurd. Strangely, upon Gu Xuan's transformation, Sun Wukong and his companions felt a sense of relief. The suffocating pressure they had sensed from Gu Xuan had dissipated. Though his appearance had undeniably changed, his aura now radiated a remarkable tranquility, or perhaps a more approachable demeanor. Is this the essence of Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong observed Gu Xuan intently. Although the aggressive energy was absent, the current Gu Xuan exuded an even more perilous atmosphere. Sensed not through tangible means, but rather through an instinctual awareness. Indeed, this was the Super Saiyan 4, a return to the ancestral roots of the Saiyan lineage. Gu Xuan nodded in affirmation. After his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, few across the 7th universe could perceive the magnitude of his newfound strength. Yet, in another peculiar location within the 7th universe, akin to the realm of the Kaishin, existed another sacred site. In the cosmos, where all things are equal, the existence of benevolent deities like the Kaishin necessitated the emergence of destructive gods to maintain the balance of the universe. The second sacred place is indeed the realm of the god of destruction. However, this particular god of destruction from the 7th universe is rather indolent, possessing few interests, which can be summarized into 2 main indulgences. The first is a fondness for food. Whenever there are no pressing matters at hand, he delights in savoring delectable dishes. The second is an affinity for slumber, capable of sleeping for extended periods. At present, the god of destruction in the 7th universe is in a deep slumber. Yet as the aura of the Super Saiyan 4 from Gu Xuan permeates the atmosphere, Beerus's sleeping form is suddenly stirred, as if his body instinctively reacted to the energy. However, despite the urge to open his eyes, he is overwhelmed by fatigue and merely rolls over, continuing to snore. Those familiar with Beerus would recognize that such movements signal his impending awakening. After all, even the most ordinary individuals tend to linger in bed for a while after waking, let alone someone like Beerus. Meanwhile, Whis is indulging in culinary delights. As Gu Xuan's energy spreads, he senses it but pays it no heed, seemingly unfazed, and continues to enjoy his meal. I never imagined this would be so delicious, Whis remarks as he eats. On Earth, Gu Xuan's aura gradually diminishes as he exits the Super Saiyan 4 state, returning to his normal form. The previously overwhelming power vanishes in that moment. If I am not mistaken, in a few days, a formidable warrior will arrive on Earth. At that time, given your current strength, you will be unable to contend with him. Gu Xuan gazes at the starry sky, unsure of Beerus's precise location, but calculating that the day of his arrival is drawing near. A formidable warrior? Are you saying even you cannot match him? Son Goku looks at Gu Xuan, astonished. He had believed Gu Xuan to be immensely powerful, yet hearing of an even mightier presence from him is beyond his comprehension. His strength is not within our realm of imagination. Even I cannot guarantee that I could withstand even a fraction of his power while in the Super Saiyan 4 state. However, before that, we must make adequate preparations. As Gu Xuan speaks, he raises his right hand and waves it, unleashing a tempest that envelopes Son Goku and the others in an instant. In the heavenly temple, Gu Xuan and the 3 of them suddenly materialize. Son Goku, Piccolo exclaims upon witnessing Gu Xuan's unexpected appearance. He also notes the unfamiliar figure accompanying Son Goku, whose aura bears a striking resemblance to the terrifying energy he sensed earlier. Son Goku, who is he? As Bick observed the unfamiliar Gu Xuan, he turned to Son Wukong. Though Gu Xuan was brought by Wukong and should not be a malevolent individual, it was prudent to inquire further. Upon learning that the terrifying power Bick had sensed earlier emanated from Gu Xuan, he was profoundly astonished. Gu Xuan appeared so youthful. Bick, we wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Is that acceptable? After Wukong elucidated his intentions to Bick, he expressed his request. After a moment's hesitation, Bick acquiesced. Follow me, he instructed. He cast a glance at Gu Xuan, who had not witnessed the earlier spectacle but was nonetheless awestruck by the overwhelming aura that had pervaded the god of destruction's domain, especially since Wukong had brought him here. Bick felt it appropriate to extend this courtesy. Chapter 20. The Awakening of Beerus. Under Bick's guidance, Gu Xuan and his companions entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Is this truly the hyperbolic time chamber? Gu Xuan inquired as he surveyed the vast, white expanse surrounding him. He could distinctly sense the divergence between this realm and the outside world. Time flowed differently here. While a day passed outside, a year could elapse within. Training in such an environment was quite beneficial, albeit somewhat stifling and monotonous. Wukong, standing beside Gu Xuan, explained further. Gu Xuan nodded in understanding. Very well. You all may commence your training. I need to find a place to begin my own practice. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly vanished, darting swiftly into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, within the realm of the God of Destruction amidst the two great sanctuaries of the seventh universe, Beerus slowly opened his eyes, having just awakened from slumber. It was evident that he was still somewhat sleep-deprived, yawning expansively. Why am I awake so early this time? He mused, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Whis, where are you? Noticing Whis was absent upon waking, he called out. For Beerus, the most pressing concern upon awakening was to seek sustenance. My lord Beerus, I had thought you would slumber for several decades more. It is surprising to see you awake so soon. Whis approached from afar, staff in hand, and greeted Beerus with a gentle smile, his voice warm and amiable. I am uncertain as to why. It seems I had a dream about someone who is quite the formidable rival. Beerus, still a bit dazed, expressed his confusion. After all, it had been many years since he had encountered an opponent of equal standing in the seventh universe. Before any adversary, he is one who cannot withstand even a single strike. Is it truly possible that there exists someone in this world who can rival you? Does such a person truly exist? Whis smiled, treating Beerus's words as a jest. Whis, is the bathwater prepared? Beerus inquired, indulging in his meal. It is ready. With the temperature just right, replied Whis. One cannot deny that Whis's service is exceptionally thorough, having anticipated this need and prepared accordingly. As the day gradually unfolded, the recently awakened Beerus had no inclination to annihilate planets. After all, destruction is merely his vocation. At heart, he is a connoisseur of peace and gourmet delights. Moreover, if it is indeed work, there must also be moments of leisure. In his view, nothing is more gratifying than the act of savoring life's pleasures. Lord Beerus, it is time to work now. Although your slumber was brief, there are indeed many matters to attend to, Whis remarked with a gentle smile. Beerus remained silent, feigning ignorance to Whis's words, as he felt he had not yet rested sufficiently. Slowly closing his eyes, he found himself in a state of profound relaxation, which allowed him to recall fragments of his dreams. I believe I remember something, Beerus exclaimed suddenly, his eyes snapping open. What? Whis was taken aback, glancing at Beerus. It seemed that Beerus had not truly heard him, for the Lord's demeanor often rendered Whis's words akin to music played to an indifferent audience. Before I awakened, I sensed a surge of power. I do not know whose power it is, but it bears a striking resemblance to that of the individual in my dream. You must help me locate him. This person is my worthy rival, someone capable of battling me, Beerus stated, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he pondered over his dream. Certainly. What is his name? Whis nodded, having sensed a sudden eruption of energy himself, though he had not paid it much mind. What was it again? Beerus hesitated. He stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. It was something like super something, I cannot recall. Despite his efforts, he struggled to remember the name of the formidable opponent from his dream. Lord Beerus, if you cannot provide even a name, how can I possibly find him? Whis expressed a hint of exasperation. Allow me to think deeply. It seems to be. Beerus mused for a considerable time before suddenly lighting up, addressing Whis. I remember now. I believe he is called the Super Scion God. Thus, Beerus finally recalled the name. Super Scion God. Whis immediately began his search. Yet after an extensive period, he found no trace of the so-called God of Super Scions. Lord Beerus, I have been unable to locate the individual known as the God of Super Scions. Furthermore, was it not the case that before your slumber, the Scions allowed Frisia to annihilate their home planet? The Scion race is nearly extinct now. Even if a few remain, they are scattered. Most of the Scions reside on Earth, including their prince, Vegeta, and Goku, who vanquished Frisia. Whis spoke slowly, organizing the information, but still could not uncover anything regarding the God of Super Scions, only the Scions themselves. What? Goku defeated Frisia? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly to gaze at Whis in shock. Indeed, Whis waved his right hand, and a beam of light emanated from his angelic staff, transforming into a luminous screen before Beerus. The image displayed the fierce battle on Namek, where Goku, despite exhausting all means, struggled to defeat Frisia. Ultimately, after Krillin's demise, fueled by an unprecedented fury, he transformed into a Super Scion and subsequently eliminated Frisia. Do all Scions have such hair? Beerus inquired, his attention piqued by Goku's distinctive locks. No, Scion hair is typically black. It turns golden only upon transforming into a Super Scion, was explained with a gentle smile. A Super Scion? Why not the God of Super Scions? Beerus pondered, perplexed, for he sought the God of Super Scions, not merely an ordinary Super Scion. Nevertheless, since Goku was on Earth and was indeed a Super Scion, He likely possessed knowledge of the god of super science. Beerus brushed himself off. It will take 24 minutes and 15 seconds to reach Earth. Lord Beerus, do you truly wish to proceed? Whis observed. Beerus paused, contemplating the lengthy duration, realizing how many delicacies he could enjoy in such time. Yet, after much deliberation, he finally declared, let's go. Although somewhat disgruntled, he resolved to journey to Earth in pursuit of the clues regarding the god of super science. Whis, do ensure to bring me some takeout. Whatever else is needed. Just make sure to include food. Whis did not refuse. Instead, he turned and left to prepare the sustenance for Beerus. The god of super science? Beerus mused. Stroking his chin, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. Across the cosmos, a beam of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, traversed the starry expanse at an astonishing velocity. The speed of this light was unparalleled. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that its velocity had reached an unimaginable zenith. If only we were to accelerate just a fraction more, the universe would become incapable of withstanding such velocity, leading to a catastrophic disintegration. Within this swift cosmic light, two figures are discernible. They are none other than Whis and Beerus, en route to Earth. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Elder Kai's expression grows grave. He never anticipated that the terrifying entity would awaken at this very moment. This is dire news. Lord Beerus has roused from slumber and given his nature. One cannot fathom how many planets may fall victim to his wrath this time. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Elder Kai speaks with a weighty demeanor. While he might have some strategies regarding others, when it comes to Beerus, he finds himself utterly at a loss. This reaction is entirely understandable, as it was Beerus who once sealed the Elder Kai within the Sword of the Gods. Surely, as a deity, he cannot be as malevolent as you suggest. The Supreme Kai Shin remarks, observing the Elder Kai's serious countenance. Despite his own awareness of the unfathomable power lurking in the cosmos, he is still unprepared for the truth. You do not comprehend Lord Beerus. His very role is destruction, and the magnitude of his power is beyond imagination. Any who dare to challenge him meet an unfortunate fate. My concerns lie primarily with one individual, the Elder Kai states gravely. Are you referring to Mr. Goku? Supreme Kai Shin immediately realizes. Indeed, that reckless fool. Should he offend Lord Beerus, the entire universe may very well face obliteration. The Elder Kai expresses his apprehension. Is there any means by which we might avert such a calamity? Supreme Kai Shin, startled, acknowledges the severity of the situation, recognizing that it is far graver than he had initially perceived. It is impossible. No one can thwart Lord Beerus. The Elder Kai shakes his head in resignation. On Earth, a day has elapsed since Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Though a mere day may seem brief, tomorrow marks Bulma's birthday. In preparation for this occasion, Bulma has put forth considerable effort to host a celebration upon the sea, yet ultimately, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan have failed to appear, which has left her somewhat irked. Nevertheless, the festivities continue with great exuberance. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Beerus and Whis approach at astonishing speed, drawing ever closer. At this pace, they shall arrive within approximately 3 minutes. Goku. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku, drenched in sweat, engages in a fierce battle alongside Vegeta and Gohan, unburdened by any concerns. In such circumstances, lasting for a year, Son Wukong's strength has experienced a tremendous enhancement. Moreover, this growth is not exclusive to him. Both Son Gohan and Vegeta have also shown remarkable improvements. Particularly, Vegeta, driven by his fervent obsession, has witnessed the most significant advancement. Although he has yet to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, his Super Saiyan form has become increasingly formidable. Following yet another round of chaos, a familiar voice resonated in the minds of Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan. It was the voice of the North Kai, who was communicating with Son Wukong through his unique antenna. Wukong, Lord Beerus will arrive on Earth in approximately 3 minutes. His power is immense. You must not offend him, or else Earth and the entire universe may face annihilation, the North Kai's anxious voice warned. Not only did Son Wukong hear this, but so did Vegeta and Son Gohan. Lord Beerus? Son Wukong exclaimed, taken aback, for it was the first time he had encountered this name. Indeed, Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. You must not provoke his wrath. The consequences would be unimaginable, the North Kai reiterated. I understand, Son Wukong replied. Vegeta, Gohan, you two should leave first. I will stay here with Gu Xuan for a while longer and will join you shortly. Son Wukong addressed Vegeta and Son Gohan. All right, Vegeta responded without hesitation. Gu Xuan, I must take my leave. The North Kai mentioned that Lord Beerus is coming, and he appears to be quite powerful, Son Wukong informed Gu Xuan, who was immersed in his solitary training. Beerus, has he arrived? Gu Xuan opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passing over them as he exhaled deeply, slowly responding. You should be arriving on Earth in about 3 minutes. Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. I see. Please step outside. I am at a crucial moment in my training. Once I finish, I will naturally emerge, Gu Xuan acknowledged. Gu Xuan, the formidable being you spoke of, could it be the Lord Beerus mentioned by the Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong queried, voicing his confusion, which was the primary reason for his lingering presence. Who knows? Perhaps it is, Gu Xuan replied ambiguously. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Although Sun Wukong felt a tinge of regret at Gu Xuan's non-committal answer, he nodded and turned to depart. With astonishing speed, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, darting away as if he had never been there. After his departure, Gu Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, Beerus. Is it? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 22. Vegeta's Fear from the Soul. Earth. At this moment, a tranquil scene enveloped the surroundings. Devoid of any unrest or the foreboding atmosphere that often precedes calamity, the god of destruction, Vegeta appeared in the divine realm, his countenance replete with disdain. I care not whether the visitor is a god of destruction or any other deity. Should anyone dare to threaten me, I, Vegeta, would not hesitate to demonstrate my prowess. Uncle Vegeta, Lord Kai has mentioned that the god of destruction is exceedingly powerful, surpassing every adversary we have previously encountered. Thus, I believe we should exercise caution. Gohan cautioned Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta offered no response to Gohan, though his internal sentiments diverged somewhat from his verbal dismissals. Vegeta, I concur with Gohan, regardless of the situation. We ought to remain vigilant concerning this so-called god of destruction, Beerus. At that moment, Goku emerged from the time chamber, casting a glance at the disdainful Vegeta. Kakarot. That is your affair. Do not involve me. Vegeta retorted impatiently, and as soon as the words left his lips, he charged forth into the distance. Let us also depart. Today is Bulma's birthday, and we should celebrate together, Goku remarked with a smile, unperturbed by Vegeta's words, and he turned to Gohan. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Goku and Gohan surged forward, swiftly pursuing Vegeta. Though the trio had yet to arrive, the festivities for Bulma's birthday continued unabated. The cruise ship glided languidly across the sea, lacking a definitive destination, simply because Bulma found the ocean scenery delightful. Thus, they sailed aimlessly. The sea breeze swept in, accompanied by waves. As a lively atmosphere spread across the cruise ship, Lord Beerus, shall we head directly to Vegeta's location? In the distant cosmos, Whis smiled gently at Beerus, inquiring about his preference. Indeed, Beerus nodded in agreement. Whoosh. In a flash of radiant colors, they integrated into Earth, materializing upon the cruise ship where the birthday celebration was underway. Vegeta reclined in a secluded spot, his mind preoccupied with memories of his previous battle with Goku. Indeed, during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's strength had significantly escalated. Although he had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he was already exceedingly close to achieving that state. While I cannot yet transform into Super Saiyan 3, my full power in Super Saiyan 2 is not significantly inferior to Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta mused to himself. Yet, I must prepare for alternative paths. Vegeta closed his eyes in contemplation. At that moment, a tranquil voice echoed into his ears. Although the tone was remarkably serene, it sent a tremor through Vegeta's heart the instant it resonated. With a bewildered blink, he opened his eyes, immediately discerning two figures before him. The first he noticed was Whis. However, he felt no pressure emanating from Whis, as if the individual before him were merely an ordinary person. Next, he beheld Beerus. It was not that he could sense Beerus's aura, but upon catching sight of him, Vegeta's mind reverberated with shock. Gazing at Beerus, his body involuntarily began to tremble. Lord Beerus, Vegeta nearly blurted out, recalling the singular encounter he had with Beerus during his childhood, an encounter that left an indelible impression on him. Ah, you remember me. That is indeed rare, Beerus remarked, stepping away from Whis and casting a calm glance at Vegeta. Lord Beerus, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting Earth? Vegeta lowered his gaze, unable to meet Beerus's eyes. The shadows of his childhood resurfaced in an instant. He had faced Frieza without such trepidation. Yet now he lacked the courage to even glance at Beerus directly. Vegeta, I am here to inquire whether you are familiar with the Super Saiyan God, Beerus spoke, his demeanor unperturbed by Vegeta's insignificant power. After all, with Vegeta's meager strength, he could easily be obliterated with but a single finger. The Super Saiyan God? Vegeta paused, pondering for a considerable time before shaking his head in negation, for he was unaware. Prior to this, although the ancient sage had mentioned the various paths of the Saiyans, he had only briefly touched upon them, leaving Vegeta without clarity regarding the Super Saiyan God of which Beerus spoke. Lord Beerus, I am afraid I have no knowledge of this Super Saiyan God, Vegeta replied candidly. Even you are unaware? Beerus appeared somewhat disheartened, as he had hoped to discover the Super Saiyan God from his dreams during this visit to Earth, only to find it fruitless. The Saiyan who defeated Frieza is named Son Goku, correct? Summon him. I wish to ask him a few questions, Beerus directed, settling into a nearby recliner as he addressed Vegeta. Yes. Vegeta dared not voice any dissent to Beerus's command and, in an instant, vanished from sight. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared in another part of the spaceship, where the atmosphere was currently bustling with activity. Vegeta, you have arrived, Son Goku exclaimed upon noticing the sudden appearance of Vegeta. However, the latter's expression was grave at that moment. Kakarot, come with me, Vegeta said, his demeanor serious as he gazed at Goku. What is the matter? At this point, Goku had nearly forgotten about the impending arrival of the God of Destruction. Kakarot, someone is coming to see you. He is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. When you meet him, you must not exhibit even a hint of disrespect. Otherwise, should Lord Beerus become angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Vegeta's countenance was unusually solemn. Has he arrived? Upon hearing that the God of Destruction Beerus was coming, Goku immediately became excited, completely disregarding Vegeta's admonitions. Come with me. Lord Beerus wishes to see you. With a flash, Vegeta departed. Whoosh. Goku followed closely behind, catching up in an instant. Those two, Bulma and Chi-Chi, along with others, watched as Vegeta and Goku left without so much as a greeting, shaking their heads in disbelief. However, they chose not to comment, unwilling to let the irresponsible actions of these two men dampen their spirits. Chapter 23. Lord Beerus, I hear you are quite powerful? Whis looked ahead. They are here. No sooner had Whis spoken than two figures appeared before them, Vegeta and Goku. Kakarot, have you not yet met Lord Beerus? Vegeta immediately addressed Goku. So you are the one who defeated Frieza? Beerus regarded Goku, his expression devoid of emotion. To him, Frieza was merely refuse, a stroke of luck at best. Lord Beerus, you flatter me, Goku chuckled, though he did not deny it. Whether it was luck or not, your ability to defeat Frieza indicates you possess some skill. Yet, I recall you did not appear as you do now when you vanquished him. You must have the ability to transform. After observing Goku for a long moment, Beerus articulated his speculation. Indeed, when I defeated Frieza, I transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan of my race. Goku did not attempt to conceal this fact. Although he was uncertain how Beerus had acquired such knowledge, he surmised that as a deity, Beerus possessed unique means of understanding. Moreover, this matter was hardly worth worrying over, as nearly everyone in the universe was aware of his ability to transform. Show me your transformation, Beerus commanded, speaking in a tone befitting a superior, his authority unmistakable. Very well, Goku replied without hesitation, undaunted by Beerus's demeanor. With a mighty roar, a formidable aura erupted from Son Wukong as he clenched his fists. A wave of energy rippled through the surroundings, only to be effortlessly dispersed by Beerus. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped him, marking his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? From this perspective, it seems that Frieza is indeed no match for you, Beerus remarked slowly. Although Son Wukong's power post-transformation was still insignificant in Beerus's eyes, it was undeniable that he could easily defeat someone of Frieza's ilk. Son Wukong, are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired, his gaze fixed upon Son Wukong, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Super Saiyan God? Son Wukong glanced at Vegeta and shook his head, mirroring Vegeta's reaction. Lord Beerus, I have not heard of such a being, Son Wukong replied candidly. You are unaware as well, Beerus frowned, this revelation catching him off guard. Lord Beerus, that must be a mere fantasy. How could anyone in this world possibly rival you? Whis interjected with a hint of dissatisfaction, understandably irked by the long journey that seemed to yield no results. What? You appear rather displeased. As though this journey was in vain, Beerus noted, casting a glance at Whis. Very well, since there is no news of the Super Saiyan God, we shall return. With this, Beerus's interest waned, and upon seeing Son Wukong and his companions, he felt a fleeting urge to obliterate the earth for having wasted over 20 minutes of his time. Wait. Upon hearing that Beerus was about to depart, Son Wukong immediately interjected. Kakarot, what do you intend to do? Vegeta, who had just exhaled in relief at Beerus's impending departure, felt his heart race again at Son Wukong's words. What is it? Beerus glanced at Son Wukong. Lord Beerus, I have heard of your remarkable prowess. Ignoring Vegeta's protests, Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The moment those words left his lips, Vegeta's expression shifted, and even the Elder Kai and Supreme Kai, who were monitoring Earth's every move from afar, felt a jolt of shock at Son Wukong's statement. What does this guy intend to do? The Elder Kai was incensed, nearly overcome with the impulse to fly over and deliver a swift reprimand to son Wukong. Mr. Wukong. Supreme Kai's expression was equally troubled, having gained a clear understanding of Lord Beerus's true nature through the Elder Kai's accounts. Originally, allowing Lord Beerus to depart would have sufficed. Yet due to a single utterance from Son Goku, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Lord Beerus, I have heard whispers of your formidable strength. Might you indulge me in a brief contest? As anticipated, Goku, ever heedless, spoke these words without a second thought. Foolish Kakarot. Vegeta was the first to leap forward, swiftly placing himself before Goku, extending his arms in a protective gesture. With his palms pressed together, he bowed his head low, nearly touching the ground. Lord Beerus, this man, Kakarot, suffered a childhood injury that left him somewhat disoriented at times. I implore you to overlook his folly. Vegeta spoke in a hushed and anxious tone. However, Beerus seemed to entirely disregard Vegeta's plea. You wish to witness my strength? Beerus gazed at Goku, and moments later, a laugh erupted from him. Ha! Beerus' laughter rang out, as if this were the most amusing jest he had encountered upon awakening. Lord Beerus, might you be inclined to accept? Goku looked on with trepidation, yet his voice brimmed with anticipation. He had merely heard of the God of Destruction's might, never having truly experienced it himself. Moreover, the thought of not engaging a powerful adversary left Goku feeling unsatisfied, just as he had felt when challenging the likes of Gu Xuan. Goku was not one to let opportunities slip by. I have no interest. Upon finishing his laughter, Beerus' expression abruptly turned cold, his voice laced with indifference. Vegeta, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Lord Beerus did not erupt in fury over Goku's words. Though his demeanor had soured considerably, it remained within a salvageable range. Lord Beerus. Vegeta, troubled, regarded Beerus' frosty visage, about to pull Goku aside to offer an apology, only to be interrupted by Goku's voice. Lord Beerus, are you afraid? Goku remained oblivious to boundaries and decorum, pressing forward with provocative words that challenged Beerus' limits. Chapter 24. You are weak. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a statement from Goku. Afraid? He cast a chilling glance at Goku, icy glints flashing in his eyes. If you are not afraid, then let us engage in battle. I am most eager to witness your power. With that, Goku assumed a fighting stance, eyes alight with anticipation. Very well. To Goku's surprise, Beerus acquiesced. However, should you defeat me, and perhaps assist me in locating the Super Saiyan God, then this matter may be settled. However, if you are unable to accomplish both of these tasks, then after I defeat you, I shall bring about the annihilation of the entire Earth in the northern galaxy. Beerus's words were shocking, yet no one perceived them as mere jest. Son Goku was momentarily taken aback. Come on, while I still have some interest left, Beerus remarked, yawning nonchalantly. In an instant, Son Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, propelled himself towards Beerus with remarkable speed. His rapid approach was almost instantaneous. Kakarot has unexpectedly enhanced his powers significantly during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta observed, his gaze sharpening, surprised by Goku's velocity. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Goku stood any chance in this state, for to Beerus, it was simply too slow. In the face of Goku's swift onslaught, Beerus remained unfazed. At the very moment Goku lunged forward, Beerus merely shifted his foot and effortlessly evaded the attack, making it appear as though Goku had erred. With each missed strike, Goku launched a flurry of relentless assaults, pouring his full strength into each blow. Yet, none could find their mark on Beerus. Each attempt was deftly sidestepped by seemingly casual movements. This was not due to Goku's poor timing. Rather, it was that at the instant Goku's attacks almost connected, Beerus could easily evade them. To him, Goku's speed was inconsequential, failing to pique even a modicum of interest. In truth, this was to be expected. As a god of destruction and the most formidable being in the 7th universe, second only to the angels, Beerus's power was far beyond Goku's comprehension. To put it more clearly, Goku's strength did not even reside in the same dimension as that of Beerus. Lord Beerus, your constant evasion will yield no results, Goku declared, halting, his fists clenched, exhaustion evident in his demeanor. More than that, he felt a sense of tedium. Bored, are we? Beerus glanced at Goku. Your power is far too feeble. Even in your Super Saiyan form, it is of no significance to me. No difference at all, Beerus replied indifferently. Then how about this? Goku was not particularly angered by Beerus's remarks. However, since Beerus had stated such, he felt compelled to respond, for otherwise, he would not be Son Goku. With a tremendous surge, a more potent aura suddenly erupted from within Goku. This was a transformation surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Upon assuming this form, Goku's aura doubled in intensity compared to before. "It is truly remarkable that you can undergo a second transformation," remarked Beerus. His interest in Goku peaked, albeit slightly. "However, what significance does this second transformation hold in my presence? If you believe that this transformation allows you to contend with me, your perspective is rather naive." As Beerus gazed at Goku, he spoke slowly. "After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, one's power is 100-fold of the norm. I find it hard to believe that this alone suffices." Goku, looking intently at Beerus, displayed a resolute expression. In an instant, Goku propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, arriving before Beerus as if in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist once more and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Beerus. The force of this blow surged forth, yet at the moment of impact, Beerus effortlessly evaded the strike. "Not enough. If this is the extent of your power, I must apologize." Beerus observed Goku, aware that it was unlikely for Goku to astonish him with anything extraordinary. Nevertheless, in his heart, Beerus harbored a flicker of anticipation. The depth of that anticipation, however, only Beerus could truly comprehend. After all, no matter how Goku's strength evolved, to Beerus, it remained merely that, Goku's strength. With fists clenched, an immense power erupted from Goku at that moment. A tempest roared, imbued with an unfathomable force. This surge was a result of his training within the hyperbolic time chamber, where he battled alongside Gohan and Vegeta. A significant portion of this power also stemmed from the guidance of Gu Xuan. It could be said that Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 at this moment surpassed his previous transformation during his battle with Gu Xuan. Things appear to be growing increasingly intriguing. Beerus regarded Goku with a peculiar glint in his eyes. If the prior states, normal, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 2, failed to capture Beerus's attention, then after Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the gap between his strength and that of Beerus remained insurmountable. However, the rapidity of Goku's enhancement astonished Beerus. "Lord Beerus, this is the pinnacle of my transformations, transcending Super Saiyan 2. I refer to this form as Super Saiyan 3, which possesses a power 4 times greater than that of Super Saiyan 2, thus equating to 8 times that of a normal Super Saiyan, 400 times the baseline." With a flash of his gaze, Sun Wukong revealed a fierce intensity. Simultaneously, within the sacred temple, in the confines of the mental time-space chamber, the ancient Xian, who had been engrossed in his training, opened his previously closed eyes. A slight smile graced his lips as if he had sensed something. "Has it arrived?" he murmured to himself, before once again closing his eyes to return to his meditative state. "It seems I must hasten my progress." Chapter 25. A single strike to wound Sun Wukong. "If this is your utmost strength, then I invite you to confront me with all your might. Though this was merely a formality, I shall grant you this opportunity for your diligent efforts. As for whether you can satisfy me after being granted this chance, that lies beyond my control and rests solely upon your own capabilities." Beerus gazed at Sun Wukong and spoke. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Sun Wukong declared, brimming with confidence. In his view, Beerus was akin to the ancient Xian. Although he acknowledged his own inferiority, he believed he could at least manage a semblance of competition. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's figure flickered. It must be noted that after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his speed had indeed escalated significantly. Beerus nodded, his interest piqued further. Bang! Sun Wukong unleashed a punch aimed directly at Beerus. Yet, regardless of how Sun Wukong transformed, his attacks consistently failed to connect with Beerus. "How is this possible?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. "Lord Beerus, you keep evading. At this rate, I have no chance to witness your true power." Sun Wukong halted, earnestly addressing Beerus. "Do you wish to experience my strength? Very well, I shall satiate your curiosity." Beerus nodded, then raised his right hand. However, he did not intend to utilize his entire hand against Sun Wukong. Such power was unnecessary. "To deal with you, a mere finger will suffice. To be precise, using this finger demonstrates that I regard you with a modicum of respect," Beerus remarked, also correcting his previous statement. "How infuriating." Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Beerus, feeling the sting of disdain once more. A low growl escaped Sun Wukong's lips, and in that moment, the power of Super Saiyan 3 erupted fully, coalescing into a tempest around him. "Though you are a god of destruction, the consequences of underestimating me are dire," Sun Wukong bellowed, and with that, he dashed forth at an astonishing speed towards Beerus. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Sun Wukong moved with the swiftness of lightning, launching a frenzied assault as he sought to rattle Beerus with his most potent offensive. Too weak. Although Beerus refrained from dodging, he remained true to his words. Against Sun Wukong's tempest-like strikes, he merely employed a single finger. It appeared effortless for him, as he effortlessly repelled all of Sun Wukong's attacks with the strength of that solitary digit. Upon Sun Wukong's next punch, he immediately distanced himself from Beerus. The instant he created space, he clasped his hands together, positioning them at his right side. At the moment the second character was uttered, the power of Super Saiyan 3 surged into his hands, transforming into a golden point of light. How intriguing! Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's actions, Beerus did not intervene. Instead, he smiled, eager to see what surprise Sun Wukong would unveil this time. The luminous point swiftly began to absorb the surrounding energy, gradually expanding into a radiant sphere, rooted in Sun Wukong's own power. As this sphere formed, an even greater force emanated from it, causing the sea to roar and generate colossal waves that crashed towards him. At the moment the fourth character was spoken, swirling strands of gold materialized around the sphere. This golden hue resulted from the overwhelming strength of Sun Wukong, which was too great to be contained, causing it to radiate outward, rendering it visually captivating. With the utterance of the final character, Sun Wukong forcefully thrust his hands forward. A massive beam of light erupted, hurtling towards Beerus at an astonishing speed, imbued with unimaginable power. This time, let us see how you respond. A smile graced Sun Wukong's lips as he observed the unfolding scene, breathing heavily, for this technique had drained much of his energy. Overreaching. As the Kamehameha wave approached, Beerus exhibited no signs of evasion. Quite the opposite, he stood his ground, choosing to disregard it entirely. When the Kamehameha wave was merely 3 inches from Beerus, he slowly raised a finger and gently pointed forward. Boom. What appeared to be a casual gesture turned out to be monumental. The colossal Kamehameha wave instantly collapsed without any resistance whatsoever. Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically. Just as he contemplated a retreat, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly withdrew, retreating several paces in an instant, creating distance between himself and Beerus. Beerus's gaze sharpened, while Son Goku wore a look of bewilderment. I actually retreated, Goku murmured. In that fleeting moment, his body instinctively recoiled without a trace of conscious thought. It seems you truly possess a talent for combat. Although you cannot sense divine energy, you managed to evade at a critical moment. Had you not withdrawn just now, you would have already lost, or worse, met your demise. Beerus spoke slowly. What? Goku was taken aback, clearly struggling to grasp the implication of Beerus's words. Suddenly, with a silent swoosh, Beerus appeared directly before him. With a seemingly casual motion of his right hand, he struck. That seemingly effortless action landed squarely upon Goku, unleashing a tremendous force that surged through his body. With a violent jolt, Goku coughed up a mouthful of blood, reverting to his normal state, his energy waning alarmingly, indicating he had sustained severe injuries from the blow. Nevertheless, as long as he still breathed, there remained room for negotiation. Goku, you have lost. According to our agreement, will you assist me in locating the Super Saiyan God, or shall I annihilate Earth and the North Galaxy? Beerus regarded Goku with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. Chapter 26. You dare to harm my Bulma. Vegeta was now somewhat irate, yet at a loss for what to do. Kakarot. I told you not to provoke him. What now? Vegeta's expression darkened as he looked at Goku. They could have already sent Beerus away, but due to Goku's words, matters had escalated to this extent. Vegeta, his power is truly formidable. Perhaps he is the strongest being we have ever encountered. Even Goku may not stand a chance against him, Goku weakly replied. Speaking was an excruciating effort, a sensation that was truly unbearable, especially since he had no senzu beans at hand. Otherwise, a single bean would have healed all his wounds. Simultaneously, he was astonished. He had not anticipated such a powerful adversary in this realm, feeling that Beerus's strength far surpassed even that of Goku's previous encounters. I am well aware of that. Vegeta responded grimly, his expression grim. 10. However, Beerus remained unfazed by Vegeta's concerns, commencing a countdown. Kakarot, hurry and devise a plan. Vegeta was filled with anxiety. His mind was a muddled mess, utterly chaotic, leaving him incapable of formulating any ideas. The notion of obliterating Earth and the North Galaxy was, of course, out of the question. He had but one choice, to assist in locating the Super Saiyan God. For only this could avert the impending crisis threatening both Earth and the North Galaxy. Goku spoke slowly, having contemplated this matter long before. In fact, Goku even speculated whether Gu Xuan might be the Super Saiyan God mentioned by Beerus. However, Gu Xuan was currently immersed in training within the hyperbolic time chamber and had reached a crucial juncture. Thus, interrupting him was not an option for Goku at this moment. 9. Beerus's voice resonated like a death sentence, imposing tremendous pressure on Vegeta. Vegeta, Goku, what are you two doing here? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from nearby. It was Bulma, clad in a flowing white dress, approaching them. Upon seeing Vegeta and the unconscious Goku sprawled on the ground, she spoke up. Bulma, don't come any closer. Vegeta immediately protested as she approached, but Bulma paid him no heed. In truth, many aboard the ship had been aware of Goku's transformation long before. They initially presumed it was merely a clash between Goku and Vegeta, hence no one intervened. As the host of the birthday celebration, Bulma intended to check on the situation. But upon her arrival, she was met with the scene before her. You two must be friends of Vegeta and Goku, but today is my birthday. So please put away your antics. Otherwise, you are not welcome here. Bulma spoke with unwavering boldness, unafraid of Beerus and Whis. Beerus and Whis exchanged astonished glances at her audacity. In the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the air as Beerus raised his right hand and delivered a swift slap. Bulma instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body flying through the air like a broken kite before crashing violently onto the deck. Bulma, my Bulma. Vegeta roared in fury, shedding his previous submissive demeanor. He ignited with rage, akin to dynamite set ablaze, exploding in an instant. A tremendous surge of power erupted from within Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 2. Beerus, he bellowed, charging towards the god of destruction. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared beside Beerus, raising his right hand into a fist and launching a powerful punch towards him. Overestimating yourself, Beerus remarked disdainfully, lifting his own hand. Prepared to crush Vegeta, whom he regarded as no more significant than an insect. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly vanished, reappearing at Beerus's right side. His speed was astonishing. And Beerus, caught off guard, found himself struck by Vegeta's fist with remarkable force. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened, excitement flickering in his eyes, as Vegeta's current state exceeded his expectations. If you dare harm my Bulma, I will fight you with everything I've got. Vegeta's fury was overwhelming. At that moment, he cared for nothing else. His eyes were filled solely with boundless rage over Bulma's injury. How could Vegeta be so powerful? Goku, who had been easily defeated, was utterly astonished by the strength Vegeta unleashed in his rage. With a series of thunderous impacts, Vegeta's relentless assault left Beerus entirely on the defensive. In a flash, Vegeta soared above Beerus, unleashing a mighty shout as pure energy surged from his hands, racing towards Beerus at an incredible speed. The energy blast collided, engulfing the area in thick smoke, and as it cleared, Beerus emerged, seemingly unscathed. Despite enduring Vegeta's fierce onslaught, it was merely a minor inconvenience for Beerus. Given the vast disparity in their powers, Vegeta's strength was insufficient to inflict any real damage. Such an immense gap in power could not be bridged by mere fury, at least not for Vegeta. Are you done? Beerus spoke slowly, his tone devoid of emotion as he casually brushed off the dust from his attire, his gaze calm as he regarded Vegeta. Vegeta, shaken, regained his composure, no longer lost in the frenzy of rage. Just as Beerus was about to speak, Goku struggled to rise from the ground. Lord Beerus, please wait, he implored, his injuries evident as he gritted his teeth to speak. Lord Beerus, aren't you searching for the Super Saiyan God? To be honest, we are not familiar with him. But there is someone who should know. Goku looked earnestly at Beerus. Upon hearing Super Saiyan God, Beerus's interest was piqued as he focused on Goku. If you have a way to summon him, then proceed. If you can bring him here, I will spare you. Should Goku truly fulfill his promise, Beerus was willing to let them go, thereby offering a glimmer of hope. Chapter 27. Shenron, I'm also quite anxious. Kakarot, do you truly know the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta, supporting his injured right arm, approached Goku and quietly inquired about his condition. His arm bore the heavy wounds inflicted during their brief skirmish with Beerus, making even the simplest of movements a considerable effort. This was the most terrifying aspect of Beerus, despite having ceased his onslaught due to Goku's words. Vegeta inexplicably found himself with numerous injuries. If Goku failed to fulfill his promise to Beerus to locate the Super Saiyan God, Earth's fate would be sealed in destruction. The god of destruction, Beerus, was known for his unwavering commitment to his words. Vegeta, aware of Beerus's volatile temperament, cautioned Goku against any deception. The fear Vegeta harbored for Beerus was palpable. Goku, however, remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. I can hear everything you say, Beerus declared from a distance, his expression neutral as he stood with his arms crossed. Beside him, the angel Whis maintained a serene smile, wielding his staff. It was evident that Beerus had granted Goku and the others a reprieve. A shiver ran down Vegeta's spine, prompting him to fall silent. At this critical juncture, he reluctantly chose to place his trust in Goku. Yet, a thought crossed his mind as he glanced towards the temple. If they could bring Beerus to that individual, Perhaps there was hope for Earth. However, Goku suddenly spoke up, having anticipated Vegeta's thoughts. He had considered this notion before, but quickly dismissed it. Setting aside whether the ancient warrior was still training, it remained uncertain if he could defeat Beerus. After all, Goku had first-hand experience of their respective powers. Weighing the situation, it was clear that Beerus, who had never truly taken them seriously, posed a greater threat. Should the ancient warrior falter, Earth would indeed be doomed. Yet, Goku was now contemplating an alternative solution. Just because they were unaware did not mean that others were as well. They still possessed the omniscient Dragon Balls. Initially gathered to celebrate Bulma's birthday, the Dragon Balls had been collected in anticipation of this very day. However, this time, for the safety of Earth, they might have to impose on Bulma. Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Balls? Goku approached Bulma to seek her consent, while Vegeta continued to support her. The Dragon Balls? Vegeta immediately grasped Goku's intent. He sought to harness the dragon's power to locate the Super Saiyan God. Of course, Bulma replied, her understanding deepening after hearing Vegeta's explanation. While still apprehensive, she felt a pang of concern for Vegeta. It is noteworthy that Vegeta, who was once terrified of that individual, has now taken the initiative to step forward for his own sake. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. Once we summon the dragon with the Dragon Balls, we will ascertain the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan, Goku stated as he approached Beerus, acknowledging that this was their final recourse. Dragon Balls. Clearly, Beerus was unfamiliar with the Dragon of Earth. Lord Beerus, the Dragon Balls are artifacts created by the Namekians of Earth, capable of granting wishes, was promptly elucidated. After hearing Whis' explanation, Beerus nodded and nonchalantly waved his hand, signaling for Goku and the others to proceed, his only interest lying in the outcome. Very well, Lord Beerus. Goku and his companions quickly retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma, however, felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, these were originally intended as her birthday gift. Yet, for the sake of Earth's safety, she begrudgingly made the sacrifice. Since the dragon could fulfill 3 wishes, granting one to Goku and his friends did not seem unreasonable. Is this truly the Dragon Balls of Earth? Beerus inquired, gazing at the 7 orbs nestled in the basket. Why are they so small? However, his voice was so low that the others did not hear him. At that moment, Gohan and the others gathered on the cruise ship. Yet Goku refrained from disclosing the presence of Beerus to them, fearing it might affect their emotions. Let us begin, Goku declared as he stepped forward, standing before the basket containing the Dragon Balls. Come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish. Goku raised his arms and loudly recited the incantation. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, and enormous bolts of lightning descended. Simultaneously, a colossal golden figure erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring towards the heavens. It circled above, casting a majestic gaze upon Goku and the others. 2 green dragon whiskers waved in the air, undisturbed by any breeze, while its crimson eyes radiated authority. State your wish, the dragon proclaimed, looking down upon Goku with an air of pride and an unassailable majesty. Tell me, where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus queried, arms crossed, his tone devoid of any discernible fluctuation. He regarded the dragon, exuding an aura that gave the impression of superiority, despite standing below it. The dragon was about to teach that insolent individual a lesson for speaking in such a manner, but upon spotting the figure in the crowd adorned with feline features, it instantly wilted. Lord Beerus. The dragon lowered its massive head as if it were a mere shadow. Despite the fact that Beerus's eye was not even as large as one of its own, in that moment, it wished it could bury its head in the ground. He truly wished to slap himself. It was one thing to put on airs before anyone, but to do so in front of the most terrifying being in the universe was another matter entirely. Even the very essence of the dragon began to tremble incessantly, fearful that Beerus might retaliate for its insolence. Son Wukong and the others were equally taken aback by the dragon's pitiful demeanor. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me, where can I find the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired, his impatience palpable as he raised an eyebrow at the dragon, which was now bowing its head in submission. The Super Saiyan God? The dragon hesitated before continuing. According to the legend inscribed in the sacred texts of Namek, only 5 Saiyans possessing hearts of justice can channel their energy into another warrior to create the Super Saiyan God. Is that all? Beerus placed his hands behind his back, scrutinizing the dragon. The dragon nodded vigorously and tentatively asked, Might I inquire if Lord Beerus has any further questions? None. Begone. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The dragon promptly lifted its head, perhaps the happiest it had ever been in its existence. With a thunderous boom, the dragon transformed into a radiant beam of light. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered once more, landing across the globe, awaiting those destined to seek them. Well, you have all heard. I shall grant you 5 minutes. After that, I expect to see the Super Saiyan God, Beerus declared, hands still behind his back, addressing Sun Wukong and the others. Though Sun Wukong and his companions found the dragon's panicked retreat quite amusing, Beerus's words compelled them to act quickly. 5 Saiyan warriors. Sun Wukong, at that moment, revealed his own shortcoming. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, doesn't that suffice? Sun Wukong smiled as he gathered everyone together, thinking they could summon the Super Saiyan God immediately. Oh. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. Turning around, he discovered that it was Vegeta who had struck him. Why did you hit me? Vegeta? I wasn't mistaken, Sun Wukong protested, looking at Vegeta with an expression of grievance. Even Gohan shook his head at his father's reaction. You fool. It requires the power of 5 Saiyan warriors to be infused into another body. That means we need 6 Saiyans. Vegeta shouted, thoroughly exasperated with Sun Wukong's lack of understanding. 6, you say? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly, realizing he had indeed miscalculated. However, with Gohan and Trunks included, there were only 5 Saiyans present, falling short of the 6 required to summon the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. What shall we do now? A Saiyan? At this moment, Son Gohan suddenly spoke up, carefully bringing his wife, Videl, closer. Videl, who was pregnant, had a noticeable belly, her hands resting on it. Clearly still a bit bewildered by the situation. Inside her womb was the manifestation of their love, a child imbued with Saiyan blood. Indeed, Videl, Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, momentarily forgetting Videl's presence. After all, this was the child of Son Gohan, who surely inherited the warrior bloodline of the Saiyans. Huh? Videl inquired with confusion. But after Son Gohan's explanation, she spoke again. Is this really possible? She was somewhat skeptical about the feasibility, considering the child had yet to be born and was still within her. No problem, it will definitely work. Sun Wukong rallied Goten and Trunks as well. After a brief explanation, they understood what they were meant to do. The group arranged themselves around Sun Wukong, holding hands. Is it starting? Beerus observed the actions of Sun Wukong and the others from a distance, a smile gracing his lips. He hoped that this time they would not disappoint him, otherwise, Earth would lose its significance for him, and he would fulfill his word to obliterate it entirely. The others watched the scene, their hearts racing with anticipation for the birth of the Super Saiyan God. It begins, Sun Wukong declared solemnly, feeling a twinge of nervousness about whether this would truly succeed. As his words echoed, the others began channeling their energy into Sun Wukong, gradually directing it towards him. Only Videl, not being a Saiyan warrior, remained on the ground, holding hands. Yet, she was astonished to sense a reaction from the child within her, as if it were communicating something to her. It's possible. Videl smiled, realizing her baby was responding, slowly transmitting energy towards Goten and Trunks, who then passed it on to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, at the forefront, felt the continuous flow of energy, which included contributions from Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, along with a surge of energy he had never experienced before. A slight smile formed on his lips. The ritual continued. Suddenly, a golden light began to emanate from Videl, enveloping her entire being, causing her to appear transformed into a radiant golden figure. Even her hair began to flutter. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, this golden aura emanating from her unexpectedly infected everyone present. Waves of energy erupted forth, and the golden gusts swept through the air. Except for Sun Wukong, at that instant. Everyone was enveloped in golden light, transforming into Super Saiyans. Although they had not performed any actions, their bodies seemed to have received a command of their own. Thunderous roars filled the atmosphere, as a magnificent energy radiated outward from them, creating rolling waves of power. Beerus raised an eyebrow. Although Sun Wukong at the forefront showed no visible change, he could distinctly sense that something had awakened within him, something only deities possessed. Behind him, Whis observed Sun Wukong with keen interest. If all went as anticipated, Sun Wukong and his companions would undoubtedly summon the god of Super Saiyans. At that moment, the sky began to gather golden clouds, a scene only found in legends. It was said that such auspicious clouds could only be summoned by the birth of a god. The spectacle was breathtaking. Just as everyone prepared to capture this moment with their phones, the sky suddenly opened up, pouring down rain. Yet this was not the end. The rain quickly transformed into large snowflakes. So voluminous were they that the crowd had no choice but to seek shelter, abandoning their desire to photograph the event. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's body began to undergo a transformation. The golden radiance shifted to a vibrant red, illuminating the surroundings. His energy soared, reaching an extraordinary height in mere moments. Gohan and the others released their hold, They had done all they could, and now it was up to Sun Wukong. Beerus, watching Sun Wukong's crimson silhouette, felt a surge of excitement. The visions from his dreams began to materialize into reality. As the auspicious clouds dissipated, Sun Wukong's aura diminished at that moment. But it was not a loss of power. Rather, he had reached a pinnacle and contained it within. At this moment, not only had his hair turned red, but his eyes mirrored this transformation. He appeared significantly younger. Unlike the exaggerated form and musculature of Super Saiyan 3, the current Sun Wukong seemed to have no other conspicuous changes apart from his hair and eyes. However, Beerus held a different perspective, for he recognized that this was the very individual he had envisioned in his dreams, the one he had been seeking, the god of Super Saiyans. Chapter 29, Defeat. The fate of Earth hangs in the balance. A resounding roar reverberated through the starry expanse, akin to two formidable forces clashing with immense ferocity. The mere aftershocks radiating from this confrontation shattered several surrounding celestial stones. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Beerus engaged in fierce combat. For Beerus had grown impatient after a prolonged wait. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan god, Sun Wukong was still considerably outmatched by Beerus, a fact clearly evident in their battle, particularly for Sun Wukong. Although he exerted every ounce of his strength and tirelessly endeavored to harness the power of the Super Saiyan god, he found himself retreating under Beerus's relentless onslaught. Nonetheless, the sheer magnitude of Beerus's power was beyond Sun Wukong's imagination. It was evident that Beerus was holding back during this encounter, as his expression remained unchanged throughout. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong bellowed, completing the charge of his Kamehameha wave. Instantly, a colossal Kamehameha surged forth, propelled by unimaginable force, hurtling towards Beerus with remarkable speed. With a resounding impact, Beerus staggered back 3 paces, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded Sun Wukong. Though you may not embody the Super Saiyan god of my dreams, your strength is indeed commendable, Beerus laughed, acknowledging the brief skirmish with a sense of exhilaration. Even in his transformed state, Sun Wukong had yet to reach the level of the Super Saiyan god that Beerus envisioned. However, it had been ages since he encountered a worthy opponent, and he was determined not to squander this opportunity. Allow me to demonstrate why the god of destruction is aptly named, Beerus proclaimed, lifting his right hand as a multitude of purple light coalesced into a radiant sphere. This orb, pulsating with tremendous power, caused the very cosmos to tremble. In an instant, the purple sphere shot forth, racing towards Sun Wukong. Break for me, Sun Wukong shouted, as he charged forward, positioning himself directly in the path of the approaching purple sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand and unleashed a formidable punch at the sphere. With a thunderous impact, Sun Wukong's fist collided with the purple orb, unleashing a tempestuous storm of sound. Waves of energy radiated outward, cascading through the universe. In that moment, Sun Wukong's body was sent reeling backward, overwhelmed by the force of the encounter. After retreating several dozen steps, he finally came to a halt. Once the force of the impact dissipated, Sun Wukong felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire right arm, which had lost all feeling. Such immense power. Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, astonishment etched upon his features. Your strength is rather average. Beerus shook his head, raising a finger, which instantly summoned a dense, purple radiance that coalesced in an instant. This was the essence of Beerus's might, the very embodiment of the god of destruction's energy. Divine power, in its essence, vastly surpasses ordinary strength. Although Sun Wukong also possessed divine power at that moment, it regrettably paled in comparison to Beerus's. Now, you must find yourself at a loss for how to respond. As soon as Beerus's words fell, he flicked his finger slightly. Boom! The colossal surge of purple energy surged forth, descending upon Sun Wukong. The speed of this purple energy was not swift, clearly a deliberate choice by Beerus. You may choose to evade, but know this. After you do, will the earth behind you remain unscathed beneath this force? Beerus spoke with an unsettling calmness, compelling Sun Wukong to make a swift decision. It seemed as if the annihilation of the earth was but a trivial matter to him. However, Sun Wukong thought otherwise. The earth was his homeland. How detestable. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He recognized the validity of Beerus's words. Evading the purple energy was not beyond his capabilities, yet while he could escape, the earth behind him would undoubtedly suffer. With no means of evasion left, there was but one solution. Boom. Sun Wukong unleashed the entirety of his power in that moment. As all his strength erupted forth, the crimson aura enveloping him intensified, as if ablaze. It was so rich that Sun Wukong at that instant manifested his utmost might. Even the power of Super Saiyan God was subtly absorbed by him. Under such circumstances, The strength he unleashed reached unprecedented heights. No matter what, I will not allow you to destroy the earth, even if it means my demise today. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. His voice was soft yet imbued with unwavering determination. As long as he remained, no one could obliterate the earth. Such courage is commendable. Yet to safeguard the earth, courage alone is insufficient. One must possess strength as well. Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with an expression of indifference. I will not let you destroy the earth. Sun Wukong's words remained steadfast. The Turtle School's Kamehameha, wielded by Sun Wukong, unleashed its utmost power. As crimson energy surged and coalesced in his hands, transforming in an instant into a formidable wave of energy. With the final utterance, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward, releasing the colossal Kamehameha wave, which collided directly with Beerus's purple energy. The ensuing roar echoed endlessly. Following the clash of these two immense forces, the entire cosmos trembled. In that fleeting moment of collision, the purple energy, with an unimaginable ferocity, shattered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Subsequently, this purple energy enveloped Sun Wukong entirely, eliciting a cry of anguish. Sun Wukong plummeted to earth, grievously wounded by Beerus's strike, rendering him devoid of combat capability and reverting him to his ordinary state. The spectators on earth were left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. For with Sun Wukong's defeat, the fate of earth was undoubtedly sealed. Chapter 30. A First Encounter. After vanquishing Sun Wukong, Beerus appeared in the skies above earth, his demeanor cold and indifferent, scarcely glancing at Vegeta or the others, nor at Sun Wukong himself. In his eyes, they were insignificant. Beerus's gaze remained fixed into the distance, where he sensed a powerful presence on earth. Although he was uncertain if this was the individual he sought, the aura was nonetheless pleasing to him. In truth, the battle with Sun Wukong was brief, merely a warm-up. Beerus had not intended to conclude the fight so swiftly. He wished to indulge in the challenge. However, he soon detected an overwhelming presence emerging. One that exuded pure divine energy, distinct from the amalgamated divine energy possessed by Sun Wukong. The two were incomparable. It was this newfound presence that led Beerus to forego further engagement with Sun Wukong. The reasoning was simple, clearly. This newly emerged aura was far more fitting as a worthy opponent than Sun Wukong. With this thought in mind, Beerus struck decisively to defeat Sun Wukong. Curse it! Vegeta and the others regarded Beerus with intense trepidation. Yet, with matters having escalated to this extent, they felt that rather than plead for mercy or hope for Earth's salvation, it would be far nobler to fight to the death. At the very least, they would not bear the burden of regret, for at least he has made an earnest effort. Beerus, we shall never permit you to annihilate our planet. Even though you are a deity, an omnipotent destroyer, there exists no being capable of vanquishing you. Vegeta addressed Beerus, while the others had just learned. During the conflict between Beerus and Goku, that should Goku be defeated, Earth would meet its demise. In this moment, they all shared a common resolve. Gazing at Beerus in the sky, they comprehended that Goku had already succumbed. Even their collective strength would be insufficient to contend with Beerus. Yet, such power was merely comparative. As inhabitants of Earth, they could never bear to witness its destruction unfold before their very eyes. If such an outcome were indeed inevitable, then they would rather perish first. Beerus paid no heed to Vegeta and the others' declarations. After all, what could a destroyer, particularly one of such stature, concern himself with the words of mere mortals? In Beerus's view, Vegeta and his companions lacked the qualifications and capabilities to affect him in any way. Under normal circumstances, their words would have provoked great ire in Beerus. But at this moment, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivialities. Have you taken this long to arrive? Since you have not, I shall seek you out instead. The formidable aura you exude suggests your strength may invigorate me further. Beerus spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips as he vanished in an instant, a streak of light disappearing from sight. His speed was astonishing, far surpassing the imaginations of those present. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Aside from Whis, no one else bore witness to this occurrence. What just transpired? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He had braced himself for death, yet to his astonishment, Beerus had not even spared him a glance. This revelation offered him a sigh of relief, as he realized his body had been drenched in cold sweat without his awareness. It seems he is heading in the direction of. Gohan glanced toward the path Beerus had taken, pondering aloud, the sacred temple. Piccolo and Dend exchanged glances, aware that Beerus was indeed headed towards the temple. Could it be? A thought flickered in Vegeta's mind. You must have already surmised it. At this time, Goku had regained a measure of strength. Although this recovery did not afford him immense power, it was sufficient for his basic needs. During my previous battle, I suddenly sensed an overwhelming force manifesting, but I was swiftly defeated by Lord Beerus before I could ponder it further. In retrospect, That power must have belonged to Gu Xuan. I wonder how much his strength has increased since emerging from the time chamber. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with anticipation. For once Gu Xuan exits, his power is bound to undergo a qualitative transformation. Gu Xuan has left the time chamber. Vegeta closed his eyes to feel the energy. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect Gu Xuan's presence. Why can't I sense him? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. His efforts yielded no results. Isn't it evident? Gu Xuan's strength has reached a realm beyond our imagination during this seclusion, Sun Wukong murmured, a curious light shining in his eyes. Enough talk. We should hurry over. Otherwise, we might miss a spectacular battle. As he spoke, Sun Wukong raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead. I will use instant transmission to take you all there. It should not be too late. With that, he activated instant transmission, whisking everyone away. In the temple, they materialized in the plaza just as Beerus and Whis arrived. Upon their appearance, Beerus's gaze immediately fixed upon Gu Xuan, his eyes sparkling with intensity. The power I sensed earlier emanates from you, he exclaimed, observing Gu Xuan with keen interest. Beerus's level of perception was markedly different from that of Sun Wukong and his companions. He could sense a distinct aura from Gu Xuan. I have met you, Lord Beerus. Gu Xuan replied calmly, maintaining a serene demeanor. His arrival was anticipated, allowing him to remain composed. In truth, he was aware that once he emerged from the time chamber, Beerus would inevitably detect him and arrive at the fastest pace possible. Thus, Gu Xuan was entirely unperturbed by Beerus's presence. As a side note, this book is the author's first endeavor, so any constructive criticism regarding its quality would be greatly appreciated. The author, being a student, manages to write during study hours and often completes chapters a day in advance for scheduled release. The updates are consistently set for noon and 5 in the evening, with the occasional additional chapter in the evening. As I am not a tentacled creature, the illustration you often see may take me over an hour to complete. By the time I finish 2 chapters, it could well be 11 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, I must retire for the night, as I need to rise early for morning studies. I would like to mention, however, that your continued reading and votes serve as encouragement for me. I hope you will not hesitate to share your support, as I would greatly appreciate every bit of it. Furthermore, I must clarify that the author is neither small nor weak. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the generous patron known as I Grew Up Eating. Chapter 31. This is the Super Saiyan God. You are indeed impressive, Beerus remarked slowly after a moment. Merely average, Gu Xuan humbly replied. In comparison to you, Lord Beerus, I am still quite weak. Despite having attained divinity, Gu Xuan recognized the absolute disparity that exists among gods, particularly when one stands before a god of destruction, especially one of Beerus's unparalleled caliber. Facing such an opponent, Gu Xuan felt no confidence in his chances. Nevertheless, he was not averse to engaging in battle. Even if defeat was inevitable, this confrontation held profound significance for him. Lord Beerus, this location is unsuitable. Let us find another. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan propelled himself into the sky. In an instant, his velocity was so great that he had already left Earth, now standing amidst the vast cosmos. The pressures and forces of the universe would have rendered him incapable of surviving without divine power. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he would struggle against the cosmic strain. However, that was no longer a concern. In his current state, Gu Xuan possessed divine energy, allowing him to navigate the cosmos with ease. Interesting. Beerus's eyes glimmered. With a sudden rush, he soared into the sky, nearly matching Gu Xuan's ascent. Now both standing among the stars, though Goku and the others wished to observe up close, they were unable to venture into space like Gu Xuan and Beerus, leaving them at a loss. I shall assist you, Whis declared, stepping forward and elegantly waving his angelic staff. With a swift motion, a radiant light emerged, transforming into a luminous screen that revealed the figures of Gu Xuan and Beerus now facing each other in the vastness of space. They stood approximately 10 zhang apart, a distance inconsequential to them. At this moment, neither had made the first move. Instead, they locked eyes, their energies radiating as they attuned themselves to one another's presence. Though merely human, one can ascend to the realm of the divine through diligent cultivation, a rarity indeed. While you are not the first I have encountered, your ability to achieve this feat astonishes me greatly. After a brief pause, Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan and spoke. I have attained the divine realm. However, my form is but the most ordinary, vastly inferior to that of you, Lord Beerus, who holds divine appointment. Gu Xuan replied with a polite smile. You are a Saiyan. May I then refer to you as the god of Super Saiyans? Beerus inquired. No. Gu Xuan shook his head. As I stand now, I can only be considered a Saiyan god, for that is the truth. A smile graced Gu Xuan's lips, and he appeared remarkably serene. As his words fell, he abruptly clenched his fists. In that instant, A tremendous force erupted from within him. This power was formidable, immediately manifesting as a terrifying storm that violently spread in all directions. Boom. At that moment, Gu Xuan's aura surged wildly, amplifying dozens of times in an instant. Simultaneously, a golden energy erupted from his body. Golden, the hue of a super scion. This is the true god of super scions. Upon transforming into a super scion, Gu Xuan's golden gaze fell squarely upon Beerus. The transformation, coupled with the divine realm, indeed signifies the god of super scions. Moreover, your version of the god of super scions surpasses that of Goku, who relies on the strength of others to attain such power. Beerus nodded, his expression inscrutable, with his hands clasped behind him. In comparison to Goku's red form of the god of super scions, Gu Xuan's transformation more aptly embodies the title. Let the battle commence. On Earth, amidst those observing through Whis' projection, Goku suddenly spoke. His sensitivity to energy surpassed that of all present, save for Whis, allowing him to sense the fluctuations in the cosmos before anyone else. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Goku finished speaking, both Gu Xuan and Beerus moved simultaneously in the starry expanse. Their speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, they closed the distance. Bang! As they approached, their fists collided. In that moment of impact, a thunderous roar echoed, releasing a terrifying sound. The collision of their fists sent ripples throughout the cosmos, and this was merely a tentative exchange of power between the two. Bang! 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 A resounding roar echoed through the cosmos, causing the entire nebula to stir with tempestuous energy. Beside them, several moderately sized meteoroids were reduced to mere ash under the onslaught of their fierce exchanges. Haha, Gu Xuan, your prowess is indeed formidable. You've managed to engage me in such a manner. Aside from the other gods of destruction, no one has ever compelled me to exert myself like this. You are the first. Beerus, shedding his earlier calm demeanor, now exhibited an exhilarating enthusiasm. To him, Gu Xuan's strength warranted a modicum of respect. While the outcome remained unchanged, it at least offered him an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Lord Beerus, this is merely a warm-up, a prelude. I am aware that I am not your match. However, if you believe that I possess only this amount of power, you are gravely mistaken, Gu Xuan replied, glancing at Beerus before retreating slightly, retracting his previously raised arm. The continuous clashes with Beerus had granted him a first-hand experience of the god of destruction's might. After countless collisions in a brief span, his arm trembled uncontrollably, even his palms quaking in response. In contrast, Beerus appeared utterly unfazed, as though nothing of significance had transpired. Oh, do you perhaps have other transformations? Beerus inquired. Momentarily taken aback, but not angered. Rather, he regarded Gu Xuan with keen interest and anticipation. Observing Gu Xuan's sudden cessation of movement, he mirrored him, standing still with his hands clasped behind his back, intently watching. Gu Xuan remained silent, a smile gracing his lips, clearly reluctant to address the query. Chapter 32, Transformation. Super Saiyan 3. Within my transformation into Super Saiyan, my strength has surged 50-fold, reaching an astounding 500 trillion. Gu Xuan murmured to himself, calculating his current might. Upon emerging from his seclusion, unlike Goku and the others, he had no limitations. Thus, his base power had drastically increased, even in his normal state. His combat prowess could reach a terrifying 10 trillion. However, 500 trillion, while seemingly vast, was contingent upon the opponent he faced. When pitted against someone like Beerus, Gu Xuan recognized that such power would hold little significance. In fact, this level of strength would scarcely draw Beerus's attention, even with divine abilities. He was far from being a worthy adversary. The disparity was simply insurmountable. Unlike Goku, who was fervently passionate about combat and had devoted much of his life to it, especially relishing encounters with stronger foes, Gu Xuan's affinity for battle was influenced by his Saiyan heritage, gradually developing an appreciation for the thrill of conflict. However, when it comes to battle shrouded in uncertainty, he possesses little confidence. Engaging in self-destructive endeavors or seeking humiliation is not within the realm of Gu Xuan's intentions. At present, he has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. For Gu Xuan, this is just the beginning, far from an end. His strength has yet to reach its zenith. In other words, if he could match Beerus as a Super Saiyan, he would find the experience rather dull. Now allow me to showcase my power. With fists clenched, Gu Xuan's internal energy surged dramatically in that instant. A golden aura enveloped him, swirling with intensity. Boom. At the explosion of this energy, even Beerus's gaze sharpened. Is this the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, akin to Goku's? Beerus observed Gu Xuan quietly, recalling Goku's transformations from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, and then to Super Saiyan 3. It seemed only natural that Gu Xuan could achieve what even Goku had accomplished. With a faint smile, Beerus remained still, choosing to let Gu Xuan complete his transformation without haste. Boom. The golden energy radiated outward, taking on a misty form, while Gu Xian's hair stood even more erect. At that moment, his power surged, doubling from 500 trillion to an astonishing 1,000 trillion. Boom. The terrifying energy spread, causing the entire cosmos to tremble. Just this aura alone possessed such might. One could only imagine the extent of Gu Xian's terrifying power. Beerus's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Yet he was not entirely satisfied. However, I doubt this is your full strength, is it? You should be capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3, just like Goku. So please, proceed. My time is quite valuable. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan without concern. While 1,000 trillion in power may sound formidable to Beerus, it remained rather weak and did not warrant his attention. Although such power could indeed pose a challenge, a battle lacking excitement would inevitably fail to pique Beerus's interest further. Thus he waiting for Gu Xuan to transform into Super Saiyan 3, for only then could he find true enjoyment in the encounter. Do you wish to witness an even more powerful transformation? Gu Xuan smiled, glancing at Beerus. He was aware that his current strength of 1,000 trillion was inconsequential before Beerus. Yet, since you desire to see, I shall indulge your curiosity. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Xian's eyes, revealing a cold light, accompanied by an even more formidable and ferocious power that erupted violently from within him. Lord Beerus, take note, Gu Xuan stated. His gaze tranquil as his voice resonated with an equal calmness. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 that you desired is upon us. As his words fell, an overwhelming force emanated from him, instigating a terrifying tempest that suddenly manifested within the cosmos. Beneath this storm, Gu Xian's aura surged uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, his strength soared from 1 trillion to an astonishing 2 trillion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the escalation of his momentum, the golden aura surrounding Gu Xuan intensified. As lightning crackled more fiercely, his eyebrows gradually vanished, and his visage underwent a transformation. Amidst these changes, Gu Xian's power skyrocketed once more, surging from 2 trillion directly to 3 trillion. If that were all, it would suffice, but amidst the rising aura, Gu Xian's hair lengthened dramatically within mere seconds. Super Saiyan 3, he bellowed, as if releasing pent-up emotions. Upon achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, his battle spirit reached unprecedented heights, culminating in his ultimate metamorphosis. After becoming Super Saiyan 3, Gu Xian's aura exploded with an unimaginable ferocity. Though this may sound slow, it transpired in an instant. In just 3 seconds, Gu Xuan had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The eruption of 4 trillion in power rendered him akin to a battle god bathed in golden light. This was particularly palpable in his gaze, exuding an unwavering confidence that was utterly unabashed. For now, he possessed the strength to confront Beerus directly. Lord Beerus, this is my Super Saiyan 3. Are you satisfied? Gu Xuan inquired, his expression remaining relatively unperturbed as he regarded Beerus. His eyes had transformed into sharp, piercing orbs, as if they disregarded everything around him. Indeed, quite formidable, yet it does not exceed my expectations. To be frank, I find myself somewhat disappointed. Despite being locked in by Gu Xian's aura equivalent to 4 trillion, Beerus maintained an air of remarkable composure. This calmness was not feigned, but stemmed from his own formidable prowess. Chapter 33. The Fusion of Science and Gods. In response to Beerus's words, Gu Xuan did not refute him. Indeed, he found himself unable to do so. However, he did speak up. Is that so? Gu Xuan smiled. I can perceive that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 should be considerably easier for you than for Son Goku. Clearly, you have yet to exert your full strength. Therefore, would you prefer that I compel you to unleash your true power, or shall you do so willingly? I hope you understand that my patience is limited. While you have piqued my interest, do not test my boundaries, for the consequences of such a challenge would be beyond your capacity to bear. Beerus observed Gu Xuan intently, a slight furrow forming on his brow. What he sought was a vigorous and exhilarating battle, not one shrouded in concealment. Such behavior would only make Beerus feel disrespected. And thus, he felt a flicker of ire. Of course, I shall take the initiative. Although I possess confidence in my abilities, I remain acutely aware of my limitations. With my current strength, it is utterly impossible for me to defeat you. In fact, I am likely nowhere near even 1/10 of your power. Gu Xuan replied with a smile. His demeanor did not betray any arrogance due to his formidable strength. Rather, it was evident that he lacked complete assurance. At least you possess some self-awareness, Beerus nodded approvingly. However, I am still quite curious. Just how formidable is your battle power? Gu Xuan inquired with genuine curiosity. eager to understand the disparity between himself and the god of destruction. After all, he considered his own prowess to be quite substantial. Yet in comparison to Beerus's unfathomable might, he felt somewhat lacking. Do not apply your trivial calculations to me. Battle power is merely a unit of measurement for you. Devoid of any significance in my eyes, Beerus declared with disdain. Have we reached the point where your battle power is immeasurable? Gu Xuan sighed, recognizing Beerus's response as a different form of answer. I presume you possess no stronger transformations, thus, elevate your power to its utmost and engage me in combat. Very well, was Beerus's straightforward reply, to which Gu Xuan saw no need to elaborate further. In truth, after reaching the realm of the divine, Gu Xuan had already sensed a transformation within his body. During his transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, his divine power and Super Saiyan strength remained distinct from one another. This meant that while transformations could enhance his base strength, they did not augment his divine power. However, Super Saiyan 3 was different. As the ultimate transformation for ordinary Saiyans, it allowed for a significant increase in divine power as well. Let me witness how much I can enhance my strength when my energy reaches its zenith and fuses with my divine power. Gu Xuan felt a surge of anticipation within him. A low growl emanated from Gu Xian's lips. Beneath the thunderous roar, Gu Xian's internal power surged forth like a boiling cauldron, erupting with tremendous force. Although he had not transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he continuously elevated his strength beyond the foundations of Super Saiyan 3. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xian's power skyrocketed once more, 4 trillion 4, 5 trillion, 5 trillion, 6 trillion. No ordinary Saiyan, not even Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, could hope to achieve such an increase. Yet, Gu Xian's Super Saiyan 3 seemed to possess no limits, escalating uncontrollably. Was there truly no ceiling to his power? It seemed impossible. What was happening? On Earth, Goku and Vegeta, watching through the luminous screen, couldn't physically feel the surge but could discern the astonishing display. Both were filled with incredulity. Goku, who could also transform into Super Saiyan 3, understood that his own strength could never reach such heights. He had yet to assume Super Saiyan 4, and his current Super Saiyan 3 was already formidable. It was unfathomable to consider the terrifying strength he might attain upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4. As these thoughts raced through Goku's mind, he exchanged a knowing glance with Vegeta, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that, when Beerus had inquired about the Super Saiyan God, they had withheld information about Gu Xuan. It appeared that this time, Lord Beerus had encountered a worthy opponent, which might just satisfy him to some degree. Whis observed Gu Xuan on the screen, speaking slowly. Unlike the others, he could distinctly sense the escalating aura of Gu Xuan amidst the cosmos, while even Beerus displayed an expression of astonishment. It was unexpected that after such a surge, his power could increase so dramatically. Truly an unconventional individual, a delightful surprise. A smile crept across Beerus's lips, tinged with genuine pleasure. It was evident that Gu Xuan had reached a level that would please Beerus. Boom. Gu Xian's aura continued to rise. Even he found it hard to believe that merging the powers of a Super Saiyan with divine energy could result in such terrifying strength. Gu Xuan himself was astounded. 9 trillion, 10 trillion, 12 trillion. Ultimately, his aura stabilized at 12 trillion, marking his limit. He had tripled his power from Super Saiyan 3, a feat that surprised even him. Clenching his fist, excitement gleamed in Gu Xian's eyes. He could distinctly sense his own formidable power, an unimaginable force. With a clenched fist, Gu Xian's gaze fell squarely upon Beerus. Lord Beerus, are you satisfied with my strength now? The glint of battle intent shone in Gu Xian's eyes. He was eager for the confrontation. As for transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Gu Xuan felt it unnecessary to reveal his full potential. He preferred to retain some of his power in reserve rather than unveil everything. The outcome was yet to be determined, but at the very least, such an approach could yield an element of surprise, potentially proving advantageous at a critical moment. Unexpected, truly unexpected, Beerus remarked, clapping his hands in genuine admiration. Under the explosive power of Super Saiyan 3, merged with divine energy, your strength has reached astonishing heights. Your performance has greatly pleased me. The impending battle promises to be exhilarating. It has been a while since I have experienced such a contest. Today, I shall finally have the opportunity to stretch my limbs. After a leisurely yawn, Beerus's gaze fixated on Gu Xuan. Chapter 34, For the Earth. Whoosh. In the face of Beerus, even with Gu Xian's astonishing battle power of 12,000 trillion after his explosive transformation, he understood that Beerus's strength had never truly been revealed. Moreover, the stronger Gu Xuan became, the more he sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Beerus. Initially, Gu Xuan's power was on an entirely different dimension compared to Beerus, making it impossible for him to grasp the depths of Beerus's strength. It was akin to how Goku and others stood before Gu Xuan, unable to perceive the true extent of his current power. This situation was far from ideal, as it affected his fighting spirit, though he sought to suppress such thoughts. Once they emerged, it was not so easily dismissed. Yet, if he could not repress them, then, in a flash, Gu Xuan surged forward, choosing to take the initiative. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he appeared directly before Beerus, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Such incredible speed, Beerus thought, attempting to evade. However, Gu Xuan's swiftness was overwhelming, and he materialized right before Beerus, unleashing a tremendous force upon him. While he could have dodged, he recalled that he was there to fight, not to practice evasion. Thus, when Gu Xuan's punch approached, Beerus did not choose to evade. Instead, he raised his right hand and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! Gu Xuan's fist collided directly with Beerus's. In that fleeting moment of contact, a deafening roar erupted, transforming into a tempest of unparalleled magnitude. As their fists collided, a palpable ripple emanated from their point of contact, expanding outward in all directions. The emergence of this ripple was instantaneous, swiftly radiating into the cosmos. On Earth, Son Goku and his companions were observing the luminous screen when, all of a sudden, they perceived an approaching ripple. This wave surged forth, passing through them and extending further into the distance. In an instant, the entirety of Earth was set to undulate beneath its influence. What was transpiring? Satan gazed around in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Among them, he possessed the weakest strength, barely reaching 100, leaving him unable to feel even a fraction of the overwhelming power that others sensed. All he could perceive was an irresistible force that threatened to collapse the very heavens above him. It was dire. Our entire universe was on the brink of annihilation. Within the realm of the old Kaioshin, after the ripple had passed, his face drained of color, devoid of any blood. Despite his naturally pale complexion, the terror and despair in his eyes clearly betrayed his fear. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, several nearby meteors shattered upon the ripple's passage, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Bang, bang, bang. Haha, exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xuan and Beerus had engaged in dozens of exchanges. Each collision sent ripples cascading outward. The overwhelming force unleashed by their battle resonated throughout the entire seventh universe, particularly in the northern galaxy, where all beings felt an impending, insurmountable power looming. Boom. Beerus clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Xuan. The surrounding ripples were of no concern to him, after all. The creation of such phenomena was the responsibility of the Kaioshin, and Beerus had no intention of being troubled by it. Moreover, his purpose was to bring destruction. With this punch, the universe would shatter. The old Kaioshin closed his eyes, resigned to his powerlessness. Disappear. Beerus bellowed, his fist launching toward Gu Xuan with ferocity. Boom. Gu Xuan, witnessing the approaching fist, his eyes glinted with determination, and he charged forward to collide once more with Beerus. In that moment, Gu Xuan raised his right hand, channeling an astounding 12,000 megajoules of energy into it. Gathering all his strength, he struck Beerus with a devastating blow. Time, it seemed, slowed to a crawl. Bang! As Gu Xuan's fist collided directly with Beerus's, a thunderous roar erupted. However, following this singular blow, the universe did not succumb to chaos due to their confrontation. Rather, both Gu Xuan and Beerus took a step back simultaneously. The ripples that had previously resonated throughout the cosmos came to an abrupt halt and dissipated as if they had never existed. Lord Beerus, let us refrain from causing unnecessary harm to the innocent. After all, this is merely a battle between the two of us, wouldn't you agree? Gu Xuan stated. Observing Beerus with a composed demeanor, he sensed that the repercussions of their skirmish could potentially obliterate numerous planets. Quite intriguing. But how did you manage that? Beerus inquired. His surprise evident, albeit it did not diminish the gravity of the situation. It's quite simple. I merely harness the same power as you, Gu Xuan replied succinctly. As he had indeed employed that very strategy. With a swift motion, both Beerus and Gu Xuan surged forward, their speeds breathtaking and the force they wielded immensely potent. The air crackled with energy as they exchanged strikes, the sound of their blows resonating like thunder. In a flurry of impacts, Gu Xuan countered each of Beerus's punches with an equivalent force. Haha, it seems this is no mere coincidence, Beerus chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Gu Xuan, your strength is commendable. If that is the case, I shall take this more seriously. His tone was infused with exhilaration, as he realized it had been ages since he had engaged in such a vigorous contest. Gu Xuan was the first to provoke this excitement within him. I share your sentiment. It is indeed time to escalate our efforts. Lest our battle yield no definitive conclusion, Gu Xuan affirmed, nodding in agreement, his expression serene. Clearly, both combatants were prepared to unveil their full capabilities, no longer holding back. The prospect of battling Beerus filled Gu Xuan with elation. The thrill of an unrestrained fight was exhilarating. A truly invigorating experience. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the two stood opposite one another, instinctively halting their assault and exchanging glances. Then, with a resounding clash, Gu Xuan and Beerus collided once more, as if they had silently agreed to continue. The reverberations echoed, and under the immense sound of their clash, Gu Xuan felt a tremor throughout his body, stepping back several paces. His arms, which had just defended against Beerus's onslaught, trembled uncontrollably, slightly tingling from the exertion. In stark contrast, Beerus remained steadfast, seemingly unfazed. How could this be? Gazing at Beerus, who stood enscathed beneath the force of his punch, Gu Xuan could not help but express his astonishment. Is such surprise necessary? Do not forget, I am a god of destruction. Beerus remarked calmly, observing Gu Xuan's astonishment with an air of nonchalance. Gu Xuan, your strength is commendable. Among the humans I have encountered, you would rank within the top 5. Yet, that is merely an insignificant feat. To contend with your level of power, I need not exert much effort. Merely 3/10 of my strength will suffice to defeat you. Beerus spoke slowly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Indeed, even Gu Xuan sensed this truth. Although Beerus had spoken so casually, he had not truly unleashed his full might. Deflecting Gu Xuan's attacks was as effortless as a child's play. 3/10 of your strength can defeat me? Gu Xuan's gaze flickered as he scrutinized Beerus. Indeed, Beerus nodded, exuding confidence, not born of arrogance, but rather stemming from his profound belief in his own divine prowess. Since you assert such a claim, I am eager to witness whether you can indeed best me with merely 3/10 of your might. Gu Xuan bellowed, unleashing a tremendous surge of power from within, transforming it into an unimaginable tempest of terror. As the storm erupted from his very core, it swiftly expanded outward in a frenzy. Boom, boom. The air reverberated with violent detonations as nearby debris succumbed to the overwhelming gale surrounding Gu Xuan, disintegrating into ash. Come forth, Lord Beerus. Utilize your 3/10 strength to vanquish me, if you truly possess the capability. Gu Xuan's voice resounded with determination. He was acutely aware of his own prowess. Though he knew he could not compare to Beerus, the notion that defeating him with merely 3/10 of his strength would be an effortless task was far from reality. Even if the one making the claim was Beerus, Gu Xuan was not one to yield easily. At the very least, he intended to extract more of Beerus's power. A low growl escaped Gu Xuan's lips. As he roared, an overwhelming force erupted from his being. This unleashed power was formidable, coalescing instantly within his hands. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan brought his hands together, and the energy transformed into a luminous sphere. Though small in size, the energy contained within was extraordinarily vast. With a flick of his wrist, the glowing sphere was propelled forth, hurtling towards Beerus at an astonishing speed, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved. The childish display elicited a disdainful smile from Beerus, who paid it little heed. Ultimately, it seemed that this was the extent of one's capabilities. With a shake of his head, Beerus lifted his right hand and gently pointed towards the approaching sphere of light. At the moment the sphere drew near his fingertip, it abruptly halted, defying expectation. As the sphere came to a standstill, Gu Xuan clenched his right fist with fervor. In an instant, the sphere before Beerus erupted in a violent explosion, triggered by Gu Xuan's subtle motion. What? A shift in Beerus's expression revealed his surprise. Caught off guard by the ensuing detonation, he found himself enveloped by the overwhelming force emanating from within the explosion. Gu Xuan refrained from launching another attack, aware that certain tactics could only be employed once and that prudence was paramount. To press further would be unwise, especially against an opponent of Beerus's caliber. Maintaining vigilance was essential. Thus, he chose to remain stationary, awaiting the outcome. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Beerus's figure emerged, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state. It appears I may have underestimated you. Given your strength, I would indeed find myself in quite a predicament if I were to act carelessly, he remarked, regarding Gu Xuan intently. Previously, amid the billowing fog, Beerus had anticipated a relentless pursuit from Gu Xuan. Yet he was disappointed to find that Gu Xuan had opted for restraint instead. This unexpected turn left Beerus perturbed. Your intellect is far more formidable than your raw power, Beerus asserted, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Gu Xuan with growing gravity. It was the first instance in which he regarded Gu Xuan with genuine seriousness. Do you still claim that merely 3/10 of your strength would suffice to defeat me? Gu Xuan inquired once more, locking eyes with Beerus. Indeed. 3/10 of my power is all that is required to contend with you, Beerus replied, nodding as he maintained his unwavering stance. Very well then. Gu Xuan refrained from further elaboration, instead focusing intently on Beerus. During my time in the mental dimension, I not only honed my divine power, but also refined several of my unique techniques, though I have never employed them until now. The present moment seems to present a fitting opportunity, he expressed, his eyes glinting with anticipation for the culmination of his creations. Lord Beerus, what do you think of this technique? Gu Xuan raised his right hand, and a golden aura materialized at his fingertips, though it appeared somewhat tenuous. A formidable power radiated from its presence. As Gu Xuan focused his energy at his fingertips, Beerus's gaze sharpened, and he inquired with a hint of curiosity. This is my self-created ultimate move, which I have named the Celestial Origin Cannon. No sooner had Gu Xuan spoken than a surge of golden energy erupted, swirling in the air. With each rotation, torrents of power were drawn from all directions, merging into this radiant sphere, thereby amplifying its formidable might. In mere moments, the luminous orb expanded exponentially, its power becoming increasingly awe-inspiring. Chapter 36. The Celestial Origin Cannon. Time flew by. In an instant, as the orb continued to spin, a tremendous amount of energy began to coalesce from the surroundings with fervor. Within the vast cosmos, the forces at play were unfathomably terrifying. Even a mere thread of this energy could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Yet, despite the orb absorbing this overwhelming power and growing larger, Beerus remained unfazed. While he recognized the orb's potency, he did not regard it with much concern, for if that were all there was to it, it would hardly warrant his attention. To withstand even a third of my strength, one would need to absorb a tenth of the universe's energy. But are you truly capable of such a feat? Beerus fixed his gaze upon Gu Xuan, not rushing to act, but rather observing him with a glimmer of anticipation. Perhaps, within him, there also existed a flicker of hope that Gu Xuan might indeed astonish him. Is it merely a tenth of your strength that can defeat you? A smile crept upon Gu Xian's lips. If that were the extent of the requirement, he scarcely took it to heart, for he was capable of far more than that. Lord Beerus, you claim that only a tenth of your strength can inflict harm upon you. However, I wonder how much damage I could cause if I were to harness a quarter of the universe's energy, specifically that of the Northern Galaxy. Gu Xian's voice resonated calmly, for at this moment, his Celestial Origin Cannon had yet to reach its limits. With the utterance of his words, a ferocious force of absorption radiated from the orb. Boom. In the span of just 2 heartbeats, all the unabsorbed energy within the Northern Galaxy surged towards the radiant sphere before Gu Xuan. Though this moment may seem elongated in narrative, it was accomplished in the blink of an eye. After absorbing the entirety of the Northern Galaxy's power, the orb before Gu Xuan transformed into a luminous sphere, a sphere of darkness. As soon as this black sphere materialized, an unimaginable and terrifying energy erupted forth. Anything that dared to approach it would likely face utter annihilation. Having fully absorbed the energy of the Northern Galaxy, the sphere before Gu Xuan had expanded to an astonishing size, its vastness incomprehensible. Such formidable power is condensed within this radiant sphere, and one can only imagine the terrifying magnitude of energy it harbors. At this moment, after the sphere has fully formed, even Beerus finds his gaze sharpened in surprise. I never anticipated that you could absorb the entirety of the North Galaxy's strength. Indeed, I have underestimated you. Beerus's expression grows solemn, as Gu Xuan's actions exceed his expectations. My Lord Beerus, do you think your 30% power is sufficient to contend with this? Gu Xuan inquires, looking directly at Beerus. That remains to be seen, Beerus responds, his eyes glinting as he regards Gu Xuan. Celestial Cannon. Gu Xuan bellows, unleashing an explosive force from within, transforming the immense black energy into a powerful surge directed at Beerus. Boom. The colossal energy, spanning several yards, hurtles toward Beerus in an instant. As it surges forth, the surrounding cosmos fractures like a spider's web. Waves of annihilating winds emanate from the cracks, enveloping both Gu Xuan and Beerus. Yet, Gu Xuan remains unfazed by these winds of oblivion, for his current strength allows him to dismiss them entirely. As for Beerus, he is equally untroubled, as both allow the winds to pass over them. Allow me to obliterate your most potent strike. A look of exhilaration spreads across Beerus's face. As the celestial cannon approaches with thunderous momentum, Beerus raises his hands, summoning a sphere of purple energy. A low growl escapes him as a purple orb materializes in his palms, formed from his god of destruction power. Though the orb is modest in size, it emanates a force potent enough to disturb even the vacuum of space. This is my strongest manifestation at 30% power. I hope your strike can withstand it. Beerus declares, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan, wishing for the celestial cannon to be more than mere bluster. Whoosh! The purple energy surges forth, rapidly closing in on Gu Xuan's celestial cannon. Without any pause, the two energies collide. Each possesses unimaginable power, and as they clash, the very fabric of the cosmos begins to collapse. What catastrophic force! Before such might, all things can only face annihilation. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Neither power has unleashed its full potential. I trust you shall not be disappointed. A glint of determination shines in Gu Xuan's eyes. In truth, even he lacks complete assurance. For Beerus has never revealed his true strength within the Dragon Ball universe. For a person whose strength remains an enigma, Gu Xuan was uncertain of the true extent of his 3/10 power. However, one thing he firmly believed was that, in the face of his Tianyuan cannon's formidable might, this 3/10 power was devoid of any pretense. It represented his most authentic strength. The clash of two forces persisted, each counteracting the other. Although Gu Xuan's Tianyuan cannon was forged through a unique method and had absorbed the energy of the northern galaxy, its power surpassed even Gu Xuan's wildest imaginations. Despite Gu Xuan's own strength being 12,000 megajoules, the explosive force unleashed by the Tianyuan cannon, after assimilating the entirety of the northern galaxy's power, far exceeded this 12,000 megajoule threshold, its might amplified by 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. This epitomized the essence of the Tianyuan cannon, the convergence of all cosmic energies, erupting in unparalleled force. Once Gu Xuan's strength reached a sufficient magnitude, he could potentially unify the forces of the entire universe. At that juncture, even a fully powered Beerus would find himself compelled to take heed. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Xuan asserted that Beerus's 3/10 power might not withstand the current might of his Tianyuan cannon. It was not that Gu Xuan believed his 12,000 megajoules posed a significant threat to Beerus. Rather, he had faith that the Tianyuan cannon, after absorbing the northern galaxy's energy, could compel Beerus to utilize 3/10 of his strength. Chapter 37. Injured. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the cosmos, Gu Xuan's immense black energy was rapidly diminished under Beerus's violet energy. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from several zhong to merely one zhong, along with a significant reduction in the power contained within that black energy. I told you, now you should believe me, Beerus remarked, regarding Gu Xuan. Indeed, you are worthy of being a god of destruction. It seems I underestimated you earlier. Gu Xuan could only smile wryly and shake his head, acknowledging his earlier carelessness. Yet, what did it matter? Just as these words were spoken, an explosion of unparalleled power erupted from the violet energy, rapidly enveloping Gu Xuan's Tianyuan cannon. The ferocious might of the god of destruction sought to obliterate this energy completely. Give it to me. Beerus was poised to annihilate the Tianyuan cannon entirely. However, just as the final word was about to escape his lips, the cannon, shrouded in violet energy, began to emanate a dark, ominous glow. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened. Before he could regain his composure, the Tianyuan cannon, condensed within the violet energy, suddenly detonated with a thunderous explosion. Not good. As Beerus confronted the explosive force, his expression shifted dramatically. He raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, a violet barrier materialized before him. The moment this luminous shield appeared, the Tianyuan cannon, enveloped in purple energy, suddenly disintegrated. However, it was not Beerus's energy that caused this destruction. It was a deliberate act by Gu Xuan. Although some of the energy within was indeed obliterated by Beerus, the residual power remained exceedingly formidable. Especially under such annihilation, Beerus's violet energy shattered, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Lord Beerus, I presume this was not anticipated. Gu Xuan's calm voice resonated as the destructive force of the Tianyuan cannon surged toward Beerus, carrying unimaginable might. Everything unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. The terrifying storm crashed against the violet barrier before Beerus. Though his reflexes were swift and devoid of hesitation, Gu Xuan had awaited this opportunity for an extensive duration. Thus, even with Beerus prepared for an assault, the urgency of the moment meant that the violet energy he had conjured was insufficient. While he could deflect a substantial portion of the attack, blocking Gu Xuan's concentrated power from the northern galaxy proved insurmountable, even for a god of destruction like Beerus. Under the onslaught of the Tianyuan cannon's destructive force, Beerus dared not be complacent. The violet barrier crumbled almost instantly, and the horrific energy of the Tianyuan cannon descended upon him. Mighty as Beerus was, the overwhelming force caused a visible change in his demeanor, compelling him to retreat several steps and momentarily engulfing him in sheer terror. Lord Beerus, it seems that 30% of your power is ineffective against me, Gu Xuan remarked, his complexion slightly pale yet his gaze toward Beerus brimming with exhilaration. You are correct. Yet your strength has waned significantly as well. While your previous strike bore immense power, I doubt you can muster a second such assault, Beerus replied, his breath slightly hurried but still maintaining an undeniable advantage. Despite the suddenness of Gu Xuan's offensive, he managed to remain grounded afterward, although he appeared somewhat disheveled. He had sustained no significant injuries. I understand, Gu Xuan acknowledged with a nod, conceding this fact with candor, for the reality was indeed as stated. Although the Tianyuan cannon can be unleashed, Gu Xuan, with his remaining strength, can no longer absorb the entirety of the Northern Galaxy's power. Without reaching that level, it holds no significance against a formidable opponent like Beerus. Lord Beerus, although I cannot unleash the same level of attack as before with the Tianyuan cannon. If you believe that the power I display now represents my full strength, you are gravely mistaken. Gu Xuan's gaze flickered as he slowly addressed Beerus. What do you mean? Beerus glanced at Gu Xuan, momentarily perplexed by his words. My implication is that my current combat power of 12 trillion, at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, does not represent my full capabilities. Rather, it is merely a fraction, more accurately, less than 1/10 of my total strength. Gu Xuan spoke with a smile. Interesting, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow as he regarded Gu Xuan. Since you assert this, then unleash your full power and let me witness it. I am quite eager to see just how formidable your true strength is, whether it will astonish even me. Beerus calmly stated. If Gu Xuan could not replicate the attack of the previous Tianyuan cannon, transforming again would be futile. In the blink of an eye, Beerus appeared directly before Gu Xuan. He raised his right hand into a fist, generating a powerful gust as he aimed a fierce punch at Gu Xuan's chest. With a resounding impact, the punch nearly tore through space itself. Given Beerus's incredible speed, Gu Xuan barely had time to react before the blow struck him directly. Gu Xuan's body jolted, and he expelled a mouthful of blood, staggering back several paces. Steadying himself, he clutched his chest, his expression one of profound defeat and weakness. It seemed that taking a hit from Beerus without any preparation proved to be quite challenging. How about it? If you possess greater strength, now is the time to reveal it. Otherwise, in your current state, you would not withstand my second punch. Beerus observed Gu Xuan, stating that the previous blow was merely a lesson, nothing more. Very well, I understand. I have resolved to hold nothing back and will unleash my utmost power to battle you. Though the outcome may not change, at least I shall have given it my all. Determination shone in Gu Xuan's eyes. Chapter 38. Full Power of Super Saiyan 4. Now, let me witness your strongest power. Anticipation gleamed in Beerus's eyes. For him, the greater Gu Xuan's strength, the more exhilarating the encounter would be. As for whether one can surpass oneself, the answer is undoubtedly negative. From the very beginning, Beerus never harbored any concerns regarding this possibility. Defeating Gu Xuan is an inevitability. However, before that, it is paramount to find joy within oneself. That is the essence. What follows will be the manifestation of my utmost strength, and Lord Beerus, you must pay close attention. Gu Xuan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gazed at Beerus. I eagerly anticipate your prior performance. It seems your greatest power may indeed exhilarate me. Beerus slowly spoke, rest assured. I shall not disappoint you. I possess a certainty in this matter. The moment Gu Xuan uttered those words, a terrifying force erupted from within him with a resounding explosion. A staggering 12,000 trillion units of power surged forth, significantly amplified by Gu Xuan's escalating momentum. Has he finally resolved to transform into his strongest state? Son Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the screen. The mightiest Super Saiyan 4, the primal power, what terrifying level of strength will he attain upon transformation? The transformation of the Saiyans, long vanished since ancient times, has finally re-emerged today. Vegeta too was filled with anticipation. At this moment, he hoped for Gu Xuan to grow ever stronger. At least, compared to the seemingly unattainable strength of Beerus, Gu Xuan's power remains within his reach, though it may take considerable time. They are all Saiyans, and Vegeta believes that what Gu Xuan can achieve, he too can attain. Is there another transformation? The Saiyans truly are a fascinating race, with transformations that seem limitless. One wonders what portion of Lord Beerus's strength this transformation will equate to. Even Whis watched the screen with keen interest. Whis, may we observe from the cosmos? This battle would provide us with considerable insight, Son Goku proposed, eagerly looking at Whis. He believed that if Whis were willing, it could be arranged. Of course. In response to Son Goku's request, Whis nodded in agreement. Thank you. Holding the angel's staff, Whis gently tapped the ground. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped Son Goku and the others, transporting them from Earth to the cosmos. Shielded by Whis's divine aura, they remained unharmed. Lord Beerus, it seems that something extraordinary is about to unfold. Do take care not to embarrass yourself. After Whis's arrival, he addressed Beerus. Although it was a word of concern, it always felt somewhat awkward, leaving Beerus feeling quite uncomfortable. Why does it sound as if you look down on me? Do you think a god of destruction could be defeated by a mere human? Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Whis. It is not that. I merely worry about the power unleashed by his transformation. If you continue to remain so careless, you might end up injured, Whis replied with a gentle smile. He was acutely aware of Beerus's strength. Not even the most formidable beings from other universes could surpass him. Among the gods of destruction, Beerus ranked within the top 3. Lord Beerus, the ultimate transformation of the Science is the final stage I can attain. You must observe closely, came a calm voice from Gu Xuan. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from Gu Xuan. Under this pressure, even Beerus's gaze sharpened. It was not that Gu Xuan's aura instilled fear in Beerus, rather. It was the sheer ferocity of the energy that enveloped him. This was an entirely different intensity from before. While Gu Xuan had previously exuded immense power, it was just that power. But at this moment, he radiated a wild and fierce energy, akin to a lion that had slumbered for a millennium, awakening at last. This was the sensation Beerus experienced. Let the battle commence, Beerus said, watching Gu Xuan intently. Boom. A formidable aura burst forth from Gu Xuan. The entire cosmos trembled under this force. The golden light surrounding Gu Xuan began to fade, his hair darkening. A plethora of red fur emerged, and his stature increased. A crimson hue encircled his eyes, and his hair took on a more defined shape, presenting a stark contrast to his former appearance. This was the Super Saiyan 4. Upon transforming, Gu Xuan's gaze fell squarely upon Beerus. The true shock for Beerus was not the transformation itself, but the power Gu Xuan now wielded. His strength had surged from the peak of Super Saiyan 3 at 12,000 trillion to an astonishing 50-fold enhancement upon becoming Super Saiyan 4. Nearly reaching the limits of this form. In that instant, Gu Xuan's combat power had escalated from 12,000 trillion to 600,000 trillion. What a terrifying increase. Each transformation granted monumental enhancement. Science, my interest in you continues to grow. Beerus observed Gu Xuan, his demeanor still appearing indifferent, yet his gaze reflected a newfound seriousness. Though it may be but a hint, it is evident that Gu Xuan's enhancement has already begun to exert a modicum of pressure on Beerus. Is this truly the extent of your power? If you possess even greater strength, do not hesitate to unleash it, Beerus observed, his patience waning. This was merely the power of Super Saiyan 4 shortly after transformation. It did not represent his full potential. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, and as his words fell, an even more terrifying power erupted explosively from within him. The so-called limit of Super Saiyan 4, which is 50 times greater, applies only to ordinary Saiyans. However, for Gu Xuan, this was not his full capacity. The full power of Super Saiyan 4 is the pinnacle of my strength, he proclaimed, continuously elevating his aura, fully revealing the utmost power contained within him. With this explosive display, Gu Xuan's strength surged from an astounding 600 trillion, escalating toward an even more formidable realm. Chapter 39, The God of Death's Punch. At this moment, Gu Xuan's power surged like a gushing spring, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level in an instant. Rest assured, I'm not in a hurry. You have ample time to showcase your full strength, Beerus remarked, observing Gu Xuan's gradual ascent. A fierce roar escaped Gu Xuan as his aura continued to swell dramatically. Merely 2 seconds later, his momentum had multiplied several times over. The storm roared incessantly, radiating outward from Gu Xuan's form and spreading wildly into the surroundings. The very cosmos trembled, unable to bear the immense power emanating from Gu Xuan. After all, prior to this, he had extracted the entire power of the northern galaxy using the Tianyuan cannon, leaving it remarkably void. In such circumstances, it is entirely understandable that the northern galaxy could not withstand the force Gu Xuan unleashed. There is no reason for astonishment. The aura surged uncontrollably. Moments later, Gu Xuan's strength escalated significantly, soaring from 600 trillion to an astounding 6 quadrillion, an increase of tenfold. With this tenfold enhancement, Gu Xuan attained the full power of Super Saiyan 4, reaching its zenith. Especially after merging with divine energy, he exuded a distinctly unique aura. 600 quadrillion, Lord Beerus. This is my current total strength, Gu Xuan stated earnestly, his expression grave. Having reached such a level, he had exerted every effort. This was the strongest power he could wield thus far. Yet, he was acutely aware that even this formidable strength was still far from being a match for Beerus. At present, he is only slightly stronger than the Super Saiyan Red, yet still not as formidable as the Super Saiyan Blue. Nevertheless, reaching this level indeed represents the pinnacle of Gu Xuan's abilities, and any further enhancement eludes him. 600 trillion, while still relatively weak, is nonetheless sufficient and, to be honest, surpasses my expectations. Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan, compelled to acknowledge this fact. If this were all there was to it, then he would remain unperturbed. Lord Beerus, come forth. Gu Xian's figure flickered as he surged toward Beerus. In an instant, he arrived before Beerus. His speed so extraordinary that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xian raised his right hand and, with a clenched fist, struck fiercely at Beerus. The sheer force of his punch caused the very fabric of the cosmos to tremble, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Boom! With that single punch, he launched an attack toward Beerus. Just as swiftly, when his fist was merely inches away from Beerus, the latter casually lifted his right hand and effortlessly met the blow. Bang! A resounding echo reverberated. Gu Xian's body jolted as an unimaginable force surged forth from Beerus's hand, crashing into his own. This power coursed through his arm and permeated his entire being, nullifying the force of his attack. Not only that, but an even more domineering energy flooded into him. Despite Gu Xian's current strength of 600 trillion, he staggered backwards several steps under the sheer might of this force. Such formidable power, it is no wonder he is a god of destruction. Gu Xian's gaze sharpened, and as he shook off the residual energy, he looked at Beerus with a solemn expression. You are not without merit. Although your strength is only 600 trillion, you could withstand my strike. It seems you possess some skill, Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration, having just employed a fraction of his god of destruction power. Yet I am still not your equal, am I, Lord Beerus? I am hardly worthy to stand as your opponent, Gu Xian replied with a touch of self-mockery. After all, you are but a human, and your training has been brief. To surpass me, you have a long journey ahead. There is no need for such self-deprecation, Beerus corrected him. You are mistaken. I have not given up. While I may not be your match at this moment, I believe that by our next encounter, I shall have developed the qualifications to stand as your rival. As Gu Xian's words resonated, a surge of power erupted within him, coalescing his 600 trillion strength into a colossal sphere of light atop his fist. This is my self-created technique, which I have named the Fist of the God of Death. A fierce determination gleamed in Gu Xian's eyes. This is another technique he comprehended during his seclusion. True to its literal meaning, Gu Xuan aspires for even deities to tremble beneath this single punch. The name God of Death's Fist is undeniably imposing. Yet can it truly be executed? A glimmer sparked in Beerus's eyes. Despite his words, he felt a profound anticipation. After all, the surprises Gu Xian had presented him today were exceedingly numerous, rekindling a long-lost thrill for battle within him. Whether it can be achieved is not for me to determine, nor for you, but rather it hinges upon the might of this punch. Once Gu Xian finished speaking, all the remaining power within him coalesced in his right fist. The God of Death's Fist, Gu Xian raised his right hand, and the energy surrounding his fist instantaneously fused with it. To the observer, there appeared to be no discernible difference. With a thunderous roar, Gu Xian unleashed his fist. As he did, the cosmos trembled, and a colossal shadow of a fist materialized, exuding a terrifying force. Upon the emergence of the fist shadow, it surged directly towards Beerus. Merely a trivial technique, though it appeared formidable, in reality, it was utterly insubstantial and bore no effect on me. Surely you must understand this? Beerus expressed his disappointment, having initially anticipated witnessing a remarkable technique, only to realize he had set his expectations for Gu Xian too high. Is that so? Gu Xian refrained from elaborating, merely offering a faint smile. The outcome would only be revealed after Beerus received this punch. Bang! Beerus raised his right hand and thrust it forward, his fingertip colliding directly with the shadow of the God of Death's Fist. In that fleeting moment of contact, the God of Death's Fist suddenly trembled and shattered. I told you, a trivial technique, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. However, the instant those words left his lips, his countenance shifted abruptly, as if he sensed something. He glanced around sharply. Even Beerus could not help but narrow his pupils. Chapter 40. Defeat. The immense fist shadow lunged toward Beerus. How many times do you wish to repeat the same technique? Instantly, 99 shadows of fists manifested around Beerus. Although these shadows were not as colossal as the previous one and existed in a state between solid and ethereal, the encircling formation completely enveloped Beerus. Thus, whether Beerus chose to obliterate or disregard the prior God of Death's Fist, he had already succumbed to its encirclement. This is the true ingenuity of the God of Death's Fist. Do not forget, this technique is called the God of Death's Fist, if it merely appeared commonplace. Do you truly believe I would employ it? Gu Xian declared with unwavering confidence. Crumble. From the lips of Gu Xian emerged a singular word. The moment this word fell, the 99 fists encircling Beerus sprang into motion, moving with an astounding velocity, directly striking against Beerus. The air was filled with a cacophony of resounding booms. Thick smoke billowed forth, enveloping Beerus, obscuring any view of the unfolding events, with the thunderous noise persisting unceasingly. Despite the sheer number of 99 fists, their descent transpired in but an instant. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a chilling voice emerged from within the haze. The god of Death's fist, what a remarkable technique. Its power is indeed unparalleled. However, akin to the previous Tianyuan cannon, at your current strength, you can only unleash it once, correct? Beerus's voice slowly resonated. As the smoke finally cleared, it revealed Beerus in a slightly disheveled state, his posture not as upright as before. Yet, his gaze upon Gu Xuan radiated an unprecedented excitement. Regardless, at the very least, this strike has had some effect on you, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile, having never anticipated that this blow would vanquish Beerus. For the moment, he was satisfied with the impact of his attack. Indeed, it has had an effect. In a flash, Beerus's figure shifted, and from his raised right hand, a violet energy sphere materialized. Now it is my turn to strike. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the energy sphere surged towards Gu Xuan at a breathtaking speed. Although I have expended considerable strength, surely such an attack cannot defeat me, Gu Xuan thought, and as the violet sphere approached, he launched himself forward. His right fist poised to deliver a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, Gu Xuan's fist shattered the violet sphere, dispersing its energy throughout the cosmos. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xuan appeared before Beerus, unleashing a flurry of strikes at breakneck speed, denying Beerus any opportunity to counter. For Gu Xuan could not afford to grant him any chance. Just as Beerus had articulated, his ultimate technique had been exhausted, leaving him with no recourse but to adopt this relentless strategy. In the face of Gu Xuan's audacious approach, Beerus did not display disdain. Rather, a smile graced his features. "Ha ha, you are allowing me to relive the sensations of my own youthful struggles," Beerus exclaimed, engaging in rapid combat with Gu Xuan. Both warriors moving at an extraordinary pace, with an evident inclination to accelerate further. Even the formidable son Wukong and Vegeta found it challenging to discern the movements of Beerus and Gu Xuan. Fortunately, the presence of Whis allowed them to perceive the battle with greater clarity through his slow-motion perspective. Such overwhelming strength in combat is beyond our imagination. Excitement glimmered in son Wukong's eyes. The paths of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, which diverged in their training, now seemed to present him with a clear direction. Vegeta murmured, having previously been uncertain about his chosen path, but now he had resolutely made up his mind. Likewise, son Wukong was prepared, aware of the direction he needed to pursue in his training. Gu Xuan's power was undeniably formidable. Despite being fellow Saiyans, son Wukong and Vegeta found themselves significantly outmatched. Whis glanced at Gu Xuan before addressing son Wukong and Vegeta. Gu Xuan unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, showing no signs of respite. With each strike, he exerted his full strength. Beerus, too, displayed an unprecedented excitement. Despite the vast disparity in power, the pressure from Gu Xuan allowed him to savor the exhilarating sensation of a fierce battle, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. Reflecting upon this sensation now, the thrill was indescribable. With another collision, both Gu Xuan and Beerus staggered back a few steps, their faces betraying their exhilaration. "Gu Xuan, I acknowledge your strength. Now I shall show you the might of my full power at 30%. I hope you can withstand it," Beerus declared, clearly optimistic about Gu Xuan. "I will do my utmost." Gu Xuan nodded in affirmation. With a mighty roar, Beerus vanished, instantly reappearing before Gu Xuan. So swift, Gu Xuan thought, barely able to register the movement. Suddenly, Beerus struck with a punch that landed squarely on Gu Xuan. Despite Gu Xuan's resilience, the blow sent him reeling, forcing him to spit blood as a cry of agony escaped his lips. Gu Xuan's body crashed violently into the distance, his energy plummeting, and he was unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 state, reverting to his normal form. The crimson aura around his eyes gradually dissipated, and his previously slightly erect hair fell flat. Is my power only at this level? The searing pain coursing through him caused Gu Xuan to frown involuntarily. Though reluctant to admit it, he was acutely aware that the battle between him and Beerus had come to a definitive conclusion. He had been defeated, and in a rather humiliating manner, much like a mere plaything after being thoroughly toyed with. Chapter 41. 3 months. The defeat of Gu Xuan in the Illumination. Let us depart. This contest has concluded, and there is nothing more to behold. With a wave of his angelic staff, Whis caused the figures amidst the starlit expanse to vanish, reappearing in the sacred plaza on Earth. You have lost. According to my customary practice, Earth would face annihilation. However, while you may have been defeated, you did provide me with a moment of exhilaration. Thus, out of a semblance of goodwill, I shall spare you this time. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan, speaking in a measured tone. This visit to Earth had proven quite fruitful for Beerus, particularly with Gu Xuan, Son Goku, and Vegeta. The potential within these 3 was remarkable. With some training, their growth could become boundless. After all, As the god of destruction of Universe 7, while destruction was his primary role, the strength of the 7th universe was rather lacking compared to others. Should these three receive proper cultivation, perhaps the might of Universe 7 could be enhanced. This was the essence of Beerus's genuine thoughts, and it was precisely this consideration that spared Earth from destruction. Thank you, Lord Beerus, Gu Xuan and Son Goku said, glancing back before addressing Beerus. For them, this outcome was indeed the most favorable. Whis, let us return. Beerus yawned as he spoke to Whis beside him. He was genuinely feeling fatigued. Despite allowing himself to hold back in the battle, it did not negate the fact that he was tired. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, tapping his angelic staff against the ground, which then transformed into a beam of light that shot away from Earth. At last, it is over. Upon witnessing Beerus and Whis depart, Son Goku let out a profound sigh of relief. Gu Xuan, your strength is truly formidable. You managed to stand toe-to-toe with Beerus. Even though you ultimately suffered defeat, Son Goku remarked earnestly, having noted that Beerus had not exerted his full power. Nevertheless, compared to himself, Gu Xuan's prowess was indeed remarkable. Vegeta remained silent, gazing in the direction from which Whis and Beerus had vanished, lost in his own thoughts. I am gravely injured from this battle. I shall take my leave now. With that, Gu Xuan waved his hand and instantly vanished from sight. Son Goku, who had intended to keep Gu Xuan behind for further discussion, was left with no choice but to abandon that thought. Vegeta, as Goku gazed at him, appeared ready to speak, yet before he could finish, he vanished like a streak of light. Goku watched the direction in which the two departed, letting out a resigned sigh. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed since Beerus's arrival. During this period, Earth remained tranquil, devoid of any adversaries. Of course, visitors from the universe continued to appear regularly, with Whis being the most frequent. Each time Whis arrived, he would go to Vegeta and the others. Gradually, it became evident that Vegeta was absent from Earth, and no one knew his whereabouts, save for Bulma. A month prior, Goku had discovered Gu Xuan in a secluded valley, and since then, he had not left that place. It is no exaggeration to say that Earth was currently at peace. In a continuous mountain range approximately 100,000 kilometers from West City, two figures existed. Goku, you have been here for a month. What is your purpose? Gu Xuan, who had been in seclusion for 3 months, finally opened his eyes and glanced at Goku nearby, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke. 3 months prior, he had been severely injured by Beerus and had since dedicated himself to training in this location. His injuries had long since healed, and most of his time was spent enhancing his strength. The battle with Beerus had imparted immense benefits, requiring Gu Xuan a full 3 months to assimilate the experience. Although 3 months had passed, his power had transformed drastically, a change that even he found astonishing. This rapid progression could be attributed to the unique system he possessed. Unlike Goku and the others, Gu Xuan could continually grow stronger through relentless training, bolstered by the exceptional constitution of a scion. As for Goku, he had arrived a month ago and had not uttered a word, nor had he disturbed Gu Xuan's meditation, merely waiting for him to awaken. Now, witnessing Gu Xuan's eyes open and his attention directed toward him, Goku felt invigorated and promptly stood up. Gu Xuan, I wish for you to teach me the method to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Goku articulated his intent with utmost directness, reflecting his straightforward nature, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Super Saiyan 4? Gu Xuan regarded Goku in surprise, not anticipating that he would choose such a path. Indeed, I have decided to follow the same route as you, which is the Saiyan ancestral path, Goku declared, meeting Gu Xuan's gaze. As far as I know, Vegeta seems to have ventured into the realm of the gods of destruction with Whis. With his guidance, I aspire to transform into a Super Saiyan god, and even surpass that state should it be within reach. Given that Vegeta has chosen this path, why must you insist on pursuing the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Gu Xuan gazed at Son Goku, eager to discern his thoughts. I am confident that your choice is undoubtedly the right one, although this path may prove arduous. The power attained upon its successful completion is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Son Goku spoke slowly, revealing that this path was one he had chosen after considerable contemplation. Given Goku's character, such unwavering determination was a rarity, especially since this was a pivotal moment in his training journey. Can you teach me the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Goku's eyes gleamed with resolve. Are you truly willing to embark on this uncertain path? Gu Xuan did not refuse, yet neither did he acquiesce, instead responding with a counter-question. I have made my decision. Goku nodded affirmatively. In that case, I shall teach you. Gu Xuan did not decline. In fact, he understood and empathized with Goku's decision. Chapter 42. The Power Surge of Son Goku. It is certainly possible for me to teach you the transformation into Super Saiyan, but your current strength is still insufficient. The transformation of a scion primarily relies on the strength of their base form. I have mentioned this to you before. The stronger your base form, the greater the enhancement upon transforming into a super scion. Gu Xuan began to elaborate. I had previously conveyed this, and you should be able to recall it. It is crucial to recognize that during prior battles, especially after you attained the ability to transform into a super scion, you began to rely increasingly on that transformation. Although your training in your base form has not ceased, it lacks the diligence it once had. This is, in fact, a drawback brought on by the transformation, as the elevation in power can lead to a sense of complacency. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing Gu Xuan's words, Son Goku nodded in agreement. He had already recognized this fact. Thus, during battles, he typically refrained from transforming unless absolutely necessary. I will not teach you the method to transform into Super Saiyan 4 immediately. However, since you have expressed such intentions, the forthcoming training will present a substantial challenge for you. The strength of a scion predominantly derives from their tail, and yours is no longer present. Nevertheless, as a scion, the absence of a tail is not insurmountable, provided it can be regrown. Gu Xuan smiled as he spoke. A tail? Son Goku was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Gu Xuan, only to discover that Gu Xuan too was devoid of a tail. To transform into a Super Saiyan 4, is it necessary to possess a tail? Yet, you too lack a tail. How then can you achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan 4? Son Goku regarded Gu Xuan with a look of perplexity. Gu Xuan momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond to Son Goku's inquiry, unable to provide an answer to his question. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us commence our training, for that is of utmost importance. However, prior to beginning the training, there are a few points I must discuss with you. If you can adhere to these, then I shall train you. If not, you may join Vegeta in wreaking havoc in the God realm and pursue the path of the Super Saiyan God. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, his voice gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Rest assured, I shall not waver now that I am here. Son Goku nodded, harboring great confidence in this regard. That is indeed the best approach. Gu Xuan concurred, continuing, my requirements are quite simple, primarily consisting of the following points. First, during my training, you must maintain your Saiyan base form and refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Second, you are not permitted to leave the valley for the duration of 1 year. You must reside here. Third, in exchange, you must impart to me the technique of the Kaioken. Gu Xuan enumerated these 3 points, for he could not possibly train Son Goku without some form of reciprocity. No problem. Son Goku agreed with hardly a moment's hesitation. Then let us begin the training. As Gu Xian's words resonated, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the entire valley. What? In his base form, Son Goku found himself utterly defenseless against this formidable pressure, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Despite his efforts to rise, he was unable to muster the strength required in his base form. This is merely 1/10 of my pressure in base form. Should you withstand it, your strength will surely increase significantly. Once you can move freely under this pressure, you will have passed the first test. Gu Xian's voice echoed softly. Son Goku's countenance turned pale as he exerted all his might to combat this oppressive force. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Though brief, merely 60 days, each day had been a torment for Son Goku. Even with his resilient spirit, he had contemplated surrender, yet ultimately, in the face of his own reluctance, he endured, striving with all his might against Gu Xian's formidable pressure. The oppressive force exerted by Gu Xuan has undergone a transformation, evolving from an initial 10% to a formidable 100%. After 2 arduous months, Son Wukong has finally attained the ability to confront Gu Xian's full pressure with ease, moving freely in a state of normalcy. Although the journey was fraught with pain, the results are undeniably remarkable. At the very least, Son Wukong's strength has received a significant augmentation. Indeed, after 2 months, you are now capable of operating freely under my pressure. Your power has likely increased tremendously. Why not take a moment to reflect on it? Gu Xuan remarked, casting a discerning glance at Son Wukong, who he could clearly sense had undergone a transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Wukong unleashed his utmost strength in his ordinary state. Instantly, a tempest erupted, and the surrounding debris disintegrated into mere ash under the weight of his formidable aura. A look of disbelief flickered in Son Wukong's eyes. How is this possible? How could my strength have surged to such an extent? He exclaimed, astonished to find that his current capabilities in a regular state rivaled those he possessed while transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, if not surpassing them. Surprised? Your power in this normal state has reached an astonishing 15 billion. Just 2 months of training, and even I am somewhat taken aback by your progress, Gu Xuan remarked. 15 billion. Son Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming change within him. He sensed that even in his ordinary state, he could shatter the very fabric of the universe with a single blow, as though nothing in existence could withstand his might. The exhilarating sensation of such power illuminated his features. You celebrate prematurely. This is merely the first stage of training, the most fundamental aspect. While I am not surprised you have surpassed the initial challenge, the subsequent trial may prove to be a different story. Gu Xuan's words reached Sun Wukong's ears before he could bask in his triumph for long. Rest assured, I will not relent in my pursuit of strength, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering conviction. Unlike before, when he was unaware of the potential for such remarkable growth, he now clearly recognized his capacity for immense enhancement. How could he ever consider giving up? Let us hope so, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, offering no further elaboration. Chapter 43, Transformation. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xuan, I have passed the first trial. May we now commence the second? Sun Wukong inquired, impatience evident in his tone. Are you that eager? Very well. Let us proceed to the second trial, Gu Xuan replied with a casual smile. He himself was indifferent, but since Sun Wukong expressed his desire, they would begin. What does the second trial entail? In response, an explosive surge of power erupted from Gu Xuan. In the present moment, Gu Xuan's strength has surpassed all prior limits. His formidable power eclipses that which he possessed during his battle with Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he observed Gu Xuan. My base power, after the confrontation with Beerus, has reached an astonishing 100 trillion. Gu Xuan stated, his voice steady as he regarded Sun Wukong. In your terms, this equates to 100 trillion units of strength, an unimaginable force for you at present. I do not expect you to defeat me without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, if you can endure for 1 hour under my base power, which is merely 1/10 of my full strength, then you shall have passed the second challenge. Gu Xuan articulated slowly. Of course, during this endeavor, you may employ any methods at your disposal. Aside from transforming into a Super Saiyan, whether it be the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb, any strategy you can conceive is permissible. 1/10 for an hour? That seems feasible. Sun Wukong mused, fixating on Gu Xuan. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong surged forward, propelling himself towards Gu Xuan at an astonishing speed. Even Gu Xuan, witnessing this, felt a jolt of surprise. I never anticipated that this fellow's power would escalate so dramatically. It truly astounds me, Gu Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes, each executed with remarkable speed and unwavering power. While such an onslaught might seem trivial, what truly captured Gu Xuan's attention was the ever-increasing strength of Sun Wukong's attacks. Indeed, the Saiyans, known for their martial prowess, lived up to their reputation. Gu Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Sun Wukong's performance. However, despite this, Gu Xuan's strength was still vastly superior to that of Sun Wukong. In this scenario, no matter how fervently Sun Wukong exerted himself, it bore no fruit. His assaults were utterly ineffective against Gu Xuan. Even a full-force strike would fail to harm Gu Xuan. Conversely, any casual strike from Gu Xuan posed a formidable challenge for Sun Wukong. A mere brush could inflict significant injuries upon him. In this exchange, Gu Xuan finally experienced the thrill of his earlier battle with Beerus. Yet this time, he stood in Beerus's position, while Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which the conflict between Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan raged on unceasingly. However, each outcome is invariably the same. All culminate in Sun Wukong suffering grievous injuries inflicted by Gu Xuan. This occurrence is not merely a daily event. Rather, it transpires every hour, resulting in Sun Wukong enduring at least 20 severe wounds within a single day. Furthermore, after each injury, Gu Xuan forbids Sun Wukong from consuming the magical beans, compelling him to recover on his own. Thus, the past 3 days have been akin to a nightmarish ordeal for Sun Wukong. The relentless battles against Gu Xuan have rendered even this combative spirit to feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Each moment of recovery feels torturous, at times nearly unbearable. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong has not made progress without merit. He has demonstrated perseverance, extending his endurance from mere seconds to several minutes, a clear indication of growth. Although he remains far from Gu Xuan's requirement of enduring an hour, it is important to remember that only 3 days have elapsed. While Sun Wukong undergoes this hellish training in the valley, Vegeta, situated in the realm of destruction, faces his own formidable challenges. Although Whis employs a different training methodology, it remains a considerable trial for Vegeta. Time passes unnoticed, and before long, a year has elapsed. Throughout this year, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta have experienced significant advancements. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan, through his assistance with Sun Wukong's training, has successfully mastered the King's ultimate technique, the King's Fist. Under his own refinement, Gu Xuan's version of the King's Fist bears no adverse effects, nor does it impose any strain on his body. Consequently, Gu Xuan can harness the power of the King's Fist without the concern of physical limitations. His strength has undergone a profound integration over the course of this year, leading to Gu Xuan now being in his most formidable state. After a year of rigorous training, Sun Wukong has attained the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. While this transformation is no challenge for him, it remains within the realm of humanity. He must still harness divine energy. Only then can he perceive the essence of divinity and survive in the cosmos. Gu Xuan gazes at Sun Wukong, urging him, transform into a Super Saiyan and show me. As Sun Wukong's tail re-emerges behind him, Gu Xuan's eyes sparkle with anticipation. No problem. Sun Wukong nods in agreement. Following a year of cultivation, his base battle power has now reached a staggering 80 billion. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength amplifies even further. With a thunderous roar, an unimaginable force erupts from Sun Wukong as his battle power surges dramatically. 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold, 300-fold. The strength of Sun Wukong surged uncontrollably, seemingly boundless. Indeed, Gu Xuan nodded in approval, immensely satisfied with Sun Wukong's enhancement. With a thunderous roar, an abundance of fur began to manifest on Sun Wukong's body, as his hair transformed from golden to black. In that moment, he directly ascended to Super Saiyan 4. An overwhelming surge of power erupted from Sun Wukong, imbued with unfathomable terrifying force. Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 44. Crossing the Cosmos. Sun Wukong gazed at his body, feeling the immense power coursing within him, his expression lighting up with excitement. Such formidable strength, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. As a reward, Sun Wukong, I shall impart to you the method of cultivating divine energy. Given your extraordinary talent, I anticipate you will succeed in no time. By then, you shall become the god of science, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, you will attain the status of the Super Saiyan god. Gu Xuan spoke to Sun Wukong with a measured tone. Sun Wukong, I hope that when we meet again, you will have mastered divine energy and become the Super Saiyan god through your own power. Gu Xuan gazed at him, then waved his hand. Are you leaving, Gu Xuan? Sun Wukong looked at him, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After spending so many days together, despite enduring Gu Xuan's rigorous training, Sun Wukong had developed a profound bond with him. Farewell. If it weren't for Lord Beerus, I might have departed long ago. After all, I have no attachments left on Earth. It is time to explore other realms, Gu Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Goodbye, Gu Xuan said, and in an instant, his figure vanished, leaving the valley. You are now free to leave the valley. No one on Earth can challenge you, not even Vegeta. Gu Xuan's voice echoed after his departure, clearly reaching Sun Wukong's ears. In the starry expanse, Gu Xuan's silhouette emerged, casting a glance at Earth, the place he had resided in since his arrival. It had been some time. The moment to depart had come. Gu Xuan spoke softly, aware that his continued presence here held no further purpose. With his current strength, he could traverse the cosmos with ease, even if faced with unwelcome adversaries. Gu Xuan felt no fear. With my current power, though I may lack the means to contend with the god of destruction, I am confident in my ability to handle those beneath them. Gu Xuan held great assurance in his prowess. After all, during his time on Earth, he had experienced tremendous growth, his strength multiplied many times over. Especially after his battle with Beerus, combined with a year of honing his abilities, he had reached his limits. Although he has yet to transcend into the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, for Gu Xuan, this is already sufficient. He is not particularly anxious about transforming into Super Saiyan 5, for he understands that it requires a certain opportunity. Standing amidst the vast cosmos, Gu Xuan gazes into the distance. The starry sky appears pitch black. However, for Gu Xuan, there is no need for eyes to perceive the myriad wonders of the universe. The seventh universe has settled into a tranquil state, and thus, the time has come for departure. Gu Xuan speaks softly, yet he remains uncertain about where to go after leaving the seventh universe. Perhaps it is best to visit the sixth universe first, as a brother universe. He wonders how the most formidable assassin, Hit, compares to his current prowess. Anticipation gleams in Gu Xuan's eyes. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan takes flight into the distance. The sound of breaking air resonates as he vanishes from sight. My speed has reached its zenith, yet it still pales in comparison to the universe's swiftest. Vados, as an angel, possesses unimaginable strength. Gu Xuan once thought having the fastest speed was commendable, but he now realizes he has underestimated the angels. Perhaps my current velocity is but a fraction, or even less, of theirs. Gu Xuan shakes his head, indifferent to the demands of speed. The seventh universe is vast. For Gu Xuan to traverse it, Several years would be required at his current pace. After a considerable duration of rapid travel, Gu Xuan initiates instant transmission. Though it is instantaneous, the distance is not overly great. Fortunately, the exertion of using instant transmission is minimal, allowing Gu Xuan to utilize it repeatedly. Nevertheless, even with this ability, he has spent an entire day and night in transit. Finally, after countless uses, he arrives at the edge of the universe. He recognizes this as the boundary because a luminous barrier manifests nearby, its presence unmistakable from afar. Crossing this barrier proves exceedingly challenging, attainable only through the acknowledgement of a deity or under the guidance of an angel. Naturally, certain rare treasures can traverse the cosmos, such as the dimensional cubes. Despite Gu Xuan's commendable instant transmission, he finds himself unable to directly transition from the 7th universe to the 6th. Contemplating the barrier before him, Gu Xuan knows there is but one choice to enter the 6th universe, to forcibly breach the cosmic protection. This is my decision. There is no alternative. Gazing at the barrier, Gu Xuan speaks slowly. In truth, he had anticipated this moment before his arrival. Thus, the existence of the barrier comes as no surprise. Let me see if my current strength can shatter this barrier. An expression of anticipation flickered in Gu Xuan's eyes. He was acutely aware that his actions might attract the attention of the gods of destruction from the 6th and 7th universes. However, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Moreover, he was indifferent to the possibility of being discovered. After all, given his present strength, even if he could not defeat a god of destruction, escaping would be a trivial endeavor. Clenching his right fist, the power within him coalesced instantaneously. His gaze fixed on the barrier ahead. Gu Xuan unleashed a powerful punch with great ferocity. Boom. Without a hint of restraint, he unleashed his utmost strength. The force of his punch struck the barrier with tremendous impact. Boom. Upon contact, the barrier trembled slightly but quickly regained its composure, exhibiting no further reaction. Intriguing. A smile graced Gu Xuan's lips as he realized that his full power punch in its normal state had failed to breach the barrier. It had no effect whatsoever. I am eager to discover just how formidable this barrier truly is and whether I can break through it today. The barrier's resilience piqued Gu Xuan's interest profoundly. At this moment, he was no longer anxious about entering the 6th universe. Breaching the barrier took precedence. At the very least, he needed to create an opening for a safe entry. Chapter 45, The Arrival of the Elephant. Gu Xuan had ceased to concern himself with being detected. His sole focus was on breaking the barrier with his own strength. Since 100 trillion units of power could not accomplish this, then I shall wield 5,000 trillion units of power. A resolute expression filled Gu Xuan's eyes. He was determined to breach the barrier today. With a sudden clench of his fists, an eruption of energy surged within him. A gust of wind swirled around him, and a golden radiance enveloped his form as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon achieving this transformation, Gu Xuan's strength skyrocketed from 100 trillion to an astonishing 5,000 trillion. Yet, he did not halt there. He continued to amplify his combat power until it reached 9,000 trillion. In the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, also known as Super Saiyan Full Power, my strength has surged to 9,000 trillion. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, savoring the overwhelming power coursing through him. Boom. The force of 9,000 trillion radiated outward as he raised his hands, conjuring an energy sphere. Whoosh. In an instant, the energy sphere sped towards the barrier. Boom. The entire barrier shook, emanating a counterforce in response. However, the protective barrier remained unscathed, standing resolutely intact. How intriguing. Does the overwhelming force of 9,000 trillion not affect you at all? Gu Xuan chuckled. With a thunderous roar, Gu Xuan's power surged once more, his aura transforming into a mist, crackling with electric energy as his combat strength escalated to an astounding 10,000 trillion. As Gu Xuan began to breach the barrier, the gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa from the 6th and 7th universes, were suddenly taken aback, sensing an anomaly. Someone is attempting to breach the barrier. It seems they wish to enter. Both Beerus and Kampa uttered the same words in unison. Whis, go and investigate, Beerus commanded immediately. Bardos. I am quite curious to see who dares to disrupt the barrier, Kampa remarked within the 6th universe. A beam of light shot forth from the realm of destruction in the 7th universe, racing towards the source of the disturbance. Similarly, Bardos and Kampa from the 6th universe also made their way there, albeit their proximity to the location was somewhat closer than that of the 7th universe. Although the angels possessed remarkable speed, reaching the site would still require a brief interval of time. Even from the 6th universe, it would take approximately 3 minutes. After transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Gu Xuan unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the barrier. With each strike, the ripples of the cosmic protection expanded. Yet regardless of his relentless onslaught, the barrier remained impervious. The notion of breaching it seemed utterly fantastical. It appears that this barrier is indeed formidable. If that is the case, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan 3. With that transformation, breaking through the barrier should be manageable. A glimmer of determination flashed in Gu Xuan's eyes. The strength of this barrier exceeded his expectations, even leaving him astounded. With a resounding explosion, an even greater aura erupted from within Gu Xuan, coalescing into a tempest that roared through the cosmos. At the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, his power began to skyrocket, leaping from 10,000 trillion to a staggering 40,000 trillion in an instant. This power is insufficient. I require even greater strength. Gu Xuan growled. His might continued to escalate, and in mere moments, it stabilized at a formidable height of 90,000 trillion. This power should suffice. With a flash of determination in his gaze, he clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating punch. Yet, at that moment, his expression shifted subtly as he suddenly turned to gaze into the distance, his pupils narrowing in realization. They are coming. Just as Gu Xuan's voice trailed off, a radiant streak surged forth from the sixth universe at an alarming speed. The speed of Changhong is astonishing. One moment it is far away, and the next it has drawn near. Within the seventh universe, Changhong vanished, revealing a man and a woman inside. The woman possesses a tall, elegant figure and an extraordinary beauty that evokes a sense of tranquility. However, her skin tone is somewhat unwelcoming, appearing rather peculiar. Yet, if one were to disregard her complexion, she would undoubtedly drive anyone who gazes upon her into a frenzy. Even Gu Xuan, who had seen Bardos in the anime long ago, found himself momentarily entranced by her breathtaking visage upon encountering her in reality. As for the man, he is rather portly, apart from his physique. He bears an uncanny resemblance to Beerus. These two individuals are none other than the god of destruction, Kampa, and the angel of the sixth universe, Bardos. Stop! Kampa exclaimed as he observed Gu Xuan preparing to strike the protective barrier. Whoever you are, I will not allow you to damage this barrier. Kampa's expression was grim as he regarded Gu Xuan. Are you threatening me? Gu Xuan smiled wryly. He has always been this way. If one speaks to him with kindness, it might yield results. However, if threatened, the situation shifts dramatically. At this moment, the blood coursing through his veins is that of a Scion, a warrior race renowned for their combativeness. Scions despise intimidation. Though I may not be your equal, I will not acquiesce to your threats. Gu Xuan clenched his right fist and, under Kampa's gaze, raised it high, delivering a powerful punch. A colossal shadow of his fist materialized, imbued with terrifying strength. And with a resounding roar, it struck the cosmic barrier. The impact reverberated throughout. The protective barrier shuddered violently, producing a breach. Yet, as soon as the opening appeared, it swiftly mended itself. Kampa's expression darkened. He had not anticipated anyone daring to provoke him in such a manner. This was an affront he could not tolerate, especially from someone as formidable as Gu Xuan from the seventh universe, which only deepened Kampa's ire. I told you to cease. Did you not hear me? Kampa's voice was frigid as he glared menacingly at Gu Xuan. I heard you, Gu Xuan replied, casting a glance at Kampa. After a moment of silence, he continued. Since I heard you, how dare you make a move? Kampa's voice was icily resolute, laced with a palpable threat. After uttering those words, Kampa stepped forward, disregarding the barrier that Gu Xuan had previously been unable to breach, and entered the seventh universe. Chapter 46. With me here. Upon entering the seventh universe, Kampa wasted no time. His figure flashed as he charged directly toward Gu Xuan. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. You have chosen to disregard me, and now I shall ensure you pay the price. A cold glimmer illuminated Kampa's eyes. His velocity was remarkable, as expected of a god of destruction, and in an instant, he was near Gu Xuan. In the presence of a god of destruction, others might have been paralyzed by fear. Yet Gu Xuan remained undaunted. He had once dared to confront Beerus, even when he lacked his current formidable strength. With his power now greatly amplified, there was no reason for him to fear Kampa. Moreover, among the gods of destruction, Kampa's strength was merely average, perhaps even below that. With such power, Gu Xuan was naturally unafraid. Thus, he had no intention of retreating. Having abandoned the assault on the cosmic barrier, Gu Xuan pivoted sharply, his gaze fixed upon Kampa. Lord Kampa, I recognize you as the mightiest among the gods of destruction. My presence here is not without purpose. I seek to engage you in battle. Gu Xuan looked intently at Kampa. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to voice his intentions. With a thunderous eruption, Gu Xuan's aura surged forth, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Kampa, radiating intense combat fervor. If it were Beerus before him, he might have hesitated, but facing Kampa, how audacious, scoffed Kampa. Rather than manifesting anger at Gu Xuan's words, he smiled, intrigued. To challenge a god of destruction? I wonder from whence your courage springs. Kampa shook his head, finding Gu Xuan's audacity utterly preposterous, bordering on arrogance. You, a mere human, dare to confront a god of destruction? I cannot fathom whether you are truly ignorant or simply seeking your own demise. Kampa spoke. In a flash, Kampa moved, appearing directly before Gu Xuan. Just as he prepared to strike and teach this foolish human a lesson, he suddenly furrowed his brow, swiftly turning to glance into the distance. His pupils narrowing slightly. How did he arrive here? Kampa murmured. What shall we do, Lord Kampa? Vados inquired, having observed Kampa. As an angel, she was bound to maintain absolute neutrality. Thus her role was merely to heed Kampa's commands. Whether right or wrong was beyond her purview. It was not her concern. Gu Xuan too sensed the approaching presence and turned his gaze toward the distance. There, a radiant streak surged forth, revealing Beerus and Whis not far from him. Gu Xuan. This is Universe 7. I permit you to act as you wish. With my presence here, you may continue to breach the defenses. As for other matters, there is no need for concern, Beerus remarked, regarding Gu Xuan. It was evident that he had familiarized himself with the situation upon his arrival, hence his words. The reason for his apparent favoritism towards Gu Xuan lay in the fact that he had observed a substantial enhancement in Gu Xuan's prowess since their last encounter. Their strengths now existed on entirely different planes, a force so formidable that even Beerus found himself taken aback. The improvement since their initial meeting was quite remarkable. What do you mean by that, Beerus? Kampa inquired, his expression darkening. Nothing of consequence. He is currently within my 7th universe. Thus all his actions are none of your concern, Beerus replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Kampa. You. Kampa pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus, his countenance sour. Yet he found himself powerless. Gu Xuan was correct. As the god of destruction of the 6th universe, he had no authority to interfere with the affairs of another universe. However, Gu Xuan's current endeavor to dismantle the cosmic defenses to traverse from the 7th universe into the 6th was something Kampa could not permit. Yet, with Beerus present, Kampa understood that thwarting Gu Xuan's plans was an impossibility. His only hope now was that Gu Xuan would fail to breach the defenses. Beyond that, he had no other recourse. Beerus, I will not let this matter rest, Kampa declared vehemently. Although Gu Xuan was presently in the 7th universe, should he succeed in breaking through the cosmic barriers into the 6th universe, Kampa would unleash his full might. At that moment, he believed Gu Xuan would find no means of escape before him. Kampa glared at Beerus, his frustration palpable. He was left with no choice but to voice his threats, knowing full well he was no match for Beerus. If there was one god of destruction he loathed above all, it was Beerus. I understand, Beerus responded slowly. However, he suddenly shifted the conversation, fixing his gaze upon Kampa. Kampa, you have often claimed that the strength of your 6th universe surpasses that of our 7th universe. Given that combat between gods of destruction is prohibited, I propose we engage in a different kind of contest. What do you think? Beerus suggested. In what manner shall we compete? Kampa asked, taken aback by Beerus's proposition. Let us wager on the strongest warriors beneath the gods of destruction of our 2 universes. To determine whether your 6th universe holds greater strength or if the prowess of our 7th universe's mortals prevails, Beerus asserted, well aware that Kampa's competitive nature would compel him to agree to this challenge. After enduring years of being overshadowed by Beerus, Kampa would undoubtedly seize any opportunity for retribution. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Beerus' proposal undoubtedly presents significant advantages for the 7th universe. Of course, for Gu Xuan, this opportunity is particularly rare. If you lack the courage, then let it be. Consider it as if I never spoke. Observing Xiangpa's hesitation, Beerus calmly interjected. Lacking courage? Xiangpa promptly retorted. Nonsense. How could I possibly lack courage? I merely took your considerations into account, Xiangpa explained. Spare me the trivialities. Simply declare whether you dare or not. Beerus spoke directly, especially regarding such matters, leaving Xiangpa with no room for alternative choices. To refuse would imply a genuine fear. Would Xiangpa choose such a path? Certainly not. Very well, I accept your challenge. Since Gu Xuan is the strongest in your universe, I shall not take advantage of you. Vados, summon our universe's strongest warrior, regardless of the cost, Xiangpa instructed Vados. Chapter 47, Break. Gu Xuan paid no heed to the exchange between Beerus and Xiangpa, intent on continuing his endeavor. As long as no one obstructed him from breaching the cosmic barrier, he would proceed. After all, he had Beerus backing him, and Xiangpa would likely refrain from violating their agreement. As for other matters, Gu Xuan was currently disinterested. His primary purpose for visiting the 6th universe was to engage in battle with a formidable opponent. If Beerus could assist him, it would certainly alleviate many burdens. Gu Xuan, continue. No one will disturb you. Though the cosmic barrier is formidable, with your current strength, breaching it should prove relatively simple. Beerus observed Gu Xuan, his eyes gleaming with insight into Gu Xuan's power. Presently, Gu Xuan had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, without ascending to Super Saiyan 4. Yet, even so, the formidable aura emanating from Gu Xuan was beyond ordinary comprehension. At least in Beerus' eyes, breaching the cosmic barrier seemed feasible. I refuse to believe he can break through. Even if his strength is indeed considerable, Xiangpa scoffed at Gu Xuan. For this barrier is no ordinary mechanism. It cannot be so easily breached by mere assertions. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, after our previous encounters, I have gained considerable insight into this cosmic barrier. Allow me to dismantle it now, Gu Xuan declared, raising his hands with simplicity. Upon this motion, the immense power within Gu Xuan surged forth, immediately channeling into his hands. What is this? Observing Gu Xuan's actions, Beerus paused, recalling that this was a technique previously employed by Son Goku. Could it be that only this technique, which unifies the energy of the entire body, can shatter the defenses? Gu Xuan clasped his hands together, resting them at his right side, and uttered a chilling phrase. The moment the first syllable fell, a luminous point materialized between his palms. At that instant, his entire energy surged forth with fervor, and even the surrounding forces began to converge toward his palms. Though merely a point of light, a formidable power suddenly emanated from it, enveloping Gu Xuan. As the third syllable left his lips, the strength within him surged wildly, coalescing an immense amount of energy in an instant. With the influx of energy into his hands, the luminous point gradually expanded, transforming into a radiant sphere. As this sphere took shape, an unimaginable force erupted forth. Even Beerus and Kampa momentarily fixed their gazes upon it, astonished by the magnitude of energy that Gu Xuan commanded. How could he be so powerful? Kampa mused, unable to suppress his thoughts. He had never anticipated that Gu Xuan's strength could reach such heights. Though the defenses were formidable, so too was his power. Perhaps the cosmic shield truly could not withstand him. Kampa, despite his reluctance to concede, found himself compelled to speak after witnessing Gu Xuan's unleashed strength. In just 1 year, his progress had been astounding, truly beyond expectation. Beerus observed Gu Xuan, noting that he had grown significantly stronger compared to a year prior. Even Beerus felt a genuine admiration for his prowess. As Gu Xuan uttered the fourth syllable, a cold, piercing intensity glimmered in his eyes. With the final word spoken, he thrust his hands forward. In that moment, a colossal Kamehameha wave erupted, hurtling toward the defenses with incredible speed. The velocity of this Kamehameha was astonishing, especially as it was executed with the full might of Super Saiyan 3, its power reaching unimaginable levels. The Kamehameha struck the defenses with a resounding impact. Boom! The reverberations echoed ceaselessly. Within mere moments, the shimmering barrier shattered beneath the force of Gu Xuan's attack. However, just as the barrier began to collapse, a peculiar light appeared, rapidly mending the breach. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan dashed forward, breaking through the rapidly contracting barrier. His speed was astounding, allowing him to slip through the crack and enter the sixth universe. Approximately 3 minutes after his entrance, the breach he had created began to mend itself. I have succeeded, Gu Xuan declared, pausing beneath the celestial expanse of the sixth universe. His gaze fell upon Beerus and Whis from the seventh universe, as well as Kampa and Vados, his expression serene and devoid of any indication of emotion. Indeed, I was right about you, Beerus acknowledged with a nod before stepping forward and passing through the barrier. You truly managed to open it. Kampa, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a wry smile, astonished that Gu Xuan had actually accomplished this feat. It was merely luck. Nothing particularly remarkable, Gu Xuan humbly replied, cognizant that he must temper his pride, lest others perceive him as arrogant. Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados subsequently entered the sixth universe. Kampa, should we commence the competition now? Let the strongest from each universe determine the victor, Beerus proposed, his confidence in Gu Xuan unwavering, knowing that if Gu Xuan engaged, there would be no issue, even against the strongest of the sixth universe. Vados, have you located our universe's strongest fighter? Kampa inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow, indicative of his dissatisfaction with Vados' efficiency. Lord Kampa, I have found him. Now I simply need to bring him here. Given the distance, it will likely take about 10 minutes for a round trip, and with some persuasion, 15 minutes should suffice, Vados replied softly. Hasten, do not delay for too long, Kampa urged, nodding in agreement. He needed to regain his dignity in other realms. Chapter 48, The Ultimate Assassin Hit. In the realm of the sixth universe, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Gu Xuan arrived. Gu Xuan, This battle is pivotal for the overall strength of our 7th universe. I hope you do not disappoint me. After defeating the 6th universe, if you have any conditions, feel free to present them. I shall not refuse if I am able to accommodate your requests, Beerus stated. Recognizing the significance of this battle for the 7th universe's reputation, despite his confidence in Gu Xuan's abilities. I desire a time-space cube, Gu Xuan stated without hesitation, articulating his wish plainly. The mention of the time-space cube caught Beerus off guard, and he regarded Gu Xuan with intense scrutiny. It was well known that the time-space cube was exclusively for the gods of destruction, and never before had it been entrusted to a mere human. Very well. As long as you can secure victory in this battle, I shall grant you the time cube. After a moment of hesitation, Beerus ultimately agreed. For him, the prospect of humiliating Kampa brought immense satisfaction. While the time cube was indeed a precious artifact, it held little significance for Beerus. With that settled, I shall demonstrate our might to the 6th universe, Gu Xuan proclaimed slowly. His voice, though calm, resonated with an unwavering determination and unparalleled confidence. He possessed absolute faith in his own abilities, believing he could easily triumph over anyone dispatched from the 6th universe. TCH. Kampa scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head. Hurry up, Beerus. Internally, Kampa felt a twinge of anxiety. He disdained Beerus' arrogance and wished fervently for Beerus to summon the strongest warrior from the 6th universe to thoroughly educate Gu Xuan. At that moment, he was eager to see how Beerus would manage to extricate himself from such a predicament. Time passed slowly, and soon 15 minutes had elapsed. In an instant, a brilliant streak of light pierced the heavens, descending directly into the realm of destruction, halting before Beerus, Kampa, and the others. As the radiance dissipated, 2 figures emerged. Beerus, you have finally returned, Kampa exclaimed, leaping with excitement as he approached Beerus. Lord Kampa, this is the strongest human from our 6th universe, Hit, who is also an assassin. Beerus replied softly. Hit, as Beerus may have mentioned, should you defeat this fellow, I will acquiesce to certain conditions of yours. Kampa began to mirror Beerus's demeanor. I have already discussed my terms with Beerus, Hit stated, casting a glance at Gu Xuan before addressing Kampa. Lord Kampa, my condition is the time cube, which I have already agreed to. If I win, it shall be mine. Beerus chuckled lightly. Well, Kampa, you seem a bit hesitant. What does it matter if you can grant him his request, provided he wins? Kampa resolved. If Beerus could offer it, why could he not? Now that our guest has arrived, let us not squander any more time. We should proceed with haste. Beerus yawned, glancing at Hit. Gu Xuan, the next stage is yours. Beerus instructed, turning his gaze toward Gu Xuan. Whoosh. In a flash, Gu Xuan appeared in an open space, the power of Super Saiyan 3 surging forth from him. Against Hit, I doubt I shall need to transform into Super Saiyan 4, Gu Xuan murmured, eyeing Hit. Now, Hit, it is your turn. Xiang Pa gazed at Hit, who appeared somewhat grave. He sensed the formidable strength of Gu Xuan, which exerted considerable pressure on Hit. You are Hit, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe. The mightiest beneath the god of destruction, Gu Xuan slowly remarked, clearly familiar with Hit. And you are Gu Xuan, the mightiest under the god of destruction in the 7th universe. Moreover, you have breached the cosmic defenses. Your strength is indeed commendable, Hit responded, his demeanor revealing a rare seriousness. Though typically embodying a cold persona, Hit was noticeably attentive when confronted by an opponent of comparable might. To Hit, Gu Xuan undoubtedly represented a worthy adversary, and he even sensed a precarious chance of victory against him. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan propelled himself towards Hit. So fast. Hit's gaze sharpened as he struggled to react to Gu Xian's astonishing speed. In an instant, Gu Xuan closed the distance, showing no hesitation as he raised his right fist and unleashed a devastating blow. The resounding impact echoed as Hit, caught unprepared, was struck forcefully. What? Hit's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an unimaginable force surge into his being. It took several steps back before he could dissipate the power of Gu Xuan. Truly, the might of the strongest in the 7th universe was formidable. Hit regarded Gu Xuan with newfound gravity and wariness. Without a moment's pause, Gu Xuan charged forth again. Simultaneously, Hit too launched himself into action. The clash of their fists resonated with intensity. Bang, bang, bang. Their speeds were extraordinary, and amidst this fierce combat, both warriors exchanged blows with equal fervor. Although neither unleashed their full potential, Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 prowess was not to be underestimated. Yet, against Gu Xuan's onslaught, Hit did not falter. Instead, he met Gu Xuan's attacks with equal resolve. Despite remaining on the defensive, Hit prolonged the confrontation, resulting in a stalemate. Beerus and Xiang Pa observed intently. Though the battle had reached a pinnacle from the outset, for them, it was merely the beginning. With a thunderous boom, Gu Xuan and Hit instinctively created distance between them, excitement evident in their expressions. Haha, exhilarating. Gu Xuan exclaimed joyfully. This is thrilling. Hit, equally exhilarated, spoke up, his face rarely revealing other expressions. The strength of Gu Xuan was unparalleled, a level Hit had never encountered in the 6th universe. At this moment, to engage in combat with a formidable opponent like Gu Xuan was a rare opportunity for Hit, especially since he had no such rivals in the 6th universe. Chapter 49. Hit's Lethal Technique. Hit, unleash your true power, otherwise, you are no match for me, Gu Xuan stated, his gaze steady upon Hit. For Gu Xuan, Hit was indeed a worthy adversary, particularly concerning the time skip technique. Although Gu Xuan was aware of how to counter it, it still posed a considerable challenge. After all, he could not abruptly increase his speed by thousands of times. His only recourse was to predict Hit's movements, much like how Sun Wukong approached Hit's time skip. Unleash my full strength? Hit chuckled softly. Although he had been at a disadvantage in his battle against Gu Xuan, the latter's power had not reached a level that Hit could not withstand. Therefore, Gu Xuan's words seemed to carry an air of arrogance when heard by Hit. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that this confrontation with Gu Xuan had reignited growth in Hit's long-stagnant abilities, which excited him immensely. With a whoosh, Hit darted forward, charging at Gu Xuan with astonishing speed. Do you intend to use me as a sharpening stone to hone your skills? Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, fully aware of Hit's intentions. However, Gu Xuan was evidently unwilling to play the role of a mere sparring partner. Bang! At the moment Hit approached, a cold glimmer flashed in Gu Xuan's eyes. He raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. As the fist struck, the air twisted violently, manifesting a colossal shadow of his punch. What? Its expression shifted dramatically. The punch shadow emanated an overwhelmingly potent force, even with Hit's capabilities. He was taken aback by this sheer power. Without hesitation, he retreated, fully aware that if such a punch landed upon him, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. Though the intention was sound, and he comprehended the stakes involved, evading the attack was far from simple. Given the proximity of their positions, dodging was nearly impossible for Hit. Boom! The punch shadow descended. In this dire moment, there was no alternative for Hit. As the shadow of the fist approached, mere inches away from Hit, it pierced directly through him. Beerus narrowed his gaze, regarding Hit with deep interest. Quite intriguing. I did not expect a mere human to wield such formidable power. Whis. 2 looked at Hit with renewed admiration, clearly recognizing the technique Hit had just employed. That was close. Kampa exhaled a sigh of relief, having thought the battle was nearing its end, but it seemed that the true contest was still far from over. Have you finally revealed your ultimate move? Gu Xuan remarked, not surprised but rather observing Hit intently. Of course, if you have any secrets left at this moment, then it would be the end for you. Hit's expression darkened slightly, yet he remained unscathed. After all, while Gu Xuan's previous blow was powerful, it had not inflicted significant damage upon him. The upcoming battle would be our genuine confrontation, Hit stated, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan shook his head, deeming Hit's thoughts somewhat naive. Hit, although your strength is impressive, a gap still exists between us. Under ordinary circumstances, I might engage you in a fair contest, but that is not feasible now, Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Hit's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Gu Xuan. Do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to effortlessly defeat me? Hit retorted, if it were after your growth, I might find it challenging. However, at this moment, I can indeed accomplish it with relative ease, Gu Xuan affirmed. This time signifies a contest between the 6th and 7th universes. While Gu Xuan did not care much for the outcome, having promised Beerus and taken his traversing cube, he felt compelled to exert himself. Defeating Hit with utmost swiftness would be the finest expression of his commitment. Your confidence intrigues me. I am eager to see if you can indeed achieve it, Hit said, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, feeling somewhat displeased at being underestimated. Boom! Hit raised his right hand, and a vast amount of purple light began to coalesce. As this purple radiance emerged, it unleashed an overwhelmingly potent force. Boom! The heavens trembled. As immense power surged forth, a purple energy sphere, measuring a yard in diameter, materialized. Following its appearance, it swiftly multiplied into 9 spheres. Gu Xuan, seeing your unwavering confidence, I invite you to experience this technique of mine. Since its inception, all who have encountered this attack have perished. I hope you will be the exception, able to survive my onslaught. I shall name this technique the 9-star convergence cannon, Hit declared, as the 9 purple orbs shimmered menacingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 9 purple orbs of light surged forth, instantaneously surrounding Gu Xuan's form. Despite the distance between them, a luminous connection linked each orb to the others, creating a breathtaking spectacle from afar. The 9-star convergence cannon? Such a delightfully whimsical name. I find it quite appealing. Gu Xuan paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by this unexpected technique from Hit, of which he had been entirely unaware. This was understandable, for in the realm of Dragon Ball, Hit had never employed such a lethal move, thus it remained unknown to Gu Xuan. As he beheld the approaching 9-star convergence cannon, imbued with formidable power, a spark of intensity ignited in Gu Xuan's eyes. Your strength surpasses my initial expectations. It appears that defeating you will not be as effortless as I had envisioned, and perhaps it will require a bit more time. Gu Xuan acknowledged that without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he would indeed struggle to vanquish Hit with a single blow. How Navi! A cold smirk curled at the corners of Hit's mouth as the 9-star convergence cannon swiftly closed in, now less than 10 paces from Gu Xuan. In response, Gu Xuan raised his right hand, a plethora of golden radiance erupting forth. It seems I must take this seriously, otherwise, in my current state, unforeseen complications may arise. A fleeting glimmer of determination crossed Gu Xuan's gaze as he regarded Hit, speaking slowly. Despite his words, it was evident that Hit's prowess did not instill fear within Gu Xuan. Chapter 50. Overwhelming Power. Upon witnessing Hit reveal his deadly technique, Gu Xuan's interest was piqued. This was a move he had never encountered before. As for the ultimate outcome, victory was imperative. It must be achieved resoundingly and spectacularly. The 9-star convergence cannon, regardless of its power, will hold no sway here today. Gu Xuan's voice was frigid. Now, allow me to obliterate your 9-star convergence cannon. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, a tempest erupted. The moment the storm manifested, it spread wildly outward from Gu Xuan's core. Hit's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. In that instant, Gu Xuan's power surged dramatically, reaching levels that left Hit astonished. 9-star convergence cannon. Annihilate him. Hit bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. Boom. The 9-star convergence cannon surged forward, encircling Gu Xuan in an instant. In that moment, the 9 purple orbs began to relentlessly collide with Gu Xuan's form. Within each purple orb resides an undeniably potent and terrifying force. At this moment, 9 orbs converged simultaneously, beginning with the first purple orb colliding with Gu Xuan's body. In truth, this initial orb did not physically make contact with Gu Xuan. Instead, at a mere 3 inches from his body, it quaked violently and shattered. Following the destruction of the first orb, the second orb arrived in swift succession, exhibiting no discernible difference. This second purple orb, too, trembled at a distance of merely 3 inches from Gu Xuan before succumbing to the onslaught of a tempest and subsequently exploding. Remarkably, the collapse of the 2 purple orbs occurred without ever touching Gu Xuan. They disintegrated in the instant before contact. I shall not squander time. Let us resolve this with a single strike, Gu Xuan declared calmly as the third purple orb approached, also 3 inches away. With a sudden, fierce motion, he clenched his right fist and struck the impending purple orb with all his might. The moment his fist made contact, the third purple orb disintegrated. In rapid succession, the 4th, 5th, and 6th orb shattered, leaving only 2 remaining. With renewed vigor, Gu Xuan dispatched the final 2 orbs, leaving just the 9th purple orb, the last one yet to collapse. This final orb contained an immense power, embodying the pinnacle of the 9-star convergence cannon's might. This is the culmination of the 9-star convergence cannon's greatest strength. Gu Xuan, unleash your power. Hit roared as the 9th purple orb approached. As it drew near, Gu Xuan placed his hands together, his voice cold as he uttered incantations. In response, a golden energy sphere began to coalesce between his palms. At the moment the 9th orb was merely 7 inches away, Gu Xuan thrust his hands forward, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave. The moment it erupted, it transformed into a colossal energy surge that collided with the 9th purple orb. A cacophony of violent explosions resounded as the ground beneath them succumbed to the force, creating a vast chasm and sending winds swirling in every direction. Break for me, Gu Xuan bellowed, channeling an even greater power into the Kamehameha wave, propelling its potency to its zenith. In that instant, the 9th purple orb was obliterated. As the sphere of energy collapsed, the Kamehameha wave struck Hit directly. A colossal beam of energy suddenly engulfed him. A cry of anguish escaped Hit's lips. Impossible. Under the force of the Kamehameha wave, Hit spat out a mouthful of blood and was forcefully propelled back several dozen yards before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, he was gravely injured. Although he remained standing, he had lost the strength to continue fighting. You have lost, Gu Xuan spoke slowly, gazing at Hit. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable, Hit exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance. After a long pause, he continued. You were fortunate to encounter me. Had it been someone else, the outcome of this battle might have been different. However, this has been a valuable experience for you. Losing to me is not surprising, but if another were to challenge you, no one could surpass you. Gu Xuan smiled. Although he had bested Hit, he understood that within the 7th universe, no one other than himself could rival Hit's prowess. Following this battle, it had gained a profound awareness of his own strength. Thus, in the upcoming tournament, the power Hit could unleash would be even more formidable. Thank you. Hit suddenly spoke. You were the first to make me experience defeat. While this sensation is unpleasant, it is also incredibly precious to me. For failure compels me to question my own abilities, and thus, I will be more motivated in my training. I recognize that you did not exert your full strength this time, but I do not blame you. I can only fault my own weakness. I hope that when we meet again, I will witness your true power. It regarded Gu Xuan earnestly. I have lost. Your strength surpasses mine significantly, but next time, I will defeat you. Hit declared resolutely, preparing to depart. After your defeat, do you still have the audacity to leave? Or do you believe I will allow your departure? At that moment, Xiangpa's cold voice pierced the air, reaching Hit's ears. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force descended upon Hit. Boom. Even Hit, under this immense pressure, felt his body tremble, his face paling as he looked at Xiangpa. It was crucial to note that Hit was already severely injured. And under Xiangpa's oppressive presence, he instantly felt the looming threat of death. Of course, for Xiangpa, Hit's state of injury held no significance. To him, it was all the same. Chapter 51. I will ensure your safety. Xiangpa's expression was grim. I do not concern myself with whether you are an assassin or what abilities you possess. In my eyes, once you lose, there is but one fate awaiting you, death. As Xiangpa slowly rose, his expression darkened as he gazed at the departing Hit. Lord Xiangpa. Thanos glanced at him, surprised that Hit had been defeated, and even more astonished by Xiangpa's furious reaction. If Hit had merely lost, Xiangpa would not have been concerned. However, the stakes had now escalated between two universes. Thanos. There is no need for words. He must perish today. It matters not who intervenes. Xiangpa's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Do you wish to kill me? Hit's gaze flickered. Though death is the inevitable fate of an assassin, I shall not surrender, even if you are a god of destruction. Hit's pallor deepened, yet under Xiangpa's oppressive aura, he forced himself to stand, his eyes coldly fixed upon Xiangpa. Such resolve is commendable, but it does not guarantee your survival today. Xiangpa raised his right hand, and a multitude of violet light coalesced. Gu Xuan, I had hoped for another opportunity to face you, but it seems that chance has slipped away. As an assassin, I possess my ultimate technique, which I shall now reveal to you. After all, you are the only one who has made me feel at ease, and my sole worthy opponent. Hit disregarded Xiangpa's impending attack and turned to Gu Xuan, aware that no matter how formidable his strength, he could never rival a god of destruction. Huh, you dare to ignore me? It appears I hold no significance in your eyes. Xiangpa's murderous intent intensified. The ultimate technique? Is it not a tad premature to unveil it now? Until this moment, I have yet to exert my full power, Gu Xuan interjected with a smile. What? It paused, glancing at Gu Xuan. What do you mean? While he suspected Gu Xuan's intentions, disbelief lingered. Gu Xuan dismissed his skepticism with a slight smile, taking a step forward before slowly replying. Have you not always wished to witness my full strength? Allow me to demonstrate it now. Standing before Hit, Gu Xuan prepared to act. Gu Xuan, this is not our affair. Do not interfere. Let them resolve it themselves. Just as Gu Xuan was about to make a move, Beerus's voice resonated. Yet, Gu Xuan turned. Lord Beerus, a friendly spar is about camaraderie, not a matter of life and death. Moreover, if this anger leads to murder, it would be one thing if I were absent, but since I am here, I shall not allow such a thing to transpire. Perhaps my strength pales in comparison to that of the Destroyer God, yet regardless of the outcome, I shall exert every ounce of my power to give it a try, even if I am fully aware that failure is imminent. Nevertheless, I remain undeterred. Gu Xuan spoke with unwavering resolve. As his words echoed, a tremendous force erupted from within him, clashing directly against the oppressive aura of Xiangpa. You seek your own demise. Upon witnessing Gu Xuan's audacity to openly defy him, a glint of cold light flickered in Xiangpa's eyes. I understand your nature. Since you have resolved to act in this manner, I shall permit you this moment of arrogance. Unleash your full potential. If you are to engage in this endeavor, let it be done with utmost excellence. With my presence, I shall ensure your safety. Beerus, too, was fiercely protective, holding Gu Xuan in high regard, and would never allow anyone to harm him, especially not in his presence. Lord Xiangpa, you may choose to blame me, but one day you shall thank me, for it will not be long before you realize that my actions are of utmost necessity for your 6th universe. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Hit, you may leave for now. I shall handle matters here. Once I am finished, I will seek you out. At that time, we shall engage in a fair battle. Gu Xuan turned to Hit. I will not depart, Hit replied, his gaze unwavering. Very well. Today we shall confront the Destroyer God together and let him witness our might. Gu Xuan laughed heartily. Agreed, Hit responded, equally resolute. With a tremendous surge, an overwhelming force erupted from Hit, no longer holding back, ready to join Gu Xuan in their battle against the Destroyer God. Excellent, merely two humans. Though you stand at the pinnacle of human strength, in my eyes, you are inconsequential. Since you have chosen your own demise, I shall oblige. Xiangpa stepped forward. Appearing in midair, his gaze icy as it fell upon Gu Xuan and Hit. A formidable power emanated from him, causing the very heavens to change color and the starry sky to dim, as if no force could rival this energy. Now, Gu Xuan and Hit exchanged glances before almost simultaneously calling out. They charged at Xiangpa from opposite sides with fervor. Their speed was astounding, closing the distance to Xiangpa in an instant. Bang! Bang! Both raised their right hands, fists clenched, and struck fiercely at Xiangpa. Overestimating yourselves. Mere humans are still merely that. Ultimately, your strength amounts to little more than this. In response to the onslaught from Gu Xuan and Hit, Xiangpa effortlessly raised his hands, easily capturing their fists. Bang! At the moment when Kampa seized Gu Xuan and Hit, he suddenly swung his arms with great force, instantly flinging both Gu Xuan and Hit away. Such strength. Is this the power of a god of destruction? A look of astonishment flickered in Hit's eyes. It was indeed formidable power, yet when compared to Beerus, it fell somewhat short. Gu Xuan murmured, sensing the disparity. Although they were both gods of destruction, there existed a notable gap among them. Beerus ranked among the most powerful of the gods, while Kampa's strength was merely average, or even slightly below. It was precisely due to this understanding that Gu Xuan dared to confront Kampa, even in his fury. While this was partly due to Kampa's inferiority to Beerus, it was more significantly because Gu Xuan's own strength had surged immensely after his battle with Beerus. Furthermore, with Beerus present, he was assured of his safety, allowing him to unleash his utmost power against Kampa without fear, especially since he was not alone, but alongside Hit. Chapter 52, Flash Technique. Three figures engaged in a rapid battle high above the realm of destruction. Their speed was astonishing, rendering their movements nearly invisible to the naked eye. All that could be perceived was the relentless gusts of fierce wind rushing forth. Any object they grazed would be utterly obliterated. However, even when Gu Xuan and Hit combined their powers, they posed no real threat to Kampa. In the midst of this frantic combat, mere moments passed. Yet their combined assault merely matched Kampa's strength, failing to pose any significant danger. While that might have been tolerable, it was evident from the battle that Kampa had yet to exert his true strength, appearing remarkably at ease, having hardly tapped into his power. To him, Gu Xuan and Hit's strength was little more than a plaything. If he were to take them seriously, they would not measure up, even in unison. I expected that your collaboration would yield a different outcome, yet it seems to be nothing extraordinary, Kampa remarked coldly. After yet another strike, Gu Xuan and Hit distanced themselves from one another. I was merely warming up before. Now the true battle begins, Kampa continued. Gu Xuan glanced at Hit, confirming he was unscathed. Before addressing Kampa, warming up? If that was but a warm-up, then it is time for the real fight to commence. Kampa replied mockingly, showing no concern, dismissing Gu Xuan's words as mere desperate struggles. Very well, even if you do not speak, I am prepared to unleash my true power against you, Gu Xuan declared. Gazing at Xiangpa, is that so? While I do not harbor great expectations for you, I am still willing to entertain the possibility that you might surprise me. Xiangpa replied, observing Gu Xuan intently. With a thunderous roar, an immense force erupted from Gu Xuan's being. The power of Super Saiyan 3 was unleashed without reservation, reaching its zenith. In this explosive moment, Gu Xuan's strength soared to an astonishing 90,000 trillion. Yet, upon reaching this threshold, there was no cessation. His power surged even more ferociously. 100,000. Ultimately, Gu Xuan's strength stabilized at an astounding 100,000 trillion. This was the true essence of Super Saiyan 3. His achievement was nothing short of astonishing. As he beheld Gu Xuan's transformation and the overwhelming force emanating from him, even Beerus, momentarily taken aback, began to speak. Compared to the first encounter we had on Earth, he has grown immensely. Whis remarked softly, clearly taken aback by Gu Xuan's remarkable enhancement. Allow me to intervene. Just as Gu Xuan was poised to engage in battle with Xiangpa, Hit's voice resonated, drawing his attention. Hit. Gu Xuan paused, glancing at Hit. This is my battle. And through our previous encounters, I have discovered a method to enhance my strength. Although I cannot elevate my power through transformation like you Scions, the heavens are fair. Hit stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Gu Xuan. What? You cannot be suggesting that you wish to face me alone? Xiangpa inquired. His gaze fixed on Hit. I understand that my words may displease you, But the truth remains, Hit responded steadily. Overestimating oneself, a cold glimmer flashed in Xiangpa's eyes. Hit suddenly let out a low growl. With that roar, a violent surge of energy erupted from Hit's body. The echo of his roar lingered. As a rich violet energy exploded around him, it appeared that matters were about to become quite intriguing. Beerus furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Hit, and calmly stated, "It does seem that way." Whis smiled and echoed, "Indeed." "Lord Xiangpa, it seems there may be an unexpected turn of events," Bardos remarked with a subtle smile. Watching Hit intently, "I am eager to see how you will fare." Although Kampa sensed something amiss, his unwavering confidence in his own powers rendered him indifferent at that moment. Moments later, Hit ceased his low growl, and the violet energy surrounding him instantly returned to his being, as if nothing had transpired. "What is happening?" Beerus's gaze sharpened. As the anticipated scenario failed to unfold, Hit clenched his fist, fully aware of the events transpiring within him. "Lord Kampa, here I come." With a swift motion, Hit dashed forward. In an instant, he appeared before Kampa. So fast. Kampa was taken aback, realizing Hit's speed had dramatically increased in that fleeting moment. Bang! Hit unleashed a punch, aimed directly at Kampa's body. Seeking death? A cold glint flashed in Kampa's eyes as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! However, as Kampa's fist struck out, it did not connect with Hit's body as he had envisioned. Kampa's eyes narrowed. At that precise moment, Hit's fist materialized, landing squarely on the left side of Kampa's body. The force of this blow was immense, striking with unparalleled might. Even someone as formidable as Kampa, caught off guard by Hit's punch, staggered back 3 steps. While it did not inflict any significant harm, the mere fact that it could force him to retreat was remarkable. How could this be? Kampa stared at Hit in shock, disbelief evident in his eyes. He couldn't fathom how Hit's attack managed to land on him, as his speed should have easily crushed Hit. Was it instant transmission? Kampa murmured to himself, pondering that it seemed the only plausible explanation. He understood that instant transmission could only leap 0.1 seconds, so under normal circumstances, Hit would not have been able to reach him. Your instant transmission only allows for a 0.1 second leap. You could never touch me with that. Do you possess other hidden abilities? Kampa, though perplexed and contemplating other possibilities, struggled to comprehend the situation and thus addressed Hit. Chapter 53, A Desperate Gamble. 0.1 seconds? Hit looked at Kampa and continued, "Indeed. My instant transmission could only achieve a 0.1 second leap before. However, I have never claimed that instant transmission was the sole ability I possessed. That limitation was merely a previous constraint. Through my battles with Goku, and just now with you, I have discovered a pathway to enhance my power. Under the weight of your pressure, both my strength and my instant transmission have evolved. At present, my time of jumping with the flash technique is no longer 1 second, but has reached an impressive 3 seconds. This signifies that my flash technique has doubled in power, and my overall strength has similarly surged, approaching threefold." Slowly, Hit began to elucidate this. He harbored no concern that revealing the truth to Kampa would expose his vulnerabilities. "Growth, you say?" Kampa chuckled. "Is that so? Quite intriguing. I once thought that eliminating you would merely amuse other gods of destruction, but now you possess the capability to warrant my annihilation. At the very least, after your demise. Others would not mock me." Kampa spoke with a smile, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "You may find it more challenging to kill me than you anticipate. It could very well consume some of your time." Kampa was unconcerned. Having reached this level, no amount of flattery would serve any purpose. It was better to be direct and forthright. "I am eager to see just how troublesome it will be to eliminate you." Kampa laughed heartily. "Hit, are you all right with this?" Gu Xuan expressed some worry, glancing at Hit. "Rest assured, I prefer to engage in combat alone. Cooperation hinders my actions. I find solitary battles allow me to fully unleash my potential. Moreover, I am curious to see how much I can grow under the pressure of a god of destruction, and to what heights I can ascend." Hit spoke slowly. "In that case, I respect your choice." Gu Xuan nodded. "Very well, Lord Kampa, prepare yourself. I possess my strongest move, one that I have never unleashed before. You're the first." After Hit spoke, his figure flickered. Whoosh. Hit appeared directly before Kampa. "Do you still wish to employ the flash technique?" Kampa furrowed his brow and raised his right hand with a swift motion. Instantly, a formidable purple storm erupted forth. Boom. A dense purple aura manifested 3 inches from Kampa's body, preventing Hit from approaching him from any direction. "Now, your flash technique is rendered ineffective," Kampa declared confidently. "Is that so? If you believe that, you are gravely mistaken." A smile crept across Hit's lips as he remained unfazed by the tremors of power emanating from 3 inches outside Kampa's form, propelling himself toward Kampa with even greater speed. Whoosh. Hit moved with astonishing velocity. What does he intend to do? At that moment, Beerus, Whis, Bardos, Gu Xuan, and others all turned their attention, puzzled by Hit's intentions. And right before their eyes, Hit suddenly stood face to face with Kampa. As for the 3-inch purple aura, Hitler disregarded it as if it were non-existent, stepping directly into its vicinity. Although he entered the 3-inch range, he suffered no harm whatsoever. Raising his right hand, he suddenly delivered a powerful punch towards Xiangpa as he neared the 3-inch mark. A wave of imperceptible energy erupted instantaneously, enveloping Xiangpa in its embrace. Xiangpa's gaze sharpened. He felt an unusual force descend upon him at that moment. While it did not inflict any damage, it instilled within him a profound sense of foreboding. It seemed as though something extraordinary had occurred, yet he remained oblivious to the event itself. Vis and Bardos immediately rose, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The manipulation of time had reached such an extent. Who was this individual? Instances capable of leaving even angels in disbelief were exceedingly rare, yet the actions of Hitler at that moment left them both astonished. The triad of supreme powers, time, space, and rules, when united, heralded the birth of beings akin to angels. Space power could be wielded by humans, which was not particularly surprising, as it was the weakest of the 3 forces. However, the powers of time and rules were equal, and beyond the grasp of humanity. Even gods found such mastery elusive. At the very least, destruction gods lacked this ability. The power of rules belonged to the highest echelon, accessible only to angels and archangels. Bardos murmured, somewhat awestruck by Hitler's methods. His temporal manipulation, though merely a fundamental application of time, was indeed rare. To even glimpse its intricacies was remarkable. Yet, they had not anticipated that Hitler could wield time to such an extent, which genuinely surprised them. Lord Xiangpa, this is the most potent attack I have just comprehended, a culmination of all my strength aimed at defeating you. Hitler spoke slowly, his expression unremarkable, unperturbed by the presence of a destruction god. After this declaration, for words escaped Hitler's lips, time cage, an invisible force of temporal energy manifested abruptly, ensnaring Xiangpa's form within its grasp. Although Xiangpa remained present, he was, in that moment, ensnared by Hitler's unique method, trapped within the confines of time. Success! Hitler exhaled a sigh of relief. This was an attack he had only recently grasped. Though uncertain of its efficacy, he embraced the notion of risking everything. Yet, unexpectedly, success was achieved, trapping Xiangpa within. Crack after crack appeared, and then, astonishingly, the temporal prison collapsed, allowing Xiangpa to force his way out. You wretched fool! Xiangpa, having emerged from the confines of time, displayed a fierce fury, raising his right hand to deliver a powerful slap towards Hit, intending to strike terror into him. At this moment, Xiangpa was incensed. He had never anticipated that his carelessness would lead to his downfall at the hands of a mere human. This was an immense humiliation for his identity as a destroyer god. In his hand, purple energy surged continuously. With a resounding boom, a terrifying energy coalesced, and in an instant, a massive purple hand materialized. I shall see you dead. As this hand appeared, it emanated ripples of formidable power. Hit, pale-faced, gazed up at the looming purple hand. Despite the unimaginable terror contained within it, he remained calm, devoid of fear. For him, the brief moment he had managed to trap Xiangpa, however fleeting, was a victory in itself, regardless of its brevity. As he beheld the enormous hand descending with the power to obliterate, instilling dread in any living being, a smile crept across Hit's lips. In my life, I have no regrets. I am fulfilled. He spoke slowly, having accepted his imminent demise. After all, he had survived for a millennium, taking countless lives, and had long grown weary of such an existence. Now, even in the face of Xiangpa's might and the threat of death, he could confront his fate with composure. Just as the hand thundered down upon him, though it had yet to make contact, the overwhelming force stirred the fabric of his garments, heralding his impending destruction. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tumult. Wave! In that instant, a colossal Kamehameha wave surged forth, hurtling towards Xiangpa with astonishing speed, striking directly against the immense hand without a moment's pause. With a resounding clash that echoed throughout the realm of destruction, the Kamehameha wave and the hand collided. Gu Xuan, it exclaimed, turning abruptly to face Gu Xuan. If you perish like this, I would lose a worthy adversary. You have only just begun to discover your path to strength. Your future holds limitless potential. Though your current power may be lacking, given sufficient time, I am certain your abilities will reach unimaginable heights. Death, indeed, is not to be feared. However, I believe that should you meet your end in such a manner, it would be rather unworthy. Gu Xian's voice resonated with tranquility. The ensuing matters shall be entrusted to me. There is no need for your concern. Although Xiangpa possesses formidable strength, It is not a simple endeavor for him to extinguish my life. Furthermore, with Lord Beerus present, I am assured of my safety. Gu Xuan addressed Hit. Thank you. Given the opportunity for survival, Hit naturally would not relinquish it. He quickly grasped Gu Xuan's intent. I shall remember this favor today and repay you in the future. With that, Hit's figure flickered and he vanished, recognizing that remaining here would only complicate matters for Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan. Xiangpa gazed at Gu Xuan, his expression darkening. Lord Xiangpa, do you not fear ridicule for striking against a mere human? Gu Xuan remarked with a smile. As his words fell, Gu Xuan unleashed his full power. The Kamehameha surged forth with unparalleled force, colliding with the enormous hand, resulting in a thunderous roar. Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberated as the Kamehameha disintegrated. The colossal hand descended, but just as it neared Gu Xuan, he smiled slightly and instantly activated his instant transmission to evade. The massive hand crashed down, sending tremors throughout the entire God of Destruction realm, leaving behind an immense handprint. The sheer force was so overwhelming that it pierced through the very fabric of the God of Destruction realm. Beerus, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I assure you that I shall not let today's events pass quietly. Xiangpa did not regard Gu Xuan, for in his eyes, no matter how much Gu Xuan flailed, he remained an ant that could be crushed at any moment. He turned his gaze towards Beerus, his anger palpable, causing his words to erupt almost like a roar. Lord Beerus, this is my own affair. Regardless of the consequences, I, Gu Xuan, shall bear the responsibility alone today. Gu Xuan fixed his gaze upon Beerus. After a moment of silence, Beerus surveyed Gu Xuan, and upon perceiving the fighting spirit in his eyes, understood Gu Xian's resolve. Gu Xuan, I have stated before that today, I shall permit you a moment of recklessness. As long as I am present, no one can thwart my intention to take you away. Beerus spoke with a calmness that belied a firm determination. He was known for his word. When he said it, he meant it. In that case, I am most grateful, Lord Beerus. Gu Xuan responded with a smile. Unleash your full power. Do not bring shame upon the seventh universe. Rest assured, even without your urging, I had already intended to proceed thus. Gu Xuan slowly articulated, turning his attention towards Xiangpa. At this moment, the expression on Kampa's face was utterly captivating. Lord Kampa, prepare yourself for the full extent of my power. Gu Xuan cautioned. With that, he clenched his fists and emitted a low growl. Beneath that growl, a formidable aura erupted from within Gu Xuan, who had already possessed a power level of 100 trillion, but was now surging towards an even more frenzied magnitude. 200 trillion, 300 trillion, 500 trillion, within an instant. Gu Xuan's strength escalated to an astonishing 500 trillion. The ultimate transformation, Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xuan bellowed. And a profusion of hair sprouted across his body as his hair turned black, a transformation brought forth by Super Saiyan 4. The moment he assumed this form, his power skyrocketed to 1 quadrillion. Another transformation? Kampa's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Gu Xuan. This is Super Saiyan 4, but it does not represent my full strength. My true power lies in Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity. As Gu Xuan's declaration resonated, his aura surged once more, ultimately stabilizing at a staggering 1.5 quadrillion. Super Saiyan 4 at full capacity, that is my utmost strength. After unleashing his most potent force, Gu Xuan gazed at Kampa and spoke softly. No wonder you possess such confidence. It appears I had underestimated you. Kampa regarded Gu Xuan. Although this power was not particularly overwhelming to him, the magnitude of the increase left him astounded. Chapter 55, Kampa's Strength. Gu Xuan, do not hesitate. Unleash all your might. It would be best if you could injure that rascal Kampa, Beerus interjected with palpable excitement. Although combat was forbidden among the gods of destruction, it did not preclude him from allowing others to engage. Rest assured, I will hold nothing back in this battle. Gu Xuan affirmed with a nod to Beerus. In truth, Gu Xuan was deeply invested in this confrontation, as his opponent was not particularly formidable among the gods of destruction. While he acknowledged that he could not defeat a god of destruction, his current state, combined with some hidden cards, could indeed allow him to inflict injury upon one. It seems you have great confidence in yourself. If that is the case, allow me to witness just who has instilled such confidence in you. Kampa's eyes glimmered with a fierce intent as he regarded Gu Xuan. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan lunged forward, closing the distance to Kampa in an instant. Seeking death, Kampa scoffed. In his previous encounter with Hit, Kampa had harbored murderous intent, yet it had leaned more towards a form of training. However, this method of training was rather excessively brutal. After all, one could say that he is indeed a member of the sixth universe. If he can endure it, then everything can be discussed. However, if he cannot withstand it, the situation might become rather dire. Death would simply be an end. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself facing Gu Xuan, the strongest being of the seventh universe. In the presence of Hit, there might have been room for mercy. But the scenario changes drastically with Gu Xuan. As a genius from another universe, the most effective solution, in Xiangpa's view, is simply to eliminate him. Boom. Just as Gu Xuan was a mere inch away from Xiangpa, a sudden burst of violet light emanated forth. This violet glow moved with astonishing speed, swiftly approaching Gu Xuan. Under the influence of this radiant energy, Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened, instantly sensing a profound sense of danger. With no hesitation, Gu Xuan unleashed a powerful punch known as the God of Death's Fist. In a moment of crisis, he struck fiercely towards Xiangpa. The surrounding energy surged violently, coalescing into a massive fist right before him. The God of Death's Fist manifested dramatically, descending upon Xiangpa with unrelenting force. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the God of Death's Fist made contact with Xiangpa's outer body. In that very instant of collision, a surge of violet energy erupted 2 inches away from Xiangpa, where it converged and collided with Gu Xuan's formidable punch. Boom! The air was filled with violent explosions, reverberating waves sweeping in all directions, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. I expected you to be stronger. Alas, this is all you can muster. You have truly disappointed me. Xiangpa's voice rang out, and as he uttered these words, he raised his right hand, pointing fiercely at Gu Xuan. Boom! Under the force of his finger, the winds and clouds whipped into a frenzy, colliding with Gu Xuan's God of Death's Fist. Despite the overwhelming power contained within the punch, it was rendered incapable of withstanding Xiangpa's incoming force, and in the next moment, it shattered. As the God of Death's Fist collapsed, Gu Xuan's body jolted violently, the impact of Xiangpa's force surging within him. The sheer strength of this power caused Gu Xuan to stagger back a step, though he managed to limit his retreat to just that. Regaining his composure, Gu Xuan clenched his fists, letting out a low growl as he fought through the intense pain coursing through him. He transformed this agony into strength, channeling it into his fists, and then retaliated with another powerful strike. Bang! This moment caught even Xiangpa off guard. He had not anticipated that Gu Xuan could endure the force of his attack, merely stepping back a single pace in response. To speak candidly, although Gu Xuan possesses formidable strength, during the confrontation with him, Xiangpa did not exert himself with particular seriousness. For him, the act of slaying a mere human required no earnest effort. A casual gesture would suffice. However, Gu Xuan's prowess exceeded Xiangpa's expectations. Despite being shielded by an energy barrier, in this moment of fury, Gu Xuan unleashed an unimaginable force with a single punch. Under the weight of this power, even the external protection surrounding Xiangpa proved inadequate, crumbling effortlessly. With a resounding impact, Gu Xuan's fist connected with Xiangpa's form. Yet, despite this collision, an insurmountable disparity in their strengths remained apparent. Although Gu Xuan's fist struck Xiangpa, the force was significantly diminished by the energy barrier, failing to perturb Xiangpa in the slightest or inflict any harm upon him. Thus, after this blow, Xiangpa remained unfazed. In a swift motion, Gu Xuan's attack not only failed to harm Xiangpa but provided the latter an opportunity to counter. With remarkable speed, Xiangpa launched a fierce punch toward Gu Xuan. However, just as Xiangpa's fist was about to make contact, Gu Xuan's figure inexplicably vanished. He had once again employed instantaneous movement to evade Xiangpa's assault. Is evasion your only tactic? Xiangpa mused as he glanced at Gu Xuan. My strength pales in comparison to yours. To remain would be tantamount to waiting for death. Gu Xuan chuckled, undeterred by his precarious situation, recognizing that he had yet to unveil a multitude of strategies and therefore felt no urgency. After all, encounters with a god of destruction are exceedingly rare. Moreover, while Xiangpa had not exerted his full power, he had still utilized at least half of his strength, which was considerably inferior to Beerus. At the very least, Beerus would not exhibit the disdainful and somewhat frantic expression currently adorning Xiangpa's face, an evident reaction to Gu Xuan's successive evasions. However, should Xiangpa believe he could vanquish Gu Xuan with such limited power, that notion was evidently implausible, or at least, Gu Xuan held this conviction. Meanwhile, Beerus, Whis, and Bardos observed the battle quietly. Even they perceived that if Xiangpa continued his lackadaisical approach, he would inevitably suffer further losses at Gu Xuan's hands. Beerus, throughout the encounter, wore a look of amusement, eagerly anticipating Xiangpa's struggle against Gu Xuan. Chapter 56. I, Xiangpa, must preserve my dignity. Despite this, Beerus remained attentive to Gu Xuan's development. His strength has significantly improved. Beerus fixed his gaze on Gu Xuan, noting the stark contrast to their previous battle when Gu Xuan was still inexperienced and feeble. This time, during the confrontation with Xiangpa, Gu Xuan exhibited a commendable level of composure and deftly managed the peculiar circumstances he faced. Beerus observed all of this, recognizing that such growth could not be achieved overnight. Although he was unaware of the precise reasons, it was evident that Gu Xuan had devoted himself to intense training over the past year. This individual's prowess is commendable in the realm of humanity. He has reached a remarkably elevated level. Bardos regarded Gu Xuan and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed Whis and Beerus. However, his abilities still remained at the human level, and a distinct gap existed when compared to the god of destruction. Bardos assessed Gu Xuan once more, noting that, from an angelic perspective, his strength was rather unremarkable, merely average. It paled in comparison to the astonishment brought forth by Hit's explosive power at the last moment. Nevertheless, for a human to attain such a level solely through personal effort was somewhat surprising to Bardos. Additionally, since Gu Xuan was the strongest human she had encountered, she held a slight curiosity about him. Xiangpa raised his right hand, and immediately, purple light began to coalesce. This light emerged from all directions, gradually forming into a luminous orb at his fingertips. The orb was not yet fully shaped, possessing an irregular form. However, within this irregular mass of light resided an unfathomable and terrifying power. I acknowledge your strength, but I wonder how you will contend with my energy this time. Xiangpa's calm voice resonated as he slightly moved his fingers, causing the orb to detach and launch forth. Whoosh! The orb sped away with remarkable velocity, hurtling towards Gu Xuan. Is it this again? Gu Xuan mused, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed that many gods of destruction favored this tactic. Yet, despite his annoyance, he could not afford to underestimate the power contained within this orb. After all, it was energy wielded by a god of destruction, and any negligence could lead to dire consequences that would be difficult to withstand. Since you are so concerned about me, I cannot fail to reciprocate, Gu Xuan declared, echoing the adage that one must return a favor. As his words fell, he surged forward with determination. Boom! Without employing any particular technique, Gu Xuan's body collided directly with the approaching irregular orb. What? After witnessing this scene, Beerus was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Gu Xuan would act in such a manner. Whis too was startled, gazing at Gu Xuan in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Gu Xuan would choose to confront the situation in this way. What was he trying to accomplish? Kampa was similarly stunned, left speechless by Gu Xuan's unconventional fighting style. Could it be that he was a fool? Did he not realize that this energy was unique to the gods of destruction, capable of annihilating everything in existence? It appeared rather intriguing. Bardos also paused for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, her gaze towards Gu Xuan becoming increasingly captivated. In an instant, as everyone's attention was fixed, Gu Xuan's body collided with the irregular sphere of light. At the moment of impact, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a tempestuous storm, clouds of smoke billowing upwards, obscuring all vision. What had transpired? A question arose in Beerus's mind. Could he be dead? Kampa questioned, eyeing the swirling smoke with uncertainty. If Gu Xuan truly perished in such a manner, he would indeed deserve it, having to bear the consequences of his recklessness. Yet, astonishingly, he emerged unscathed. Was cast a glance at the smoke, his interest piqued by Gu Xuan's method of confrontation. What a peculiar yet fascinating individual, Bardos mused inwardly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gu Xuan's figure became visible once more. At that moment, he showed no signs of injury from the direct impact with Kampa's irregular sphere of light, remarkably unharmed. Hee, Lord Kampa. I certainly hope you do not hold back, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile directed at Kampa. Annoying. Kampa snorted in response. While it was true that he had not exerted his full strength as Gu Xuan suggested, the fact remained that he was a god of destruction. If he needed to use all his might against a mere human, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Furthermore, Kampa was aware that with Beerus present, should Beerus resolutely choose to protect Gu Xuan, he would indeed be unable to harm him. At the very least, he could not kill Gu Xuan. The notion of a god of destruction applying his full power against a human, only to fail in eliminating him, would surely incite laughter among the other gods of destruction. However, if he did not utilize his full strength, the narrative would shift entirely. He could claim he was merely training someone. Ultimately, the paramount concern remained his own pride. After all, there are few things that truly matter to a god of destruction, and maintaining his dignity was of utmost importance. If you do not unleash your full strength, perhaps you may be unable to vanquish me, Gu Xuan continued with a bright smile. At present, Kampa's reactions have consistently diverged from his desires. He yearns for a formidable destroyer, one who unleashes his full potential, rather than a being plagued by hesitation and an unwillingness to execute true devastation. Rest assured, today you shall find no opportunity to escape this place. Kampa, despite recognizing that he is unlikely to contend with Gu Xuan effectively today, still indulges in verbal intimidation. Of course, Kampa is acutely aware that Gu Xuan remains unfazed by his threats. However, whether one cares or not is a personal matter, at the very least. Permit me the release of my emotions. Lord Kampa, allow me to demonstrate my power, Gu Xuan declared, his resolve solidifying. Although this is my first exhibition, I trust it will not disappoint you, and might even leave you astonished. As the words fell, Gu Xuan's strength erupted in full force, with no reservations remaining. Let me see what you can do. I hope to be impressed. Kampa's interest piqued. He regarded Gu Xuan intently. This fellow possesses an array of techniques that are anything but ordinary. Perhaps this time we shall witness something remarkable. Beerus, too, cast an eager glance in their direction. While observing battles is enjoyable, prolonged observation can stir a longing to engage, particularly for someone like Beerus, whose hands itched with desire to join the fray. However, he quickly suppressed this impulse. Deep down, he resolved that upon returning from the 6th universe, he would undoubtedly challenge Gu Xuan once more. Your Super Saiyan 4 must possess more power than this. Unveil your might for me to behold, Kampa urged. Indeed, I shall now reveal the full force of Super Saiyan 4, Gu Xuan replied, his countenance radiating confidence. Let us not squander time. It is rather embarrassing to waste so long against a mere human, Kampa remarked, his gaze flickering. With a thunderous surge, the full power of Super Saiyan 4 emanated from Gu Xuan. He raised his right hand, and, with a swift motion, 9 replicas of himself materialized around him, 8 clones alongside his original form, a testament to Gu Xuan's ultimate technique. However, this was merely the beginning. Kampa, recognizing this, did not overly concern himself upon witnessing Gu Xuan's 8 clones. It is essential to understand that, from the perspective of a destroyer, clones are often considered redundant. They do not enhance one's strength, rather, they dilute it, rendering such methods seemingly counterproductive. Yet, while Kampa understood this typical limitation of clones, he also believed that Gu Xuan was undoubtedly aware of it too. Could it be that his avatars possessed some unique qualities? Xiangpa pondered. Lord Xiangpa, prepare for my most formidable strike. The 9 Gu Xian spoke in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon Xiangpa. The avatars of Gu Xian differed from ordinary ones. Each, while not quite matching the strength of the original, possessed over 70% of its power. Moreover, the most distinctive aspect of these avatars was their ability to consolidate their attacks into a single, overwhelming strike. Thus, rather than being mere avatars, they represented 8 manifestations of Gu Xian's mightiest blow, poised to unleash their full potential at any moment. Tenfold, the 9 Gu Xian simultaneously declared, their movements perfectly synchronized as they uttered the same incantation. Turtle-style energy technique. The harmonious resonance echoed from the mouths of the 9 Gu Xian, each conjuring a luminous orb in their hands. Though modest in size, the orb contained an unfathomable surge of power. As the 9 Gu Xian unleashed their energy, the surrounding atmosphere became chaotic. Interesting, Xiangpa remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue at the sight. Despite being mere avatars, the strength they wielded was hardly inferior to that of the original. It appears you possess some remarkable abilities. Xiangpa spoke with a smile, raising his right hand to summon a dense violet glow that coalesced instantaneously. This intense purple radiance spread wildly from Xiangpa's form, coalescing into an energy sphere 3 yards in diameter. Gu Xian, this is my full power. If you can withstand this strike, then today's events will be forgotten. In consideration of Beerus, I shall allow you to depart the 6th universe alive. However, should you fail, there will be no tomorrow for you. Xiangpa's voice resonated ominously. His words were not intended for Gu Xuan. He cared little for the latter's thoughts. His true message was directed at Beerus, insinuating that if he deemed Gu Xuan inadequate, he should intervene himself. Beerus understood Xiangpa's implication, but hesitated momentarily before remaining seated, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan, I am aware of your formidable strength, and I know you have yet to reveal all your capabilities. Whatever methods you employ, do not bring shame upon the 7th universe. Beerus stated slowly. Gu Xuan did not respond verbally. He merely glanced at Beerus and nodded in acknowledgement. Perish, Xiangpa bellowed, unleashing a massive violet energy sphere that surged forth toward Gu Xuan and his 8 avatars. As the moment approached when the purple sphere of light descended, a smile graced the lips of Gu Xuan. I've awaited your move, he murmured within. Wave. The final word echoed from the mouths of 9 Gu Xian simultaneously. With the utterance of that last syllable, all 9 Gu Xians thrust their hands forward with great force. Boom, boom. 9 colossal Kamehameha waves surged forth, propelled by unimaginable power, charging directly towards the 3-meter energy sphere of Xiangpa. Among these 9 waves, one was particularly formidable, while the remaining 8 were relatively weaker. Upon colliding with Xiangpa's energy sphere, the 9 Kamehameha waves began to wane in strength. The 8 waves conjured by the clones proved almost insignificant against Xiangpa's immense energy. A low growl erupted from the 8 clones simultaneously. In that instant, their forms dissipated, merging seamlessly with the energy of the Kamehameha waves, thereby amplifying their power tenfold. Once the 8 clones vanished, the strength of the 8 tenfold Kamehameha waves nearly equaled that of Gu Xuan's own wave. "Break for me," Gu Xuan bellowed. The 9 tenfold Kamehameha waves erupted with their utmost might, attempting to forcibly shatter Xiangpa's energy sphere. A series of violent detonations echoed continuously. In mere moments, 3 of the tenfold Kamehameha waves had collapsed, while Xiangpa's energy sphere only dimmed slightly, its terrifying power remaining formidable and fearsome. Has the power of a destroyer truly reached such terrifying heights? Gu Xuan pondered in astonishment. "I refuse to believe I cannot shatter your trivial energy," Gu Xuan roared, determination gleaming in his eyes as he summoned all his strength to attempt the obliteration of Xiangpa's energy sphere. Chapter 58. An unexpected turn of events at this moment. Gu Xuan's heart was in turmoil, for only by confronting the 3-meter energy sphere could he truly grasp its terrifying might. The power capable of annihilating all was beyond what he could contend with. Is this truly my limit? Gu Xuan felt a surge of unwillingness. This outcome was not what he desired. Losing was not what frightened him, but failing to achieve his intended result was something Gu Xuan could not accept. In his mind, he believed he should be able to destroy Xiangpa's 3-meter sphere. However, he had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous sphere harbored such fearsome strength. Especially beneath the shadow of this 3-meter purple sphere, 7 of his 9 tenfold Kamehameha waves had already been obliterated, leaving only 2 remaining. The 3-zhang violet energy of Xiangpa still exuded an unfathomable and terrifying power. Gu Xuan understood all too well that given the current circumstances, even after the complete collapse of his tenfold Kamehameha, he would be utterly incapable of obliterating Xiangpa's 3-zhang violet orb. Although he still retained some hidden trump cards, Gu Xuan was reluctant to reveal them unless absolutely necessary, as it was not in his nature to expose all his means. "Break for me." He abandoned the notion of utilizing the Kaioken and resolved to confront the challenge with his current strength. With a fierce roar, Gu Xuan channeled all his might into his hands, frantically condensing his energy as he advanced towards the 3-zhang violet energy. "I refuse to believe that my power cannot shatter this force. Even if it is the destructive god's manifestation, I shall annihilate it." Determination gleamed in Gu Xuan's eyes. Consequently, the energy between his hands surged, drawing upon nearly all his strength in a singular effort to obliterate Xiangpa's violet energy. With a resounding explosion, he unleashed his full power in a relentless confrontation against the 3-zhang energy. However, in but a fleeting moment, Gu Xuan sensed his strength waning. Despite the 3-zhang violet energy not having descended yet, the horrifying force it radiated bore down upon him, instilling immense pressure. It was an existence against which no amount of effort seemed capable of resisting. A furious roar erupted from Gu Xuan's lips. The earth quaked as his power surged once more into the tenfold Kamehameha, propelled by his indomitable spirit. "It's futile. Ultimately, you are still bound by human limitations. Even if you have cultivated the realm of gods, it still lacks true substance." Xiangpa spoke slowly, his expression remaining unervingly serene. In truth, Gu Xuan's strength astonished him. Yet his words dripped with disdain, aimed at crushing Gu Xuan's spirit and making him aware of the dire consequences of opposing a god of destruction. Gu Xuan's eyes burned crimson. He could scarcely heed Xiangpa's taunts at that moment, pouring every ounce of his energy into the struggle. Despite Gu Xuan's relentless efforts and the unleashing of all his power, the outcome remained unchanged. Under the might of Xiangpa's 3-zhang violet energy, the tenfold Kamehameha ultimately crumbled, its energy completely annihilated. Yet, in that moment of collapse, as Beerus prepared to intervene and save Gu Xuan, an immense force suddenly erupted from Gu Xuan's being, causing Beerus to halt in his tracks. A furious roar reverberated through the air, and as it rang out, darkness enveloped the world, accompanied by streaks of lightning illuminating the sky. It was as if the ancient Xian was venting his unyielding emotions. This sudden change left both Beerus and Kampa momentarily stunned. The roar persisted, intermingled with the distant thunder. As the ferocity of Xian's roar intensified, the anomalies in the heavens grew increasingly terrifying. What transpired? Kampa's expression shifted, instinctively raising his gaze to the sky. Even with his formidable strength, he felt a prickling unease at this moment, sensing something profoundly ominous. How could this be? Beerus too was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Boom. At that instant, Xian's aura surged wildly. From a power level of 1.5 million, it skyrocketed, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In the blink of an eye, Xian's strength ascended from 1.5 million to a staggering 90 billion, before the world once again settled into tranquility. Xian stood there, surrounded by ethereal wisps of energy that flickered around him. What had occurred? Kappa and Beerus observed Xian at this moment, despite Xian's appearance remaining unchanged. Still in the form of a Super Saiyan 4, his aura felt utterly distinct from before. If Xian's earlier power had merely been formidable, it had not been enough to command the attention of a god of destruction like Kappa. Now, however, Xian exuded an aura of unfathomable depth. If only mere mortals felt this way, it would be one thing, but it was the gods of destruction, Kappa and Beerus, who sensed this. With his eyes closed, Xian stood there, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The air around him was steeped in an eerie essence. Kappa's previously unleashed 3-meter purple energy had crumbled under the force of Xian's burgeoning might. Are you Xian? Beerus inquired, his eyes narrowing as he spoke slowly. Even Beerus found it hard to believe. A piercing gaze erupted from Xian as he opened his eyes. The sudden flashes of lightning in the sky began to dissipate, as if nothing had ever transpired. I am Xian. His calm voice resonated. Yet beneath that tranquility lay an essence that sent shivers down the spines of the gods of destruction. Though merely a sensation, it felt profoundly real. Kappa and Beerus, acutely sensitive to this aura, wore grave expressions at that moment. Regardless of what has transpired within you, our battle is far from over, Kappa declared coldly. Resolute not to relent. Even if Xian's aura had dramatically surged, it did not mean he would cower. As the words fell, Xiangpa surged forward, directly approaching Gu Xuan. Upon arrival, he raised his right hand and pointed. Whoosh! A beam of purple light shot forth, hurtling towards Gu Xuan at an astonishing speed. Chapter 59. I am the god of Super Saiyans. Had this been in the past, facing such a rapid assault, Gu Xuan would have found it nearly impossible to evade. For his speed would simply not suffice. After all, this was an attack from a god of destruction, leaving no room for Gu Xuan to be the slightest bit careless. However, that was a time long gone. The former Gu Xuan had yet to undergo that enigmatic transformation, thus his strength remained confined to the limits of humanity, far from reaching the pinnacle of human potential. Back then, Gu Xuan could barely contend with a god of destruction, unable to gain the upper hand, and at times, he would even be toyed with. Although he could infrequently inflict injuries on weaker gods of destruction like Xiangpa, such instances were mere flukes, with probabilities exceedingly slim. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in previous battles, Gu Xuan was merely subjected to mockery and ridicule, perhaps for the gods of destruction. Fighting Gu Xuan was merely a source of amusement. Gu Xuan was acutely aware of this. Although he yearned to change his circumstances, he recognized his insufficient power to effect such transformation. Yet, in this moment, as Xiangpa's attack approached, the transformed Gu Xuan displayed no sign of concern, despite the purple energy still hurtling towards him at great speed. It was no longer beyond Gu Xuan's capacity to accept. In fact, the velocity of Xiangpa's attack seemed rather ordinary to him now. He observed Xiangpa's assault with a tranquil demeanor. Although this entire sequence may appear slow, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. A smile graced Xiangpa's face. The energy at his fingertips was now less than 7 inches from Gu Xuan. At such a distance, evasion seemed impossible for Gu Xuan given his current strength. However, just as the smile began to form, it abruptly vanished. Gu Xuan lifted his right foot and took a step to the left. Simultaneously, his body made a slight turn. Such a simple motion, yet once executed, Xiangpa's fingertip energy whizzed past Gu Xuan. Boom! A tempest erupted. The fingertip energy struck the distant ground, causing it to collapse continuously, erupting violently and obliterating the earth inch by inch, leaving behind a massive crater. This was still under Xiangpa's swift control. With a thunderous roar, Gu Xuan's previous movement appeared utterly astonishing to him. Could it be that, subconsciously, Beerus contemplated a certain possibility? Yet, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he shook his head. Impossible. It must merely be a coincidence. Although he found it implausible, Beerus still clung to this notion, for in his view, only the word coincidence could adequately explain Gu Xian's previous mimicry of his movements. Coincidence. It must indeed be coincidence. Otherwise, one could not possibly evade my attack. Xiangpa, too, was momentarily taken aback. Gu Xian's movements had been exceedingly simple, devoid of any superfluous gestures. In such a casual manner, he had managed to evade Xiangpa's assault. A coincidence? If one were to deem it a coincidence, then one might as well attempt it once more. Gu Xian spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Xiangpa. To be frank, Gu Xuan was not overly familiar with his newfound strength. The bizarre enhancement he experienced had left him somewhat bewildered, and even now, he could not fully comprehend the events that had transpired. However, as time passed, he gradually began to piece together the reasons behind his earlier augmentation. Even if you do not speak, I shall undoubtedly come at you again. If you can once again evade unscathed, then it may be proven that the previous occurrence was not mere happenstance. Xiang Pa's gaze was icy as he regarded Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan quietly observed him, saying nothing, standing still as he awaited Xiang Pa's second assault. As for the terrifying power the god of destruction had once instilled in him, it now seemed to Gu Xuan to be merely of this magnitude. Boom! Xiang Pa raised his right hand, pointing a finger. In that instant, a vast array of purple energy surged into existence. 1, 2, before long, the sky was filled with hundreds of purple orbs of energy. Although these orbs appeared modest in size, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. There were a total of 999 energy spheres should you manage to evade them all. It would prove that the previous incident was not a coincidence. Xiang Pa fixed his gaze on Gu Xuan, a glint of coldness in his eyes. This attack was of an entirely different nature than the last. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 999 energy spheres surged towards Gu Xuan simultaneously. Imbued with incredible power, the sheer number was staggering, particularly as they descended upon Gu Xuan all at once, filling the sky without a hint of space to maneuver. To evade so many energy spheres was an undeniably daunting task for an ordinary individual. However, for Gu Xuan in his current state, it was not an insurmountable challenge. He gazed upward at the densely packed energy spheres, forged from the god of destruction's essence, their might truly fearsome. He neither flinched nor attempted to evade. Disregarding Xiang Pa's words and his resolve, as there are countless roads to take, so too are there myriad ways to resolve problems. One is not necessarily bound to adhere to the demands of Kampa. Moreover, Kampa lacks the authority to dictate how Gu Xuan should act. Should I avoid this? Gu Xuan mused, gazing at the energy sphere, then shook his head. I am disinterested, yet I can choose an alternative approach, he softly declared, though his words reached Kampa's ears. What method? Kampa paused in surprise. I am Gu Xuan, a fact you should be aware of. However, I bear another name, one I have only recently acquired. This name is Super Saiyan God. Gu Xuan's voice, though not loud, resonated with all present. What? Upon hearing this name, Beerus's gaze sharpened, regarding Gu Xuan with a look of profound significance. Gradually, Gu Xuan's figure began to align with the silhouette he had envisioned in his dreams. Super Saiyan God. Surely this is a title you have bestowed upon yourself. Kampa remarked dismissively, clearly treating Gu Xuan's name as a jest. A mere human daring to proclaim himself a deity before me? Kampa laughed heartily, as if the laughter were solely for Gu Xuan's benefit. Chapter 60. The Power to Rival a God of Destruction. In response to Kampa's relentless mockery, Gu Xuan felt no need to offer explanations, for he too found the notion somewhat absurd, let alone others. You may think as you wish. Gu Xuan narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching 999 purple orbs of energy, his demeanor unperturbed. He slowly raised his right hand. With a single wave, a terrifying tempest erupted forth. Initially unremarkable, it transformed into a gale within mere moments. The tempest surged violently, enveloping all the energy in an instant. Boom, boom. Under the fury of the storm, sounds of violent explosions emerged. In the blink of an eye, Kampa's 999 purple orbs of energy crumbled entirely. As these energies disintegrated, the surrounding cosmic essence became chaotically disordered, a remnant of the god of destruction's power. The might of a god of destruction is not as exaggerated as one might presume. Once the energies had dissipated, a calm voice emerged from Gu Xuan. As the storm subsided, he remained steadfast in his position, unscathed. Kampa stood frozen in disbelief. Were an ordinary person to utter such words, they would surely be met with Kampa's wrath. Yet Gu Xuan, in this moment, clearly possessed the conviction to stand firm. Kampa was left utterly speechless, his gaze towards Gu Xuan now reflecting an unmistakable incredulity. He had not anticipated that a mere human could so effortlessly shatter his own energy. Such an occurrence had been nearly inconceivable until now. Yet, this improbable event was unfolding right before his eyes. And what had been destroyed was none other than his own power. This realization left Kampa feeling as though he were in a dream. Could it truly be that his 999 streams of energy were so easily obliterated? Beerus, too, exhibited a look of astonishment after a considerable pause. He finally reacted, gazing at Gu Xuan with the eyes of one who beheld a monster, filled with disbelief. Although Kampa was several tiers weaker than Beerus, it did not imply that anyone could so readily dismantle an attack imbued with the power of a god of destruction. How intriguing that such a feat was accomplished with such ease. To what extent had he truly evolved? Whis stroked his chin and spoke, captivated by Gu Xuan's sudden advancement. To so effortlessly dismantle Lord Kampa's power indicated that he was indeed extraordinary. Vados, observing Gu Xuan, smiled, her interest in him deepening. Gu Xuan's expression remained remarkably tranquil, as if his previous actions were mere trifles, insignificant in his eyes. How did you accomplish this? Kampa inquired, fixating on Gu Xuan with the most pressing of questions. If he could not unravel this mystery, he feared he would be unable to find peace. How did you do it? Gu Xuan echoed, then shook his head, seemingly disinclined to address the query. This hardly requires my explanation. You should already be well aware. Gu Xuan maintained his composure while addressing Kampa. What? Kampa was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly grasped the implication. In a flash, Kampa appeared before Gu Xuan without a hint of hesitation, raising his right hand and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The forceful blow struck Gu Xuan's body. Under this immense power, Gu Xuan merely retreated 3 steps. Just 3 steps. Upon completing his 3rd step, he remained standing firm. He raised his right hand and lightly patted himself. The god of destruction seems rather unimpressive. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Kampa? Gu Xuan remarked, lowering his hand as he looked at Kampa. The more he behaved this way, the angrier Kampa became. You seek death. The might of a god of destruction is beyond your imagination. Although your strength has inexplicably surged, it remains exceedingly easy for a god of destruction to end your life. Though I harbor disdain for Beerus, he is still a god of destruction, and thus deserves a modicum of respect. It is precisely for this reason that I had not exerted my true strength in previous encounters. However, now that you are so oblivious to your own limitations and wish to court disaster, I shall oblige you. Xiangpa spoke slowly, his eyes glinting with malice. As for his earlier claim regarding whether he had fought with full force in the prior battles, the truth of that remains uncertain, as only he knows the extent of his own power. Beerus, I trust you will not contest my decision, Xiangpa addressed Beerus. Rest assured, my lord Beerus. I shall not be defeated, responded Gu Xuan, who also turned to Beerus. Moreover, I am eager to witness the true power of a destroyer god. You may resolve your matters independently, do not involve me, Beerus replied after a moment's hesitation, indicating that he would allow Xiangpa and Gu Xuan to engage in a genuine duel. Regardless of the outcome, he would neither intervene nor impede. Thank you, Lord Beerus, Gu Xuan expressed his gratitude. Should Beerus choose to involve himself in this affair, Gu Xuan would stand no chance against 2 destroyer gods. However, with Xiangpa as the sole adversary, Gu Xuan felt he could manage quite comfortably. The power of 9,000 Guy, to be frank, posed little threat to Xiangpa. Yet, Gu Xuan possessed not merely 9,000 Guy. Within him resided the realm of the divine, and having recently breached a threshold, his strength was poised to surge further. Gu Xuan, prior to our decisive battle, I have a question I wish to pose, and I hope you can provide an accurate answer. Xiangpa said, refraining from immediate confrontation as he gazed at Gu Xuan. What question? If I know the answer, I shall certainly share it, Gu Xuan replied with a nod. Willing to be forthright, I wish to understand why your power has surged so dramatically, for with the strength you currently wield, it should be impossible for me to feel any apprehension. Yet, your presence undeniably instills a sense of dread within me. If you are aware of the reason, I would appreciate a thorough elucidation, Xiangpa inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. Chapter 61, The Ancient Scion. Do you truly wish to know? After contemplating Xiangpa's words, Gu Xuan fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, Xiangpa nodded in agreement. Such a phenomenon seemed exceedingly peculiar, bordering on the impossible. Yet it was undeniably unfolding before his eyes. It would be disingenuous not to harbor curiosity about it. Since you are so eager to know, I shall not withhold the truth from you. Gu Xuan began to speak slowly. In this fleeting moment, Gu Xian has already discerned the reason behind his sudden surge in strength. Yet this revelation leaves him somewhat perplexed and bewildered. The only answer I can offer you is encapsulated in 2 words. Blessings. Blessings? Xiangpa paused, somewhat unable to comprehend. Indeed, it is the blessings from the Scions, or more precisely, those Scions who perished in ancient epochs yet possessed formidable power. They are the source of my blessings. The Scions of antiquity were immensely powerful, though the reasons behind their downfall remain a mystery. While the Scions may have met their demise, their indomitable spirit of battle endures. The essence of my remarkable rise and strength stems from the ancient Scions' blessings. They imparted to me the profound truth that the mightiest beings in this world are not deities, but Scions. Even in the face of destruction, one must strive to conquer. This embodies the Scion spirit and the significance of their blessings bestowed upon me. Gu Xian spoke, his tone calm and unruffled, though he found the notion somewhat peculiar. In this moment, Under their blessings, I have achieved a reversion to ancestral roots, becoming a true deity among the Scion lineage. This implies that I, like you, have attained divinity, distinct from the realm of divinity I cultivated through my own efforts, which merely allowed me to reach that state without genuinely entering it. Yet now, in this moment, under their blessings, I stand as the god of Scions. Gu Xuan's voice remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any tremor, even as he uttered words he himself scarcely believed. Regardless of belief, the truth remains, however absurd it may seem. While unsure of the veracity of your claims, it at least provides an explanation. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xuan with a discerning glance, opting not to delve deeper. As he stated, whether Gu Xuan's words are truth or fiction, Xiangpa chose to believe, for there were no other credible explanations available. The exchange had reached its conclusion. Just as Xiangpa's words faded, his gaze sharpened, a chilling aura emanating from him. Let us commence. I cannot sustain this state of power for long. Let us resolve this swiftly. Gu Xuan mirrored Xiangpa's intensity, his gaze equally fierce. With a swift motion, both Gu Xuan and Xiangpa moved simultaneously, as if choreographed. In an instant, they collided. The moment of contact reverberated with a resounding boom, echoing relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Gu Xuan and Xiangpa's figures flickered at an astonishing pace, one moment 100 meters apart, the next transcending distances unmeasured, their speed reaching its zenith. It could almost be said they traversed from one end to the other in an instant. Wherever they went, everything around them trembled under the weight of their power, shattering under the strain. A series of thunderous roars echoed through the air, each one a resonant aftermath of the fierce strikes exchanged between Gu Xuan and Xiangpa. This caliber of combat was the epitome of true battle, in stark contrast to their previous playful skirmishes. The clash between Gu Xuan and Xiangpa could only be described as ferocious. In a mere moment, they unleashed hundreds of blows upon one another. Their strength was formidable. One wielded the power of a god of destruction, while the other was a being blessed by ancient scions, enhanced further as a god's super scion. At this moment, their abilities were evenly matched, standing on equal footing. Gu Xuan truly began to comprehend what genuine power entailed. Unlike his previous encounter with the god of destruction, where he could not compel his opponent to exert more strength despite exhausting his own, the situation had changed. Now, he could genuinely provoke his adversary to fight without reservation. He had not anticipated that such a tremendous surge in his power could occur within such a brief span. If this trend continued, perhaps he could truly surpass the gods of destruction with his human prowess. In other universes, such individuals existed. Could it be that today, the seventh universe would unveil a similar figure? Beerus observed Gu Xuan, murmuring to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded him. Although Gu Xuan's strength astonished him, the rate of his enhancement was somewhat exaggerated. Logically, he should feel elated to witness such a powerful being emerge from his universe. Yet at this moment, Beerus found no joy, only a sense of unease. His growth was indeed rapid, but he wondered if the blessing of the ancient scions would endure. If so, Whis began to speak, his tone contemplative. As an angel, few things could truly astonish him. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Gu Xuan possessed an enigmatic quality even he struggled to decipher. Bardas gazed at Gu Xuan with a curious glimmer in her eye. Like Whis, her fascination with him deepened. Perhaps even Bardas herself was unaware of the intensity of her interest in a mere human. Haha, exhilarating, Xiangpa bellowed, launching a powerful strike that reverberated through the heavens, conjuring a colossal fist that surged towards Gu Xuan with astonishing speed and might. Roar, Gu Xuan shouted in response, raising his right hand to summon a radiant sphere pulsating with terrifying energy. As this sphere materialized, a formidable force erupted, and a beam of energy shot forth, colliding with Xiangpa's massive fist. With a resounding roar, two forces collided with tremendous intensity, ultimately collapsing simultaneously. A fierce tempest surged forth, sweeping in all directions and extending to infinite distances after the two attacks shattered. At that moment, even the entire realm of destruction reverberated with relentless echoes, as if on the brink of collapse. The clash of the two was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 62, Destruction. In an instant, the terrifying storm erupted, wildly expanding in all directions and nearly engulfing the entirety of the destruction realm. Beneath the thunderous cacophony of the tempest, the ground of the destruction realm was marred with gaping chasms, and the very fabric of existence was left ravaged by the relentless collisions. Yet, amidst this chaos, as the storm subsided, Gu Xuan and Xiangpa remained suspended in midair, seemingly unfazed by the preceding turmoil. Neither bore any signs of injury, choosing instead to disregard the devastation surrounding them. Haha, it has been far too long since I have experienced such exhilaration. Your strength is formidable, likely among the elite of humanity. Alas, you hail from the 7th universe. Were you in my 6th universe, I would undoubtedly appoint you as my successor. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xuan, his tone earnest. Have you considered departing the 7th universe to join me in the 6th? Should you choose to come, your status would be beneath mine, yet you would be my equal. Even the Kaioshin would show you due respect. I am not interested, Gu Xuan replied, shaking his head and firmly rejecting Xiangpa's somewhat insidious proposition. He was acutely aware that acquiescing would only provoke Beerus, and he had no intention of pursuing such an option. TCH, how dull. Xiangpa shook his head, finding it regrettable that Gu Xuan did not appreciate the offer. Nonetheless, it would have been advantageous solely for him. Since you were so ungrateful, I shall now demonstrate the true power of a god of destruction. The strength of a god of destruction is not solely derived from brute force, but rather from a unique ability. You are the first to compel me to unleash this ability, and for that, you may take pride. Yet, beneath its might, you shall experience an unprecedented despair. Xiangpa's voice resonated with a calmness that belied an undeniable determination. I eagerly anticipate this challenge. I hope to withstand it, Gu Xuan declared, his expression one of excitement rather than fear. For him, this was not merely a confrontation, but a long-awaited trial to discover the true extent of a god of destruction's power. Previously, when contending with Beerus, he felt unworthy of experiencing such strength. At this moment, he finally found himself in a position to fulfill his desires at the hands of Xiangpa. Destruction. Xiangpa let out a deep roar, and immediately a surge of deep purple energy manifested. This is the destructive force wielded with half of my power, strong enough to annihilate everything. Although your strength is formidable, you shall find it utterly impossible to withstand this destruction. Xiangpa spoke with unwavering confidence, envisioning the scene of Gu Xuan's defeat. Would he succeed? As Xiangpa unleashed destruction, Beerus, Whis, and Barda simultaneously turned their gaze towards Gu Xuan. Despite their strength surpassing his, they were uncertain whether he could endure the onslaught of destruction. After all, this was a power unique to the god of destruction. The destructive force surged towards Gu Xuan, its speed so swift that it was almost upon him in an instant. Beneath this onslaught, a power emanated that sent tremors through Gu Xuan. Even with the blessing of the ancient scions, he felt a profound sense of impending doom. Please grant me more blessings. I shall ensure that the glory of the scions resonates throughout the universe. Gu Xuan murmured inwardly. At that moment, an aura, imperceptible to anyone but Gu Xuan, suddenly materialized in the realm of the god of destruction. It was but a phantom, an existence that was not truly there. The glory lost by the scions since antiquity would surely be resurrected in my hands, Gu Xuan vowed, and would elevate him to unprecedented heights. Casting a glance at the phantom, Gu Xuan let out a low growl. Roar. Clenching his fist with fervor at the very moment he did so. The phantom that only he could perceive mirrored his action, raising its colossal fist. From a distance, it appeared as though the giant specter had synchronized with Gu Xuan's movements, akin to his very embodiment. This punch shall break through all barriers. This punch shall shatter everything. This punch shall restore the glory of the scions. With unwavering resolve, Gu Xuan declared, with this very blow, I shall obliterate your destruction and see who ultimately prevails. As he gazed upon the approaching destructive force, he felt the power it harbored. Boom! With a clenched fist, Gu Xuan propelled himself forward, charging towards the destructive energy. Whoosh! He raced towards the incoming destructive force, his figure akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Was he truly courting disaster? Perhaps not. As Gu Xuan surged forth, the immense phantom dissipated. But this vanishing was not true annihilation. It melded into Gu Xuan's being. More precisely, it fused into the fist he had raised and clenched tightly. Break for me! Gu Xuan bellowed, and when he was but a mere yard from the destructive energy, he thrust his fist forward with unyielding determination. The heavens and the earth underwent a profound transformation. A colossal black fist emerged, wielding unimaginable power, and struck fiercely towards the destructive energy. Though the events unfolded slowly, they transpired in the blink of an eye. The speed was astonishing, merely a fleeting instant. As the two forces collided, Gu Xuan concentrated all his might, augmenting it with the strength of ancient scions, only to see it rapidly dissipate upon contact with the destructive energy. The power contained within began to gradually dissolve, annihilated by the unique force of the god of destruction. After all, in the face of destructive energy, all attacks are futile. Even Gu Xuan's mightiest punch proved ineffective. This was true destruction. Your resistance is, in my eyes, utterly in vain, accomplishing nothing. Attempting to annihilate my destructive energy is an impossible endeavor. Not only you, but even beings of the same rank as the god of destruction would find it exceedingly difficult. Destructive energy cannot be obliterated. It can only be countered, a fact you seem unaware of. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xuan with a hint of regret in his expression. Gu Xuan was indeed powerful, yet he had not yet reached the level that instilled fear in Xiangpa Chapter 63. A draw? Destructive energy cannot be destroyed? While I have heard whispers of this notion, I find myself unconvinced. Any form of energy can be annihilated. Your assertion of indestructibility merely suggests that the level of destructive energy is extraordinarily high, beyond the capacity of ordinary forces to obliterate. However, I believe that while destructive energy is indeed of a high tier, it is by no means the apex. This implies that while common powers cannot destroy it, alternative methods surely exist. Gu Xuan spoke with serene conviction. So, you imply that you have discovered another method? Xiangpa observed Gu Xuan, his expression revealing a lack of concern. No, but I am aware of another approach, to utilize a power even more formidable to bring about its destruction. Gu Xuan's words resonated with immense confidence. Overreaching, Xiangpa scoffed. He was evidently accustomed to Gu Xuan's arrogance. Although such an attitude was not ideal, Xiangpa found himself entertained by it at times. A cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated, and amidst the tumult, the aftermath clashed and countered one another. You claim that a greater power can obliterate my destructive energy. Since you assert this, I cannot deny you the chance. Allow me to witness the formidable force you speak of that can annihilate destructive energy. Xiangpa addressed Gu Xuan. Fear not, this will be the final strike. After this blow, our battle will conclude. Gu Xuan spoke calmly. With the conclusion of his words, an unimaginable force erupted violently from Gu Xuan. This power was so formidable that it seamlessly fused with the enormous Black Fist shadow. It is important to note that this Black Fist shadow already possessed an unfathomable and terrifying strength, having only suffered partial collapse under destructive energy. Nevertheless, the power contained within the Black Fist shadow remained exceedingly fearsome, at the very least. It was beyond the capability of Kampa's 30% destructive force to obliterate in a short span of time. This implies that the strength of Gu Xuan, combined with the blessings of the ancient science and the might of a super scion god, had amalgamated into a force that could rival destructive energy. Although it could not be said to be equivalent, it was certainly capable of resisting it, with a gap that was significant yet not insurmountable. With Gu Xuan's strength interwoven, the Black Fist shadow erupted with even greater potency. Under this surge of power, the Fist shadow engaged in a fierce clash with the destructive energy. After approximately 3 breaths, the collision of these two forces reached its zenith, and upon reaching that pinnacle, both forces simultaneously collapsed in a comprehensive explosion. As the collapse occurred, a tempest emerged forth. Even Beerus, Whis, and Bardos, faced with the oncoming storm, exhibited a change in countenance. With a swift gesture of his right hand, Beerus conjured a violet shield to stave off the tempest's descent. However, due to Kampa's proximity to the storm, even he felt a slight tremor in his body and involuntarily staggered backward. Moreover, as the storm's energy surged into his being, Kampa experienced a sweet sensation in his throat. Ultimately unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In a similar vein, Gu Xuan did not fare much better. Standing at the eye of the storm, he too was forced back several steps by the residual energy. Despite the blessings of the ancient science, the sheer ferocity of the tempest rendered those blessings ineffective. Consequently, he also expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly, indicating he had sustained considerable injury. Yet, the spark in his eyes did not diminish in the face of his wounds. Rather, it intensified with the sight of Kampa's injury, igniting a fiercer battle spirit within him. The unrelenting tempest gradually dissipated with the passage of time. Once it had fully subsided, Gu Xuan descended from the air, bearing significant injuries within. Kampa, however, remained steadfast in midair, his gaze icy and fixed upon Gu Xuan, revealing hints of astonishment. The intense pride of the god of destruction compelled him to ensure that he did not appear more disheveled than Gu Xuan. After all, he had never anticipated that he would be injured under Gu Xuan's assault. It was unexpected that you could reach such a level. Nevertheless, I emerged victorious in the end. Xiangpa spoke, gazing at Gu Xuan. No, you have not yet triumphed. Under my onslaught, even the esteemed god of destruction has sustained injuries. To my eyes, the god of destruction does not seem so lofty after all. If you doubt it, shall we continue our duel? Despite his pallid complexion and considerable internal injuries, Gu Xuan's gaze towards Xiangpa was devoid of fear. He believed he could still fight on, the fervor unique to a warrior's spirit surging within him. I concede this point. Xiangpa nodded, acknowledging it for once. Yet what of it? Do you truly believe that through your own strength, you can stand alongside a god of destruction? It is true that I was wounded at your hands, but it does not imply that I am powerless against you. Enough. Just as the two were on the brink of another fierce battle, Beerus interjected, disrupting their exchange. Gu Xuan's words hold truth, but Xiangpa's assertions are also factual. Continuing this conflict benefits neither of you. Enough, Gu Xuan. You both have fought enough. Let us depart. Beerus glanced at Xiangpa and Gu Xuan, his figure flashing forward to speak. So you intend to leave just like this? Xiangpa furrowed his brow. What? Do you have a feast prepared, perhaps? Beerus regarded Xiangpa, his eyes glinting with cold light. Xiangpa immediately grasped Beerus's implication. He was providing him an avenue of retreat. Hence, he feigned aloofness, placing his hands behind his back. Very well. Today's battle has favored me slightly. Next time, I shall employ a power that will leave you in despair and utterly crush you. Observing Xiangpa's demeanor, Gu Xuan could not be bothered to engage further. However, he firmly believed that when he next encountered Xiangpa, he would not find himself in such a predicament again. Let us depart. Beerus cast one last glance at Xiangpa, then Whis lightly tapped his angel staff, whisking Beerus and Gu Xuan away from the realm of the 6th universe's god of destruction, propelling them towards the 7th universe at the speed of light. Chapter 64. I shall return shortly. Lord Beerus, your eagerness to escort me back to the 7th universe likely extends beyond merely wishing to prevent me from continuing my battle with Xiangpa, does it not? Gu Xuan glanced at Beerus. This is something I can easily deduce. Do I need to articulate the reasons for bringing you back? Beerus met Gu Xuan's gaze. Ah. Is it due to the matter of the Super Saiyan God? Gu Xuan chuckled heartily. Indeed, during our previous encounter, your transformation into a Super Saiyan 4 unleashed an aura that felt somewhat familiar to me. However, at that time, as you had attained the status of a Super Saiyan God through your own training, your energy differed slightly from the figure that haunts my dreams. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan with a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. On our journey back to the 7th universe, you must expedite your recovery, as your strength has also seen an enhancement. Upon our return to the 7th universe, I shall challenge you once more. Beerus's gaze was stern, leaving no room for Gu Xuan's refusal. Sighing inwardly, Gu Xuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After all, engaging in combat with a being of such destructive caliber is inherently exhausting. Yet, it seems that upon returning to the 7th universe, he is still destined to confront the god of destruction. What? Your tone suggests a lack of enthusiasm. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xuan. Very well, since you, Lord Beerus, have issued your command, I shall engage you in battle once more upon our return. Gu Xuan, though reluctant, could only acquiesce, his voice tinged with resignation. It was a predicament he had no choice but to accept. Beerus, unfazed by Gu Xuan's demeanor, was resolute. This confrontation would occur whether Gu Xuan wished it or not. With a swift motion, Whis propelled them into the 7th universe in the blink of an eye. Upon their arrival, Whis maintained his rapid pace, heading directly towards the realm of the god of destruction with even greater speed. Whoosh! In a mere moment, Whis, accompanied by Beerus and Gu Xuan, reappeared in the god of destruction's domain. As they materialized, they immediately spotted an individual not far from them, clad in battle attire, with hair standing erect. A distinct Saiyan aura emanated from him. It was none other than Prince Vegeta. Following the events involving Beerus on Earth, Vegeta had accompanied Whis to the god of destruction's realm for training. Over the course of a year, with his innate talent and relentless effort, Vegeta's power had significantly surged. Vegeta, look who has arrived. While immersed in his training, Vegeta paused upon hearing Whis' voice, turning his gaze towards the source, only to be momentarily taken aback. Gu Xuan. To be candid, Gu Xuan's appearance here caught Vegeta off guard, especially since he had returned alongside Beerus and Whis, which further astonished him. It has been a while, Vegeta. Gu Xuan smiled, not surprised to find Vegeta here. He could sense that Vegeta's strength had indeed experienced considerable growth compared to before. Although this enhancement was inconsequential to Gu Xuan, it was evident that Vegeta had made significant strides in his power over the past year. Gu Xuan, I have heard that Kakarot has been training under your guidance. I wonder how much his strength has improved over this past year? Vegeta inquired, his interest clearly piqued. This question, laced with a hint of provocation, revealed Vegeta's character. Gu Xuan was acutely aware of Vegeta's penchant for showing off whenever he sensed an increase in power. Much like the way Black Goku had referred to him as an appetizer during the Zamasu saga. His improvement is satisfactory, though not substantial, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, wishing to deflect further discussion on the matter and thus casually brushed aside Vegeta's inquiry. Gu Xuan, I see that your power has also grown considerably. I recall our first battle, where you dominated me effortlessly, leaving me with no chance to retaliate. I wonder, should we engage in combat once more? Would the outcome be different? Vegeta regarded Gu Xuan earnestly. Among the three of them, he found himself unable to surpass Whis or Beerus, leaving only Gu Xuan as his closest rival. As for Son Goku, Vegeta felt that during their time in the God of Destruction realm, he had far surpassed Goku, who no longer seemed worthy of his attention. However, the extent of Goku's current strength remained a mystery to Vegeta. Sighing, Gu Xuan shook his head, bemused by the fierce combativeness reflected in Vegeta's eyes. He truly wished to avoid a confrontation with Vegeta, as his own injuries had yet to fully heal, prompting him to refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he had a more significant battle looming with Beerus, which took precedence. Besides, with Vegeta's current prowess, how many blows could he truly land against him? What? Are you afraid to battle me? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback by Gu Xuan's refusal, his dissatisfaction evident in his tone. In his view, Gu Xuan was neither cowardly nor weak, and should not shy away from a challenge. Vegeta, while your strength has indeed grown considerably, I do not wish to fight you, as it would serve no purpose, Gu Xuan responded softly. TCH, Vegeta scoffed. Yet if you are so eager to duel, should I refuse, you would claim that I am afraid of you. In that case, I shall summon someone else to fight you. Summon someone else? Kakarot, perhaps? Vegeta retorted, eyeing Gu Xuan with curiosity. Indeed, Gu Xuan nodded, glancing at Beerus and Whis. I shall return momentarily. With those words, his figure vanished without a trace. On Earth, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the figure of Gu Xuan suddenly appeared before him. You have returned, Sun Wukong spoke calmly, gazing at the unexpectedly reappeared Gu Xuan. Indeed, Gu Xuan replied, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Sun Wukong, instantly discerning the enhancement of his strength. During Gu Xian's absence, it was evident that Sun Wukong had not squandered his time but had instead engaged in fervent training. In such a brief span, you have truly mastered the divine energy. It seems you have been quite diligent. Chapter 65, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As I promised you, upon our reunion, I would cultivate the divine energy. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, speaking modestly. In truth, he had already attained mastery over the divine energy a day prior. And after a day of acclimatization, he was now capable of merging the divine energy with his Scion energy. However, it appears your strength has also significantly increased. Sun Wukong glanced at Gu Xuan, and even with his current prowess, he felt a tremendous pressure emanating from Gu Xuan. That is only natural, Gu Xuan nodded. You have made considerable progress during this time. Now, I shall take you to a place. Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong intently. Where to? Sun Wukong inquired. To the God of Destruction Realm, to engage in battle with Vegeta, allowing him to witness that your choice was indeed the right one, Gu Xuan stated. Looking towards Sun Wukong. The God of Destruction Realm, Vegeta? Sun Wukong nodded, having anticipated this. It had indeed been some time since he last saw him, and he was curious about Vegeta's advancements in the God of Destruction Realm. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. After all, he could distinctly feel his own growth, yet Vegeta, under Whis' guidance, must have also experienced significant enhancement. It was uncertain who would emerge stronger should a battle ensue between himself and Vegeta. Let us depart. Gu Xuan placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, and a surge of divine energy enveloped them, causing them to vanish without a trace. In the God of Destruction Realm, 3 minutes after Gu Xian's departure, he reappeared in the same location, accompanied by none other than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Upon seeing him, Beerus spoke slowly. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. It has indeed been a while. Sun Wukong greeted with a smile directed at Beerus and Whis. It has been quite some time, and your strength has visibly increased. Whis observed. As the saying on Earth goes, a scholar's growth should be acknowledged after 3 days. This applies to you. Whis remained silent, his smile unwavering as he regarded Sun Wukong. Kakarot, it has been over a year since we last met. I wonder how much your strength has grown. Today, allow me to test your prowess and see for myself whether your advancement surpasses my own. A fierce determination flickered in Vegeta's eyes as his aura erupted with tremendous force. His gaze fixed intently on Son Goku. Kakarot, come forth, Vegeta proclaimed, swiftly adopting a combat stance. Son Goku, unleash your strength and show him what you're capable of. Do not hold back. Gu Xuan expressed unwavering confidence in Son Goku. I understand, Son Goku replied, excitement gleaming in his eyes, for he had long wished to engage Vegeta in battle. Vegeta, here I come. With a sudden flash in his gaze, Goku's own aura surged forth, transforming into a tempest that enveloped him as he prepared for combat. Come on, Kakarot, Vegeta bellowed, launching himself forward with incredible speed. Whoosh! His velocity was astonishing. In response, Son Goku mirrored his movements, charging toward Vegeta. Both warriors moved with remarkable swiftness, their fists clenched tightly. Bang! As they drew near, they simultaneously raised their right hands and delivered powerful punches towards each other. In an instant, their fists collided. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a terrifying storm erupted around them. Following the impact, both Vegeta and Son Goku staggered back, but while Vegeta retreated 10 steps, Goku only took a single step back. With that contact, A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The force of their clash was immediately apparent. How is this possible? Vegeta gazed at Son Goku, his expression one of shock and disbelief. How could your power have increased so dramatically? It has reached such a level. Vegeta believed he had made significant progress. And indeed he had. Yet during this battle with Son Goku, the disparity between their strengths became painfully clear. This realization was something Vegeta found difficult to accept. Vegeta, while your base strength has improved, the enhancement is not particularly pronounced. Son Goku smiled, having perceived the gap between their abilities from the very beginning. With those words, Son Goku vanished once more. Whoosh! His speed was remarkable, and he reappeared right before Vegeta. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Vegeta. Although he had reacted in time to raise his hands in defense, the force behind Goku's blow was overwhelming. Vegeta was forced to stagger back several paces, his expression darkening. How can this be? In the span of this year, what has he truly experienced? How has the power of the ordinary become so vastly enhanced? Vegeta was genuinely astonished by Goku's normal state of strength. Previously, there had been a gap between them, yet it had never been as pronounced as it was now. Goku, relentless, continued his onslaught without pause, each strike delivered with unwavering ferocity, unleashing his full might. Under such relentless assault, Vegeta found himself at a distinct disadvantage, utterly unable to mount a formidable resistance. However, Vegeta's prowess was not merely confined to this. Why had he yet to transform? Beerus, glancing over, felt a twinge of boredom, as this level of combat was hardly more engaging than a child's play fight. Vegeta, Goku bellowed once more. Following his cry, a luminous sphere of energy materialized between his hands. As his entire essence began to coalesce, Kamehameha. At the instant the final syllable was uttered, Goku thrust his hands forward with great force. What? A white Kamehameha surged forth from Goku's palms, racing towards Vegeta with an astonishing velocity. Boom! The Kamehameha collided with Vegeta, engulfing him in a torrent of energy. After a series of relentless strikes, Goku paused, his expression calm as he observed the billowing black smoke that followed the impact. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, a powerful force suddenly radiated from within. Has he finally unveiled his true strength? Chapter 66, A New Transformation. As the smoke cleared, Goku beheld Vegeta, whose entire being emanated a golden luminescence. Vegeta, both of us have undergone significant growth this past year. Given this, let us not hold back and unleash our full powers in battle, Goku proposed. Kakarot, are you attempting to instruct me? Vegeta retorted. Do not presume that your enhanced ordinary strength signifies superiority over me. I too have made tremendous strides this year while training in the realm of the gods of destruction, all to surpass you and leave you far behind. Now, you need not say more. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my labor over this past year. Vegeta roared at Goku. In truth, Vegeta was acutely aware that, though he remained unaware of Goku's trials, his rival's combat capabilities had now eclipsed his own by a significant margin. Transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 held no relevance. What he must do now was to reveal his latest transformation. Only in this way can I defeat Son Wukong. This is the true method of Vegeta. After all, only Vegeta himself knows how much his power will increase after transforming. Kakarot, summon forth your utmost strength for a decisive battle. This is our fated confrontation. As Vegeta gazed upon Son Wukong, he clenched his fists with fervor. In that instant of clenching, a torrent of frenzied power surged forth from within Vegeta's being. A roar echoed, reverberating through the air. A tempest erupted from Vegeta, wildly spreading in all directions. Debris surrounding him was obliterated by the force of the storm, rendered utterly insignificant. The ground beneath him cracked under the relentless surge of Vegeta's escalating might. With ominous cracking sounds, fissures appeared. Son Wukong's expression shifted, instinctively taking a few steps back, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment at Vegeta's newfound power. He could hardly believe that Vegeta's strength had ascended to such heights. How could this be possible? The extent of Vegeta's enhancement far surpassed his expectations, leaving Son Wukong in a state of disbelief. Yet, shortly thereafter, excitement surged within Son Wukong's countenance. This is perfect. Otherwise, I would find it hard to muster interest. Now this should suffice. Son Wukong tightened his fist, his gaze ablaze with combativeness as he regarded Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's power reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. However, he did not halt there. Instead, he surged toward an even greater echelon. The roar continued to reverberate as Vegeta's body trembled subtly, an overwhelming force threatening to burst forth, giving him the sensation of being on the brink of explosion. Kakarot, this is the latest form I have cultivated during my year in the realm of the gods of destruction, Vegeta proclaimed, looking at Son Wukong. In that moment, Vegeta's power seemed to transcend dimensional boundaries, ascending to a higher plane. A radiant blue light enveloped him, imbuing Vegeta with a majestic aura. Even his presence became so ethereal that Sun Wukong could barely sense it. This is the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan God. I call this form Super Saiyan Blue. Upon transforming, Vegeta's gaze fell directly upon Sun Wukong, his demeanor calm and imbued with an air of superiority. Super Saiyan Blue? Sun Wukong stared at Vegeta, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He was utterly stunned, never anticipating that Vegeta could attain such a level of transformation, a feat even the ancient Xian had not achieved. Especially the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta is utterly insurmountable. Kakarot, this is my ultimate transformation, achieved through a year of arduous training. Now it is your turn. Summon your full strength, for I intend to defeat you in a fair and honorable manner. Confidence radiated from Vegeta's expression. Super Saiyan Blue? It appears quite impressive. Gu Xuan observed Vegeta with a leisurely demeanor. Such unnecessary chatter. Beerus furrowed his brow in response. How will Son Goku contend against Super Saiyan Blue? Or could he potentially reach an even higher level? Whis regarded Son Goku with keen interest, although he sensed a tremendous hidden power within Son Goku. Facing Super Saiyan Blue would still pose significant challenges. Since you have unveiled Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation I have neither seen nor mastered, I too shall summon my utmost power to engage you in battle. Undeterred by the pressure exuding from Vegeta, Son Goku's combat spirit intensified. The ultimate power, you say? I am quite eager to witness the fruits of your training over the past year. Vegeta felt an impatient anticipation. He was convinced that no matter how much Son Goku improved, he would never surpass him and would surely be left far behind. Hurry, let us not squander any more time. At that moment, Beerus's voice rang out. While he was keen to observe the clash between Son Goku and Vegeta, he was even more inclined to face Gu Xuan himself. Beerus was aware that Gu Xuan likely had additional hidden cards from his previous battle with Kampa. If Gu Xuan were to unleash his full power, Kampa would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Very well, Lord Beerus. Son Goku replied with a smile after glancing at Beerus. Boom. A tremendous force erupted, golden light flashing instantaneously. Without hesitation, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in the blink of an eye. Upon transforming, an immense power surged forth from him. Quite strong. Yet I know this strength is far from your limit. You possess even greater power, do you not? Otherwise, if this is all you have, it would greatly disappoint me, for you would hardly be worthy of my opponent. Vegeta exuded confidence. Of course, if this were all I had, I would not have come here. After achieving the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku turned to Vegeta and spoke. Allow me to showcase my new transformation. Chapter 67, Ultra Blue. Ultra 4. The corners of Son Goku's mouth lifted slightly. Transformation? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with anticipation. Could it be that he? Vegeta cast a glance at Goku and suddenly noticed the latter's tail, causing a subtle change in his expression. No, it couldn't be. An ominous sensation crept into Vegeta's mind. With a thunderous roar, Goku's aura surged, escalating in an unimaginable manner. In but a fleeting moment, his power multiplied exponentially. His appearance transformed as well, first his fur, then his hair, and ultimately his eyes. This transformation was none other than that of a Super Saiyan 4. You actually mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta gasped, his heart racing at the sight of Goku's new form, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Super Saiyan 4 was merely a fraction of what lay ahead. Goku glanced at Vegeta and began to speak slowly. As his words fell, he gently closed his eyes. In that instant, a peculiar energy erupted from within him. This aura was not overpowering, yet it exuded a profound depth. Divine energy. Vegeta was utterly astonished. With the emergence of this divine aura, Goku's strength surged once again. Vegeta, it's time. This is my full power. After unleashing his utmost potential, Goku regarded Vegeta, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This is intriguing. Beerus commented, now genuinely intrigued. At present, both Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full might. One transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the other into Super Saiyan Blue. These were entirely divergent paths. Though a gap still existed, compared to their usual states of overwhelming disparity, they could now engage in a battle. However, any discerning observer could easily surmise that victory was destined for Goku. Ultimately, Goku's baseline strength was significantly superior to Vegeta's, making his dominance entirely justifiable. Even Vegeta himself recognized that he would not stand a chance against Goku's full power. Yet, the situation had reached this juncture, and retreat was clearly not an option. Moreover, Vegeta's pride would not permit him to back down. Thus, The only path before him was one of confrontation, fully aware of his disadvantage, yet compelled to fight with all his might. With a swift motion, Goku charged forward, propelled by the unparalleled strength of Super Saiyan 4, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta's face darkened, yet having reached this point, he had no avenue for retreat. As Goku approached, he too surged forward to meet his rival. In an instant, the two warriors closed the distance, unleashing powerful punches aimed directly at one another. In an instant, a resounding roar reverberated through the air. With a single punch, Sun Wukong's expression radiated intense excitement, while Vegeta took a step back, astonished by the overwhelming power. How could he have ascended to such heights? In the wake of this blow, Vegeta's heart sank. He had believed that after a year of relentless effort, he could leave Kakarot far behind. Yet, it now appeared that rather than distancing himself from Kakarot, he was, in fact, drifting further away. I refuse to accept this, Vegeta bellowed, charging at Sun Wukong with all his might. Vegeta, it's futile, Sun Wukong remarked with a furrowed brow as he faced Vegeta's frenzied assault. Amidst the cacophony of violent clashes, the two warriors engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows dozens of times in mere moments. Vegeta surged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist connected with Sun Wukong's body. However, before Vegeta could revel in his moment of triumph, Sun Wukong swiftly raised his right foot and delivered a brutal kick to Vegeta's head. The impact sent Vegeta hurtling backward, while Sun Wukong grimaced in pain, clutching his abdomen. Vegeta had been defeated. Beerus observed the scene, noting the stark contrast between Vegeta's tense demeanor and Sun Wukong's evident ease. The truth was that Vegeta was not yet adept at harnessing the power of Super Saiyan Blue, leading to greater energy expenditure. In contrast, Sun Wukong seemed far more at ease maintaining his Super Saiyan 4 form. While others might overlook this distinction as the god of destruction, Beerus could discern it at a glance. Kakarot, this is my final strike. Let us see how you respond. Vegeta clasped his hands together, channeling an immense surge of power within him. Final flash. Vegeta roared, unleashing a colossal energy wave that surged towards Sun Wukong with tremendous force. As the attack approached, Sun Wukong remained composed, positioning his hands at his side. Gradually, a luminous sphere began to form between his palms, emanating a formidable power that crystallized in an instant. The final flash drew near, a display of Vegeta's might as a Super Saiyan Blue, its strength reaching an unimaginable level. Indeed, one could say this was the most formidable strike Vegeta could muster in his current state. The meaning of Vegeta's intention was unmistakable. He sought to determine the outcome with a single, decisive strike. As the Kamehameha approached him, mere feet away, Goku uttered his final word. In the moment that the last syllable fell from his lips, he thrust both hands forward with great force. Accompanying this motion, a colossal wave of Kamehameha energy surged forth from his palms. The moment the Kamehameha manifested, it hurtled towards the supernova with unimaginable power. Both forces were immensely potent. Either could easily obliterate hundreds of planets. However, as the two energies drew near, they erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of power. When the Kamehameha collided with the supernova, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. In that instant of collision, both the Kamehameha and the supernova unleashed their utmost strength. A low growl escaped Vegeta's lips. Breakthrough! Goku shouted, unleashing the full might of the Kamehameha. The two titanic forces clashed, and the destructive energy they contained erupted forth, causing the ground within a 100-meter radius of Goku and Vegeta to tremble and collapse, creating a massive crater. In mere moments, Vegeta's supernova was utterly shattered beneath the onslaught of Goku's Kamehameha. As the supernova crumbled, the Kamehameha descended upon Vegeta. Yet, after obliterating the supernova, the Kamehameha had expended a portion of its energy. Just as the Kamehameha reached within 3 inches of Vegeta, it suddenly disintegrated, vanishing entirely. Though the Kamehameha had been shattered, Vegeta's complexion turned pale. In his Super Saiyan Blue form, he could not maintain the transformation for long. He had intended for a swift conclusion to the battle, but was astonished by the magnitude of Goku's strength. Now, with the Kamehameha dissipated, Vegeta's breathing quickened noticeably. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow, and his condition appeared rather grim. Goku, you have won, he conceded. Goku refrained from launching another attack, observing Vegeta, aware that he could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, prompting his gentle words. Indeed. Vegeta managed a bitter smile, although reluctant to acknowledge it. The truth was undeniable. Vegeta's aura rapidly diminished, and in an instant, he reverted from the Super Saiyan Blue form to his normal state. Kakarot, your strength is indeed formidable, and I cannot deny that. However, I am currently unable to control the Super Saiyan Blue form. Given sufficient time, I shall surely catch up to you. Vegeta gazed at Goku, his voice steady despite his defeat. I know you would not concede easily, yet I will not allow you to surpass me without a challenge. Goku, unperturbed, merely chuckled and replied, Gu Xuan, I have not let you down. He looked at Gu Xuan, a smile gracing his lips. You have demonstrated commendable control over the power of Super Saiyan 4. However, do not become complacent. At present, you have merely scratched the surface of Super Saiyan 4. If we were to categorize the transformations of a Saiyan into 4 stages, you are currently at the first stage of Super Saiyan 4. The gap to the 4th stage, which represents the full power of Super Saiyan 4, remains considerable. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, though his admiration for Goku was evident. It was clear that Goku's performance had greatly pleased Gu Xuan, especially since he had triumphed over Super Saiyan Blue using Super Saiyan 4. The battle was exhilarating, igniting a fervor within me. Beerus clapped his hands and spoke slowly. Lord Beerus. Goku turned to him, determination gleaming in his eyes. What? You are not my opponent. And I have little interest in you. My focus is on him. Beerus glanced at Gu Xuan, dismissing Goku as fierce resolve. Lord Beerus, I believe my strength should suffice for a bout with you. Though I may not match your prowess, I am certainly stronger than I was the last time. Goku's intensity grew as he regarded Beerus. It seems that if I do not engage you in battle, you will not relent? Beerus observed Goku. Indeed. Goku replied with unwavering decisiveness. Very well then, let me witness how much your strength has evolved over the past year. Beerus spoke with a measured tone. You will be satisfied, Goku responded confidently. Suddenly, a tremendous storm erupted from within Goku, and at that moment, his aura surged to its zenith, enveloping him in an imposing presence, radiating unimaginable power. And this was merely the beginning. In an instant, Goku transformed again into Super Saiyan 4, merging with divine energy, elevating his strength to unfathomable heights. Lord Beerus, here I come, Goku declared as he surged forward, charging directly at Beerus. Whoosh! The speed of Sun Wukong was astonishing, swiftly approaching Beerus. Yet, as he drew near, Beerus exhibited no sign of concern. He simply raised his right hand and waved it, unleashing a resounding purple storm. The moment the purple tempest erupted, it surged directly towards Sun Wukong, its terrifying power erupting and descending upon him. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, his body momentarily halting. At that instant, Beerus materialized before him, his right hand transforming into a blade poised to strike down upon Sun Wukong's shoulder. Too weak. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Sun Wukong's form vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Beerus. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong swept his right leg, landing a powerful blow upon Beerus. The force of the strike caused even Beerus to stagger momentarily. I underestimated you, Beerus remarked, his expression gradually taking on a serious demeanor. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit, and I am certainly no rabbit. Sun Wukong replied earnestly, meeting Beerus's gaze. As the two engaged once more in combat, Gu Xuan instinctively stepped back. My injuries have nearly healed, he murmured to himself. Although their battle was unlikely to last long, he believed that this window would suffice for his complete recovery. With that, Gu Xuan chose to disregard the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus, knowing full well the outcome. His focus now was to cultivate his calm amidst their conflict. Positioned cross-legged nearby, the thunderous roars slowly faded from his ears. To be able to cultivate in such a state is truly remarkable, Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at Gu Xuan with a wry smile. Ignoring Gu Xuan, Vegeta shifted his attention back to the battle between Sun Wukong and Beerus. Chapter 69, The King's Fist. For Vegeta, the opportunity to witness such a level of combat up close was invaluable. Remarkable, to remain undisturbed and focused on cultivation amidst such chaos. His temperament is indeed extraordinary. Was mused quietly, observing Gu Xuan. Individuals like Gu Xuan, capable of maintaining their composure during such tumultuous times, were exceedingly rare. Especially in the face of a battle between Sun Wukong and the God of Destruction, it required immense willpower to remain unfazed. With a thunderous clash, Sun Wukong and Beerus collided once more, a fierce storm erupting and radiating outward. Haha, I never expected your strength to have increased so significantly. It truly surprises me. Beerus exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Neither did I imagine my power could ascend to such heights. Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus and spoke. Yet, despite your significant enhancements, what does it matter? Before me, you remain the same. You were no match for me last time, and the outcome will be no different this time. Beerus shook his head. He had witnessed Sun Wukong's growth, yet he deemed it inconsequential. Moreover, with his mind preoccupied with the urgency of confronting Gu Xuan, he found little interest in Sun Wukong's battle. In fact, the fight felt rather tedious to Beerus, akin to an adult indulging a child in play. However, Sun Wukong's power had indeed escalated considerably. Under these circumstances, swiftly vanquishing Sun Wukong was not as straightforward as Beerus might have expected. Yet, Sun Wukong had not earned the right to compel Beerus to exert his full strength. Additionally, considering Gu Xuan had yet to fully recover from his prior battle with Kampa, Beerus was not particularly eager to defeat Sun Wukong, at least until Gu Xuan arrived. He could use Sun Wukong to warm up, which was a favorable option. With a swift motion, Beerus surged forward, closing in on Sun Wukong in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong retaliated with fervor. The battle reached new heights, with figures flickering through the air. While the speed may not have been extraordinary, Sun Wukong was exerting himself to the fullest. And in doing so, the sheer force he unleashed began to capture Beerus's attention. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan remained composed, absorbing the blessings of the ancient scions. As he digested the remnants of the blessings within him, the system that had only manifested once since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, when he first appeared and subsequently vanished, showed signs of reemergence. The blessings of the ancient scions were immensely powerful. Gradually, Gu Xuan seemed to enter a peculiar state, a state of transcendence. In a haze, he beheld a vision filled with numerous scions, each exuding formidable strength. Even the children possessed remarkable power, though he could only perceive their essence vaguely. A resounding crash echoed as Sun Wukong was thrust back by Beerus's attack, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale. Remarkably, you stand after my strike, uninjured, observed Beerus with a smirk. Yet I wonder, even though you remain upright, how do you intend to continue this battle in your injured state? Remember, even at your peak, you were no adversary for me. What can you possibly contend with now? Beerus regarded Sun Wukong, slowly concluding that this battle had reached its inevitable end. Oh. Sun Wukong lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity. I had initially been attempting a technique, yet had not succeeded. Now, should I attempt it? The likelihood of success was a mere fraction of 20%. I had intended to confront you only after achieving success. But it appears I had been overly naive in my thinking. Sun Wukong spoke, casting a glance at Beerus. What? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, looking at Sun Wukong with a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. Is it a secret technique to confront me? He murmured. Indeed. This is a technique I learned from the Kai long before I transformed into a Super Saiyan. It has been ages since I last employed it. But now I shall demonstrate it for you. If I succeed, my power will surge immensely. However, should I fail, I risk obliterating myself. Nevertheless, I am compelled to give it a try. Sun Wukong regarded Beerus, his expression grave. Then let it commence. Beerus's interest deepened. What could the Kai's ultimate technique entail? Even Whis paused, regarding Sun Wukong with curiosity. Could it be? Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, suddenly recalling the technique he had displayed during his first visit to Earth. With a thunderous roar, the energy within Sun Wukong erupted, reverberating through his being, invigorating his cells. Kaioken. Sun Wukong uttered the two syllables, and at that moment, his power surged wildly. As he trembled, beads of sweat cascaded down, and a searing pain enveloped his body, manifesting a look of anguish upon his face. Suddenly, a crimson aura burst forth from his form. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened, astonished at Sun Wukong's transformation. I did it. Sun Wukong clenched his fist. The technique he had been studying since his ascension to Super Saiyan was finally realized. Kaioken. Beerus murmured, eyeing Sun Wukong. Indeed. The Kaioken amplifies one's potential by stimulating the cells and bones of the body, pushing one to their utmost limits. Lord Beerus, your might is formidable. This is the first time I have executed the Kaioken while transformed into a Super Saiyan. I cannot predict how long I will sustain this power. But I understand that to defeat you, or even to engage in battle, I must. As Sun Wukong's words trailed off, his hands tightened into fists, and a fierce roar erupted from his lips. Kaioken, times 10. With this declaration, Sun Wukong's aura soared dramatically. His strength escalated to terrifying heights in mere moments. The Kaioken technique undoubtedly holds a prominent place within the realm of Dragon Ball, particularly when amplified by the power of the Super Saiyan form, rendering it exceedingly formidable. At this moment, with the enhancement of Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku has once again invoked the Kaioken technique. Chapter 70. Here we go. This is intriguing. I never anticipated that the Kai would possess such a technique, which truly evokes a sense of surprise and admiration. Beerus began to speak slowly, astonished by Son Goku's assent. Although he recognized that such an enhancement would not last long, perhaps only for a fleeting moment, for beings of their caliber. Even a brief interval could lead to hundreds of exchanges in battle. Under the Kaioken, Son Goku's power surged tenfold, surpassing Beerus's expectations. Quite interesting indeed, Whis remarked, casting a glance at Son Goku with a smile gracing his lips. Has he truly succeeded? Vegeta observed Son Goku, who had already surpassed him in strength. Now, with the tenfold increase of the Kaioken, Goku had reached an unimaginable level of power. Damn it, to what extent has Kakarot truly ascended? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the pressure causing his nails to pierce his skin, yet he paid it no mind. Lord Beerus, this is the entirety of my power. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Son Goku declared, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Indeed, I am satisfied, Beerus replied, his tone revealing a hint of gravity. I initially thought our fight would merely be a way to pass the time, yet I did not foresee you reaching such heights. It appears I must not underestimate you, lest we find ourselves in an undesirable predicament. In a flash, Beerus propelled himself towards Son Goku. Instantly, Goku's gaze sharpened, and his speed increased dramatically. However, while this enhancement surprised Beerus, it was not enough to warrant significant concern. After all, Beerus's strength was well established, and Goku's rapid improvement was still inconsequential in comparison. With a resounding clash, their attacks collided, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens, birthing a powerful storm that swept across the landscape. Yet, amidst this chaos, no one paid heed. All eyes were fixated on the fierce battle between Son Goku and Beerus. Lord Beerus, you may find yourself with a headache now, Whis remarked after observing the confrontation. In the midst of their battle, no one noticed that Gu Xuan had slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes fluttered open, his injuries had fully healed, and his power surged significantly in that moment. The moment has indeed arrived for the system to manifest its capabilities. Observing the fierce clash between Son Wukong and Beerus, Gu Xuan began to speak slowly. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, as Son Wukong's formidable tenfold Kamehameha was effortlessly shattered by Beerus's energy. In the aftermath of this devastation, a torrent of purple energy surged towards Son Wukong, enveloping him in an instant. Son Wukong, your strength is undeniably impressive. Had it not been for Gu Xuan, perhaps I could have engaged you in a more spirited contest. However, at this juncture, I find myself lacking interest in you. Although your progress is commendable, you remain significantly distant from surpassing me. If you wish to transcend my power, you must first catch up to Gu Xuan. With a thunderous crash, Son Wukong plummeted from the air, while Beerus regarded him with an expression of calm. After combining Super Saiyan 4 with the tenfold Kaioken, Son Wukong was indeed capable of holding his ground against Beerus. Yet, the strain of the Kaioken was overwhelming, particularly as this was his inaugural attempt at utilizing it in his Super Saiyan 4 form, and he had amplified it tenfold. It is worth noting that the leap from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4 is merely a tenfold enhancement in power. Under these circumstances, Son Wukong's body could not endure for long. Otherwise, his defeat would not have been so swift. Though I have been defeated, Lord Beerus, the power you wielded this time exceeds that of our previous encounter by a considerable margin. Am I correct in assuming that beneath my Super Saiyan 4 and the tenfold Kaioken, I posed a greater threat to you than before? Son Wukong, despite his loss, looked towards Beerus and spoke. Indeed, I concede that your current strength is significantly greater than it was previously. Among the humans I have battled, you rank second in power, surpassed only by Gu Xuan. Though Beerus preferred brevity, he could not deny this fact. To receive such high praise from you is a source of satisfaction for me, Son Wukong remarked, as he fell to the ground. Gu Xuan, your injuries have healed. Now the time has come for our confrontation. Your choice to return to Universe 7 with me suggests not fear of Kampa, but rather a desire to engage in battle with me. Beerus's gaze was fixed intently on Gu Xuan. Indeed, otherwise why would I return? Leaving once is no small feat, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, showing no hint of fear in the presence of the god of destruction. Since you share such intentions, let us commence. Unleash your power. Excitement flickered in Beerus's eyes. For him, battling Son Wukong held little significance, but the prospect of clashing with Gu Xuan piqued his interest immensely. I am aware that, even without your words, I shall summon all my strength to confront you. Gu Xuan smiled, and in a fleeting moment, he appeared beside Son Wukong. You have performed admirably. Your recent training has been commendable. However, a being of the caliber of a god of destruction is beyond your current abilities to vanquish. Now, observe closely. This battle holds significant meaning for you. I make no promises, yet I can assure you that this encounter may prove immensely beneficial. Gu Xuan gazed at Son Wukong, and after his words, he extended his right hand and gently patted Son Wukong's shoulder. Although it was but a single touch, a surge of energy emanated from Gu Xuan's hand, seamlessly integrating with Son Wukong's being. A formidable force surged into Son Wukong's body, instantaneously healing his injuries. After completing this act, Gu Xuan smiled faintly at Beerus. Lord Beerus, I have arrived. Gu Xuan spoke. I have awaited this day for an eternity. Let us commence. The god of Super Saiyan in my dreams. Excitement and anticipation flickered in Beerus's eyes. Chapter 71. The Return of the System Boom. A tremendous force erupted from within Gu Xuan, unleashing a powerful blast. The intensity of this force was staggering, creating a tempest that stirred the surroundings. Summoning 9 colossal tornadoes in an instant. These 9 tornadoes enveloped Gu Xian's form. What an intriguing individual. He has yet again elevated his strength. There are few phenomena that elude my understanding, yet his prowess repeatedly astonishes me. Yet, this is fortuitous. After all, Gu Xian's current power has not yet reached the level of the god of Super Saiyan in my dreams. Perhaps after this enhancement, he will draw closer. Otherwise, I might not fully relish this battle. Observing Gu Xuan, Beerus remained unfazed. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xian's power peaked. I never anticipated my current strength to be this formidable. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Xian's eyes as he sensed the tremendous energy within him. Astonished by its magnitude, ding! Just as Gu Xuan unleashed his full power, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. This voice was abrupt, causing Gu Xuan a moment of hesitation upon hearing it. Congratulations, host, you have received the blessing of the ancient science and retained a portion of it. The system's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Gu Xuan felt somewhat speechless. It had taken the system quite some time to respond. Is this for real? This reaction is exceedingly sluggish. Gu Xuan couldn't help but murmur to himself. It is worth noting that this system of his had only manifested once upon his arrival and had since seemed to vanish into thin air. He had assumed that his system was rather ordinary, yet at this moment, it had suddenly reappeared. After such a lengthy absence, why had it resurfaced so abruptly? With this question lingering in his mind, Gu Xuan whispered to himself. He did not expect the system to provide any answers, but the mere existence of this query compelled him to voice it. Ding! The system, which had been undergoing maintenance, was now fully operational again. Having sensed that the host had received the blessing of the ancient science, prompting its reemergence, the electronic synthesized voice echoed once more, as cold and impassive as ever. The system detected that the host's strength had reached the pinnacle of scion power. The host is requested to select one option from the following choices. Option 1. The power of the ancient science. Option 2. The ultimate technique of the ancient science. Option 3. The heart of the ancient science. As the voice faded, the system presented its choices. Although there were only 3 options, each sounded remarkably appealing. Regarding the power of the ancient science, Gu Xuan was not particularly interested, as he believed his current strength was not significantly inferior to that of the ancient science. As for the ultimate technique, he had never seen it, and thus felt a strong allure towards it. However, the third choice, the heart of the ancient science, posed a dilemma for Gu Xuan. He was uncertain of its nature, but its name alone suggested it was something extraordinary. Should he choose the second option, the ultimate technique of the ancient science, or the third option, the heart of the ancient science? These 2 choices left Gu Xuan in a state of indecision, as he was unsure which would be the most prudent selection. I choose the third option, the heart of the ancient science. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Xuan resolved to make his choice. Continuing to waver was not a viable strategy, so he promptly declared his decision. He was uncertain whether his choice was correct. Yet he had an instinctive feeling that failing to select the heart of the ancient science could lead to significant losses. Ding! Congratulations, host, your selection has been successful. The system is about to dispense the reward, the heart of the ancient science. The electronic synthesized voice resonated. At that moment, Gu Xian's body trembled, and he felt a peculiar force enveloping him. It was difficult to articulate the sensation, but it felt strange, perhaps even surreal. This feeling lasted only an instant, fleeting yet profoundly tangible. Congratulations, host, on merging with the heart of the ancient scion. The synthesized electronic voice resonated within Gu Xian's mind. Has the fusion truly succeeded? What assistance will it render me? Gu Xuan pondered, feeling no discernible change. The heart of the ancient scion seemed like an utterly commonplace entity, providing him with no tangible benefits. The heart of the ancient scion represents the purest essence of a scion, a heart capable of aiding the host in better harmonizing with the powers of Super Saiyan God. The electronic voice echoed again, addressing Gu Xian's queries. Harmonizing more effectively with the powers of Super Saiyan God? Gu Xuan murmured. After this statement, the system fell silent once more, disappearing as if it had vanished into thin air. Though this exchange felt prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Will you not transform into your strongest state? Beerus inquired, observing Gu Xuan unleash his full power in his normal form yet remain inactive, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The battle has yet to commence, and I do not intend to reveal my utmost strength at the outset, Gu Xuan replied with a smile. How intriguing, Beerus noted. Aware of Gu Xian's contemplations. Are you allowing me to hone your power? If it were anyone else, I would certainly question it, but for you, I shall extend my assistance this once, Beerus mused internally. Let me experiment, post-merger with the heart of the ancient Scion. What will the fusion with the powers of Super Scion God yield? Gu Xuan silently reflected. This encapsulated his true thoughts. After all, Gu Xian's power as a Super Scion God had never truly overlapped with his inherent strength. In essence, the power of Super Scion God was distinct from that of Super Scion. Although both powers belonged to Gu Xuan, wielding them simultaneously proved to be a formidable challenge. Previously, during his conflict with Kampa, he had benefited from the unseen blessings of the ancient Scions, which had significantly amplified his strength and allowed him to control the powers of Super Scion God, enabling him to contend with Kampa without faltering. Yet, even that was fleeting, not enduring for long. As the blessings of the ancient Scion began to wane, Gu Xuan's strength would inevitably recede. Although he had absorbed some of the ancient Scion's blessings, their impact was minimal. Uncertain of the truth behind the system's words, he nonetheless acknowledged that he had acquired the heart of the ancient Scion and had heard the system's assertions. For Gu Xuan, transforming into a Super Scion God and confronting Beerus at this moment was not the wisest course of action. The truly judicious approach would be to merge with the divine energy, allowing himself to ascend to the status of a genuine Super Scion God, akin to when he previously received the blessings of the ancient Scions. At that juncture, transforming into a Super Scion God would render him as the deity of that form. This was the contemplation swirling in Gu Xuan's mind, and he was resolute in his intentions. Lord Beerus, although I have not transformed into a Super Scion God I have conceived an alternative method. While I cannot ascertain the extent of my power's enhancement, I am confident that you will find this approach most agreeable. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, exuding confidence. As his words resonated, a powerful surge of divine energy erupted within him. Divine energy? What is he planning? Could it be that he intends to? Upon the eruption of Gu Xuan's divine energy, all present exhibited a shift in expression, turning towards him with looks of confusion and disbelief, interspersed with shock. Lord Beerus, my method entails merging with divine energy, allowing me to undergo a complete metamorphosis from a mere human to a true deity, a Super Scion God. Gu Xuan's voice conveyed tranquility. As his declaration settled, the divine energy surged forth in a magnificent display. Though one could not articulate the magnitude of this newfound power, it undoubtedly transcended the ordinary realm of strength. As the divine energy radiated outward, Gu Xuan began the process of absorption. Could he genuinely intend to merge with divine energy? Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan, incredulity washing over him. What is he attempting? Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each reflecting a semblance of confusion regarding Gu Xuan's actions. Absorbing divine energy was indeed the hallmark of a madman. Perhaps his ability to elevate his power within such a brief interval was not solely reliant on fortune. This audacity played a pivotal role. To cultivate divine energy is not an extraordinary feat. Any race, upon reaching a certain threshold, can achieve this. However, merely developing divine energy does not equate to wielding its true power. At best, it grants one limited divine capabilities. Yet the disparity between such abilities and those of an actual deity remains vast. The Scions are a unique existence. Gu Xuan, Goku, and Vegeta alike have all cultivated divine energy. Under certain conditions, they can utilize it to some extent, albeit sparingly. During his time in Universe 6, Gu Xuan acquired the capability to wield divine energy, albeit briefly, which significantly augmented his strength, enabling him to contend with Kampa. Whis murmured softly, seemingly engaging in a soliloquy. Yet it appeared directed towards the perplexed Vegeta and Goku standing nearby. In any case, he had expressed all that he intended to convey. The fusion of divine energy marked a complete metamorphosis from human to deity. Although I had heard whispers of individuals achieving such a transformation, those capable of it were exceedingly rare. At the very least, no such being had emerged in our 7th universe, nor did they exist in my recollections. Whis spoke slowly, pondering the likelihood of success. Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan, refraining from intervening, instead choosing to wait in silence, an expression of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Yet, more than anything, there was an air of anticipation. I was uncertain as well. Perhaps he truly had the potential to succeed. Whis smiled and spoke, offering no definitive answer. Let us hope. Beerus shook his head. Time passed gradually. As the divine energy melded with his being, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically, as if boundless. Upon the integration of divine energy with his body, Gu Xuan felt an unprecedented surge of strength. The sensation of power coursing through him was profoundly comforting. Especially under the fusion of divine energy and his corporeal form, Gu Xuan sensed a sublime transformation taking place within him. Was this the essence of merging with divine energy? It was formidable. As he embraced the changes within his body, a gleam of brilliance sparkled in Gu Xuan's eyes. Silently, time slipped away, and before he knew it, an entire hour had elapsed. After a full hour of fusion, Gu Xuan finally achieved a complete amalgamation of divine energy and his physical form. Throughout this process, he encountered no discomfort. Everything progressed smoothly. He had succeeded. Gu Xuan opened his eyes and glanced at Beerus. The sight left Beerus utterly stunned. His gaze fixed on Gu Xuan in disbelief. How could such an extraordinary feat be accomplished without any peril, so effortlessly? Beerus was astounded. His look towards Gu Xuan akin to that of a monster. If he had been oblivious to the difficulty of the undertaking, it might have been understandable. However, Beerus was acutely aware of the challenges involved. It was precisely this understanding that rendered Gu Xuan's successful transformation from human to deity so astonishing. Upon successfully merging with divine energy and completing his transition from humanity to divinity, Gu Xuan's body erupted with an unimaginable force. With a thunderous roar, his aura skyrocketed, elevating him to unprecedented heights in an instant. There was no need to calculate the specifics. It sufficed to say that Gu Xuan's power underwent a radical transformation at that moment. Prior to this, he held little confidence in his ability to contend with Beerus, fully aware of his own limitations. However, with the successful fusion of divine energy at this moment, and the subsequent exponential increase in power, Gu Xuan felt a newfound confidence in facing Beerus. Now that I have unleashed all my strength, I should be able to contend with Beerus, right? Even if I ultimately prove to be no match for him, I should at least be capable of inflicting some injuries. Gu Xuan gazed at Beerus and spoke. The enhancement of his abilities had certainly instilled in him a considerable sense of assurance. Your power has increased remarkably. This is something I had not anticipated. What astonishes me even more is your effortless transition from human to divine being. This aspect baffles me. However, since you have succeeded, it is evident that you have your own methods, and I shall not pry into them. Chapter 73, Gods and Deities. Now that you have achieved this, should our battle not commence? Beerus inquired. I have awaited this confrontation for quite some time. If your strength fails to meet my expectations, I need not elaborate on the consequences. You are undoubtedly aware. Fear not. I possess confidence in my current self. At the very least, I am sufficient to face you. Gu Xuan replied without reservation. Indeed, he had the grounds to make such a declaration. Lord Beerus, though I have not received an official appointment, I am now a god, the god of the Scions. What follows is the Super Scion God. Gu Xuan clenched his fists. In that instant, an overwhelming force erupted from within him. Boom. A terrifying tempest surged forth, and Gu Xuan's power escalated wildly. Golden light enveloped him, amplifying his strength over 50-fold in that moment. This is the Super Scion God. After transforming into a Super Scion, Gu Xuan's strength surged from the 500 quintillion attained through the fusion of divine energy to an astonishing 25,000 quintillion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More astonishingly, even at this heightened level, Gu Xuan's power continued to ascend, ultimately stabilizing at 35,000 quintillion. Lord Beerus, utilizing the full power of a Super Scion should not be deemed excessive, correct? Gu Xuan looked at Beerus and spoke. Not at all. If you feel this is insufficient, you may continue to transform. It would be best for you to achieve your strongest state, which is your Super Scion 4, for that is what I desire most. Beerus replied with a calm demeanor. No need. Let us take our time. I am in no rush. Gu Xuan smiled and declined. To him, the concept of combat power has become trivial. If we were to categorize divine power into 10 tiers with the Destroyer God at level 8, then Gu Xuan's strength would be approximately at level 5. As for Beerus, he stands as one of the mightiest among the Destroyer Gods, belonging to level 9. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. It seems you possess considerable confidence in your current abilities. Beerus chuckled, harboring neither disdain nor aversion towards Gu Xuan's self-assurance. In fact, he found it somewhat admirable. Confidence, you say? It would be more accurate to describe it as a firm grasp of my capabilities. Gu Xuan smiled. After expressing this, he had no desire to squander further time with Beerus. Lord Beerus, I have arrived. Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened, becoming intensely focused on Beerus, revealing a serious demeanor. Beerus' strength is formidable, surpassing Kampa, and ranks among the most powerful within the Destroyer Gods. When confronting someone of such caliber, one must refrain from revealing all their trump cards. Doing so would eliminate the element of surprise. Gu Xuan murmured, fully aware of this reality. Yet, in this world, what one understands, others do as well. Thus, such awareness loses its significance. This battle remains a fierce contest for me, and I possess little assurance of prevailing against him. Gu Xuan contemplated as he regarded Beerus. Come, let me witness your prowess. Beerus looked at Gu Xuan with eager anticipation. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan surged forward. In an instant, he found himself directly before Beerus. How swift! Even someone as powerful as Beerus altered his expression slightly, taken aback by Gu Xuan's astonishing speed. Gu Xuan raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Beerus. In that moment, Beerus made a slight movement and evaded the punch imbued with tremendous force. Gu Xuan's eyes narrowed. If Beerus had merely blocked his punch, it would not have been particularly surprising. Even if Beerus had evaded, it wouldn't have startled Gu Xuan. However, Beerus managed to dodge just inches from the punch. In that case, the situation changed entirely. Bang! Gu Xuan pivoted his right hand and struck again. Bang! 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 In rapid succession, Gu Xuan unleashed dozens of punches. Yet, none of his strikes landed on Beerus. Each was effortlessly sidestepped by him. The fact that Beerus evaded dozens of consecutive attacks without a single touch surprised Gu Xuan. Lord Beerus, your continued evasion leaves us without a resolution to this battle. Gu Xuan came to a halt, gazing at Beerus as he spoke. Although Gu Xuan did not possess such abilities, he was, to be honest, not particularly concerned. While dealing with such powers might present a challenge, it was not insurmountable. After all, Beerus was merely wielding the most rudimentary of skills, barely scratching the surface of mastery. I had intended to continue playing, but since you have articulated your stance, let us commence our true battle, Beerus stated slowly. As these words fell, he clenched his fists, and in that instant, a terrifying force erupted violently from within him. This power was immensely potent, and its emergence rendered the atmosphere around them heavy and oppressive. Gu Xuan, this is my strength. I am aware that your abilities have significantly increased. Today, I shall engage you with 70% of my power. I hope you can overcome this version of me or compel me to unleash my full might, Beerus declared, his gaze fixed upon Gu Xuan. Rest assured, I will give it my all. Gu Xuan replied, his expression turning grave. To be candid, he was uncertain about the true extent of Beerus's 70% power. However, he understood one crucial fact. To defeat Beerus, he would need to employ all of his techniques. Otherwise, victory would be elusive. Yet, at this moment, Gu Xuan was not prepared to reveal his utmost strength. Lord Beerus, this battle represents a clash between the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction, a confrontation of deities. I cannot predict the outcome, but it is undoubtedly a spectacle worth anticipating, Gu Xuan remarked, locking eyes with Beerus. With a tremendous surge of energy, Gu Xuan unleashed a tempestuous force that radiated from his body, spreading wildly in all directions. In unison, Beerus and Gu Xuan darted forward. Their speed was astonishingly swift. They closed the distance in an instant. As they approached, neither hesitated, raising their right hands, and with clenched fists, they unleashed their most formidable strength, delivering a crushing blow towards one another. The moment their fists collided, a colossal sound erupted, and an unimaginable force was unleashed. A violent storm of sound and fury burst forth, expanding wildly around them, centered on their fists. The power contained within that strike was overwhelmingly fierce, causing the very fabric of the space around them to fracture. It was the power of Beerus that instigated this. The terrifying force of the God of Destruction continually seeping forth. Though merely a simple assault, it effectively showcased the prowess of both Gu Xuan and Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars reverberated through the skies of the God of Destruction realm, echoing with the ferocity of their battle. There was no respite. Nearly every breath they took was consumed by their frenzied combat, undeterred by any pause, especially as the shockwaves from their strikes radiated outward. Had it not been for Whis utilizing his angelic power to contain these surges within the realm, the entire 7th universe would surely have been left in ruins by their clash. Master Beerus and Gu Xuan are so engrossed in their battle, showing no regard for my feelings, Whis remarked, shaking his head, though his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. While Whis had little interest in such a confrontation, he found occasional glances to be rather enjoyable. Goku, Vegeta, this battle is an extraordinary spectacle for you as well, observe with confidence. For it shall greatly aid you in the future, Whis addressed Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, on Earth, a conspiracy from the cosmos was quietly unfolding. Once, Frisia's minions infiltrated Earth and successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. After resurrecting Frisia, they swiftly departed, with scarcely anyone on Earth aware of their arrival. Haha, delightful, Beerus bellowed, as his purple energy coalesced into a luminous sphere, hurtling towards Gu Xuan. Come again. Gu Xuan laughed heartily, clenching his right fist, and, as the purple energy approached, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, a tempest erupted, wildly spreading in all directions. Gu Xuan, your strength has reached astonishing heights. Unleash your utmost power. For only then can you truly be considered my strongest adversary, Beerus declared, hovering in midair, his expression brimming with excitement. Haha, since you insist, Master Beerus, I shall honor your request, Gu Xuan replied with a hearty laugh. As his words fell, a torrent of fervent energy erupted from Gu Xuan's being. A low growl emanated from Gu Xuan's lips, and with that sound, he immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. An unimaginable strength radiated from him. Master Beerus, this is my ultimate form, the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. Upon transforming, Gu Xuan's gaze became exceptionally piercing. The Super Saiyan 4 exudes an aura of immense power. Whis' gaze flickered briefly towards Gu Xuan, a smile gracing his lips. At this moment, Gu Xuan was precisely what he found most gratifying. With a swift motion, Beerus stepped forward. Merely a single stride, yet in that instant, he found himself directly before Gu Xuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger. A rich purple light surged forth from his fingertip, transforming into a lethal arrow that sped towards Gu Xuan. Lord Beerus, such power is insufficient. Gu Xuan's calm voice resonated as the purple arrow approached him. Following his words, he raised his right hand, not to strike, but to grasp the arrow firmly. What do you intend to do? Beerus paused, taken aback by Gu Xuan's actions. What do you think? To obliterate it, Gu Xuan replied as he seized the purple arrow. As he clutched the arrow, a formidable force erupted from within Gu Xuan, channeling through his hands and concentrating on the arrow. With Gu Xuan's unleashed power, despite the arrow being a creation of Beerus, imbued with unimaginable strength, it was, after all, merely an arrow. The amount of power that could be concentrated within it was insignificant in Gu Xuan's eyes. Destroy it. Gu Xuan roared, and with that command, torrents of overwhelming energy surged from his hands into the purple arrow. While the arrow possessed formidable strength, it was evident that the force Gu Xuan wielded was even more terrifying. Within moments, the purple arrow lost its momentum, gradually calming under the relentless flow of Gu Xuan's power. Is it truly possible? Beerus mused, his gaze flickering as he regarded Gu Xuan, who spoke slowly. Annihilated. A smile spread across Gu Xuan's face as he exerted tremendous force, causing the purple arrow to shatter and dissipate before him. In this manner, he had indeed obliterated Lord Beerus's power. How remarkable! The strength of the Super Saiyan God had awakened within him, capable of unleashing a fraction of its might. Whis observed Gu Xuan and offered his assessment. Although it was somewhat extraordinary for Gu Xuan to have shattered the purple arrow purely through force, Whis did not display excessive astonishment. In his view, such a feat was not beyond reach, and it was not an exaggeration for Gu Xuan to achieve it given his prowess. Lord Beerus, it seems that the might of the God of Destruction is not as formidable as one might believe. Chapter 75, The Full Power of Beerus. After obliterating the purple arrow, Gu Xuan cast a slight smile upon Beerus and spoke. Is it truly nothing remarkable? Perhaps that is indeed the case. However, underestimating the power of a God of Destruction would be a grave misjudgment on your part. There is no need for me to wield the full extent of my power against you. Beerus maintained a serene expression. Is that so? Gu Xuan remained unfazed. If what you say is accurate, then I am eager to witness the true power of a God of Destruction. They say that the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous ones aside, each stronger than the last. Yet, I must remind you of another adage. The old ginger is always the spicier. Upon hearing this, Beerus's gaze gradually turned frigid. Those familiar with him understood that such a look signified he was about to become serious. Since you are so eager to experience my full strength, I shall oblige. Though I hope you do not come to regret it. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan intently. Very few have witnessed the entirety of my power, save for fellow gods of destruction. And among humans, you are the first to have this honor. Yet, this is also your misfortune. For none who have encountered my full strength have lived to tell the tale. Although I harbor no desire to kill you, should you wish to experience my complete power, you must be prepared for the possibility of your own demise. For once I unleash my full might, I will show no mercy, delivering a decisive blow aimed at total annihilation. Beerus's voice resonated with an icy tone, laced with a palpable sense of danger. Fear not, for if I dare to unleash my full strength, I possess my own means of countering it. Even should I ultimately face defeat, it matters not. I am confident in my ability to escape. Gu Xuan's voice emerged calmly, though quiet, showing no sign of disturbance despite Beerus's menacing words. Is it your instant transmission? While it is indeed a remarkable technique, attempting to flee with it would be quite improbable, Beerus remarked with a smile. At that moment, an unfathomable power erupted violently from within Beerus. Boom! This was a force beyond imagination. As this power surged forth, every being in the realm of destruction trembled in submission. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon them. Is this truly the full power of Lord Beerus? Vegeta cast a glance at Beerus, his expression revealing a profound astonishment. He understood that the god of destruction was immensely powerful, a strength that remained an unfathomable enigma. Even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he knew he would stand no chance against Beerus, for the disparity between them was insurmountable. Yet even so, the power emanating from Beerus at that moment far exceeded Vegeta's imagination, an overwhelming force that left him in disbelief. Could it be that the god of destruction possessed such might? Goku, too, regarded Beerus, his own astonishment beyond the realm of words. For both of them, their personal growth had been remarkable. However, despite their rapid advancement, they likely hadn't even reached a fraction of Beerus's full potential. With my current strength, to confront him is an impossibility, Goku murmured. Yet, this revelation clarified a truth for him. If Gu Xuan could achieve such feats, then he too could aspire to do the same. The fact that Gu Xuan could compel Beerus to unleash his full power indicated that, with sufficient effort, Goku could eventually reach Gu Xuan's level. At this thought, excitement sparkled in Goku's eyes. Kakarot, after this, let us train together in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Vegeta suggested, his gaze fixed on Goku. Goku glanced at Vegeta, surprised that he would make such a proposal, as it was somewhat beyond his expectations. The Vegeta he remembered was not one to suggest such things. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me if you agree or not, Vegeta replied decisively, crossing his arms as he addressed Goku. Since you've put it that way, how could I possibly refuse? Goku smiled, acquiescing to Vegeta's request. A dense purple energy enveloped Beerus, ultimately extending Tenjong around him. This meant that within this Tenjong radius, all that surrounded him was the terrifying power of Beerus. In this space, it could be deemed a forbidden zone. No one could approach without facing immediate repercussions from the purple energy emanating from Beerus. In other words, to draw near to Beerus, one would first have to dismantle this formidable energy barrier. Gu Xuan, this is the power of the god of destruction. Although it is not my full strength, it is beyond what you can currently overcome, Beerus remarked, gazing at Gu Xuan. Not even your full strength. Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that Beerus's might exceeded his expectations. Originally, it was believed that this moment represented the entirety of Beerus's power. However, that assumption proved to be misguided. Lord Beerus, do not underestimate me. If I fail to draw out your full strength today, I would truly be remiss, Gu Xuan remarked coldly. In an instant, Beerus's body flickered and materialized directly before Gu Xuan, raising his right leg and sweeping it forward with tremendous force. A thunderous impact echoed as Gu Xuan hastily raised both hands in defense. Yet, at that moment, Beerus's leg struck with an almost incomprehensible swiftness, colliding with Gu Xian's form. Even Gu Xuan felt a tremor coursing through him as he was forced to retreat several paces, his expression darkening. What astounding speed! It seems that, in my current state, I am unable to contend with him. The disparity is indeed considerable, Gu Xuan thought, his countenance grave as he regarded Beerus. As he withdrew, Beerus raised his right hand, gathering a series of violet beams of light that swiftly coalesced into a massive purple sphere overhead, measuring 10 zhang in diameter. Behold the full extent of my power, Beerus declared, pointing a finger, and in an instant, the colossal violet orb surged forth at an incredible velocity, carrying unimaginable force as it hurtled towards Gu Xuan. Chapter 76. To unfold Kaioken as the sphere moved, its terrifying might erupted forth. How formidable! Vegeta's pupils contracted, disbelief etched across his features. Beneath the weight of the Tenjong energy, Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. How would Gu Xuan confront such overwhelming power? Son Goku, equally astounded, felt a chilling sense of life and death peril beneath the shadow of the violet sphere. This was merely the residual energy, not even directed at him. Yet the sheer force instilled in him an acute awareness of the danger. The consequences of being struck directly could only be imagined. It was difficult to fathom the immense pressure Gu Xuan was enduring, locked in the energy's grasp. However, he had no time to ponder the thoughts of those around him. As he gazed upon the approaching Tenjong of violet energy, a remarkable light flickered in his eyes. Such strength, yet it doesn't seem insurmountable to obliterate. Gu Xuan mused with a spark of excitement. He brought his hands together, positioning them at his right side, and a calm voice emerged from his lips. Turtle. The moment the first syllable fell, a surge of power coursed through Gu Xuan, converging towards his hands. Is he employing that technique again? Beerus furrowed his brow upon witnessing Gu Xuan's repeated maneuver. Though the technique was commendable and its potency considerable, he couldn't help but wonder if its repetition might render it somewhat monotonous. Though it may be an old technique, its efficacy is paramount. As for the rest, I remain indifferent, Gu Xuan stated, fixing his gaze on Beerus. Kamehameha Wave as Sun Wukong observed Gu Xuan's movements and listened to his words. He immediately grasped his intentions. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, unimpressed. Although the Kamehameha Wave possessed considerable strength, he doubted that Gu Xuan could shatter the formidable Tinjong energy of Beerus. After all, the power contained within that Tinjong energy was exceedingly terrifying. Vegeta was acutely aware that even with all his might, he could never hope to obliterate it. While Gu Xuan was undeniably powerful, Vegeta did not believe he could dismantle that Tinjong energy. I refuse to believe he can succeed, Vegeta thought to himself. Kamehameha. Gu Xuan enunciated each syllable with precision. The Tinjong energy drew ever closer, now merely 4 zhong away. At this moment, Gu Xuan found himself completely enveloped by that overwhelming energy. Escape was no longer an option. Yet, he harbored no intention of fleeing. To abandon the fight would mean losing respect for himself, let alone in the eyes of others. As the Tinjong energy diminished to a mere 3 zhong away, Gu Xuan uttered the final word. With that, he thrust both hands forward with great force. Boom! A colossal Kamehameha wave erupted from his palms, hurtling towards Beerus's Tinjong energy with tremendous might. The 3 zhong distance was but a fleeting moment for both the Tinjong energy and the Kamehameha wave. The two forces clashed with a resounding roar, causing the very ground to tremble and fissures to appear. The collision of such immense powers seemed to reach the limits of what the universe could bear, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of the cosmos. It is essential to note that this was not Earth, but the realm of the god of destruction. The ability to rend the sky here was a testament to the unimaginable magnitude of their forces. However, despite this, the Kamehameha wave began to dissipate almost immediately upon colliding with the vast purple energy. Ultimately, the disparity in power proved insurmountable. Is this all you've got? Beerus's voice echoed coldly in Gu Xuan's ears. Tenfold. Gu Xuan shouted defiantly. Boom. The power of the Kamehameha wave surged instantaneously, multiplying tenfold. This was the true technique Gu Xuan intended to wield against Beerus. Yet, even the tenfold Kamehameha proved ineffective, failing to obliterate the immense purple energy. Is this your full strength? It's hardly impressive, Beerus remarked disdainfully. If this is the extent of your capabilities, then I must say I am quite disappointed. Beerus shook his head. The full extent? Lord Beerus, I have never claimed such a thing, replied Gu Xuan with a smile gracing his lips. Despite the dire circumstances, he remained remarkably composed. Do you still possess strength? Beerus cast a glance at Gu Xuan. Certainly, came Gu Xian's confident reply. Kaioken, Gu Xuan shouted, unleashing an explosive surge of crimson energy from within. Lord Beerus, this is my ultimate technique to confront you. Unlike Goku's, my Kaioken has been refined. In other words, while employing the Kaioken, I shall suffer no adverse effects, enabling me to maintain its use continuously. As Gu Xuan spoke, a subtle smirk appeared on his face. 20 times. Upon uttering these words, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically, escalating 20-fold in an instant. Prior to unleashing the Kaioken, Beerus had regarded Gu Xuan with a degree of indifference. However, once Gu Xuan activated the Kaioken, Beerus could no longer afford to take him lightly. Especially with the 20-fold Kaioken, Gu Xuan's power had increased significantly, making it exceedingly challenging for Beerus to triumph over him at this moment. With the activation of the 20-fold Kaioken, Gu Xuan's strength reached its zenith. Particularly, when his 10-fold Kamehameha wave merged with the might of the 20-fold Kaioken, it unleashed an unimaginable force. Under this overwhelming power, Beerus's massive purple energy, towering 10 zhong high, suddenly appeared insufficient. With a series of thunderous booms, the rifts in the sky multiplied, eventually giving rise to a black hole. Break! Gu Xuan roared. And with the surge in his power from the 20-fold Kaioken, he forcibly shattered the enormous purple energy. A terrifying tempest erupted, sweeping across all directions. Fortunately, the presence of Whis' power ensured that the entire God of Destruction realm did not descend into utter ruin or annihilation. Chapter 77. Gu Xian's Cannon. Gu Xuan and Beerus retreated simultaneously, locking eyes in mutual astonishment. I never anticipated that you would truly succeed, Beerus remarked, observing Gu Xuan. Perhaps it is merely coincidence, Gu Xuan chuckled, not allowing pride to overwhelm him. He understood all too well that the power of a god of destruction was far from limited. His objective today was not to defeat Beerus, but to compel him to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Although this endeavor presents considerable challenges, Gu Xuan firmly believes that with his current strength and means, he can accomplish this feat. Lord Beerus, I believe our true battle commences at this very moment. An astonishing battle intent gleamed in Gu Xian's eyes. If you wish to perceive it that way, so be it. However, I will show no mercy henceforth. unleashing my full power along with my destructive force. Whether you can withstand it will depend on your own capabilities and fate. Beerus slowly spoke, closing his eyes after his words. I look forward to it. A smile graced Gu Xuan's lips. Whis observed the two with a similarly expectant expression. For even he felt a flicker of intrigue regarding the impending battle. Gu Xuan, come forth. Moments later, Beerus opened his eyes, his expression indifferent. Let us begin. Gu Xuan opened his eyes as well, gazing at Beerus with calmness, devoid of any fear. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from Beerus. Only another god of destruction could compel me to fight seriously, and you are the first to do so, Gu Xuan. As the formidable energy surged from Beerus, a tranquil voice followed. It is my honor. Gu Xuan replied with a smile. As his words fell, the power of Super Saiyan God 4, combined with the 20-fold Kaioken, erupted from within him. This power was immense, shooting straight into the sky upon its emergence. In fact, this formidable force was nearly on par with that of Beerus, showing little sign of weakness. Witnessing the clash of two powerful auras, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged eager glances, filled with anticipation for the outcome of this battle. I wonder how this fight will unfold, Son Goku remarked with excitement. Gu Xuan's power is incredibly strong. Has he reached the pinnacle of human potential? Even as a Super Saiyan god, having undergone his fourth transformation, he faces Beerus, a god of destruction. In this regard, Gu Xuan holds little chance of victory. Vegeta slowly articulated. But do not forget, Gu Xuan is a Saiyan. His potential is unfathomable, Son Goku reminded him. Enough of this meaningless discussion, regardless of the battle's outcome. In a certain sense, both are victors, Whis interjected, interrupting their conversation. Whoosh. Gu Xuan and Beerus moved simultaneously. In an instant, they closed the distance between them, colliding with a thunderous impact. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the fists of Gu Xuan and Beerus collided. A tempest erupted, sweeping through the air. Gu Xuan unleashed a flurry of strikes, his hands hammering away in rapid succession, delivering dozens of blows in an instant. Such a swift onslaught only intensified the exhilaration in Beerus's expression. Yes, this is the feeling. As Beerus excitedly exclaimed, he ceased to hold back his power, fully engaging in the battle. One was a Super Saiyan god, the other a god of destruction. The clash between such formidable beings was destined to be spectacular. Their speed was so remarkable that, to the naked eye, it was nearly imperceptible. From a distance, Goku and Vegeta, though not lacking in strength themselves, found it impossible to clearly perceive the movements of Gu Xuan and Beerus, even with their utmost focus. A low growl escaped Vegeta's lips. In response to this roar, his power erupted, and in that moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Only after this transformation could he barely discern the actions of Gu Xuan and Beerus. Boom. Immediately after Vegeta transformed, Goku also let out a low growl. He transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, surrounded by divine energy, allowing him to see the movements of Gu Xuan and Beerus with clarity. This is incredible. What kind of power is being unleashed in this battle? Goku exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Such a thrilling fight. Aside from the battles among gods of destruction, this was my first time witnessing something of this magnitude. Whis commented slowly. After yet another clash, both Beerus and Gu Xuan retreated, creating a distance of several meters between them. Meanwhile, Beerus raised his right hand, and instantly, a massive purple energy surged forth. This purple energy was imbued with a terrifying force, and even Gu Xuan, upon seeing it, narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of trepidation. This is how battles should be, filled with intrigue, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile. Then, with a surge of power, Gu Xuan elevated his hands, unleashing a colossal energy beam that surged toward the approaching purple force. What? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. How could he possibly do that? Vegeta was stunned. When did Gu Xuan learn his ultimate technique? Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Vegeta had never been aware of it. However, upon witnessing the power of the energy beam erupting from Gu Xuan's hands, Vegeta was left utterly astonished. Boom. The energy beam collided directly with the purple energy. A resounding roar echoed through the air, thick smoke billowing upward, accompanied by a violent tempest. The sky-splitting cannon and violet energy simultaneously collapsed, transforming into an unimaginable shockwave that radiated in all directions. How formidable! Is this the essence of the battle between Gu Xuan and Lord Beerus? Such overwhelming power, one wonders when I might possess it. As the storm gradually subsided, the figures of Gu Xuan and Beerus emerged. Despite the terrifying nature of the tempest, it had no effect on the two of them. They remained unscathed, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they regarded one another. Chapter 78. Painting a Cell. Haha. Your strength is quite remarkable, being able to repeatedly nullify my attacks. Beerus exclaimed, his laughter brimming with enthusiasm. Lord Beerus, I have already stated that all of this is merely coincidence. I am well aware of my own limitations and acknowledge that I am not your match, Gu Xuan replied. Though his words were humble, the glint in his eyes suggested that the battle was far from over. In fact, the true contest had only just begun. You are indeed correct. I have awaited this duel for quite some time, as you are my archrival, a super scion god with whom I can battle in my dreams. Beerus smiled. Prepare to witness the true power of a god of destruction. The upcoming fight will transcend the limits of humanity. For only a god of destruction can unleash such might. Your strength has indeed surpassed the limits of humanity, yet I am not unfamiliar with even stronger beings. Gu Xuan stated calmly. Are you referring to those humans who have the capability to defeat the gods of destruction from their respective universes? Beerus inquired, casting a surprised glance at Gu Xuan. I have heard whispers of such individuals, though I also recognize that your prowess, Lord Beerus, is among the most formidable of all gods of destruction, Gu Xuan remarked. Thus, it stands to reason that defeating you would be more challenging than overcoming other beings from different universes. Having such thoughts is commendable, but whether you possess the strength to back them up remains uncertain. While I allow you to entertain the notion of defeating me, you must also present the power that convinces me of your potential to succeed. In our previous encounter, it was evident that if you only possess this level of skill and might, then your aspirations are nothing but folly, Beerus observed, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan. Although these words may not be pleasant, truth is truth, he continued. I am fully aware of that. And I have never claimed that the strength I previously displayed would suffice to defeat you. After all, you have yet to reveal your true power, have you not? Lord Beerus? Gu Xuan replied with a smile. Allow me to showcase my prowess. These are creations meticulously crafted for your benefit. While they may not necessarily inflict harm upon you, they should suffice in eliciting the entirety of your destructive power. As Gu Xuan's words resonated, he raised his right hand and gently waved it forward. Show me what you possess. Let me witness the technique that can compel the full force of the god of destruction. A heightened excitement flickered across Beerus's countenance. In response to Gu Xuan's gesture, a surge of energy emanated from within him, radiating outward. Something appeared to have shifted. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta sensed any anomaly. Even Beerus himself remained oblivious, though he faintly perceived a subtle alteration in the surrounding cosmos at that moment. Yet, he could not articulate the nature of this change. Only Whis could truly discern it. How did he harness such power? Whis's gaze toward Gu Xuan brimmed with curiosity, deepening his intrigue. By my strength, I shall forge a domain. Painting the earth as my prison, Gu Xuan intoned with tranquility. The instant his words fell, a vast confinement abruptly unfolded, extending outward for 1,000 zhang, effectively segmenting this realm. This was Gu Xuan's technique, drawing upon his own power to merge with the universe, creating a world of his own. Although the 1,000 zhang radius may not seem particularly extravagant, within this domain, Gu Xuan stood as the unequivocal master, for this was his exclusive world. An intriguing concept. As the surroundings began to shift, Beerus sensed an unsettling development. Yet, despite this realization, he remained unperturbed. To him, it posed no significant challenge, and he deemed it unworthy of concern. Moreover, 1,000 zhang radius hardly warranted his attention. Is this your trump card? It appears rather mundane, nothing extraordinary. Is that so? If you believe this to be the case, you are gravely mistaken, Gu Xuan declared, propelling himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 100 zhang, arriving directly before Beerus. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of my domain. Upon closing the distance, Gu Xuan hesitated not for an instant. He raised his right hand and delivered a formidable punch directed at Beerus. With a resounding impact, a shadow of his fist materialized, imbued with tremendous force, crashing down upon Beerus. At the moment of impact, a look of disdain flickered in Beerus's eyes. To him, this was merely an insignificant display of power, utterly incapable of capturing his attention. I have mentioned before, it is too feeble. Beerus raised his right hand and pointed forward. Beneath that single gesture lay an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Yet, just as that force was about to collide with Gu Xuan's fist, the latter's fist inexplicably vanished, silently reappearing behind Beerus. In that very moment of emergence, it unleashed its utmost strength, delivering a direct blow to Beerus. Bang! The suddenness of it all was overwhelming. Even Beerus had no time to react before the punch landed. It is worth noting that at this moment, Gu Xuan's power was hardly inferior to that of Beerus. Caught off guard by Gu Xuan's strike, the consequences were easily imaginable. Beerus's body quivered as he staggered back several steps, swiftly turning to deliver a sweeping kick towards Gu Xuan. However, in the instant of that sweeping motion, Gu Xuan too raised his right leg to counter. colliding with Beerus's leg. Bang! Both Beerus and Gu Xuan were jolted back almost simultaneously. Are you satisfied with my creation of an inescapable prison? Gu Xuan inquired. Observing Beerus as he retreated, he refrained from launching another attack, for he understood that while Beerus might make the same mistake once, he would certainly not make it a second time. His initial success was solely due to Beerus underestimating the nature of the inescapable prison. However, should he choose to strike again, the outcome could be unpredictable. Gu Xuan was not one to act recklessly. Rather, he maintained a keen awareness at all times. Chapter 79. The Destructive Power of Beerus. He was acutely aware that the existence of the inescapable prison could only be employed stealthily, in a direct confrontation. It would hold no sway over Beerus. Moreover, should he provoke Beerus's ire, dismantling the prison would be a trivial task. What a splendid inescapable prison, within this vast expanse. Nothing could elude your will. The ingenuity of such a technique is commendable, yet if you believe that this mere trickery can vanquish me, it would be prudent to abandon that notion forthwith. Although the inescapable prison had momentarily caught Beerus off guard, he remained largely unfazed. He was acutely aware that in the face of absolute power, all forms of subterfuge were rendered ineffective, provided he exercised sufficient caution. I never claimed that relying on the inescapable prison would secure your defeat. It is merely one of the tactics I possess to contend with you. Furthermore, I have other strategies at my disposal. After all, there is still ample time. For now, I shall indulge in some playful banter with you. Gu Xuan chuckled lightly, unperturbed by Beerus's words. Apologies, if you wish to toy with me, I have no objections. However, I must express that I am not in the mood for such games. With a somber expression, Beerus spoke. Oh, if that is the case, then there is nothing more to be done. Gu Xuan chuckled, drawing upon immense power. He raised his right hand and uttered a chilling command, enclose. What? How is this possible? Under Gu Xuan's directive, a formidable force rapidly coalesced within 1,000 zhang radius. This gathering power caused the area to shrink at an astonishing rate, transforming the expansive confinement into a mere orb the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this spectacle, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Even Beerus, upon witnessing the phenomenon, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen events. How had he achieved such a feat? Beerus pondered silently, his pride as a god of destruction preventing him from voicing his inquiries. Whis stared at Gu Xuan in astonishment. While Gu Xuan's previous actions had surprised him, they had not elicited such concern. Even the appearance of the confinement technique, though beyond Whis' expectations, did not seem overly significant. However, at this moment, as the confinement shrank into a glowing orb in Gu Xuan's hand, Whis' demeanor shifted dramatically. The essence of rules, the true manifestation of rule power, was unmistakable to Whis. The concept of rules represented the paramount force of this world, one that transcended the grasp of ordinary beings. It was unfathomable that not only humans, but even gods, including the gods of destruction, could not wield this power. Previously, during their time in Universe 6, Gu Xuan had only begun to exhibit the nascent form of rule power. That alone was remarkable, but now he had evidently begun to harness this power more fully, integrating it into himself to launch an offensive. Whis observed Gu Xuan in shock, fully aware that the power of rules was traditionally reserved for angels, who could only wield the most fundamental aspects of it. Yet, Whis reassured himself, acknowledging that this was merely a basic application of rule power. While surprising, it was not entirely implausible given certain fortuitous circumstances. Lord Beerus, prepare to receive my attack. With these words, Gu Xuan hurled the glowing orb toward Beerus. Though it was but the size of a fist, the terrifying power contained within was undeniable. At the very least, in Beerus's eyes, he perceived within this fist-sized sphere of light a force he could not withstand. However, this power was exceedingly weak, merely a wisp. Otherwise, Beerus would have had no inclination to resist, and might have even considered conceding outright. Yet now, with only a sliver of the power of regulation present, Beerus, while somewhat concerned, did not regard it with utmost seriousness. As the sphere of light approached directly, Beerus's eyes flickered momentarily towards Gu Xuan. Then he raised his right hand. In that instant of grasping, an overwhelming force erupted from Beerus. A flash of violet light appeared, landing squarely upon the sphere of light that confined them. Though the violet energy was scant, upon contact, the sphere shuddered violently. A moment later, with a resounding crash, the entire orb shattered. This scene was remarkably abrupt, almost as if it had occurred without cause. As the sphere erupted, a tempest swept across the entirety of the god of destruction realm. Witnessing the collapse of the sphere, Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened, revealing his astonishment. How could this be possible? Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Destruction? Moments later, Gu Xuan comprehended the truth. Only the exclusive ability of a god of destruction could wield such formidable power. Only destruction could so effortlessly obliterate his strike. Indeed, this was destruction. Beerus cast a glance at Gu Xuan, his expression remarkably tranquil. To him, the act of destruction was far too simple, requiring little exertion. In that instant, Gu Xuan's strength surged to its zenith. As it spread wildly, a terrifying power resonated forth. Lord Beerus, Gu Xuan addressed him. With a swift motion of his raised right hand, 98 clones materialized, resulting in a total of 99 Gu Xuans when combined with his original self. Receive this move and see how it fares. Kamehameha. In unison, the 99 Gu Xuans emitted a low growl and executed identical movements. As their voices echoed, they thrust their hands forward with great force. With a resounding boom, as the 99 Kamehameha waves surged forth, Gu Xuan's voice rang out in perfect harmony, tenfold. In an instant, 99 tenfold Kamehameha waves descended upon Beerus in an unimaginable and awe-inspiring manner. Destruction. Beerus did not gaze upon them. Instead, as the tenfold Kamehameha waves approached within a yard of him, he calmly uttered his response. Suddenly, an overwhelming force emanated from Beerus, far surpassing that of Kampa. Chapter 80. It turns out Lord Beerus can also be injured. A terrifying tempest erupted in an instant, swiftly spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 99 formidable tenfold Kamehameha waves erupted after Beerus uttered a mere 2 words, collapsing with a deafening roar. There was no warning. Did you see that? This is the exclusive power of the god of destruction, the pinnacle of his might, Beerus remarked, gazing at Gu Xuan. Destruction, it appears to be quite formidable. Gu Xuan responded, his expression turning grave. This indeed exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Beerus's destructive power would eclipse Kampa's by such a margin. Do you possess any further techniques? If so, unveil them. If not, then so be it. Beerus spoke slowly, his gaze towards Gu Xuan filled with admiration. Observing Beerus's demeanor, Gu Xuan understood that under such circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for his attacks to touch him, let alone inflict harm. Although my standard assaults have no effect on him, he will surely let his guard down in this situation. Perhaps I still have a chance to injure him, Gu Xuan thought suddenly, his gaze sharpening. Despite Beerus's formidable power as a god of destruction, it might also present an opportunity for him. Under my destruction, all forces and attacks shall be of no consequence to me, for I am the strongest entity. Beerus was supremely confident in this assertion. Is that so? Gu Xuan retorted. Lord Beerus, since you assert this, I am curious. How were those gods of destruction, who were defeated by their respective universes' mortals, vanquished? Gu Xuan posed this question, one he had long wished to ask, but had never found the chance to do so. Beerus momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. As he did not have an immediate answer, allow me to enlighten you, Gu Xuan said, rising to the same height as Beerus. In truth, the answer to this question is quite enlightening. Destructive energy is not the ultimate force. There exists power even greater than destruction. With that declaration, Gu Xuan let out a thunderous roar. In the wake of that roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. A force so immense that it transformed into a tempest upon its emergence, enveloping Gu Xuan's form and obscuring him from view. I am unaware of what transcends the god of destruction, nor do I comprehend what lies beyond the destructive energy. Yet, I am certain there exists a force that even the destructive energy cannot annihilate, one capable of inflicting damage upon it. Gu Xuan slowly began to speak. With a thunderous roar, as his words resonated, he raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Beerus. In an instant, the surrounding energy surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal shadow of a fist. An unimaginable force erupted from it, imbued with terrifying power. This punch embodies the culmination of all my strength, my final strike. Are you able to withstand it? Gu Xuan's voice was chilling. The fist shadow surged forward, racing towards Beerus at an astonishing speed, nearly reaching him in the blink of an eye. Child's play, Beerus scoffed, his figure flickering as he darted forth, preparing to unleash destruction to obliterate the fist shadow. However, at that moment, Gu Xuan's lips curled into a smile. Has he finally revealed a flaw? Gu Xuan understood that his attacks were futile against the god of destruction. Especially against Beerus, every strike he unleashed would be met with annihilation. Thus, Gu Xuan found himself entirely on the defensive. No matter how formidable his power, it would prove ineffective against Beerus. Such a predicament was unacceptable to Gu Xuan. He refused to yield. Although under Beerus's destructive prowess, his means of attack seemed utterly powerless. It appeared that Gu Xuan had no opportunity for victory. Yet, This was all contingent upon Beerus's ability to unleash destruction. If he could prevent Beerus from doing so, then his attacks might inflict harm upon him. Defeating Beerus might even become a possibility. Gu Xuan awaited such an opportunity, and now it had arrived. As Beerus surged forth to obliterate Gu Xuan's punch, Gu Xuan slowly raised his palm, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. What? Whis' expression changed upon witnessing Gu Xuan's movement. Previously, he had been astonished by Gu Xuan's utilization of the power of rules. However, that was merely the most rudimentary aspect of it, so Whis had not taken it to heart. Yet at this moment, as Gu Xuan executed his action, he sensed a transformation that only he could perceive, one that eluded even Beerus, the god of destruction. The power of rules. Whis' expression shifted once more, recognizing this force, and it appeared far more adept than the last instance. Determined. With this single gesture, an extraordinary power surged from Gu Xuan's fingertips, racing towards Beerus's form. At that moment, invisible strands, perceivable only by Gu Xuan and Whis, surged toward Beerus. Though it may seem slow when recounted, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Beerus was poised to thwart Gu Xuan's formidable punch, Gu Xuan's right hand pointed decisively, and a chilling word escaped his lips: freeze. This simple utterance, though softly spoken, bore immense weight. The instant the word resonated, Beerus's form abruptly halted, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. In that moment of immobilization, Gu Xuan's punch of power approached with thunderous might, crashing into Beerus, who was rendered unable to evade. The force of the blow erupted upon contact, enveloping Beerus in a cataclysmic wave of energy. A furious roar, laced with rage, erupted from Beerus as he broke free from the dark mist, retreating at astonishing speed. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, a testament to the wounds he had sustained as the god of destruction. Blood trickled from his right side, and Gu Xuan's triumphant voice rang out. So, even Lord Beerus can be injured. Chapter 81. The Onslaught of Frisia. Seeing Beerus emerge, Gu Xuan felt no surprise. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood that spilled forth. Nevertheless, he stood tall, declaring, "I have yet to reach my limits. I can still fight." His spirit was undeterred by his physical wounds, bolstered by the sight of Beerus's injury. Even someone as formidable as Beerus was not invincible. However, Beerus showed no inclination to continue the battle. He descended slowly to the ground. "Gu Xuan, what was that you just executed?" Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan in astonishment, realizing that the significance of this fight had evaporated. His pride would not allow him to accept being wounded by a human. For him, that was tantamount to defeat. Noticing Beerus's lack of combat intent, Gu Xuan, though puzzled, relinquished his transformation, reverting from Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state. The power Gu Xuan had just wielded left Beerus utterly astounded, as it transcended anything he had previously envisioned. It was nothing, merely a recent epiphany of mine, a manifestation of the power of rules. This was my first attempt at its application. I struggled to control it, and coupled with Lord Beerus' immense strength, it placed a considerable burden upon me. Gu Xuan smiled gently. He did not conceal the power of the rules, believing it unnecessary. Indeed, it was the power of the rules. Beerus cast a glance at Whis, and, upon seeing Whis nod, became even more certain of his assessment. Following the conclusion of the battle between Gu Xuan and Beerus, the realm of destruction once again fell into tranquility. Beerus, adhering to his usual habit, opted to rest afterward, while Goku and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle within the realm of destruction. However, Gu Xuan paid little heed to these events. His confrontation with Beerus had yielded substantial rewards, particularly as his strength had been further augmented. Through continuous enhancement, Gu Xuan's power had gradually reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. This indicated that he could now commence attempts to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Nevertheless, achieving this transformation was exceedingly challenging and not easily attainable. As for his system, while it could provide some assistance, its significance was limited, merely alleviating the difficulties of attaining Super Saiyan 5. To effectuate the transformation, he still required stimulation, specifically in terms of power. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. While this duration may not be extensive, Gu Xuan's relentless training during this period had significantly elevated his strength. Now, Gu Xuan stood at the pinnacle of human capability. However, characterizing Gu Xuan merely as a human would be an understatement. He was more aptly described as a god. The god of science, Gu Xuan approached his training with utmost seriousness, never allowing himself to be careless, particularly in such critical times. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta continued their relentless battles in the realm of destruction. Under Whis' guidance, their prowess had advanced remarkably. Vegeta had now mastered the power of Super Saiyan Blue with great finesse. As for Goku, he had become increasingly adept at harnessing the strength of Super Saiyan 4. Most importantly, Goku's proficiency in the mastery of divine energy had grown significantly, marking his greatest improvement. During this time, Vegeta primarily focused on refining his base form, as his normal state lagged considerably behind Goku's. If he did not strive to catch up, the future would present even greater challenges. Over the course of 3 months, it could be said that Gu Xuan, Goku, and Vegeta had all experienced tremendous growth in their abilities within the realm of destruction. Goku, Vegeta, you two join forces and attack me, Gu Xuan declared as he emerged from his seclusion, addressing Goku and Vegeta. All right, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've been waiting for this, Vegeta replied eagerly. With a roar, both Vegeta and Goku simultaneously transformed into their most powerful states. One is the Super Saiyan 4, imbued with the essence of divinity, while the other is the Super Saiyan Blue. Gu Xuan, I am here, Vegeta and Son Goku declared in unison. As their words echoed, their figures flickered and surged towards Gu Xuan with astonishing speed. Ha ha! Gu Xuan laughed heartily, instantly transforming into the divine Super Saiyan 4. Engaging in a fierce battle with Son Goku and Vegeta, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their clashes, and in that fleeting moment, the battle reached its zenith. Gu Xuan, single-handedly, confronted both Son Goku and Vegeta. Despite their formidable strengths, facing Gu Xuan felt almost effortless for him, as if he navigated through the skirmish with ease. Indeed, possessing a keen sense of combat is truly a remarkable asset. Weiss stepped back slightly, retrieving a steaming bento, savoring each bite with great delight. Lord Frieza, this time when I visit Earth, I shall ensure that the entire horde of those wild scions meets their demise. A colossal spaceship raced through the starry expanse. Inside, Frieza lounged, relishing the flattery of those around him, sipping red wine leisurely. Not a single scion shall escape this time. The agonies I endured during my time in hell shall be repaid tenfold, Frieza uttered darkly. The mere thought of his unending torment in hell ignited a frenzy within him. With a swift motion, the spaceship sliced through the cosmos, heading directly towards Earth in the northern galaxy. Its velocity was astonishing, and moments later, it arrived outside Earth. A thunderous roar echoed as the massive ship descended, landing on a plain approximately 500 kilometers north of West City. As the ship's doors opened, an ominous chorus of malevolent roars erupted from within. Countless figures surged forth, each radiating a formidable aura. In the heavenly palace, Piccolo was engrossed in training when suddenly, his expression shifted. He sprang to his feet, gazing into the distance. That energy, it's Frieza? Could he have returned? Piccolo spoke darkly. Krillin, also sensing the familiar presence, looked skyward. Frieza? Son Gohan raised his gaze, his demeanor grave. In that instant, figures began to emerge from various directions, hastening towards Frieza's location. Chapter 82. Come back soon. Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, Master Roshi, Son Goten, and Trunks all propelled themselves forward at breakneck speed. Lord Frieza, I shall lead the Frieza force to annihilate the Earth. Doria respectfully addressed Frieza, perceiving this as a splendid opportunity to earn merit that must not be overlooked. No need. Frieza waved dismissively. Moments later, figures emerged from the distance. Indeed, the warriors from Earth. However, two were notably absent, Son Goku and Vegeta. You all have arrived. Yet Goku and Vegeta are missing. I wonder where they have wandered off to. Frieza's gaze swept over the assembled group, clearly regarding them with indifference. To him, these individuals were merely weaklings, none worthy of his concern. Frieza, what purpose does your escape from hell serve? Do you wish to meet your demise once more? Piccolo growled, darting towards Frieza with the intent to personally resolve the matter. I shall grant you 3 minutes. I do not wish to see any of you left standing. Frieza declared nonchalantly. Kill. With that command, a chorus of growls erupted as the soldiers of Frieza's army surged forth, charging at the warriors. While their fighting prowess was not particularly formidable, some among them were undeniably powerful. Notably, Gohan's strength was extraordinary, surpassing even that of Super Saiyan Goku. Yet, despite this, the sheer number of adversaries surrounding Gohan left him unable to divide his focus, compelling him to engage with full intensity. Moreover, due to his considerable power, Frieza took a special interest in him, rendering Gohan's situation even more precarious. Kamehameha. In the face of dozens of Frieza's soldiers, Master Roshi transformed into his combat form, muscles rippling as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. With a mighty shout, the energy surged forth. Although this Kamehameha lacked the terrifying potency exhibited by Goku, it was more than sufficient to dispatch the weaker soldiers of Frieza's army. Boom. As the Kamehameha erupted, it unleashed an overwhelming force. The air was filled with anguished cries as numerous Frisia soldiers were obliterated by the wave. Huh. It seems this old body still has some use. Master Roshi exclaimed, his pride swelling. Yet, at that moment, a sudden energy wave approached with alarming speed, appearing directly behind him. Master Roshi, watch out. Krillin materialized beside him, raising his hand to deflect the incoming energy wave. Thank you, Krillin, Master Roshi said, patting Krillin's bald head. The battle raged on with unparalleled intensity. 2 minutes slipped by in an instant. Yet within that brief span, the battle had already succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Frisia's army. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained capable of continuing the fight: Gohan, Piccolo, Android 18, and Android 17. Among the remaining warriors, their strength was unparalleled, while the others had succumbed to grievous injuries, rendered incapable of combat. Even these 4 felt an overwhelming fatigue as they faced the ceaseless waves of Frisia's assault. Thank you. 17, Gohan acknowledged, casting a glance at the approaching Android 17. It's nothing. If Earth were to be destroyed, I would lose my job as a park keeper. Thus, I'm not aiding you. I am merely looking out for my own interests. Moreover, this is Earth, not planet Vegeta. The responsibility of protecting it lies with its inhabitants. Not with you, Science, Android 17 replied slowly. What shall we do next? Android 18 surveyed the surrounding Frisia forces, unable to discern their true numbers amidst the throng. The presence of several formidable opponents, particularly Frisia himself, weighed heavily upon them. Whis, are you there? Nearby, Bulma, cradling a fruit cake, spoke into her communicator, hoping to reach her father and Uncle Vegeta. It appeared they had yet to make contact. Thus, it seemed they were left to rely solely on themselves. Gohan glanced at Bulma, his expression darkening. Eliminate them all, leave no one alive. Seeing the situation escalate without the arrival of Goku and Vegeta, Frisia's patience began to wane. As you command, Lord Frisia, his minions exclaimed, their faces alight with anticipation. Stop, Gohan shouted, his voice reverberating through the air. In a flash, he surged forward, closing the distance to confront Frisia directly. Frisia, cease this at once. As he shouted, the Kamehameha wave materialized in his hands. With a fierce cry, he unleashed the energy blast. However, just as the Kamehameha wave was about to strike, Frisia vanished from sight, effortlessly evading the attack. What? Gohan's expression shifted to one of shock as he beheld Frisia's sudden disappearance. He had launched the Kamehameha from such proximity, yet it had missed its target. Your speed is inadequate, Frisia remarked coolly. In an instant, Frisia materialized directly before Gohan, raising his hand to conjure a sphere of energy. A piercing scream echoed as Gohan was struck by an overwhelming force, sending him reeling. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as son Gohan plummeted from the sky, clearly gravely injured. Gohan, his father, Piccolo, rushed towards him. Yet, before he could reach his son, Frisia appeared before him with alarming swiftness. With a resounding thud, Piccolo succumbed to a devastating blow, his body spiraling uncontrollably downward. The sheer magnitude of Frisia's power upon his resurrection surpassed anything they had anticipated. Goku, please return quickly. Bulma's voice, laden with despair, echoed as she witnessed the unfolding chaos. Why is Bulma sending so many messages? Has she encountered some trouble? Whis instinctively glanced at the angel's staff, where he was met with an overwhelming barrage of notifications from Bulma, startling him. Chapter 83, Vegeta and Frisia. Hello, Bulma. Whis promptly returned her call. Whis, are Vegeta and Goku with you? Bulma's anxious voice poured through the connection. Bulma, what has transpired? Vegeta and Goku, alerted by Bulma's distress, leaned in closer. Frisia has been resurrected and has arrived on Earth. You must return at once. Bulma implored urgently. What? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Frisia? He has returned? Goku echoed the shock. Is that true? Hurry back. Gohan and the others are injured, and Earth is in grave danger. Bulma's urgency pierced through the air. Vegeta. Use my instant transmission to return, Goku suggested, glancing at Vegeta, aware of the dire situation. He raised his right hand to his forehead, concentrating on sensing energy signatures on Earth. Vegeta hesitated momentarily. I shall assist you in your return, Gu Xuan interjected, raising his hand and waving it with purpose. A peculiar force enveloped both Goku and Vegeta, and in an instant, their forms vanished, departing from the realm of the destroyer. Whis, where have they gone? Just as Gu Xuan and the others departed, Beerus, clad in his pajamas and yawning drowsily, ambled over from a distance. Lord Beerus, it seems Frisia has been resurrected and is seeking vengeance on Earth. Goku, Vegeta, and Gu Xuan have just executed instant transmission to leave, Whis informed Beerus. What? Beerus froze, fixing his gaze on Whis. Frisia has returned and is headed to Earth? This sounds rather intriguing. Let us follow them. A spark of interest ignited within Beerus as he promptly commanded Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus. Shall I prepare some boxed meals? No need. Earth has plenty of delicious food. We can eat there, Beerus replied nonchalantly, having long regarded Earth as his personal dining hall. Understood. After Whis spoke, he gently tapped his angelic staff on the ground, instantly propelling Beerus towards Earth at the speed of light. Upon their arrival on Earth, the figures of Gu Xuan and his companions materialized. However, as soon as they appeared, they were enveloped by an ominous aura permeating the air. Vegeta, Goku, you have finally returned, Bulma exclaimed, rushing over upon seeing the trio. Bulma, please stand back. The ensuing events are for us to handle, Vegeta said, glancing at her. Gohan, take everyone back. This battle is ours, Goku added, fixing his gaze on Gohan. Kill them. Frieza's expression darkened as he commanded. He had spared Gohan and the others, hoping to lure Goku and Vegeta back. Now that they had returned, he felt no need for mercy and issued his orders without hesitation. Understood. The Frieza force, upon receiving the command, revealed their cruel intentions, unleashing their formidable powers as they advanced towards the powerless Gohan and his companions. Vegeta, I'll leave these foes to you, Goku said, his focus unwaveringly locked on Frieza. Humph, Kakarot, do you think you can speak to me that way? Vegeta retorted. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. I shall not let him escape. Leave these minions to you. I shall confront Frieza myself, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta, Goku glanced at him, but before he could speak, Vegeta had already charged forward, bypassing the Frieza force soldiers, and made a beeline for Frieza, who remained seated. Frieza, today I shall personally end your life, Vegeta proclaimed as he surged forward, unleashing his full power and transforming into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming force radiated from him as he closed in on Frieza. Vegeta, it has been a while. You seem increasingly confident in your abilities, believing you can kill me. This courage and faith alone are commendable. I hope you can deliver, Frieza remarked, seemingly unfazed by Vegeta's transformation into the very Super Saiyan he once feared. In an instant, Vegeta reached Frieza and launched a powerful punch. Unperturbed, Frieza responded with a casual fist, meeting Vegeta's punch head-on. With a thunderous roar, a storm erupted. What? Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. His full-powered punch in the Super Saiyan state had failed to inflict any damage on Frieza. He could even sense an immense power emanating from Frieza's fist. In a flash, both Vegeta and Frieza vanished, only to reappear at a considerable distance. The clash of their might reverberated as they engaged in fierce combat, each strike resonating with power, causing fissures to form in the earth and columns of fire to shoot skyward. From afar, it resembled a cataclysmic volcanic eruption, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Since my opponent has been taken from me, I shall have to deal with you all, Goku's gaze fixed upon the Frieza force. Although numerous, their numbers held no significance for a warrior of Goku's caliber. For him, strength mattered far more than quantity. Even a multitude would pose no threat if they lacked power. With a decisive rush, Goku plunged into the Frieza force without transforming, and within a mere 30 seconds of intense battle, all the soldiers lay gravely injured. You are far too weak. You have utterly failed to entertain me, Goku remarked slowly, his attention shifting to the fierce struggle between Vegeta and Frieza. To him, that confrontation was the epicenter of intensity. However, Vegeta had only just begun his assault, and Goku pondered whether he would have a chance to intervene. It appeared that Vegeta was on the verge of victory, yet Frieza seemed to harbor a more formidable power within him. Goku observed Frieza intently. Chapter 84, Golden Frieza. At that moment, Frieza and Vegeta's fists collided once more. A violent explosion echoed as both warriors staggered back. Vegeta, if you cannot handle this, allow me to step in. Goku's voice rang out as they paused. TCH, I was just getting started. Since you insist, I have no choice, Vegeta shook his head. Frieza, I know you possess hidden strength. There is no longer any need for further testing between us. Unleash your full power, and let us determine the victor. With those words, Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing a low growl. A primal roar erupted as Vegeta's power surged exponentially. The ground trembled violently, and mountains crumbled under the weight of his might. What an overwhelming force! What transpired during this period that led to such a remarkable transformation in Vegeta? Is he truly Vegeta? It seems inconceivable. As Vegeta's power surged dramatically, those surrounding him displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Amidst the collective shock and stupefaction, a brilliant blue light erupted from Vegeta's being. Simultaneously, his aura dissipated. Frieza, behold my latest form, Super Saiyan Blue. Now, unleash your utmost strength, for otherwise you shall not stand a chance against me, Vegeta stated, gazing at Frieza after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, I never anticipated your advancement to be so profound. Super Saiyan Blue is indeed intriguing, Frieza remarked, clapping his hands. Since you have reached this level, it would be disrespectful for me to hold back. With that, Frieza's demeanor turned calm as he clenched his fists tightly. Boom. A surge of wild power erupted from within Frieza, escalating at an unimaginable speed. How formidable. It was not significantly inferior to Vegeta's blue form, perhaps even surpassing it. This is how it should be. Only then does it become truly interesting, Vegeta thought. His eyes gleaming with fervor, a mix of excitement and exhilaration. A golden radiance suddenly enveloped Frieza, transforming his entire being into a golden hue. Vegeta, this is the transformation I achieved after 4 months of training following my resurrection. In accordance with your Saiyan naming conventions, I shall call this form Golden Frieza. Though the name may seem somewhat unrefined, the power it holds is immense. This transformation is what I have prepared for you Saiyans, for today, without exception. Everyone must perish here, Frieza declared with renewed confidence after attaining Golden Frieza. Golden Frieza? Vegeta's pupils dilated in response. Even he sensed a looming threat emanating from this form. I have never trained since birth, but thanks to you Saiyans, I have reached this transformation after merely 4 months of training post-resurrection, Frieza stated calmly. Are you suggesting that you have only recently attained this form? Vegeta inquired, catching the crux of Frieza's words. Indeed, however, even so, defeating you will be effortless. There will be no issues, Frieza replied with unwavering confidence. Then let us commence, Vegeta smiled, having discerned Frieza's weakness. Since this transformation was freshly acquired, Frieza would likely still be unaccustomed to such a state, indicating that this was Vegeta's prime opportunity to defeat him. Vegeta murmured to himself within, with a swift motion. Vegeta and Frieza vanished, only to reappear suspended in midair. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, instantly revealing the tremendous strength each possessed. Die, you wild monkey. They roared in unison, their battle reaching a fever pitch in a mere heartbeat. The explosive sounds of their conflict echoed violently, and save for Goku and Gu Xuan, no one could discern the movements of the two combatants. The velocity of their clash was simply unfathomable. Galactic Gun, Vegeta bellowed, conjuring a colossal beam of energy in his hands, which surged with immense power as it hurtled towards Frieza with unrelenting ferocity. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, as though he regarded Vegeta's attack with utter indifference. As the Galactic Gun approached Frieza, mere yards away, he finally lifted his right hand. A point of light emerged from his palm, and in an instant, it expanded exponentially, transforming into a colossal sphere radiating both black and golden light. The two energies collided with cataclysmic force, and after a mere 3 seconds of resistance, they erupted in a magnificent explosion. However, this was no ordinary detonation. Following the clash, the Galactic Gun was drastically weakened, and Frieza's energy unleashed a destructive force that obliterated it entirely. This devastation morphed into a torrent of annihilation, hurtling towards Vegeta. Under normal circumstances, facing such a potent force would leave Vegeta with no chance of evasion. Yet, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta's power was nearly on par with Golden Frieza. Consequently, while he acknowledged the threat posed by Frieza's attack, it did not weigh heavily on his mind. "Ha!" Vegeta exclaimed, raising his hands as waves of energy erupted from his palms. "Frieza, aren't you supposed to be strong? Weren't you eager for revenge? Why is it that you struggle even against me now? Today, I, Vegeta, shall personally send you to hell." With a fierce roar, he unleashed hundreds of energy blasts, each striking Frieza with precision. Massive explosion, Vegeta shouted, as the very earth trembled beneath him, unleashing all his energy in a cataclysmic explosion around Frieza. The terrifying force bore down upon him, and just when Vegeta believed he had triumphed over Frieza amidst the dense smoke, a voice that he least wished to hear emerged at that moment. "Vegeta, I had thought you were formidable, yet it appears you are merely this." Chapter 85, Trivial. As the mist dissipated, Frieza's figure became visible, albeit somewhat disheveled. He showed no substantial injuries. Remarkably, despite Vegeta's relentless assaults, Frieza bore not a scratch. In fact, at that very moment, Frieza's aura seemed to subtly grow even stronger. What is happening? How is Frieza becoming more powerful? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Although he could still maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form, his energy had noticeably diminished. "Vegeta, it's time to switch," Son Goku discerned the precarious situation. Although Vegeta remained in his Super Saiyan Blue state, his energy was gradually waning. Conversely, Frieza's power not only remained intact, but appeared to be subtly escalating. "Kakarot." Vegeta gazed at Son Goku. "Frieza did not come to Earth seeking you. He seeks me. Thus, why must you wade into this murky water? Besides, I am quite eager to witness the Golden Frieza in action. Son Goku addressed Frieza. It matters not. You may employ a rotational strategy, I am indifferent. For today you shall all perish. None shall leave alive. Frieza remained unfazed, exuding confidence in his current strength. Undeterred even by the prospect of facing both Son Goku and Vegeta simultaneously. After all, Frieza was acutely aware of the might of his golden form. Switch out, Vegeta. Son Goku insisted again, and in an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, his gaze tranquil as it fell upon Golden Frieza. Kakarot, his strength is formidable, you must exercise caution. Vegeta ultimately relented, understanding that continuing the fight against Frieza would only lead to his own defeat, never Frieza's. If the outcome was already foregone, it would be wiser to retreat. I understand, Son Goku nodded. So, have you finally decided to make your move? Frieza remarked, his eyes filled with an unquenchable hatred. Indeed. I am quite surprised. I did not expect you to possess such power after your ultimate transformation. However, if you believe this transformation alone will suffice for vengeance, then you are rather naive. What do you mean? Do you wish to kill me a second time today? You have witnessed Vegeta's previous transformation, while formidable. There remains a gap between us, Frieza confidently asserted. Vegeta may be unable to defeat you, but that does not imply that I cannot prevail over you. Moreover, your transformation into Golden Frieza possesses a fatal flaw. Although it has yet to manifest, it will not be long before you discover it. Goku smiled faintly, and after speaking, clenched his fists with vigor. Allow me to showcase my transformation, one that follows an entirely different path from Vegeta's. Goku gazed at Frieza. Behold closely. Gu Xuan stood at the forefront, observing as Goku and Frieza began to engage. Though Gu Xuan held little regard for this battle, considering both Golden Frieza and Super Saiyan 4 Goku as mere trifles before him, he recognized that within the entirety of Universe 7, these two warriors ranked among the pinnacle of strength. While there are those capable of defeating them, such individuals are exceedingly rare, and they have yet to reveal themselves. Goku, you must possess a transformation akin to Vegeta's, that's Super Saiyan Blue, correct? Unleash it. I have no interest in anything less than your peak form, declared Golden Frieza with unwavering confidence. I shall not, Goku retorted, shaking his head resolutely. Not at all? Are you resorting to your previous Super Saiyan form? Frieza chuckled. For if Goku truly possessed only such limited power, he would not pique his interest in the slightest. Certainly not. I have already stated that my path diverges entirely from Vegeta's. You have witnessed his Super Saiyan Blue, yet you have yet to behold my ultimate Super Saiyan form. As Goku's words fell, he immediately clenched his fists. A tremendous force erupted from within him, an overwhelming power that transformed into a tempest upon its emergence. I am most eager to witness it. Golden Frieza did not interrupt Goku's transformation, but rather watched with anticipation, curious to see what this so-called ultimate Super Saiyan transformation entailed and how much power it would wield. Nevertheless, in Golden Frieza's mind, it was clear that he would ultimately be the victor in this confrontation, regardless of his true strength. Even in the event of his defeat, he had a second means at his disposal. At that point, the Super Saiyans, unable to survive in the cosmos, would be doomed to perish. Only he could endure entirely within the universe. Even amidst the explosion of planets, Frieza would endure. Prepare to witness Super Saiyan 4. Goku's aura suddenly shifted, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Upon this transformation, Goku's power erupted in full force. With cold eyes fixated on Frieza, his expression remained devoid of emotion. Is this what Super Saiyan 4 truly is? It appears to possess great strength, yet the true extent of its power remains uncertain. Golden Frieza's eyes glimmered, and then he charged directly at Son Goku. Whoosh! The speed of Golden Frieza was astonishing, as he swiftly arrived before Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand and unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Goku. This blow encapsulated all the might of Golden Frieza. The intensity of its force reached an unimaginable level, yet Son Goku remained utterly unperturbed, his demeanor calm in the face of such a terrifying strike. There was even a hint of derision in his gaze directed at Golden Frieza, an audacious underestimation. Just as Golden Frieza's fist approached, a mere 3 inches from Goku, the latter swiftly raised his right hand and seized Frieza's fist. What? The moment Frieza realized his fist had been caught, his expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to withdraw it but found himself utterly unable. Your strength is insignificant in my eyes, Son Goku proclaimed. Chapter 86. No one can defeat me. As Goku's words fell, he swiftly grasped Frieza's body with his left hand, lifting him effortlessly. Bang! He hurled Frieza downwards with tremendous force. This sudden turn of events left Golden Frieza no time to react. A cry of anguish erupted as his body crashed violently against the ground. Unleash your true power. or you shall never stand a chance against me. Goku spoke, his expression devoid of warmth. I had intended to toy with you a bit longer, but since you insist, I shall take this seriously. Golden Frieza responded slowly, rising and brushing off the dust from his attire. Gu Xuan, are you not strong? Why not go and eliminate the Frieza fellow? Bulma glanced at Gu Xuan, recalling the fierce battle between him and Beerus back on Earth. This fight should require no intervention from me. Son Goku should have no difficulty dealing with Frieza on his own. Gu Xuan shook his head, unwilling to intervene. He deemed it unnecessary to engage someone like Frieza. Indeed, the primary reason was his disdain for the very notion of stepping in. Frieza's power was far too feeble, rendering the confrontation utterly uninteresting. Whoosh, whoosh. Both Son Goku and Frieza vanished in an instant, clashing with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. As their battle raged on, the air was filled with the sound of explosive collisions. Their speed was so remarkable that their figures became nearly imperceptible. In an instant, the earth was rent asunder, fissures appearing as the tempest of their battle surged in all directions. The situation was dire. The very resilience of the planet could scarcely endure the ferocity of their conflict. Gu Xuan managed a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. As his words faded, he raised his right hand with a flourish. In that moment, a peculiar force emerged, swiftly radiating outward while simultaneously fortifying the earth manifold. Perish alongside the earth, Son Wukong. Frieza bellowed, immediately distancing himself from Son Wukong. During the course of their fight, Frieza had come to realize that although his power was formidable, so much so that even the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was no match for him, he found himself utterly incapable of overcoming Son Wukong. The Super Saiyan 4. It was a seemingly flawless stalemate. Engaging with the Super Saiyan 4 left Frieza feeling a degree of disorientation. Now, having created some distance, he raised his right hand towards Son Wukong, summoning a golden orb of light that appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, upon detaching from his grasp, the golden sphere expanded at an unimaginable velocity, transforming into a vast orb of light, from which an overwhelming force erupted. Die, Son Wukong. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile as the orb, imbued with terrifying power, hurtled towards Son Wukong. Does it not become tedious, this routine? Son Wukong mused, observing the approaching golden sphere. Despite the immense power it contained, he remained unfazed, a frown creasing his brow. If you believe such an energy can obliterate the earth, you either underestimate its fortitude or my own. He felt a surge of indignation at being so underestimated, knowing that such a provocation would compel him to unleash his full might. This was the essence of his nature, the indomitable spirit of the Saiyan warrior. Kamehameha. As the golden orb drew perilously close, Son Wukong brought his hands together, his voice calm yet resolute. With the utterance of the final syllable, a colossal Kamehameha wave erupted from his hands, colliding with the massive golden energy at an astonishing speed. Boom. The clash of these two titanic forces reverberated through the heavens. The tremendous force of the collision was utterly terrifying, even tearing the very sky asunder, with immense fissures appearing seemingly out of nowhere, as if the apocalypse had descended. Destroy! Roared Golden Frieza. Break for me! Shouted Son Goku in response, unleashing the Kamehameha with an unimaginable surge of power. Beneath this overwhelming might, the two forces clashed with unparalleled intensity. With a thunderous boom, the golden energy beneath the Kamehameha shattered. Following its collapse, the Kamehameha, now imbued with even greater strength, rained down upon Frieza. Humph! Golden Frieza raised his right hand and effortlessly caught the incoming Kamehameha. Impressive, yet by the time it reaches me, its power is significantly diminished. It cannot harm me. Golden Frieza spoke slowly, and at that instant, he clenched his fist fiercely. With another resounding explosion, the Kamehameha disintegrated, its potent energy dispersing into the surroundings before ultimately fading away. I have stated before that no one stands a chance against me. Though you may be powerful, I maintain my conviction. I am now the most formidable being in the universe. No one can defeat me. Golden Frieza laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Is that so? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in Frieza's ears. As the voice resonated, a radiant light descended from the heavens and appeared before the onlookers. Whis, Lord Beerus. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged, Whis and Beerus. Frieza, I never expected that after so many years, your strength has hardly increased, yet your arrogance has grown exponentially. Is this your new form? Claimed to be the strongest in the universe, yet to me, it seems rather unimpressive, Beerus remarked, arms crossed, gazing at Frieza. What are you? Frieza stammered, utterly taken aback by Beerus's sudden appearance. He had encountered Beerus before and knew the unimaginable power he possessed. Once, he had believed he could one day match Beerus's strength. Yet now, Having become so powerful himself, he faced Beerus and realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. Chapter 87. Refusing to acknowledge? Frisia, repeat what you said earlier, Beerus demanded, his expression filled with disdain, his eyes glinting coldly. Lord Beerus, I. Frisia stuttered, unable to utter a word, paralyzed by fear. Why the silence? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Beerus shot a glance at Frisia. Lord Beerus, I was wrong before. But I have come here today for revenge. Are you, Lord Beerus, going to intervene in this matter? Frisia asked, his expression dark with trepidation. If Beerus truly intended to involve himself, Frisia feared he would be left without any recourse. After all, with Beerus present, no matter how audacious Frisia might be, he would not dare to act recklessly. I have no interest in your trivial affairs. Besides, I am the god of destruction, not a meddler. I shall not intervene. Beerus stated, casting a glance at Frisia before stepping aside with Whis. Since you have said so, I can rest easy. Frisia sighed in relief, genuinely shaken. The arrival of Beerus on Earth was something Frisia had never anticipated. Hey, Frisia, Goku called out, fixing his gaze on him. Our battle is far from over. It has only just begun. Shall we continue? Goku's tail swayed behind him with excitement. Indeed, my purpose for coming here today is to eliminate you and Vegeta, and then to obliterate the Earth. I certainly won't relinquish that easily, Frisia growled. With these words, Frisia unleashed a tremendous surge of power, golden light radiating from him as he charged once more at Goku. Just in time, Goku's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. With such formidable strength, it would be far more enjoyable to fight to the fullest. He laughed, propelling himself forward as well. In a flash, the two warriors closed the distance between them, colliding in an instant. As they made contact, they raised their right hands and, with a roar, delivered powerful blows to one another. A thunderous boom echoed through the air as their fists met. The immense force erupted, sending shockwaves that reverberated around them. I detest dust. If we are to fight, keep your distance, Beerus remarked with a frown, raising his hand to conjure a layer of purple light around him. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others had regained some of their strength and gathered beside Beerus, while they held great confidence in Goku and Vegeta's abilities. Not to mention the formidable power of the ancient Suan, they still felt that it was wiser to remain close to Beerus for safety. The clash between Goku and Frisia was intense, their fierce battle resonating with continuous explosive sounds, a testament to the ferocity of their confrontation. Given the prowess of Gohan and his companions, the true intensity of this battle is not readily apparent. The vast disparity in strength is not something that can be easily bridged. At this moment, only a few can discern their movements clearly, namely, Vegeta, Goku, and the two deities, Beerus and Whis. As for the others, even the fleeting shadows of Goku and Frisia are imperceptible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 luminous rings materialized, rushing towards Goku with a swift, whistling sound. Frisia, do you possess no original techniques? All you employ are the methods of others, Goku remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Frisia regarding his attacks. Humph, do not presume you can deal with me as you did before. I might make the same mistake once, but certainly not a second time. Frisia, recalling the humiliation he suffered on Namek when his own move cleaved him in two, fixed his gaze on Goku. Just as the rings approached, Goku remained unfazed, launching a series of powerful punches towards the front. The resounding echoes transformed into a tempest that swept across the surroundings, leading to the immediate shattering of the rings. I have stated it before, if you wish to defeat me, you must exert your full strength. You have attempted probing attacks countless times to no avail. Must I reiterate this until you comprehend? Goku slowly addressed Frisia. He was reluctant to repeat himself so often, yet it seemed Frisia had never truly listened, which vexed Goku. I am well aware of that, Frisia replied darkly, his expression grim. If you know, why engage in such futile probing? Or is it that your golden Frisia form cannot endure for long, nearing the limits of your physical capacity? Goku queried. Nonsense. My transformation can last for an extended period. Unlike you Scions, Frisia retorted, though it was clear that Goku's deduction struck a nerve, yet Frisia was unwilling to concede. While your golden Frisia transformation has indeed granted you immense power, you have made a grave mistake, a fatal error. Had you continued to train after acquiring this transformation, perhaps today as circumstances would be different. However, instead of mastering your new form, you rushed into battle for revenge before fully grasping it. This is your greatest folly. Goku stated, having anticipated this point. Given Frisia's consistently arrogant demeanor, it is only natural that upon acquiring his new transformation, he would make his way directly to Earth. At this moment, however, there are discernible signs of a diminishment in Frisia's energy. How can this be? I merely believe that defeating you requires no full exertion. This mere fraction of my strength suffices to eliminate you. Frieza continues to feign strength, unwilling to concede. If you refuse to acknowledge the truth, then it appears I must demonstrate it to you. Goku shook his head, holding Frieza's prideful nature in disdain. In an instant, he vanished from sight, rapidly closing the distance to Frieza. Chapter 88. Frieza's Defeat. With a thunderous roar, Frieza summoned his power, while within Goku's clenched fist, energy surged violently. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a punch brimming with immense force, hurtling towards Frieza. Seeking death, Frieza muttered, his expression shifting slightly as he faced Goku's formidable strike. Yet he remained unfazed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he raised his right hand, countering with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a thunderous boom, reverberating through the air. In the aftermath of this clash, Frieza's expression shifted, revealing signs of pain as he staggered back 3 steps, while Goku remained steadfast, not retreating an inch, his gaze icy as he regarded Frieza. Now, do you believe my words? Goku inquired calmly, choosing not to strike immediately. How can this be? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Goku with shock. Die! He bellowed, raising both hands as an immense amount of energy coalesced between them. In an instant, a colossal surge of power manifested in Frieza's grasp. Goku, this is the culmination of all my strength, and with this strike, we shall determine the victor. The overwhelming energy surged above the golden Frieza, emanating an unimaginable and terrifying force. This power was staggering. Even Goku felt a shift in his demeanor upon witnessing Frieza's ability to wield such tremendous energy. I never anticipated you possessed such formidable strength. However, if this is your final strike, it likely will hold no significance. Though astonished by Frieza's might, Goku remained unconcerned. For him, overcoming such power was not an insurmountable task, and he need not exert himself entirely to achieve it. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of Super Saiyan 4. A smile graced Goku's lips as he beheld the approaching titanic energy. He understood that after delivering this strike, Frieza would undoubtedly be unable to withstand its might. The strongest power, you say? Your words ignite a certain exhilaration within me. Although the golden Frieza recognized the precariousness of his situation, he still spoke with a chilling detachment. 10 times came the frigid voice of Son Goku. As his words resonated, an immense force erupted from within Goku, a formidable explosion of energy. Kamehameha. With his hands positioned at his right side, a luminous sphere materialized between them. It had yet to unleash its fury. Yet within that sphere resided an unfathomable and terrifying power. Frieza, this is my ultimate strike. I wonder if you can endure it, Goku stated slowly. Meanwhile, Frieza, who claimed to possess the most potent energy, was nearing his own devastating attack, hurtling towards Goku with annihilating force. With a thunderous roar, Goku unleashed a colossal Kamehameha wave, surging forth to meet Frieza's immense energy head-on. In an instant, the two titanic forces gravitated towards each other with reckless fervor. An unimaginable momentum erupted in that moment. Die! Scion! Came Frieza's low growl. Break for me! Goku echoed, his voice equally low and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two energies converged, colliding with a cataclysmic force. At the moment of impact, a fearsome storm erupted. The might of both powers was staggering, particularly as they unleashed their full potential. With a resounding crash, the collision unleashed a terrifying force, shaking the very heavens and the earth. This strike would determine their fate. Vegeta observed with a grave expression. Who among them would emerge victorious? Goku and his companions looked on, uncertain. Yet, a shared conviction resided within their hearts, that in the end, Goku would triumph. Throughout the years, having faced countless battles fraught with peril, Goku had never disappointed them. No matter the odds, he always overcame his adversaries. It was for this reason that they believed with unwavering faith that Goku would prevail once more, just as he had against Frieza before. With a low growl, Frieza summoned his full strength, pouring all his energy into the colossal attack, amplifying its formidable power. Under the weight of his full force, the immense energy erupted with unimaginable intensity. With an unimaginable and overwhelmingly terrifying power, the attack collided directly with the Kamehameha wave. A tremendous force surged forward, intent on shattering the Kamehameha. Under normal circumstances, the Kamehameha would have no chance of enduring such a formidable assault from Frieza. Faced with this level of power, even Goku, despite his reluctance, would inevitably succumb. However, the situation was markedly different at this moment. Goku was in his Super Saiyan 4 state, channeling divine energy to enhance his Kamehameha. Most importantly, this Kamehameha was amplified tenfold. Thus, no matter how strong Frieza's power was, it would be utterly impossible for him to break through this tenfold Kamehameha wave. In confronting Frieza's full strength, Goku found the task considerably simpler. It was evident that Goku had yet to unleash his full potential. Frieza, I have already told you. This is futile. Goku regarded Frieza with a hint of sympathy. Frieza's expression darkened, for he realized he had once again been defeated. This time by the very scion he despised most. Goku no longer held back. He thrust both hands forward, channeling the full force within him into the tenfold Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, the sky trembled. Frieza's immense energy was instantly obliterated beneath the might of the tenfold Kamehameha, forcefully shattered. What? As his energy crumbled, Frieza's countenance shifted, shock evident in his eyes, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 89. Let me handle this. After dismantling Frieza's colossal energy, the tenfold Kamehameha descended with overwhelming force upon Frieza. Even Frieza, facing this tremendous tenfold Kamehameha, was visibly shaken, retreating instinctively. Yet, no matter how swiftly he retreated, he could not hope to match the speed of the tenfold Kamehameha. In merely 3 steps, the tenfold Kamehameha had already descended upon him. As the tenfold Kamehameha struck, its immense power enveloped Frieza entirely. Fortunately, he was in his golden Frieza form. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding such force. However, even in his golden Frieza state, the tenfold Kamehameha forced him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood, sending him flying several dozen feet and leaving him in a state of utter disarray. After the tenfold Kamehameha dissipated, Frieza could no longer maintain his golden form and reverted back to his 3rd transformation. I can't believe I've lost to a scion once again. This is impossible. How could I possibly lose? Frieza clenched his fists tightly, incredulity etched across his face, unable to forgive himself for this defeat. Frieza, I must admit that your strength has reached an astonishing level. You are indeed a formidable adversary. Goku stood before Frieza, his expression tinged with excitement. The power Frieza displayed this time left Goku utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Frieza could achieve such a state after yet another transformation. However, I have still lost. Go ahead and kill me. Frieza gazed at Goku. No, I shall not kill you. You may leave. Goku cast a glance at Frieza, who surprisingly rejected his request. What is that fool Kakarot doing? Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. Goku, quickly finish him off. Krillin and Bulma echoed in unison. Yet, Goku paid no heed to their clamor. Frieza, you may go. I hope that the next time you arrive, you will have fully mastered the golden Frieza transformation. Goku looked at Frieza. Unforgivable. Frieza's fury ignited. It was one thing to lose, but to be ridiculed by Goku was something he could not tolerate. What is this fellow thinking? Beerus observed Goku with a furrowed brow. Today, I have come with the intention of dying, since you refused to kill me. I shall take my own life, Frieza proclaimed loudly. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, a point of light forming above it. With that, Frieza brought it crashing down upon his own head, a scene that appeared to suggest he intended to end his own existence. Although it was a blatant effet, everyone except Goku could see through it. Unfortunately, Goku was still Goku. Frieza. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he was before Frieza, seizing his hand. Goku began. But before he could finish, his expression altered. A beam of light pierced through Goku's chest. Goku, you still maintain that old, good-natured demeanor. Frieza grasped Goku's hair and violently swung him, raining down a series of punches upon him. Goku's face turned pale as a gaping wound appeared on his body, blood gushing forth. He was forced out of his Super Saiyan 4 state, clearly suffering severe injuries. What is this? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Frieza spoke coldly, raising his fist and striking Goku once more. The tremendous force unleashed a cry of agony from Goku's lips. Despicable. Despite the unbearable pain, Goku managed to speak through gritted teeth. Despicable? Is that when you finally realized it? As long as I can take your life, what does it matter if my methods are despicable? You are destined to perish. Even if I allow you a few parting curses, it is of no consequence to me. Do not entertain the notion of resurrecting with the Dragon Balls of Earth, for once I have extinguished your existence, I shall obliterate the planet itself, rendering any possibility of your revival forever unattainable. Frieza laughed maniacally, his countenance betraying an exhilarating thrill. He had envisioned this sequence countless times, and at long last, it was to be realized today. Although defeating Son Goku would still leave the formidable Vegeta to contend with, Frieza felt no trepidation. You bastard. Son Goku seethed with rage. Yet, in his current state of grievous injury, he possessed neither the strength nor the ability to resist. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. What had initially appeared to be a guaranteed victory was now fraught with uncertainty. However, within the heart of Gu Xuan, thoughts diverged from the prevailing sentiment, for in stark contrast to Frieza's successful ambush on Son Goku, he found himself ensnared in a different predicament. Ding. The system has determined that the host has completed all tasks within the current universe. Reward: invincibility for 1 minute. The system is about to transport the host to another universe. Countdown: 1 minute. Gu Xuan was taken aback by the sudden activation of the system, which had lain dormant for ages. He had undertaken no actions, nor had any tasks been assigned, yet the system proclaimed all tasks completed. Was this judgment not rather hasty? Furthermore, what did the impending transportation to another universe entail? Would he be sent to realms such as Universe 4 or Universe 6, or an entirely different world? Gu Xuan mentally clamored for answers, but the system remained unresponsive, save for the relentless countdown ticking away. In his fury, Gu Xuan contemplated whether the system would, much like the initial instance, transport him into the Dragon Ball world alongside other realms. However, if this new world were unfamiliar, it could spell disaster. With merely 50 seconds remaining on the countdown, Gu Xuan resolved to prioritize the immediate crisis at hand. Kakarot, that fool, always this way. Vegeta muttered, his fist clenched, visibly irked by Frieza's current exuberance. Just as he prepared to intervene, another voice resonated from behind him. Allow me to take over.